On a gloomy morning in Van City at Central Hospital Number 1. Right at this moment, in ophthalmology room Number 1 of Dr. Tribe, Jiang Du was getting his eyes examined. The doctor asked. Jiang Du replied, "Yes." The doctor frowned, looked closely at the file in his hand, and thought, puzzled. Could this have been mislabeled? This appearance really doesn't look like excessive deficiency. He compared again with the young man and said, "Describe your symptoms again." He raised his hand to his head, tiredly said, "My eyes feel uncomfortable." Suddenly Jiang Du's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with red blood vessels, wide open as if he saw something. Before his eyes, everything was a blood-red color. Even that doctor now looked very abnormal. He continued, "When looking at objects, a red layer covers them." That Dr. Triu grew more and more grotesque. Around him it was red like blood. Above the doctor's head a red bar appeared. He continued to ask, "How old are you?" That red bar became clearer and clearer, looking like a health bar in a game. On that bar appeared the number 18%. Jiang Du couldn't take it anymore. He shut his eyes tightly, muttering that number 18. Finally he came back to reality and asked awkwardly, "Doctor, are you asking my age?" Dr. Triu turned purple with rage upon hearing that, glaring wide-eyed. What else? What else could I ask? Kid, did you come to the wrong department?" Jiang Du also became embarrassed. He thought, if that really is a health bar, 18% isn't far from death, right? Yet he looks quite lively. The doctor continued asking, "Do you drink alcohol?" He responded nonchalantly, "Now." The doctor trembled with anger, too exhausted to scold him anymore. Jiang Du hastily shook his head and tried to excuse himself. "Doctor, I'm so sorry, I was a bit rude." Dr. Triu clutched his head in frustration, looking at him helplessly. "You said you can't focus your attention, you brat." The doctor stood up and said, "All right then, open your eyes, let me check." He shone a light into his eyes. He could only sit still. Under the light, each bright red blood vessel was clearly visible. His pupils slowly shifted to the right. The doctor said, "Your pupils follow accordingly." The doctor looked at him wearily and said, "It'll be fine." Jiang Du closed his eyes. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. On his pupils still reflected the image of a man. The entire hospital in his eyes was filled with a deathly red hue. Seeing this, Jiang Du felt a bit scared, but he could only ignore it. Above everyone's head displayed a health bar, and of course the number on the health bar varied. Contrary to his initial fear, Jiang Du was now extremely excited about his new ability. He happily thought, what conjunctivitis? Clearly his golden finger had arrived. He leisurely strolled down the hospital corridor, muttering to himself, "But if I can only see health bars, what use is that?" He calmly walked out of the hospital. Overhead, a large screen was broadcasting the news. It read, "To ensure public safety, the night patrol will open a new recruitment drive to patrol the streets at night. The 99-year cataclysm, we have established a safe haven. The mutant insects have fled one after another. Hope belongs to all of us." Indeed, there were many drones patrolling in the sky. Jiang Du listened seriously, thinking, "I'd better go home and think it over properly." At the same time, he noticed something. It turned out one of his shoelaces had come undone. He bent down to retie his shoelace. He slowly raised his head while finishing the piece of cake in his mouth. But Jiang Du saw something that made the food stick in his throat as it reached his lips. He saw that the surroundings were eerily gloomy, and in front of him something like human feet were floating. It whispered, "What to eat tonight? Up here is. Let's eat hot pot." From afar, a tall monster appeared. Its whole body emitted terrifying black mist, very frightening. Jiang Du staggered to his feet. He couldn't hide his fear, it was clearly written on his face. The monster rushed over very quickly, getting closer and closer. Jiang Du was truly terrified. His whole body trembled with fear, unable to think clearly. Suddenly, a blue orb appeared from the sky, very bright. It successfully caught his attention. A pair of feet landed violently on the ground. A beautiful girl appeared, her eyes gleaming with a frantic killing intent. She swiftly rushed at the giant monster that was ravaging the city without a trace of hesitation. At the same time, monsters from all around also gathered, like an endless army. Jiang Du panicked, his mouth agape. He thought, this problem is a bit big. His worry was well-founded. Just by looking at that terrifying health bar of the blue orb, one could understand. He thought, it's time to start panicking. The whole city now looked quite desolate and ruined. In the air floated some strange water droplets. They were continuously being generated from nowhere. Those droplets were like living things, able to move and change shape. They happened to fall near where Jiang Du stood. Without much ado, they fell straight onto his head. Jiang Du was now standing in the middle of a bustling, crowded street, all around the noise of a lively city. It's already getting late. This tanghulu looks very delicious. Watch the road, old man. Daiha is out here, come quickly and see. Someone nearby was helping an old man cross the street. Carefully said, old man, be careful, watch the step. The 99-year great calamity, the patrol corps is forever the solid backing of the people. Our world gets better and better. Our city is extremely safe. Jiang-du stood dazed in the middle of the road, thinking to himself. A cheerful little girl said, "Mom, this handsome guy is just standing there like an idiot. Even though they say it's safe, the city actually still has shady dealers." One guy said, "Brother, wanna buy some meds? Indian factory goods." The other guy said, "Genuine imports go for 50,000 a bottle. My place sells them for 5,000. Jiang-du strode home, constantly thinking about it. Is our city truly incredibly safe? All of this is just an elaborately fabricated lie, he thought. He wearily gazed at that beautiful sunset. Suddenly, a hand placed itself on his shoulder. It was that smuggler dealer again. This time he targeted him, asking, "Brother, wanna buy some meds?" he asked back in bewilderment. The guy looked at him with a twisted expression, incessantly hawking Indian factory goods exactly the same as the imports. Jiang-du just glanced at him with disinterest, casually saying, "Meds, this city is full of monsters. You still have the mind to sell meds? Think you're some miracle drug?" The shady dealer, hearing that, excitedly opened his medicine box and said, "I've got every kind of medicine here." He continued to probe, giving any out for free. Hearing the word free, the guy immediately turned hostile, turned around to leave right away and cursed. "If you're not buying, then forget it. And besides, what monsters are there?" Jiang-du hurriedly called that guy back, saying, "Hey brother, don't rush off, I was just kidding. Do you have any miracle oil?" The guy looked at him puzzled and said, The sky is already turning a deep orange now." Jiang-du got on the bus home. He looked at the bottle of miracle oil in his hand, thinking, "One bottle of miracle oil for 3,000, what a ripoff. No wonder I've already reported him to the police." However, he looked outside. The yellowing sky looked truly beautiful, saying, "Isn't this still the normal route? Why do I keep being so paranoid?" Finally arrived at the bus stop. The bus slowly came to a halt, accompanied by the announcement, "Now arriving at Hoanam Road. 10 passengers for the next stop, please prepare in advance." Jiang-du was about to step off the bus, but very quickly he noticed something strange. He looked into the bus window, seeing his reflection in the glass looking utterly bizarre. For a moment he felt terrified, then his eyes widened as if he'd just woken from a stupor. Jiang-du looked around in bewilderment, thinking, another hallucination. His chest suddenly throbbed with pain. He touched it lightly, saying, Is the second onset about to start?" The bus gradually pulled away. Jiang-du said, "Why has it been hurting a bit since just now? Must examine it carefully when I get home." The place he called home was actually a large, dilapidated building named Sunset. Right now he was bathing in the bathroom. Jiang-du paid no attention to the strange mark on his left chest, bathing comfortably. It wasn't until he looked in the mirror that he noticed that tattoo. Panicked, he shouted, "A tattoo on my left chest." He touched it lightly, thinking, This tattoo, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Is it that chunk from before that slammed into me?" As he thought, he recalled that fateful night. When he was in the dark library searching for comics, suddenly a strange scroll of tattoos appeared, successfully scaring Jiang-du out of his wits. At the same time, it imprinted a bizarre mark onto his chest, that very tattoo. The flashback ended. Jiang-du returned to reality. Right now, that tattoo was emitting a blue light. Jiang-du collapsed onto the bathroom floor in agony. Shaking uncontrollably, he clutched his chest in immense pain, saying, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, so hot." He hastily poured hot water over himself. Just looking at his face was enough to understand how comfortable the hot water was. He said, "Phew, that's better." The light from the tattoo faded along with it. He looked at himself in the mirror to confirm once again. All he saw was his HP bar showing 100%, absolutely perfect. Jiang-du looked at this number and couldn't help but be satisfied, shouting, Now that's right." He stepped outside. But there was something strange about his shadow. It twisted and writhed, moving along with him as if it were a living creature. Jiang-du also noticed the abnormality and hurriedly turned his head to look. He stared blankly at the empty floor. He let out a huh. He was terrified, his whole body panicking, quickly saying, "My shadow, where's my shadow?" He frantically searched for his shadow, jumping around madly in the bathroom looking for his shadow, saying, "My shadow, it's gone, is it here?" Then his gaze stopped on the wall. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Lucky, I almost thought I lost my shadow." However, with so many absurd things happening today, losing his shadow now wouldn't even be that surprising. He walked to the door, saying, "Bathing has gotten exhausting." He opened the door and instinctively froze. Right in front of him was a pitch-black figure staring at him without moving. Its eyes glowed brightly, looking at him with a strange expression. Its entire body was one solid black color, revealing only 2 white eyes. Jiang-du and that shadow stood looking at each other, neither making the first move. He instinctively stepped back. Seemingly already too accustomed to bizarre events like this, Jiang-du could calmly stand before the shadow and say, "All right then. I'm fine, I knew it, it's never that simple." Suddenly his heart throbbed with a strange pain, that tattoo once again emitting that same blue light. Jiang-du looked at the shadow in pain, thinking, "Good news, my shadow didn't run off. Bad news, it's alive now." He and the shadow stood staring at each other for a long while. Still, neither had moved. the atmosphere growing more and more suffocating. At this late hour, only a few scattered houses still had lights on in Jiangdu's neighborhood. The atmosphere was silent and heavy. That pitch-black shadow was acting under his control. Jiangdu looked at it curiously and ordered, "Raise your left hand." It quickly raised its left hand, seeing this. Jiangdu grew even more excited, continuing to command it. "Raise your right leg." It raised its right leg, its whole body stiff as a wooden puppet. Jiangdu looked at it with a lecherous expression. It must be said extremely perverted. The shadow seemed to sense that. It looked at him apprehensively. "Fan dance," he said. Immediately the shadow switched to party mode, dancing with indescribable enthusiasm. Its fan dance was even more skillful than mine. Jiangdu was dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected it to be capable of this. He scratched his head, thinking, his mind buzzing. Why had this thing suddenly appeared? Suddenly something on his chest lit up brightly. It quickly flew up before Jiangdu could react. That thing, like a bagua sphere, began to spin, its speed getting faster and faster. It spun faster and faster. The light it emitted became more dazzling. A status panel of that shadow appeared before him. At first glance, it looked very much like a character info panel in a system game. Jiangdu wondered curiously, "Is this my shadow's attribute interface?" He curiously tried pressing the panel in front of him. Instantly, a long page full of the shadow's attributes appeared. "Your shadow exists for you, it possesses all. Your memories has the exact same strength as you, and can complete any simple commands you give, but please note, it does not have the ability to think independently. You might try ordering it to train, it may yield unexpected results." After reading these lines, Jiangdu warily glanced at the shadow still dancing carefree with a sharp, cold look. He again tried to reach into its body, but his arm went right through it. He said, "Not solid." The shadow only silently looked at him. Jiangdu continued, "Do you have all my memories?" The shadow nodded slightly. Immediately, Jiangdu sat down at the desk. He became quick, searching nimbly. He brought out a math problem. He said, "Come here a moment." He glanced at the shadow and calmly said, "This is my summer homework, try doing it." "Wait, can you hold a pen?" he asked, but the shadow simply reached out and took the pen without any difficulty. It sat down at the desk, looking at that test paper. Meanwhile, Jiangdu was still curious about it, repeatedly poking at the shadow's head. He thought, "Is this guy actually solid? It's a bit creepy." The shadow tossed the pen onto the table and silently looked at him with a pitiful expression. Jiangdu asked, "Why aren't you writing?" It picked up the pen and wrote on the paper, "Can't do it." Jiangdu got very angry. "You claim to have all my memories. I could finish this kind of problem in 2 minutes, okay?" As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of paper in his hand and swiped at its head, but it went right through. Then he remembered the attribute line from earlier, frowning. Could the problem be too difficult? Then he smugly said, "Write out the correct spelling of Ma Fa Thuong Kung once." The shadow's eyes suddenly became unusually serious. It picked up the pen again and wrote it out as fast as lightning. Those hands indeed moved very quickly, just like a printer. Jiangdu saw the value in this and immediately thought, "Oh man, what's the point of being a superhuman? The shadow copies books, I read books, what a deal." His eyes were full of wicked glee. He thought, "Valuable, extremely valuable. Let's see if there are other ways to use it." No sooner said than done. He quickly opened the attribute panel again, searching for information there. He clicked on another plus sign. This time another panel opened up, saying, "Shadow devouring, you can absorb shadow points from all darkness. Strengthen yourself or disintegrate matter by absorbing shadow points." Jiangdu looked at the panel as if he'd struck gold, laughing and thinking, "Shadow devouring, devouring darkness. How exactly do I devour it? By making physical contact with an object's shadow." Then he slyly glanced around, huddled into a corner, trying to create a dark space. He stretched his hand out in front of him. As he looked at his hand, a thought occurred. "So I can devour darkness like this." His hand gradually began to twist. Jiangdu seemed to feel some new power. Though smiling, sweat beaded on his forehead as he carefully observed it. But after waiting a while, nothing appeared. Jiangdu thought disappointedly. A crappy ability and no clear guide or beginner's tutorial for me to reference. Some system seemed to read his mind, immediately bringing up another panel. "Shadow eyes, your eyes have undergone an unclear change. Activating this ability allows you to see the dark side of the world. Choose to observe or enter it." He read each word in amazement, murmuring, "The dark side of the world. Was that time when I saw monsters everywhere I looked. Forget it, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it." But Jiangdu still pensively looked at his hand. Then he turned to the shadow still diligently copying books and said, "Stop copying, do some push-ups for me." The shadow stopped its hand but continued to silently watch him. It slowly stood up, emitting a strange blue smoke. Then its whole body seemed to melt, gradually merging into the floor. It bent down, now almost blending with the floor. Then only a little bit of the shadow's body remained. Jiangdu panicked and asked, "Hey, I told you to do push-ups, where are you going?" Jiangdu was also panicked. He shouted, "Where's my shadow?" It was already past midnight. The hazy moonlight and the frosty mist only made the atmosphere around the building more gloomy. Jiang-du frantically looked around, trying to find the escaped shadow. He said, "Hey, where are you? Come out." The shadow immediately obeyed and appeared on the wall. Now the already black shadow became even darker. Its appearance made everything darker. The shadow seemed a bit more dangerous too. Jiang-du tiredly pinched his forehead and asked, "Did you just go outside?" It picked up a pen and wrote 2 words on paper, "Dark Side." Jiang-du asked, "What did I do?" It then tore the paper. Above it wrote 2 more words, "Push-ups." Jiang-du didn't think much of it. He thought, could the shadow's training effect on the dark side of the world be better? As he thought, he waved his hand. He said, "Then you carry on." The shadow nodded slightly. Then without a word it vanished again, leaving Jiang-du alone in the room. It slipped away, skillfully crawling into the gap under the floor. Jiang-du stood watching that shadow and couldn't help but sigh. Alone in the room, Jiang-du quietly sat down at his desk. He picked up a fountain pen, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. He said, "Next, I should go do something important." Cut 2, it was now morning. The early light was in stark contrast to the gloomy, eerie atmosphere of late last night. A steady sound echoed in Jiang-du's room. Jiang-du was sleeping soundly on his desk, his face extremely relaxed, even drooling. Jiang-du was still half asleep, mumbling unconsciously, "Mom's friends, body training, gentle female classmate TUNHU. Hey hey hey, hot-blooded manga, give me a pen, I can still draw. Heh heh heh." Finally, he hazily woke up, drowsily looking at the surroundings. A sharp, numbing pain spread through Jiang-du's back and waist. He winced in pain. He thought involuntarily, sleeping slumped over. "No wonder my back hurts." Suddenly, loud banging on the door came with a shout. "Jiang-du, open up." The knocking kept coming relentlessly. Jiang-du hurried to open the door, grumbling, "Coming, coming, what's the rush? It's early in the morning." Standing outside the door was a petite girl with pink hair, wearing a school uniform. She was still staring intently at her phone. Her name was Luke Jiao, Jiang-du's childhood friend and classmate. Seeing her, he was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." Looking at Jiao's health bar, Jiang-du couldn't help but marvel. Why had her HP decreased so much? I calculated the time. His gaze gradually shifted to the calendar on the wall. At that moment, Jiang-du understood. "I get it, I've won." "What did I do earlier?" Jiang-du asked aloud. But Luke Jiao paid him no attention, still staring at her phone. Without a word, she walked quickly into the room. As she walked, she said, "Hurry, I saw you online last night, saying something about preparing to start a new chapter, that you had already decided on the content." "Show me that part," Jiao said. Her face gradually turned redder from excitement. Her eyes remained glued to that phone. Suddenly, a loud noise came, startling her. She let out a yelp, her face full of panic. She angrily said to him, "Even if you don't want to show me, you didn't have to break the door." Jiang-du just stood silently in a corner. The door, having been impacted forcefully, cracked and broke. Jiang-du stood looking at what he had just damaged and couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't believe he had done that. Jiao noticed something was off and asked, "Jiang-du, are you feeling something right now?" She scoffed, staring at Jiang-du. She couldn't take her eyes off Jiang-du's current physique, suspiciously saying, You're." As she spoke, she looked at his toned body. "You've been working out," Jiao said, her voice trembling with surprise. She still tried to stay calm, reassuring herself, No, a shut-in like you who hasn't exercised for years. How could you have such perfect muscles overnight?" Saying this, she poked his arm with her finger, feeling the elasticity of the muscle. Though still skeptical, Jiao's face turned as red as a tomato. She suspiciously said, "You haven't been using something, have you?" Faced with his close friend's questioning, Jiang-du became embarrassed, involuntarily stepping back, shaking his head repeatedly, trying to change the subject. "Nonsense, why would I need drugs? I've just been working out a bit more lately." Though his mouth said that, he thought, "It seems as long as my shadow trains, the effects will transfer directly to me." But before he could finish, Jiao quickly lifted his shirt. Jiang-du was caught off guard, his whole body stiff as a stone statue, only managing a yelp. He was now so embarrassed his whole face was red. Jiao stared intently at his sculpted, well-defined muscles and couldn't help but blush as well. She said, "Liar, just a bit of exercise can't give you an 8-pack. She looked at him resolutely and said, "I've seen some cases my dad handled. Jiang-du, there are some things you absolutely must not touch. It's not too late to turn back now." Jiang-du looked at her with exasperation and clicked his tongue, saying, "Shut up, you're talking nonsense." Suddenly, a hand darted out extremely fast, aiming straight for Jiang-du. It was Luke Jiao. She subdued Jiang-du with ease, one hand gripping his wrist, the other hand reaching behind her, as if to grab something. Jiang-du said in panic, Hey, what are you doing? You're not trying to pull out some kind of lethal weapon, are you?" She took out something like a bracelet from behind her. On it, there were also things like machine components. Luke Yao put that thing on his wrist. Jiang-du hurriedly asked, "What is this?" She replied curtly, "Don't move. This is a contamination index testing device." He asked back, "Contamination index?" She watched the changes in the device closely and said, "Killing aberrations, taming anomalous objects, generating resentment, all will cause a certain degree of contamination. She continued, if not promptly purified, long-term accumulation will lead to human stagnation and mutation. Hearing that, Zhang Du just gave a wicked grin. He thought to himself that his power came from the notebook on his chest. What contamination could there possibly be? Nevertheless, his body had already started reacting. The tattoo on his chest emitted a strange black light. The measuring device on his wrist went from small numbers gradually shifting to larger numbers. Zhang Du was now panicking too. He stared open-mouthed at the numbers on the device, thinking, oh crap, my body's totally reacting. Luke Yao Yao, standing behind him, already had a psychic terror gun ready in hand, looking at Zhang Du with a face as if she wanted to swallow him alive. He flinched, thinking, wait, no, she can't be about to shoot me dead in one blast. He gritted his teeth noisily, his whole body trembling with fear. He thought, no way, absolutely must not let Luke Yao Yao find out. I have to stop this strange upheaval in my body. The device gradually returned to normal. The displayed number grew smaller and smaller. Only then did Yao Yao look at him with relief, toying with the gun in her hand as she said, looks like you're fine after all. Zhang Du had just had his soul scared out of him and said, I told you so, but wait, did you just draw a gun? He finally managed to relax a little, looking away and breathing a sigh of relief. Yao Yao put the gun away. She said nonchalantly, my dad taught me to be careful about everything. Zhang Du tried to change the subject and chimed in. Right, lately I've been drawing a few characters from a hot-blooded comic. Do you want to see? Luke Yao Yao, who just moments ago had put on a scary face, now looked overjoyed like a little girl spotting candy, saying, I want to see, quick show me. Zhang Du could only look at her helplessly, speechless. The two finally managed to talk comfortably. Zhang Du said gently, hey, can you keep it down a little? I'm about to drool here. Luke Yao Yao cried out in a panic, her voice echoing through the building. Hurry, give it to me, I can't wait anymore. He finally managed to shoo Luke Yao Yao away. Zhang Du sprawled on the bed, exhausted. He sighed and said, so dangerous, I finally managed to fool her. The system appeared above his head again. Zhang Du casually tapped it. Instantly, an information panel appeared in front of his eyes. The system continuously sent notifications. System log, your shadow is entering the dark side of the world. Beginning training, activating shadow devouring. Initial absorb. Your shadow has become stronger, currently training arm strength. Activating devouring. Then the system showed him footage of his shadow training diligently on the dark side of the world. It kept doing physical training exercises without any rest. Seeing this, Zhang Du freaked out too. He exclaimed, the shadow's been training all night. All over Zhang Du's body, pitch-black auras began to emerge, swirling around him. A moment later, a strange sound arose. The aura from Zhang Du's body fell straight to the ground, slowly taking shape. Before long, his shadow slowly stood up. Zhang Du happily folded his arms, smiling gently. Very good. I've received the results of your training from last night. But just push-ups aren't enough. Let's keep increasing the difficulty a bit. His shadow obediently followed its master, nodding a few times to show agreement. Seeing that, Zhang Du's spirits lifted. Good. Full-body push-ups, walking push-ups. It spun around on the ground, skillfully doing as Zhang Du commanded. Meanwhile, he stood still in one spot, continuing. The point, one-armed handstand push-ups. Various tiger pounce handstand styles. He waved his hands and feet, training his shadow non-stop, then hand-only push-ups, bending body push-ups. After a while, he felt a bit annoyed. He clenched his hand into a fist, squatting deep. Next, increase the difficulty, Spider-Man crawl. Zhang Du's firm voice echoed in the small room. Legs positioned in L-sit, suck in your stomach. Luke Yao Yao, carrying a stack of documents, stood outside eavesdropping. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, looks like he really is training, seems I was being suspicious. Luke Yao Yao pouted unhappily. HMPH, worrying me for nothing. Good thing he really is okay. Let's go home and read comics. In a different setting, Zhang Du was angrily stomping on something beneath his feet. Cataclysm Calendar, January 20, year 99. The first day of obtaining the image. Before Zhang Du's eyes was a completely gray scene. The shadow worked all night, yet I felt nothing at all. Unknowingly, I became stronger. About this way of getting stronger, he smiled with full confidence. Truly, it's way too shameless. A young man like me, how could I be content with the status quo? An extremely sparkling scene appeared on January 21. Day 2, Zhang Du's toned abdominal muscles appear. Arrange more training sessions for him, super effective. The lower six-pack abs appear very eye-catching. Zhang Du laughs heartily. One punch from me now could probably kill Luke Dao Dao. No, it's time to work hard. Lai Tuan Kwang, carrying a heavy bag with one hand, enters the room and says, damn it, brat, why are you so slow opening the door? Zhang Du's train of thought suddenly flashes. Today Uncle Lai came over. He also works at Tuan De Ti. He probably won't notice anything unusual about me. Uncle Lai is old and he's also missing an arm. I feel like one punch from me now could kill 3 Uncle Lais and 10 Luke Rao Raos. January 23rd, Jiang Du clenches his fist and resolves, I must work hard, damn it, life can't keep being this peaceful. Having supernatural powers, I should push myself harder. Even iron genes need to be tough. You can't just lie flat like this. January 24th, Jiang-du is lying on his bed scrolling his phone very comfortably, while his shadow is training diligently and hard. He trains, I reap the benefits. January 25th, Jiang-du continues living a life full of joy with happy video games. He trains. I reap the benefits. January 26th, Jiang-du lies on the ground and struggles to do 10 push-ups. Very good, today he proactively did 10 push-ups. Continue reaping benefits. He glances at the data statistics panel about his shadow and can't help but feel heartache. Strange, the rate of increasing shadow points is so slow. It took so many days to accumulate this much. The shadow data statistics panel appears with very complete information. Attribute shadow, shadow points 8, slot 10 shadow points. Abilities devour shadow. Jiang-du slowly closes his eyes to absorb energy from the shadow. At this rate, who knows when he'll be able to gather 10 points to unlock the slot. Energy begins to faintly envelop his legs. Perhaps, if I enter the dark side, I might grow a bit faster. Jiang-du's body gradually sinks down into the dark side. He shuts his eyes tightly, letting himself go straight down like that. Jiang-du's silhouette completely disappears from the room. The only thing left behind are the sounds that keep echoing. At this moment, Jiang-du is quickly heading to the dark side. He suddenly opens his eyes. Jiang-du's feet stop on the tiled floor of a very dilapidated room. So this is the dark side? It looks exactly like my room. Jiang-du stomps his foot forcefully on the ground, causing them to make a slight noise. Around him now are only buzzing sounds as if many strong winds are blowing through this place. Jiang-du happily puts his hand to his forehead. I finally made it out. He silently stands observing the pitch-black, lightless sky around him. Those buzzing sounds still echo ceaselessly in the air. Jiang-du recalls the moment he thought he was trapped forever. I never expected I couldn't get out of my room and the residential area here. Right after that, he takes out a small handkerchief and slowly wipes the streaks of sweat running down his face with a slightly dumbfounded expression, only able from outside the residential area. In reality, enter the dark side. Jiang-du continues strolling around and looking at the scenery here. Come to think of it, this place feels very similar to the real world. Suddenly, behind Jiang-du, a sinister dark shadow emerges and clings to him without his knowledge. It's just a bit gloomy. A loud noise comes from under the train tracks. The dark shadow that has been clinging to him all along soon gets closer and closer to Jiang-du. At this moment, he begins to notice something is wrong and says, "Is it him?" Jiang-du gives a slight smile, turns his head back and asks, "Did you come to pick me up?" What greets Jiang-du is the long, sharp teeth of that black demon thing. It lunges at him at a dizzying speed, along with the sword in its hand, making Jiang-du jump in fright. Just realizing it, Jiang-du immediately swears, "Oh shit!" The demon swings the sword at him, but luckily Jiang-du dodges this sudden attack. But it seems that demon doesn't give up so easily. Its gaze towards Jiang-du even becomes sharper and more terrifying. Before Jiang-du can even run away, the demon's attacks keep raining down. He has to roll and tumble, trying every way to dodge while continuously blurting out, "Oh damn, oh shit, oh damn." In front of Jiang-du appears a very large magic circle. He doesn't hesitate and reaches out to grab it. Shadow eye open. The very next second, Jiang-du is already in a running stance while the demon is still chasing behind him. That magic circle transported Jiang-du into the shifting space once again. He falls straight from the ceiling down to the floor without time to react. Jiang-du turns his head to look at his now exposed buttocks and breathes a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Jiang-du sits up straight and pats his chest a few times. Scared me to death. What was that thing just now? Why did it appear at the residential area entrance? And moreover, it attacked me without saying anything clearly. He looks down at the small wound on his leg where the demon's sword accidentally brushed, and thinks happily to himself. But luckily, the training these past days has made his agility much faster. Jiang-du gave a sly smile and looked towards some point in the room. That guy couldn't hurt me. Then he gripped something tightly in his hand, as if intending revenge. Jiang-du resolutely hoisted the object onto his shoulder. Damn, if Phil dared to block me at the neighborhood gate. I can't swallow this anger, I'll deal with him. Before long, Jiang-du had stepped into the darkness and launched into a fierce battle with that of Phil. January 28th, the first time I fought a Phil from the neighborhood. Unfortunately, I got beat. Jiang-du was kicked painfully by a Phil and sent flying. A Fio, damn it, motherfucker. January 29, the second battle, Baothur failed again, one chest hair got pulled out. A rib nearly broke. Despite failing many times, Jiang-du still didn't give up and continued the battle another day. The familiar ear-piercing challenge rang out again. Oh shit, January 30, 3 scratches on the butt. Although these days were very tough, it also drained its health bar by 6%. Hang in there. After so many days of fighting, he had to stay home for Luke Dao Dao to tend his wounds. January 31, resting at home, Jio angrily asked Jiangdu, "Have you been fighting with people these days?" He replied with a delighted tone. "You don't get it, scars are a man's medals." Jio seemed very angry. She squeezed the medicine bottle tightly in her hand and also pinched Jiangdu's buttocks while scolding. "Medals on your butt," he cried out in pain. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Jio was so angry her face turned red. "You still know pain, your body gets healthy, then you go do stupid things." Jiangdu immediately turned to retort, "Speaking of which, there's only 1 month left. What's your plan?" Jio looked at him curiously. "What's only 1 month left?" He propped himself up and slowly sat up. "Of course, the martial exam, you haven't forgotten, have you?" A beautiful, colorful galaxy appeared, along with very familiar items. In the year of the Great Cataclysm, most professions became no longer lucrative, especially cultural and artistic professions. And people in art-related professions also became the lower class of society. People no longer cared about entertainment traffic. Instead, it was about the country's major affairs. The image of everyone watching a fierce battle on the big screen and cheering like appeared. Those fighting on the front lines, like the Night Watchers, received attention, becoming stars in the hearts of the people. Next, a strong martial artist was flexing in front of the audience. And to become a Night Watcher, one must pass the martial exam set by the country. Established, as long as you pass the martial exam, it means your life will no longer be ordinary. Jio said nothing, just kept applying medicine to Jiangdu's wounds. A moment later, she suddenly spoke. "Actually, I don't want to take the martial exam." Jiangdu was a bit surprised when he heard this and looked at Jio. Jio lightly bit her lower lip, as if about to say something very important. Her mouth opened and a clear voice rang out distinctly. Actually I want to study music." Jiangdu wondered. Asked if she wants to learn, then go learn. Could it be that Uncle Luke doesn't agree? He sighed helplessly, thoughts flooding his mind like rain. It's understandable if he doesn't agree. After all, Uncle Luke is a high-ranking member of the Night Watchers, which is like a second-generation official refusing to take the civil service exam and instead becoming a freelancer. Jio's trembling hand gently dripped medicine onto the scars on Jiangdu's body. She cast a sad gaze down to the ground. "It's not that my dad doesn't agree." Jiangdu, already puzzled, became even more confused. "What do you mean?" Jio rubbed medicine on Jiangdu's wound while saying, "You can't tell anyone. The policy has changed." Jio sighed a few times and continued. "This year, as long as your aptitude meets the standard, anyone is forced to participate in the martial exam, registering for the supernatural specialized field." Jiangdu widened his eyes in surprise. Wasn't it voluntary before? Students with normal aptitude are allowed to register for the regular exam. She brought her mouth close to Jiangdu's wound and blew gently. "The pressure on the Night Watchers is growing. Unless something unexpected happens, I definitely have to take the martial exam." Jiangdu turned his head, rested his chin on his hand, and pondered. "So that's how it is. The small device that Luke Dao Dao took out that day almost beeped nonstop." He recalled that terrifying day in his life. "On the test day with so many sophisticated devices, I definitely can't hide it. When the time comes, won't I just be shot by the Night Watchers on the spot?" Boom, boom. Jiangdu placed his hand on his chest with a rather forced smile. "Speaking of which, this unreliable little handbook of mine won't push me into the mutant insect squad, will it?" A thought suddenly flashed in Jiangdu's mind. He turned to ask Jio, "Right, the device. From your last test, can it be used to ward off mutant insects?" Jio smiled and replied, "How could it? That device can only detect mutant insects entering supernatural people. If you really encounter a mutant insect, run if you can. If you can't run before you die, you can call emergency." Jiangdu gaped. "Supernatural people," she quickly replied. To that Jiangdu really didn't know what to say anymore. The two just silently looked at each other for a long while. After the atmosphere was no longer awkward, Jio prepared to leave. "Your wounds are all treated, I'm going home now." Jiangdu suddenly coughed. Your house probably has basic knowledge books about supernatural people and mutant insects, right? Bring them over for me to take a look." Jio twirled a strand of her hair. "Haven't you always been uninterested in supernatural things? Are you planning to compete later?" Jiangdu smiled faintly. "You said it yourself, being tough this year means martial arts. What if I happen to have talent too? So we should learn about it first." Jio suddenly leaned in close to him. "Really?" Jiangdu raised his finger in fright, stammering, Of course, more importantly, I plan to create a hot-blooded manhwa somewhat related to superhumans and mutant insects." Hearing Jiangdu say that, she became extremely interested. "Really? Quick, tell me." Jiangdu didn't know what to say for a moment. This. He thought to himself, "I just made it up." "You thought it was real?" The wind blowing into the room made the curtains flutter. Jiangdu's firm voice rang out as he talked about his upcoming series. "The preliminary idea is a skinny boy named Bin At school is bullied all the time, but he always has a kind heart from beginning to end. With the help of a cute deskmate, a gentle teacher, and a warm-hearted aunt, he is selected by the patroller agency and joins the super soldier program. Faint sunlight shines on the guitar and some antiques. With extraordinary willpower, a bin successfully transforms through the super soldier serum injection, becoming the strong Captain A Bin. Jiang-do gets more and more enthusiastic about his story. However, the patroller agency does not intend to send him to the battlefield. Instead, they constantly send him to high society gatherings to get acquainted with wealthy young ladies and influential people. Until one time, mutant insects invade the city. A powerful mutant insect, Skeleton Rouge, carrying a blue cosmic roaming wall. Jiao listens to him tell about his idea and giggles with delight. A moment later, Jiao takes Jiang-do to her room. "Come in," she says. "You stay here, I'll go to room 3 to get the material." Jiao's room has stuffed bears and very cute decorative shapes. Not only that, the potted plants and cabinets are also arranged very neatly and cleanly. His eyes shift attention to another object. Jiang-do looks at the small comic book lying on Jiao's bed. He picks it up and flips through it, Sky of Fate. "This is a comic about brotherly love, right? You actually read this." Jiao, who was looking for materials, freezes at the situation. She quickly runs over and snatches the book back, then explains, "It was left at my place by a friend. I don't read it." After seeing Jiang-do sit down properly on the chair, she prepares to leave. "Sit tight and wait, don't touch my stuff carelessly." Jiang-do hurriedly waves his hand, go. He leans back comfortably in the chair and ponders. She's still like that, without any guard against others. Jiang-do then notices the guitar placed in the corner of the room. Come to think of it, she has liked music since childhood and never had the heart to throw away old things. Back then she kept clinging to me, wanting me to listen with her, even though I had no interest in music at all. He reaches out and turns on the music. The melodious, gentle, and clear sounds float softly through the room. Jiang-do gradually immerses himself in the music. One by one, familiar happy images of him and Jiao come back to memory. Suddenly, a voice rings out, waking Jiang-do, who is still adventuring in a beautiful dream. "Since when did you start liking music?" He rubs his eyes, his dazed appearance looking very cute. Jiao puts her hand over his mouth. "You clearly couldn't even recognize all the instruments before." After speaking, she tosses the box of materials to Jiang-do. He quickly catches it. "You found it." Jiao replies, "It's all in here, read it yourself." Jiang-do slowly brings that thing and puts it to his eye. A strange sound rings in his ear and the device quickly starts up. Mysterious circles appear behind him. Jiang-do's whole body seems to be falling straight down into a vast, deep hole in the universe. Lightning strikes repeatedly, making him feel dizzy. His eyes become extremely bewildered. Perhaps everything before his eyes is only a pitch-black void with no light at all. When he comes to his senses, before Jiang-do's eyes are thousands upon thousands of shining eyes staring straight at him. As he hangs suspended, Jiang-do thinks, "Whoa, is this the abyss?" VR glasses nowadays are too realistic. The abyss, an unknown region filled with taboos and danger all around, is the root source of the great calamity, and the abyss grows more and more mysterious. Some shapes that seem human-like emerge, and mutant species are born in this perilous, bizarre space. They are ruthless, murderous, constantly devouring and destroying our world. Jiang-do follows those mutant insects with his eyes. Are these things mutant insects? Could it be that what I saw at the hospital that day was the layer sandwiched between our world and the abyss? There is a dimension called the shadow layer, also known as the dark side of the world, a reflection of the real world. A strange beam of light swirls deep before his eyes, before the abyss cracks open. Mutant species enter the real world through the shadow layer. Although the entry and exit points are tightly controlled by the Night Patrol Agency, some still slip through. Jiang-do continues to fly higher. Behind him is that unfamiliar blue light. Jiang-do suddenly stops, not flying any further. The towering citadel stands majestically, just like in the real world. The shadow layer will be reset each month to recreate the scenes of the real world. On the rooftops of the citadels, black energy forms gradually emerge, and the number of mutant creatures will simultaneously increase across a wide area. Immediate action is needed, but considering that human combat strength will decrease broadly in the shadow layer, it is not recommended for powerhouses of level 4 and above to come here. The visibility range in the shadow layer is 3 to 5 meters. Visibility range will increase with one's strength. Jiang-do glanced around to observe. In the heavily polluted shadow layer, humans who stay here for a long time may turn into mutant insects. The shadow layer is polluted. Strange, when I opened the shadow eye to enter here earlier, I didn't feel any discomfort. A mutant had been standing behind Jiang-do without him realizing it. Hearing the sound, Jiang-do immediately turned his head. That mutant insect, along with the beam of light from the sky, grew larger and larger. It bared sharp claws and a fierce appearance, preparing to lunge at Jiang-do. A large glowing sphere loomed behind the city building, making the mutants who saw it tremble in terror. Jiang-du raised his hand in front of his chest to shield himself. He gritted his teeth to keep himself from falling to the ground. Jiang-du's pupils contracted sharply, his delicate brows furrowed tightly, revealing a look of discomfort. To deal with mutants, one must possess enough mutant power. Jiang-du continued talking about becoming a superhuman. The image of a superhuman appeared amidst layers of smoke and fire, with every muscle defined. Its body looked as if it had been cast from a mold. Seeing the incredibly perfect superhuman before him, Jiang-du couldn't help but poke at it a few times. Truly formidable. So this is a superhuman, looks so cool. If I pass the martial test, will I also have a chance to become a superhuman? But he suddenly recalled something. However, a superhuman is essentially one who possesses a mutant insect within a human body. The superhuman's face was gradually fading away. Jiang-du continued. To hold power is also to be eroded by it. Its flawless white skin gradually turned black. In the end, the sleek appearance of the superhuman was replaced by a pitch-black, grotesque form, surrounded by an aura of evil. The superhuman is constantly fighting against aberrant contamination. After that person dies, there is a high chance of being transformed by the mutant insect. Some strange sounds rang out, sounding exactly like the loud drum beats on the martial arts tournament's grandstand. Its hands sprouted claws as sharp as knives. Jiang-du still knew nothing about the superhuman's transformation. So, as a superhuman, when realizing he can no longer survive, he then looked up. Please, before you die, expend all of your power. The massive figure of the superhuman created a haze of dust and smoke around him. A prolonged beep sounded right after. In the real world, Jiang-du hurriedly took off the headset. His body was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Jiao, standing beside him, put her hands on her hips and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang-du rubbed his forehead. "Nothing, the amount of information was a bit much. I can't digest it all in a short time." Saying this, he patted his own back. "Come here, give me a back massage." Jiao angrily shot back. "Say that again." He smiled in compromise. 3 rounds of storytelling, clean version, you pick the topic. Jiao truly couldn't resist this offer from Jiang-du. "Deal." As she massaged, she exclaimed, "Why is your back so stiff? Have you been training non-stop? Your neck has muscles too now. Did you train your neck?" Jiang-du replied, "Of course, wanna feel." Jiao without hesitation lifted his t-shirt and ran her hands over his large, firm abs. Suddenly, the door opened. Lu Jiao's father stood outside, having witnessed this scene, utterly furious. His hands clenched into fists, the veins and dark lines on his face were clearly visible, and he stammered through gritted teeth, "Uncle Lu." The sky gradually shifted its cloud colors. Soon it was dinner time. The 3 of them, Jiang-du, Jiao and her father, all sat in silence at the dining table. Jiang-du ate while nervously stealing glances at Uncle Lu's expression. What he saw was just the image of Jiao's father gnawing on a bone, while glaring at him with extremely furious eyes. Jiao slowly placed some meat into his bowl and explained, "Dad, you've misunderstood." Uncle Lu angrily cut her off. "Misunderstood? I saw it with my own eyes. How could that be wrong?" Jiao for a moment didn't know how to explain. "No, I..." Blushing, she turned and shouted, "Jiang-du, say something." Jiang-du then raised his beer glass. "Dad, I mean Uncle Lu, this can't be explained clearly. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses." Without waiting for him to respond, Jiang-du lifted the glass and took a straight gulp. "Cheers, please suit yourselves." But Jiao's father, inexplicably enraged, knocked away the glass. He flipped over the small table. "Very good, brat, you've got guts looking down on me." Jiao quickly tried to stop him. "Dad, calm down." Jiang-du, frightened, immediately ran away like smoke. "Uncle Lu, a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding." A little introduction. Although Jiao and I are childhood sweethearts, we've had different personalities since we were young. I'm the bad kid in other people's words, while Lu Jiao is a well-educated young lady of a respectable family who knows propriety. An image of little Lu Jiao holding a book, blushing shyly, appeared. But for some unknown reason, Lu Jiao only ever liked playing with me since childhood. Scene change. On the floor, a stream of water suddenly flowed down. Little Jiang-du was standing and peeing. He even turned and taunted her. "Can you pee farther than me?" Lu Jiao was not one to back down. She quickly retorted, "Bring it on." Recalling earlier my face full of cuts and bruises, constantly panting. Perhaps it's because I once helped her in the past. 2 fat bullies blocked her way and attacked her. I stepped in to protect her, shielding Lu Jiao. At that moment, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing loudly. It's also possible she was attracted by my heroic handsomeness. He smirked, threw a punch forward, and beside him there were cheers shouting, "Zhao Jiang, you can do it." Another time, both appeared shabbily disguised as beggars, even acting like hooligans doing stupid things. She also agreed to go with me. Later, Jiao's dad came and hit him a few times, scolding, "So young and already deceiving people." Another woman also came up to wipe her face, saying angrily, "Be good, don't hang out with him anymore." Back to the present. In the room, Uncle Lu was sitting on the sofa with a stern look. Jiang-du and Lu Jiao stood opposite him. and Uncle Lu was determined not to let his daughter learn bad habits from me, keeping an eye on me everywhere. Uncle Lu's face darkened even more. He held a cigarette in his mouth, his hand reaching into his pocket to take something out. Uncle Lu took out a lighter, he lit it, brought it close to the cigarette. At that moment, Lu Jiaojio's eyes stared straight ahead. A second later, she stepped forward and snatched the lighter from his hand. Uncle looked a bit bewildered. His eyes turned to her, immediately sharp. Black aura filled the surrounding. He said in a deep voice, "When I came back, what exactly were you two doing?" Seeing that, Jiangdu forced an awkward smile. Waving his arms, he quickly replied, "Report, we were reading materials related to supercriminal anomalous bugs." Uncle Lu's eyes, full of disbelief, turned back to Lu Jiaojio. Seeing Uncle Lu looking at her, Lu Jiaojio stuck out her tongue, quickly avoiding his gaze. "Ha!" Hearing that, he sighed and said gently, I've spoiled you too much." Then he came closer, called out, "Zio Jiang." Uncle Lu crossed his arms, leaned back in the chair, and said seriously, "Do you know why the government doesn't let students come into contact with these things?" Hearing the question, Jiangdu was somewhat bewildered, not understanding. He awkwardly stammered, hesitating unclearly. Uncle Lu held a cigarette in his hand with a serious expression, replied, "The human heart has abnormalities, giving rise to evil thoughts. Despair can drag people into the abyss. Some things are not suitable to be revealed to everyone." Jiangdu looked at him, eyes full of contemplation. Uncle Lu solemnly continued, "Not everyone's will is strong. Even a tiny crack in the heart can give the anomalous insects an opportunity." Uncle Lu's voice went on, "That's why aptitude tests must be conducted. In the official martial exam, only those with bodies and wills that meet the standards are capable of coming into contact with the supernatural world." Jiangdu silently listened to what he said. Uncle Lu's next words made Jiangdu uneasy. The supernatural path is full of pitfalls, extremely dangerous. Some images flashed through his mind. Uncle Lu held a cigarette in his hand, exhaled a long puff, his eyes somewhat contemplative as he warned him. Even with auxiliary treatment devices every year, there are still people who fall into loss of control, which is pitiful. So I don't recommend you look into these things, you understand? Hearing that, Jiangdu smirked and replied, "I understand, thank you, Uncle Lu." He placed a hand on his chest, his eyes staring intently at him, his expression full of confidence as he affirmed, "But this year isn't the martial exam unified. Even if you want to hide, you can't. Besides, asking others is not as good as asking yourself. When the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, just relax your mind." Seeing that, Uncle Lu looked up calmly and replied, "Zio Jiang, you really..." But before he could finish, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Uncle Lu took out the phone, quickly answered, "Hello." The person on the other end hurriedly explained the urgent situation. "Captain Lu. Shadow-level emergency mission." After listening, he stood up straight, stepped past him, and replied to the person, "Okay, I'm coming immediately." Just as he finished speaking, Uncle Lu turned back, his eyes full of killing intent, gave a sinister smile warning him, "Uncle's going out on a mission, you be good at home for me. Don't let me catch you next time, I'll bring you in for patrol education." Jiangdu also put on a confident face, patted his chest and said firmly, "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Jiaojio and I won't do anything out of line anymore." Hearing that, Lu Jiaojio was so surprised she spat out water. She stepped forward and embarrassed pinched his cheek, furious. "What do you mean anymore? Continue, we didn't do anything before, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Jiangdu didn't back down either, he pinched Lu Jiaojio's cheek back. The shops along both sides of the street were hung with red lanterns. Some even pasted the word fortune in front of their shops, praying for good sale. On the street, people in warm coats bustled back and forth. A bespectacled father happily let his son, wearing a puppy-shaped fur hat, ride on his shoulders. The noise of people talking mingled on the main street. "It's so cold today. Are you cold? Will you come tonight? Bingtang hulu ice sugar gore." "What time is it? Still not down?" A gap-toothed little boy riding on his father's shoulders opened his mouth to bite a skewered hulu. A large screen in the bustling street displayed images of 3 people in uniform, with the words "Night Patrol every day, keeping Yunhai safe and peaceful." Jiangdu was carrying a basket in the supermarket, shopping, walking, and thinking. He had originally wanted to see more materials, but ended up only seeing a little. He picked up a small brown bottle with a rubber stopper lid and let out a frustrated sigh as he thought. Knowing Uncle Lu's character, those materials would definitely be hidden away. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to look at them anymore. He was putting the last items into the shopping cart when the phone in his coat pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out the phone and answered it. A girl's voice from the other end of the line rang out shrilly. "Jiangdu, damn it, buy me a carton of eggs, a box of milk, and then just drop it." Jiangdu understood, went straight to the sanitary pad aisle and cursed inwardly. "If you want me to buy you 2 packs of sanitary pads, just say so outright, instead of hemming and hawing." Jiangdu decisively picked up 2 packs of sanitary pads. Jiang looked not at all clumsy, on the contrary, very professional. Jiangdu paid for the cart with his hand carrying the plastic bag out of the store, absently thinking, One more month until school starts. Now the effect of shadow training was getting weaker and weaker. The slanting afternoon sun dyed golden the lush green trees with dense canopies planted side by side. He resolved, apparently just training alone was not enough. Forced to fight more, then his steps suddenly halted. As if he had just thought of something, he stopped, looked up at the sky and pondered. Come to think of it, recently there have been more and more propaganda pieces against alien species. He slightly turned his head away. Long couldn't help but grow suspicious. Moreover, this year's martial exam had forcibly increased enrollment numbers. He looked up at the dark sky tinged with pink. Dark clouds partially covered the bright, perfectly round moon. The dim moonlight illuminated half of his face. He felt uneasy inside, just feeling like something very bad was about to happen in this world. Jiang Du lowered his eyes, then swayed and swung his free hand. Jiang thought, oh well, thinking too much is tiring. Find a standard alien hun first, kiss it, then fight to the death to blow off some steam. Jiang Du was about to reach the end of the road when he slid back, hid behind a brick wall, and peeked left and right. He stood still, concentrating his spirit and channeling magic power. A stream of dark blue power gradually rose from beneath his feet. The entire space, which had been bright just moments ago, now darkened completely, dyed in a pale blue-green hue. Jiang Du saw a health bar. Still 1400. He warily raised his fist and shouted, "Who's there?" But no one answered. Lam Mak staggered out from the shadow between two buildings, supporting himself. A floating health bar displayed above his head. His entire body was covered in black blood from long-dried wounds. There was also fresh blood that had just gotten smeared onto his shirt. His face was also smeared with blood. A crack appeared on Lam Mak's face. His once sharp, jet-black eyes now turned into an eerie purple, darting open. Jiang Du warily jumped backward. Jiang Du stared wide-eyed at Lam Mak in astonishment and asked, You seem to live in the same building as me. Why are you here?" He hadn't taken more than a few steps before collapsing face down on the ground. He silently watched the scene, unsure how to react. Jiang Du stared intently at his nearly depleted health bar. Meanwhile, he saw a black shadow with red edges in front of him. A boy was hugging a girl, crying. Above it, a health bar displayed 24% remaining. It grinned sinisterly, gazing at the two children with greedy, malicious eyes. At that moment, Jiang Du realized with surprise that he recognized this thing. He carefully observed it from head to toe. One glowing red eye, spaced out sharp teeth, and long, sparse black hair floating about. He clenched his hands into fists, his face full of intense hatred, and asked, "It's you." Meanwhile, Lam Mak, walking along, raised his hand to his neck and complained. "So tired, the night patrol department's work has been increasing lately." He let out a breath and continued, "Ridiculous. I thought being an office worker at the night patrol department would be nice and easy, but it turns out to be overtime every day. If I'd known, I wouldn't have signed up for the martial exam." Suddenly, someone ahead screamed, "Ah, help." Lam Mak was startled and looked in that direction. He saw two children being tightly wrapped and dragged away by a strange black mass. They stretched out their hands, desperately shouting, "Save us, save Mom." Witnessing that scene, Lam Mak's heart immediately filled with rage. It's an alien insect. It's dragging people toward the dark side. That's not right. Aren't alien insects supposed to sneak from the dark side to the real world to cause destruction? The situation of directly pulling people in is unprecedented. The two children were about to be swallowed by the black mass, yet they still reached out with desperate faces. "Help, help," without further hesitation. He used his legs at top speed to leap upward. Lam Mak looked at the children's hands and shouted, "Don't be afraid, you two hold on." In that very moment, he grabbed the hands of one of the children. But because there wasn't enough time to pull them out, Lam Mak was also sucked into the mysterious black hole. Lam Mak's eyes tried to open wide but could see nothing around. Then the black patches in the strange space gradually covered his eyes. Before his eyes, the black hole had taken him and the two children into another dimension. The boy leaned against a wall and asked aloud, "Where is this place?" The girl seemed more panicked, crying, "Wah wah, mommy." Lam Mak's face was tenser than a bowstring. He pressed his hand to his head and said, "It's over, it's over. I got pulled in too. Damn it, I'm just an office worker. And an office worker off duty at that, without any anti-infection equipment or anything. Isn't this just asking for death?" Suddenly, at high speed, a long, indistinct red thing rushed toward him. The two children saw it and screamed in terror. "Ah!" Lam Mak immediately frowned hard, moving his body to react. He kicked the red thing, causing it to veer off course and fall to the ground. Then he followed up with a second kick that caught it off guard, unable to dodge, taking his full blow. The two children watched the red alien insect dissolve, looking utterly surprised. Meanwhile, Lam Mak ran to the black hole, racking his brain. The crack from earlier disappeared. "Looks like we can't go back." He silently raised his eyes, then pursed his lips, trying to control his emotions to assess the situation. He sensed that this dimension was not good at all. Lam Mak thought to himself, this place is surrounded by alien insects. They will attack at any moment. plus having been an office worker for too long. He had almost forgotten the little combat skills from the martial exam. He assessed himself, then glanced at the two little ones crying. Behind him, thinking, the worst part is there are two children with zero combat ability. Because they're too scared, both kids are crying on and on. Wah wah, I want my mommy, wah wah wah. He immediately looked down at his hand. He could only activate the distress signal first and wait for rescue. Then he pressed the SOS button on his bracelet. Once pressed, the bracelet displayed a red triangle, emitting a signal. It was probably working. Lam Mac composed himself, forced a gentle expression, placed the signal bracelet into the little girl's hand, and said, "Don't cry, take this. It can temporarily block the contamination here. I'll figure out a way to take you two home later." Then he lowered his eyes, thinking if I held on to it, it would surely be useless. Better to give it to the kids. Whether they survive or not is up to fate. The bracelet continued to emit a steady signal. The little boy looked up and asked Lam Mac, "Really? You'll take us home?" Lam Mac kept a smile on his lips and replied, "Yeah, you two hide nearby first." As soon as he finished speaking, from far behind, Lam Mac spotted a mutant insect approaching. It had terrifying teeth, and its claws were like razor-sharp blades. As if he had foreseen this, Lam Mac's voice still rose, speaking to the two children. "I have a small problem to deal with first." Lam Mac reminisced about an old memory when he was in the gym lifting weights. At 18, I passed the martial exam and entered the university's superpower martial arts department. From then on, I worked hard to build a solid foundation, hoping to one day become a combat operative. Lam Mac always trained diligently to defeat monsters, and that effort was rewarded. According to his account, in sophomore year, under a teacher's guidance, he defeated a mutant insect that had not yet matured. Lam Mac was happy to have personally defeated his first mutant, but soon after, his expression turned grim. He painfully recounted, "But that alone is never enough. People my age had long since defeated larger and more powerful mutant insects. In the supernatural world, effort is fundamentally nothing in the face of talent." Lam Mac, alone in the training room, a towel draped over his neck, gritted his teeth and panted. He knelt in despair, finally collapsing in the training room. "Even though I don't believe in fate, even though I tried my best, in the end I still couldn't break the shackles." Lam Mac calmly recounted that while slowly and carefully wrapping his hands. "In the end, I could only transfer from the martial arts department to the liberal arts department. Became an ordinary office worker at the night watch department." He nimbly jumped left and right, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Lam Mac assumed a fighting stance, fearlessly facing the monster. Lam Mac carefully observed the monster before him. 4 eyes, 4 moving legs, semi-beast shrimp-like form, level 1 intermediate. The fearsome-looking monster roared angrily. Lam Mac clenched his hand into a fist, assumed a battle stance, frowning slightly in disgust. A chunk of unidentified flesh slipped and plopped onto the ground. Fresh blood splattered from the flesh. Lam Mac gritted his teeth and dodged the monster's attack. He spun around, steadied himself, and shifted his entire body weight onto his leg. He decisively leaped up and landed a punch right on the monster's face. Its lifeless, vacant eyes widened, its mouth full of sharp teeth gaping open, as if stunned and motionless. Lam Mac exhaled with satisfaction. "You very strong. Good, the familiar feeling is back." However, before Lam Mac could rejoice, a sense of danger sent a chill down his spine. The monster stretched out its arm, slamming Lam Mac against the wall. After attacking, it quickly withdrew its arm and jumped away. Lam Mac was injured, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, I wanted to dodge. My head turned, but my body couldn't keep up." Seizing the moment he was injured, the monster leaped forward to unleash a finishing move. Lam Mac paled, struggling to dodge. Lam Mac tried to flee from the monster, anxiously thinking, "HMPH, HMPH." His body grew heavy all over as if pricked by countless tiny needles. He clenched his fist, silently vowing, "I can't drag this out any longer. Must strike fast and win fast." He raised his hand in a punching stance, his entire body's magic power converging into his fist, swirling into a dark blue-green ribbon slowly gathering toward his hand. From his fist, Lam Mac emitted a surging torrent of dark blue-green power. He used the skill lure of the Shadow Man Fatal. The mutant insect, with its sharp teeth, snarled several times. A loud sound rang out, and from its mouth shot a pitch-black beam straight toward Lam Mac. His breath began to release wisps of black smoke. Lam Mac gritted his teeth, covering his neck with his hand. The contamination is severe. Every time a superpower user uses their ability, it leads to the accumulation of contamination. Someone with low aptitude and weak willpower like me absolutely cannot use abilities repeatedly. The mutant insect continued, preparing to charge again. Endless thoughts swirled in Lam Mac's mind. Fortunately, since becoming an office worker, the times he used his ability could be counted on one hand. and the contamination was kept under control. Seeing the mutant insect getting closer and closer, he had no choice but to risk his life and charge forward. Today, there was no choice but to risk it all. Lamb Mac rushed forward at a fairly fast speed. He intended to use all his strength to land a powerful blow on the mutant insect. However, unexpectedly, the mutant insect was very sharp and detected it. Its eyes blazed bright red. Lamb Mac was kicked by the mutant insect, sent flying far away. Not only that, he also spat out fresh blood. He fell to the ground. In immense pain, moreover, the mutant didn't stop but continued with even stronger attacks. Lamb Mac sat up, coughing up blood several times. Dying so quickly, it had already adapted to my ability. Although he saw the mutant insect approaching, he had no other choice but to sit still and accept it. It's only a mid-level first tier. In university, an ordinary combat major student could kill it with just one. Yet when it's my turn, it's this difficult. Is this really a historic talent? The mutant rushes over, clawing at my face without mercy. He silently pondered, I can't win. But even so, as a member of Tuangia T, I absolutely cannot back down. The strength of that mutant insect is so immense it can stir up blinding clouds of dust across the ground here. The only thing I can do now is stall for time. Lamb Mac's gaze turned to two small children sitting, trembling with fear in a corner, waiting for the night patrol division to come and rescue them. Lamb Mac's pupils suddenly contracted when he heard a whoosh sound. From behind him, a series of rays of light shot out unexpectedly, giving Lamb Mac no time to react. In the end, the alien insect kicked him down mercilessly, leaving him collapsed on the cold ground. Lamb Mac's entire body was pinned to the ground by the alien insect. He struggled to think, using the last remnants of his strength. In his eyes, the image of the alien insect preparing to lunge was vivid, but Lamb Mac no longer had even the slightest glimmer of hope. Was this truly the end? A series of scenes from Lamb Mac's youth flashed before him, yet they were all deeply painful wounds, without a single moment of joy. At 15, he witnessed his loved ones die at the hands of alien insects. At 18, he opened his heart and chose the path of martial benevolence. At 20, at the end of his sophomore year, he was forcibly expelled from his class. He underwent combat training. At 21, he interned as an office clerk at the Night Patrol Division, and now 4 years had passed. This was his life. Though full of obstacles, in this world he was simply an ordinary person living the most ordinary life. In the 100 years of humanity's struggle against the alien species, it had never been as peaceful as the propaganda claimed. There was only continuous failure. Dark clouds billowed across the sky. The alien insect's sharp, blood-stained wings were right before his eyes. When dark clouds blot out the sun, who can see hope? Lamb Mac gave a faint smile, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate. His trembling hand groped inside his coat pocket. Death is the natural state of the supernatural. Lamb Mac placed a small pill into his mouth. Yet before he died, dense auras appeared in his vision. He had to hold on just a little longer. Lamb Mac gritted his teeth, and his spirit gradually began to recover. Chewing, once again he and the alien species faced off. Neither side was any weaker than the other. Lamb Mac, his irises rolled back, leaving only the whites, advanced slowly and savagely. Round 4, he wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. The cracking sound of knuckles echoed. It had begun. The red-eyed monster twitched its razor-sharp jaw, facing Lamb Mac, who raised his fist, ready to strike. Shouting loudly, "Good!" he used all his might to dodge the opponent's vicious attacks, then threw a powerful punch straight towards the monster's face, making its mouth gape open, baring all its teeth and gums, its eyes rolling back. The monster trembled, instinctively stumbling backward to dodge. A hand formed a faint blue flame. He punched relentlessly at the howling monster. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, endure just a little longer. His vision gradually dimmed. Just a little more. The monster's face grew hazy and unclear. He told himself repeatedly, just a little more and I can make it. Clenching his trembling fist, he thought, just a little more. His whole body quivered with exhaustion, his injured legs buckling painfully. The monster quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack. Lamb Mac was struck and slammed heavily to the ground. His head struck the ground hard, drawing blood, and he smiled wearily. He could no longer see anything. In the end, his own strength had still turned against him. No matter what, fate could not overcome itself. How pitiful. Lamb Mac gritted his teeth, his face etched with agony, blood flowing nonstop from his mouth as he gave in. Is it over, my dull, ordinary life? A sound caught his attention. Hey Jiang Du! Holding a bag of food, he shouted. You useless scum, why didn't you wait at home in front of the residential gate? Why did you come here? Is he from the night patrol? No, his voice is too young. Besides, the way he speaks doesn't sound like night patrol personnel. Could he be a supernatural? That's even more impossible. Such people would never come here. Lamb Mac lay in a pool of blood, silently speculating to himself. Jiang Du helped him up and gently advised, you lie down and rest here for now. Leave the rest to me. Lamb Mac's heart churned with thoughts. Moreover, the entrance to the dark side had been strictly sealed off by the Night Patrol Division. No one could have gotten here. Jiang Du smiled brightly. his eyes shining, cracking his knuckle. Unless one imagined he was some mysterious powerhouse living on the dark side, the demon punched Jiangdu hard in the face, leaving Lam Mak sitting there dumbfounded. Jiangdu was punched and fell heavily to the ground. Lam Mak's eyes rolled back and his mouth gaped. Snapping back to his senses, he stammered inwardly, so weak. Suddenly, a fierce counterattack occurred, leaving Lam Mak stunned. 5 fingers slapped forward fiercely, following the right-hand rule. The monster took the full 5-fingered slap, a chunk of its cheek caving in. A continuous barrage left the monster unable to react, simply enduring the onslaught. Lam Mak sat still, watching Jiangdu pant and then rage. "Scum, your opponent is me." He fiercely grabbed the sauce bottle in his hand and yelled. The gloomy gray sky made the buildings appear hazy and surreal. The monster regained its composure and began counterattacking Jiangdu, causing the sauce bottle in his hand to fall. The sauce bottle was in free fall, about to hit the ground. Jiangdu suddenly caught the broken sauce bottle that had split in two. The monster struck with a scythe-like move, attacking back. Its whole body burning red, fierce eyes, its tail below wriggling, not paying attention to Jiangdu sneaking an attack from behind. Suddenly, Jiangdu thrust the broken sauce bottle straight at the monster, making it flinch. Its ugly face contorted, baring its fangs and gums. "It's useless. After the previous fights, I've figured out my own tactics." Jiangdu was full of confidence. He provoked and taunted the monster, winking, sticking out his tongue, even going "Naya," then explained meticulously. "Besides, you're badly wounded now, your speed and strength are much weaker. The advantage is mine." Many broken bottles attacked the monster. Its grotesque face screamed "Grey Ayak Adu." Its teeth bared tangled hair covering half its face, only revealing its red eyes and rolled back whites. The monster dodged, emitting spiritual energy to push the bottles away. Lam Mak thought to himself, "I don't know whether to call this strong or weak." Clearly his fighting style follows no rules, yet he can always miraculously suppress his opponent. Jiangdu lunged straight at the monster, enraged, remembering the previous day. "The other day you scratched my ass. Today I'll scratch your back to pieces," shouting, "Die." His pupils contracted, eyes sharp and full of killing intent. Ignoring the monster's roars, Jiangdu tightly hugged its blazing red tail, thrashing violently. He was hit hard, his back slammed against the wall. Cough, cough, he coughed a few times, his eyes turning cold, muttering, "Sloppy, I only kept attacking its back so it became wary." The enraged monster stormed forward in fury. Heading towards the 2 trembling children in a corner, Jiangdu calculated in his mind. "What to do? If I get hit 2 more times, I'm done. To be safe, I could leave the dark dungeon a few days early, recover my health, then come back." But glancing at Lam Mak cowering in a corner, his conscience stirred again, gritting his teeth. "But that would be leaving them to die, not fitting my style. It still has 20% HP, why should I be afraid?" Gripping the bottle tight, he cursed. "Today I'm going all out." Lam Mak immediately reminded Jiangdu, the rib on its right side is severely injured, attack there. The monster charged fiercely head-on. Jiangdu grinned, eyes blazing, brimming with blue spiritual energy, replying, "Got it." The monster's tangled hair covered half its face, but didn't hide its red eyes and the crude fangs bare. Jiangdu gave a weird smile. He glanced at the monster left and right, beaming. The left side is empty now too. Using the empty bottle in his hand, he stabbed it into the monster's hip. The monster's HP percentage dropped to 18%, it screamed, growled. At a disadvantage, it hastily turned tail and ran, continuously howling, "You." Jiangdu looked disappointed. Oh, it ran off already. While Lam Mak was stunned, the monster rushed towards the door at breakneck speed. Sensing something wrong, Lam Mak exclaimed, "No way." The monster rushed towards the 2 children sleeping soundly. He yelled, "It wants to heal." The monster bared its huge sharp fangs, red eyes burning behind its unkempt long hair. The dark scene had green light. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were huddled, a horrifying mutant insect hovering menacingly close. The mutant insect opened its mouth wide, teeth as sharp as claws, its entire body a ghastly black and red, approaching to devour the 2 kids. The boy, terrified, hugged the girl tightly, protecting her in his arms from the monster's gaping maw that was closing in. The monster's mouth was almost at the boy's face when a voice shouted, "Stop right there for me." From nowhere, a muscular arm. It's Jiangdu, clutching a drink can, straining until his veins bulged, winding up and hurling the can at the monster. The monster was focused on the 2 children about to eat them, not noticing the can thrown at it. As the monster hungrily eyed the 2 children, the can was nearing it. The can Jiangdu threw was almost touching its face. At the last moment, the monster dodged the can, but a human silhouette appeared behind it. A young man with purple hair gritted his teeth, his gaunt face lined with sinewy veins. In under a second, from above, that young man jumped down, making the monster look up. That young man, wearing a tattered military uniform riddled with bullet holes, landed a kick right on the monster, making it let out a pitiful cry. "Ah!" the monster moaned. "Giara, Giara, Giara," then twisted around, reversing the situation, dragging the purple-haired guy to the ground. A health bar appeared, the alert level dropping from 18% to 15%. The young man was heavily wounded, blood spurting from his mouth, coughing. The horrific monster gloated, opening its mouth in a dark, sinister laugh. "I'll bite you to death." It opened its horrific mouth wide, fangs sharp as swords, aiming for the injured purple-haired guy lying on the ground. It growled "Giara, Giara," then charged straight at the purple-haired guy, causing him to fearfully stare at the monster emitting black light. It was stopped by a hand gripping it tightly. It was Jiang-Du, pressing close to the monster's neck, baring his teeth in a pitiful grimace. He grabbed the monster's hair with one hand and pulled back, using his other hand to hold it firmly, then bit right into the monster's neck. A health bar appeared showing HP down to 14%. He grabbed its hair, pinned the mutant insect down on the road, and smashed it hard. Jiang-Du frantically punched it with each blow making it howl in pain. While punching, he said, "Abomination, right, you little shrimp," keep screaming. The health bar rapidly dropped, 12%, then quickly down to 11%. Jiang-Du kept punching and saying, "You eat humans, huh? I'll feed you." He saw inside the abomination a round thing emitting light. He wondered suspiciously, this must be the light glowing inside the monster. Jiang-Du paused for a moment, then decisively used his hand to stab into its core. The abomination howled in agony. The spot he had just punched flashed with light. Jiang-Du shouted loudly, "Die!" Then his hand stabbed straight into the monster's core center. He shouted with all his might. A shockwave erupted from the impact. Everything around them was blown away instantly. Streaks of red light appeared. He held its head tightly, pulling his hand out. The light from the power of Jiang-Du and the abomination burst out simultaneously, powerfully blowing everything away. The monster exploded, its head severed. Jiang-Du's entire body was covered in the abomination's blood. He staggered to his feet, wiping the blood off his face. Rubble all around, Jiang-Du gradually rose into the air. Large black patches appeared beneath his feet. Nearby objects along with rubble flew straight into the wall and slammed hard, creating dents. Everything gradually returned to normal. The rubble that had been flying in the air fell straight down onto the cracked road surface. On one side, the purple-haired young man was unconscious, leaning against the wall, and next to him 2 children were also unconscious, leaning on each other. Jiang-Du stretched, his body comfortably relaxing after just finishing off the mutant insect. He smiled happily, brushed his hair with his hand, looked straight ahead and said, "Finally avenged my butt." Suddenly, his vision of the purple-haired guy and the 2 kids blurred and faded, his gaze tilting downward. Jiang-Du dazedly reached out his hand, his vision shrinking and blurring further, gradually seeing nothing, and he collapsed on. The opening sequence showed a gloomy, ruined scene with fires and smoke billowing into the sky. Vehicles were overturned. All around the residential complex, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Smoke rose and flames roared from the apartment complex. No one was left. A wide panoramic view showed the entire city engulfed in a sea of fire. Jiang-Du stood in the middle of the road, surrounded only by dead bodies. Everywhere, he said in confusion, "This is a gathering place, how did it turn into this?" Suddenly he sensed danger around him and turned around. Without him noticing, Jiang-Du was surrounded by many dangerous mutant insects, which were closing in on him. Jiang-Du broke out in cold sweat, wondering, mutant insects. Then the swarm of mutant insects in various forms, bearing their sharp fangs, crazily lunged at him. Before he could grasp the situation, dozens of mutant insect claws were already aimed at him. The insect race fiercely slashed at him, screeching. He broke out in sweat and could only utter a single word, "Wah," before being wounded by the mutants, their claws stabbing into him one by one, making him scream, "Ah!" A blood-red vortex appeared at the center, sucking in everything, even rocks and soil. The gathering place was now a ruin. Battlefield with fire, smoke, corpses, a distant sun, the dark side of a supernatural world like a thin sheet of ice over an incomplete territory, and faint sparks. Some people were cheering at parties, others were screaming in the darkness. Some still clothed, some already gone, some lingering near death. That was the great calamity. Most people knew, most people did not know the true great master. In his drowsiness, Jiang-Du thought he was imagining the whole city as a blur. While unconscious, Jiang-Du heard someone calling him. "Wake up, quickly, wake up." He opened his eyes, slowly raised a trembling hand and groaned. The other person immediately asked, "Hey, you still alive?" Jiang-Du woke up, leaning against the wall, coughing, and said, "Still alive." He thought to himself, thankfully it was just a dream. Opposite him was the purple-haired guy, who had just shaken him awake. On the ground was the head of a mutant insect. Jiang-Du looked puzzled, staring blankly at the remaining insect head, thinking, after killing the mutant back then, I don't remember anything. He touched the mutant's head with his finger and said, "Devour." Then a wisp of black smoke rose from the insect's head and entered his body. Jiang-Du smiled with satisfaction, looking at the mutant insect he had just defeated. The purple-haired guy quickly scratched his head and asked, "Hey, you okay? Why aren't you talking?" Jiang-Du gently replied, Yeah, I'm here." Jiang-Du silently checked his health bar. The purple-haired guy thought, frankly, this guy's condition is very bad. However, according to the system's health level standards, he can still be saved. The purple-haired guy panted. His current health bar was at 10%. The system's health level standard, 70% means minor injury, 50% is fairly serious injury, 30% is severe injury. and 10% means near death. Before the great calamity, you could forcibly leave a final message before dying or fail to leave one. The purple-haired guy suddenly patted Jiang Du on the shoulder, startling him, and the two looked at each other. In the dark, ghostly night tinged with a vulgar green, only their voices helped me lean against the wall. The two of them, exhausted, plopped down together against the wall, sighed, and sat side by side. The purple-haired guy spoke first. Bro, you're not from the night patrol, are you? Jiang Du thought that the purple-haired guy must know him. He looked bewildered. He doesn't recognize me. We live in the same building. It seems he can't see anymore, so it's normal he doesn't recognize me. Jiang Du sighed and replied, no. The purple-haired guy stared straight ahead, his eyes now devoid of light, with a strange black mark from the corner of his eye extending down to his neck. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, as expected you're not. I said so, struggling so much even against a level 1 mutant insect. With such a noob performance, you're definitely not from the night patrol. Jiang Du sat beside him, helplessly watching him laugh. Someone not from night patrol but this strong, ha ha ha. He thought to himself, does this guy even know how to talk? He doesn't acknowledge that I just saved him. The opening shows a guy with purple eyes and purple hair, his body stained with blood, leaning back against the wall, laughing and saying, just kidding, you're really good. After saying that, he patted Jiang Du's shoulder, slowly coughing, and said, using a soy sauce bottle to deal with a mutant insect, that's truly unprecedented cough. Jiang Du asked worriedly, are you okay? Jiang Du thought to himself, he's in such a state and still can laugh. Are all night patrol people this mentally strong? Jiang Du turned to him, speechless, looking at the purple-haired guy. Laughing foolishly, the purple-haired guy asked, bro, which university do you go to and what year are you? Jiang Du hastily replied, I study at Fubak-do University. I'll be a sophomore when school starts. He thought warily that it was better to keep his own affairs hidden from others, so he just made something up. The purple-haired guy said, oh, what a coincidence, you're my junior then. What's your major? Faculty of Arts or Faculty of Martial Arts? Jiang Du fell silent. He suddenly shouted, stop asking, you need to rest, quickly. The purple-haired guy looked suspicious, as if he somehow understood what he was thinking, and shouted, stop asking, you need to rest, quickly. I guess the martial arts and liberal arts departments can't handle a mid-level grade 1 mutant bug. Purple Hair reached out to Jiang Du and asked, bro, got any smokes? Jiang Du awkwardly, cigarettes. He pulled out a brown box from his pocket, but it only had chew sticks. That purple-haired guy continued, oh, dry cookie sticks, that's fine, give me one. Jiang Du pulled out a stick and broke it in half. One half he put in his mouth, the other half he handed to the young man with purple hair. Purple Hair, hey, give me that. Purple Hair reluctantly took it. You stingy bastard. After handing it over, Jiang Du pointed towards the spilled chew sticks and said, there were a few sticks originally. They all fell on the ground during the fight just now. If you want, I can pick up some for you. Purple Hair looked helpless. Ch-ch-ch, if you want to eat them yourself. The two sat leaning against the wall, clothes soaked in blood, silently sucking on the chew sticks, each looking in a different direction. The purple-haired young man started a conversation. So, is this your first time hunting a mutant alone? He asked with a serious yet slightly sorrowful tone. Jiang Du replied, sort of. With a sharp gaze, he sighed. Sometimes I really envy you martial arts department folks. I mean combat-oriented martial arts born with good seeds. He mocked himself. Unlike me, poor aptitude, weak will, just like the sky now, heavy with death energy, hopeless. Even if I ate a jiaoing that can boost combat power on a large scale, it wouldn't work. At that time, the sky was a gloomy green, the surroundings quiet. Jiang Du cut him off and advised, just stop talking, save some strength, the rescue team will come. He turned his face away. It's okay, I just want to find someone to listen to me ramble again. Saying that, he raised his blood-covered hand in front of his face and said, the willpower of office workers like us is like cotton plants, no matter how many their essence is still cotton. When pollution rises like the tide, how can it be stopped? Cough, cough. Jiang Du asked with a cold face, what, you regret it, you could have. The liberal arts department's direction is more normal. Besides, why would an office worker like you run into the dark layer? The purple-haired young man clenched his fist, stood up with great vigor and said, regret, I really do regret it. After saying that, he mustered his strength and shouted, an office worker like me, slacking off at work, chatting with girls whether busy or not, happily training newcomers, easily giving in to nightlife urges, wasn't a life like that better? I must have been out of my mind, rushing in on a whim, and now look, can't get out. After saying that, he coughed violently. Jiang Du said while patting his shoulder, calm down a bit, at this rate you won't make it until the reinforcements come. The purple-haired young man pointed towards the two children lying on the ground and said, the rescue signal has been sent for a long time, reinforcements should be coming soon. One of those two adorable little kids already activated the rescue signal beacon, just hold on to it. Jiang Du said, oh, then I'm relieved. With that, he stood up. The purple-haired young man locked Jiang Du's arm and said, Don't run around or you'll run into mutant bugs again. With that three-legged cat kung fu of yours, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Come on, keep talking with me for a bit, wait for the rescue to arrive. Yang Du thought helplessly in silence. Bro, please spare me, you cling to people even more than the mutants. I really want to run away. The gloomy green scene echoed with the laugh of purple hair. Ha 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 ha, let me tell you, at that time I was super brave, one flying kick. He happily told Jiang Du a story. Jiang Du sat helplessly beside him. Purple hair laughed and said, that flying kick went whoosh. Jiang Du beside him held back laughter. That purple hair said, if only I had learned. Help me apologize to Director Chu of the Supernormal Techniques major under the Martial Sciences Academy. Say that I've let down the expectation he had for me from the start, not even able to handle a mid-level grade 1 mutant bug. Jiang Du silently watched Purple Hair ramble on. Purple Hair continued, say thanks to Vice Director Hong of the Pollution Studies Department at the Superliberal Arts Academy. Thank her for her guidance. Also advise her when she teaches middle schoolers. All that new flame, true heritage of humanity's survival nonsense is so annoying it drives you crazy. Jiang Du smiled bitterly. How about you wait for me to get a notebook and write it down, or wait until you recover and tell them yourself. That purple-haired young man held on to him, shook his head and sighed. These words I've kept in my heart for a long time, I just wanted to find someone to tell. He let out a sigh. The Academy's watchtower in Bakdu, if only I could go back to that time. With lifeless eyes, he said, got any more dry cookie sticks? Give me 2 more, I want the spicy flavor. Yang Du replied, your taste is really strong. And besides, you won't find spicy-flavored chew sticks anywhere in the world. Purple Hair lowered his hand. That's true, forget it. Suddenly, a blue-black aura rushed in. Apparently someone from the Divine Appearance office had arrived. Both looked in that direction. Jiang Du rejoiced. Good. Great, you're saved. Finally someone's here. Jiang Du picked up the bag of food and walked forward. Purple Hair wondered, you're not coming with me? Jiang Du turned around. No, I'll go on my own. Purple Hair sighed and pointed. Go then, smooth sailing. Jiang Du was dazed. This farewell might be the last between the two. The scene quieted down. Jiang Du walked straight ahead. The purple-haired young man slumped, his face down, wearily silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Du walked to that blue-black magical teleportation spot. Whoosh, the teleportation was activating. Turning back to look at Purple Hair, they saw one of God Yeti's people coming. They spotted one of God Yeti's people nearby, along with 2 children, one of whom spoke. Checking, Yang Yu's life signs data was gradually shifting, observing. Purple Hair's blood bar is only 10% left. After checking, the person of God Yeti shook their head at their teammate. Yang Yu stared in shock, eyes wide. Purple Hair's life bar is slowly draining, his body gradually turning into fragments floating upward. What's happening? The blood bar is decreasing. How can this be? With today's medical skills, we could heal him. In the final moment, Yang Yu couldn't understand, reaching out his hand. The image of Purple Hair slowly shattered into fragments and faded away. Before him, the person of God Yeti was solemnly bidding Purple Hair farewell. Yang Yu hastily reached out, light gradually covering his eyes. He swished and whooshed, had Purple Hair's life bar returned to 0. Purple Hair slowly turned into light and vanished, but still wore a smile on his lips. Yang Yu spun around, paused, but it was too late. He had already returned to the human world. He froze. People around stared at him, chattering, what's wrong with this guy? Yang Yu had golden eyes, his body smeared with red stains, dazed and frowned. There was a notice board. A man with dark beard and white hair said, since you are superhuman, remember at the final moment, remember never to give up. He held a bottle in his hand. Glass inside was a blue liquid. He realized his survival rate was very low. Using it would consume potential energy across a wide area, with a mortality rate up to 90%. Once used, it meant falling into a critical situation. Ordinary means could not escape. Please use Communion Object Fusion number 3 to fuse Object Fusion. Transform life, illuminating our great master. Images of the divine squads appeared, swearing, we will remember hope, bravely advance until all alien species are wiped out. On the ground, looking up at the starry sky, patrolling the night in place of heaven, facing the future, relying on the patrol's transcendent mundane reality, using one's body to do superhuman deeds. The dazzling light is with the night patrol soldiers. We are the night patrol. The elevator arrived at the 8th floor. Jiang Du was there going up, wearing a coat stained with red blotches, carrying a tool bag, thinking, that brother just died. Like that, ding, the elevator arrived. He walked deep in thought. Clearly earlier he was still talking and laughing. Arriving at his apartment, he thought carefully. That guy was just looking for someone to confide his feelings when dying. He inserted the key to open the door, still thinking about it. No fresh flowers, no applause, just like an ordinary person quietly passing away. But no matter how ordinary, the door was open. I will also remember him forever. Jiang Du entered the house, he sighed and pulled down his hood, turned on the light inside, put down his things, tired from the whole day, quickly take a shower and go to sleep. He looked into the mirror looking, oh, now even walking takes energy. And I lost half a health bar, still I'm only at 20% left. Jiang Du walked to his fridge. He opened the fridge, took out a box of noodles and 2 sausages to cook. It seems training the physical body alone is not enough. Willpower must also keep up. He fumbled with the noodle box while speaking. Suddenly, a loud voice, "Where are the eggs?" Hearing that, Jiang Du was startled and dropped the noodle box and sausages into the bin. It was Luke Jio, the girl with peach-colored hair. She seemed angry, saying, "You didn't answer calls and I couldn't find you. HMPH, as if you bought eggs, did you go into the chicken coop to get them?" she said, lying on the lazy chair. Jiang Du awkwardly turned his back, awkwardly pulling his shirt to cover the red stains. "Isn't Tet coming up? Do you know how many people are lining up?" Jiang Du pointed at Jio sitting on his bed, saying, "So what? You have the key to my house." Jio jumped down, her figure slender. "Are you ordering takeout? Uncle Lai asked me to take care of you, so he gave me the key." She glared at Jiang Du with sharp eyes, embarrassed. "What happened to you? Did you get beaten up on the street?" Jiang Du flustered, "It's so late, you should go home and sleep. Otherwise Uncle Luke will misunderstand." Jio grabbed Jiang Du's hand. "Turn around," he resisted. "I'm hungry, going to cook noodles first." They struggled. Suddenly Jio realized, "Don't go, you." She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "How did you get injured like this?" she asked. Jiang Du evaded, "I forgot to buy eggs." She turned back, "Where exactly did you go?" Hearing that, Jiang Du shrugged. Jiang Du replied with an innocent face, "Miss, on the way back. Someone was robbing, I went to intervene. Don't think I look miserable, that guy was beaten even worse." Then the police came to the scene, they almost couldn't recognize it was a person. Jiang Du narrated with gestures, "Seriously, you don't know how fast my reflexes are. Left hook, right hook. No combo punches up and down, beat him so his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Couldn't tell if it was a man or beast. Then I." Jio silently raised her hand to touch his wound. Her eyes filled with affection mixed with pity. The atmosphere became awkward, silent. The two looked at each other in Jiang Du's room. In his mind, Jiang Du was struggling suddenly. "Oh no, she's not believing my nonsense, right?" In the living room, things were scattered in disorder on the table. In the bright and spacious living room, Luke Jio and Jiang Du stood facing each other. Luke Jio pitifully asked, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Du scratched his head, evading. "No pain, go home and sleep quickly." Luke Jio paused, blushed, and was at a loss for words. Then she turned away shyly, saying haughtily, "I'll have to tell Uncle Lai about this, you fighting with people at midnight." Causing Jiang Du to exclaim in pain, "Act." Immediately, he tried hard to pull Luke Jio back, saying, "It's not fighting, it's chivalrous justice, miss, please go home." But Luke Jio still stubbornly walked away, saying, "I won't." Immediately, Jiang Du changed tactics, sat down on the floor pretending, shouting, "Ah, I have no strength, I'm not okay." Immediately, Luke Jio was startled, worriedly turned back and asked, "Are you okay?" Both sat down on the floor. Luke Jio worriedly pulled Jiang Du's sleeve and said, "This injury of yours needs a hospital." He immediately refused. "No need for such trouble, the medicine at home is enough, all brought by Uncle Lai from the night patrol. Brought back more effective than the hospital." Hearing that, Luke Jio immediately saw through his intention, asking, "HMPH, you want me to apply the medicine for you, right?" Jiang Du shamelessly said, "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Luke." Right after, a scene of Jiang Du bandaged all over, crying out in pain, "Ow, ah, it hurts. Immediately, Jiang Du screamed at Luke Jio beside him, "You're applying medicine again like some dramatic assassin. It's way over the top." Luke Jio then sternly smacked his shoulder and asked, "Next time will you still try to act tough?" When hit, he honestly replied, No, next time I absolutely won't join in the fun anymore." She didn't believe him, pointed at him and demanded, "You leave." But immediately he firmly said no. Right away, Luke Jio pushed Jiang Du's head down, ready to hit him when he said, "Joining the fun is human nature. At worst I'll just watch, I won't go in." Luke Jio said, "What did you say? Say that again." Jiang Du, lying there taking it, said, "I said I'll just watch, I won't do anything." Then Luke Jio turned her back and left, saying, "HMPH, that's barely acceptable, let's go." Hearing this, Jiang Du said in surprise, "You're leaving just like that? How about staying the night? My bed here is big." Luke Jio turned back, acting cute, and said, "Come to bed," then immediately left, very meticulously slamming the door shut. So in the large room, only Jiang Du remained, lying on the sofa. He remembered something and said, that guy asked me to pass on a message. Learn. Uther Vong begins. Suddenly he realized something, his eyes opened wide as if enlightened. He sat up bolt upright and said, "Ah, it's not." Then he shouted anxiously, his mouth wide open, his body jolting as if struck by lightning. He saw the health bar in midair had a spinning ring. Strangely, an aura was flowing into it around it. Word by word it ran past, then stopped and lit up with green light. A notification about a mutant insect called Du Lin, type, shadow, rank, level 1 intermediate, a lowly deep abyss shadow type mutant insect. In the dark, it can unleash tremendous power. If it notices you, watch your back. The system also noted, this mutant insect seems not that simple. The price to kill it was a broken arm bone. The notification panel disappeared, giving way to the nighttime scene in Jiang Du's room. So the mutant species he killed would be recorded into the system's handbook. He sat on the sofa, his whole body wrapped in bandages, one hand scrolling the system panel. Or perhaps it needed to pass through the Thon Vbong headquarters to be recorded. Suddenly, a golden light shone within Jiang Du's mind. His gaze changed. The scene shifted. A figure stood still. A wave of energy came forth. Shadow attack when in darkness and unseen by others. Launching this attack makes it easy to seize the opponent's weak point. Moreover, the first attack will cause massive damage. As soon as the notification finished, he said, "Forget it, let me check the new skill I got first." After saying that, he limped out into the middle of the living room. Then, Jiang Du, wrapped in bandages and wearing only pants, struck a pose to activate the ability and said, "Shadow attack activate." Jiang Du stood still. For a long silent moment, waiting alone, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he stamped his foot. Totally ineffective. Is this system messing with me? Suddenly he thought of something, stroking his chin. Wait, could it be there's no target to activate the skill? He went back to the chair, sat down, and sighed leisurely. Forget it, whenever I get the chance later. Then a circular panel appeared in front of Jiang Du, and he pressed one of the options with his hand. After pressing, an information panel about Jiang Du's body appeared. Name Jiang Du, attribute Shadow, Shadow points 10. 4 out of 14 slots for the chosen one can unlock abilities. Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye, Dark Shadow Form. The Pioneer slays in the darkness. You are a natural born assassin. When you conceal yourself in the shadows, you'll be like a fish in water, hiding in the dark, fighting in the dark. Jiang Du looked at the system panel helplessly and said, "This damn system, why is it stealing lines from a game? What's this about hunting in the dark? It should be hunting in the light." Your shadow undergoes a metamorphosis. You find you can control the shadow to merge with yourself and enter a special form. The system spoke. When he pressed the panel, Jiang Du was puzzled. Dark Shadow Form, is this a new skill? A stream of information about the skill appeared for training. In this form, you will experience unexpected surprises. Your aura becomes more restrained and you can blend with the darkness, perfectly undetected by others. Your physical constitution and healing ability increase significantly. You can use this skill without consumption in the shadow layer, but it does consume in the real world. There are no vital points. Even if you are beheaded, only a large amount of HP is deducted. You won't die directly. After reading through the advantages of the skill, Jiang Du's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, is this really the power of the system? Especially this fourth point is truly. Jiang Du carefully examined the feature again. You have no vital points. Even if your head is chopped off, you won't directly. There's a small note underneath. For example, if beheaded, HP decreases by 99%, but you will not die directly. He jumped in shock and exclaimed, "Motherfucker." He angrily cursed it out loud, pointing at the system screen. HP reduced by 99%, can you still save me? Might as well just die outright. After venting his anger, he waved his hand wearily and said, "Forget it, this ability feels decent. Let me test the effect first." Shadow come out. Then from the middle of the room, a dark mass of writhing, shifting energy appeared and grew. Jiang Du looked towards that spot, where a black shadow shaped like himself was now standing. Perfect, a new body emerges, distinct and clear. Then he points his hand toward the shadow. His newly appeared shadow also performs the exact same pointing gesture. The fingers of the real body and the shadow skill touch each other. His shadow transforms into a liquid form, coiling around Yang Yu's arm. Then it gradually clings to his body and face. Yang Yu stands still and watches. The real body and the shadow have merged into one. Yang Yu's entire body is the black color of the shadow, his eyes glowing. A great surge of energy surrounds him. Next, in the unfolding obsession, Yang Yu excitedly raises his hand to look at his body. His whole body is completely black, and around him there is. First, the energy around here is the dark shadow form. How interesting. While his body is activating the strange ability, he opens his mouth slightly, takes a deep breath. Taking a breath, in a flash, Yang Yu is nowhere to be seen. Only a shadowy afterimage remains at the spot where he just stood. Yang Yu tests the new strange ability, running around the room so fast that only black streaks can be seen. He goes. The speed power of the ability is terrifying. Wherever he runs, the surrounding objects are subjected to great pressure, causing them to topple and fly up. Next, Yang Yu uses one hand to lift the bed with force. Strength is the power of this dark shadow ability. He lifts the bed up and down repeatedly. After that, he finds a 100-kilogram hammer somewhere and raises it in front of his face. To test the defense of his supernatural ability, he smashed a hammer straight into his own face. After testing all abilities, Jiang Du propped himself up with one hand and laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, this shadow form is really awesome," because he rented an apartment. The neighbor downstairs shouted up into his place. The one upstairs stomped their feet. "Ah, be quiet." Hearing that, he propped himself up, opened the system with one hand and said, "Modest." Modest dispelled the shadow form, and black smoke gradually evaporated from Jiangdu's body. In the system panel, there was a slot left by a predecessor that could be opened. Curious, he reached out and pressed the openable box in the slot. What's this? Jiangdu stood in the quiet bedroom with only the system's voice. You have partial authority over this slot, but it hasn't fully awakened yet. Opening this slot will cause it to awaken completely. Awakening, others will not be able to awaken any branch of abilities under this slot. It belongs exclusively to you, and this slot carries a certain danger. Do you choose to awaken? The system's options appeared. Note, sometimes danger can turn into opportunity. Choose yes or no. Open a new slot, looks good. Jiangdu hesitated and made his choice. The system highlighted in red. There is danger. Choosing no might be a bit better. However, danger also means gain. Jiangdu wavered, unsure which option to pick. After thinking for a while, he pressed the yes option on the system's green notification panel. From the system panel, pitch-black energy surged out. Jiangdu panicked and stepped back. Oi, no, I haven't fully decided yet, damn it. The black energy formed long ribbons, wrapping Jiangdu inside, forming a black egg shape. Then his apartment shook and objects on the floor vibrated. A while later, near dawn, his room lit up with a bright light from within. Everything in the house gradually quieted, returning to its original state. Jiangdu stepped out of that black sphere, his feet landing heavily, feeling much heavier. His current form was very cool, half his body covered in dark blue energy swirling around. This form is called Slayer, not in a frenzy in. Slayer is destruction. Within Slayer, you are a born destroyer. Your attacks are guaranteed to cause damage. System notification stated, Note 1 except for attack. With guns, bows, and poison. Note 2, the Slayer lurks in darkness. The more mindful you are, the more your notorious reputation spreads. For the sake of legacy, you will gain unexpected harvests. Note 3, even gods cannot escape. I can see the blood bar. The system announced a new skill. Attacks are guaranteed to cause damage. Even gods are no exception. Jiangdu looked at his bandaged arm and said, around him still some source of black mist. Suddenly, one of Jiangdu's eyes lit up, the system displayed. After activating the shadow form, the ability. Your Slayer power will be enhanced to a certain extent, lowering the blood volume requirement when executing a slaying move. Footage of Jiangdu activating the shadow power. His eyes murky, whole body exuding a power aura. Slaying when the prey's blood volume reaches a certain threshold, the blood turns deep red, and you can see the vital spots on the prey as bright red spheres, appearing when the prey reaches the threshold. Simulation, Jiangdu twisted his hand slightly, causing the prey's vital point to snap in two. Attacking that spot can trigger Slayer, completely killing the prey. The blood volume requirement for the Slayer skill depends on factors like strength and abilities. Alone in the quiet room, he read the system panel. He recalled the fight with the alien species. Could Slayer be the red dot that appeared on the alien insect at the final stage last time? Jiangdu wondered, talking to himself. Absolute damage plus Slayer. Did I just say that? Jiangdu smiled contentedly at the corner of his mouth. He stood pointing a finger at the sky. In the room, only his own voice. He laughed freely. I think I'm invincible. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly thought of something, widening his eyes. Wait. Hurriedly, Jiangdu hastily fumbled to unwrap the bandages from his body. Jiangdu felt all over his body with his hands, asking strangely, Strange, didn't it say there was danger? It seems nothing happened. He pointed at the freshly healed wounds and said, So the wounds have basically healed. The medicine wouldn't work that fast. From his waist, he gently pulled something out of the waist wound with his hand. Jiangdu broke out in a sweat, marveling, could it be because just now I activated the shadow form? This recovery ability is way too strong. Scene change, a phone screen showing Jiangdu's latest post. He took 2 shirtless photos, body wrapped in bandages. Jiao Jiao, look at Jiangdu's social post from yesterday. Is it real or fake? Jiao Jiao and 2 more of her friends were standing in a bag store. The girl with glasses spoke up. Yesterday Jiangdu talked to me in private. He said he ran into a human trafficker. He grabbed a watermelon knife from a street stall and killed. Reaching the end of the road without a blink, Jiao Jiao looked surprised. Fatty, sipping coffee, replied, So he really got hurt. Let's go visit him then. Jiao Jiao, she is his childhood sweetheart, she sighed and explained, Don't listen to his nonsense. He got chased by a wolf and fell. No way, really. Next, a scene of a luxurious, prosperous city. Jiao Jiao thought to herself, that buck-toothed idiot is running around bragging again. They Jiao Jiao, Fatty, and the girl with glasses all went to Jiangdu's house to visit him. If you don't believe it, come in and see for yourself. After saying that, Jiao Jiao reached for the lock. She had the key to Jiangdu's house and was about to open the door. The 2 friends with her wondered and asked, Jiao Jiao, why do you have the key to his house? After that, Jiao Jiao flinched and blushed a little. She calmly turned around and explained, Jiangdu's uncle gave it to me. The 2 friends behind her exclaimed, Oh. After that, Jiao Jiao blushed and opened the door to go inside. Jiangdu, are you home? We're here to visit you. Suddenly a scream came from inside. Ah. In Jiangdu's bedroom, he was crouching with both hands clutching his stomach. Clutching his wound, Jiangdu said in pain, So careless. A wound like that can't just be pried open casually. From outside came a call. Jiangdu, are you okay? Jiao hurried over, carefully supported him and asked, where is your bandage? Why did you take it off? Jiangdu replied, I thought the wound had healed, so I took it off. Fatty and Glasses stood behind, awkwardly watching. The two friends murmured, looks like the status he posted yesterday was real. Yeah, I think so too. Then they walked over to Jiangdu, surprised. Whoa, since when did you build up these muscles? No wonder you dared to fight human traffickers. Glasses reached out to touch his abs. Whoa, awesome. They barely touched him, but Jiao, annoyed, pushed both Fatty and Glasses out of the room. She said, all right, stop looking, go sit in the living room. The two friends helplessly said, okay, stop pushing. As she pushed them out, Jiao slammed the door shut in front of their backs in the living room. Silence resigned. Glasses and Fatty sighed and said to each other, did they have a fight? Glasses replied, 80% chance that's it. On Jiangdu's strong body, a rather deep wound was exposed, making him feel some pain. SSS, hurts. Seeing this, Jiao applied medicine while glaring at Jiangdu with suspicion. Stop pretending. I know this medicine, it clearly doesn't hurt at all. Jiangdu still moaned, but his eyes drifted down to Jiao's long, slender legs. His face turned red and he couldn't take his eyes off her legs. Jiao looked at the wound, her heart aching, and scolded Jiangdu with a slightly pouty voice. I think you got kicked in the head by a donkey. The wound was healing just fine and you just had to pry it open. Jiangdu had intended to drag things out, but unexpectedly Jiao saw right through him. Too busy staring at her legs, Jiangdu didn't notice that drool had started dripping from his mouth. Jiao frowned, annoyed at her lecherous friend. So young and already so despicable. I'll tell Fatty to apply the medicine for you. Seeing Jiao somewhat angry, Jiangdu hurriedly replied, no, he's clumsy, not suitable. Looking at Jiangdu's unrepentant expression, Jiao said nothing and just let out a long sigh. HMPH, then she grabbed Jiangdu's cheek and pulled hard. I think Uncle Lai hasn't disciplined you in too long. Jiangdu thought to himself. Uncle Lai disciplining me 800 times would be useless. After dragging on for a while, Jiao decided to ask Jiangdu directly, what exactly did you do yesterday? Don't tell me you ran into. Do you think I believe that? Seeing Jiao's serious expression, Jiangdu decided to tell her the truth. Honestly, it was a heroic deed, a brave act. Unexpectedly, Jiao thought he was lying. She snorted coldly, rolled her eyes and replied, haha, all you're good at is bragging. You can't say a single honest thing. Jiangdu was at a loss for words and could only think to himself, otherwise how else could I say it? Ran to the dark lair to kill a mutant, and talked about life with someone from night patrol. Would you believe that? Afterwards he slowly bandaged the wound, then looked at Jiao and asked slowly, by the way, what time did Uncle Luke come home yesterday? Jiangdu's cautious demeanor surprised Jiao a little. He didn't. Why do you ask? Jiangdu sighed. Looking a bit worried, I just suddenly felt that the people of night patrol work too hard, going to work during the day, and working overtime at night, and it's also very dangerous. Hearing Jiangdu's words, Jiao could only remain silent, her face pondering something. Jiangdu looked at her for a long while, thinking to himself, why is she always so worried about Uncle Luke? Jiao quieted for a moment, finally spoke up. Very few people of night patrol live out a life peacefully. Uncle Lai lost an arm, Lam Mac died just over 20 years old. Even someone as strong as Uncle Luke once suffered a severe injury that affected his foundation. In this life, he cannot advance any further. Jiao looked at Jiangdu and smiled faintly. If you pass the martial exam, will you join night patrol to work? Faced with Jiao's question, Jiangdu could only remain silent. He didn't know how to answer that question of Jiao's appropriately. After racking his brain for a while, Jiao finally waited for Jiangdu's answer. I don't know, that, she had thought Jiangdu would answer seriously. But the very next thing he said shattered all thoughts in Jiao's mind. Were there lots of pretty girls at the prom? Hearing that, Jiao got so angry her face turned red. Shut up. Jiangdu kept shouting, ouch, stop pinching me. Take it easy, is there any girl like you? Oh, you've never seen one, today I'll show you. Stop it. Don't. While Jiao and Jiangdu were having a big fight inside, at the same time, Tiu and Bao Kuang were outside the door, listening intently to the situation. Hearing the sounds coming from inside the room, Bao Kuang asked Tiu stupidly, what's wrong with them? Tiu and Bao Kuang said, you tell me. To determine what exactly was happening inside, Tiu and Bao Kuang decided to enter Jiangdu's room. Seeing Jiangdu's current state made the two of them momentarily fall silent. Jiangdu, still unaware of what was going on, said cheerfully, what are you two doing here? Unexpectedly, the red marks on Jiangdu's neck were misunderstood by them as love bites. Tiu forced a smile and asked, are you okay? Bao Kuang also just made up some excuse. It's just that we heard you say yesterday that you were high as a kite, so we came to see how things are. In their heads they thought, Oh, so this is the husband with the hickey. Of bites Luke Jio is really passionate. Hearing that, Jiang Du leisurely sat down in a chair, waved at the two of them. Don't worry, I won't die, come sit down. He sat cross-legged, and with a smug face began to recount his exploit. You two didn't see it. At that time, I was at the supermarket buying soy sauce, vinegar, and some snacks on my way back. Suddenly, a tall, big man dashed past. Clutching the bag in her arms, seeing Jiang Du's arrogant look, Jio could only frown and snort. HMPH, bragging again. Jio picked up Jiang Du's coat, turned and walked away, not forgetting to remind Jiang Du, come on, let's go to the supermarket. Both of these coats are torn. Might as well take them out and throw them away. Jiang Du didn't look and just waved his hand, casually replying, all right, throw them away. Then he enthusiastically continued telling the story. At that time, 80 tall, strong men rushed out from the village and I smacked them down, bang bang. Suddenly he seemed to remember something, immediately turned his head back. Seeing the coat in Jio's hands, Jiang Du rushed over hastily. Wait, I still have something inside the coat. Jio, not understanding what was happening. The item inside the coat fell out, leaving both her and Jiang Du frozen. Jio looked down at the floor. Seeing the familiar girly item that had fallen from Jiang Du's coat pocket, Jio was speechless. She darkened her face, giving Jiang Du a contemptuous smile. Why are you carrying this? Jiang Du averted his eyes, pretending to know nothing. Yesterday, didn't you have a stomach ache? When I went to the supermarket, I kindly bought it for you. I prepared a surprise for you, ha 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 ha. Just then this scene was witnessed by Bao Kuang and Tiu Tiu. Tiu's eyes lit up and she quickly took out her phone to snap a picture. In their minds, countless different scenarios appeared. This kind of thing is only done by very intimate couples. Oh, this gossip. Feeding it to the whole class would be cheap. Jiang Du quickly handed it to Jio. Here, take it. In the future, if you need it, just tell me anytime. Unexpectedly, this made Jio extremely angry. She squeezed the sanitary pad tightly in her hand, hands on her hips, and said clearly, no need. She threw it straight at Jiang Du's face in a very. Jiang Du painfully rubbed his head and muttered, why are you angry? Weird. Seeing there was no more drama to watch, Tiu and Bao Kuang said goodbye and left. Then we'll be going first. Bro, good luck. Before leaving, they didn't forget to tease Jiang Du. We rate you two a perfect score. Hearing that, Du was also dumbfounded. Oh, ah. When everyone had left, Jiang Du felt at ease and smiled contentedly. All gone, now there's no one to bother us. He raised his hand, chanting a power spell, eyes shadowy. A magical circle appeared as Jiang Du stood in the center, raising his hand to control. He summoned the power of the black shadow. The power stream heard the call and immediately wrapped around Jiang Du's body. His eyes also gradually transformed into the color of darkness. Jiang Du whispered, let's begin a happy training session. It seemed he was about to start a new hunt. Jiang Du exercised his power. The door to the shadow layer was open. Jiang Du looked at the scene before him, feeling that something was not quite right. Strange, this place should clearly be full of contamination, yet I feel very comfortable. He couldn't help but associate. This feeling is like someone who has lived long in an industrial pollution environment, suddenly arriving at a vast, endless grassland. Not bad, not bad. The stomach pain is gone and the blood volume has recovered to a decent level. Jiang Du stretched out both hands and said, all right, let's begin. He slowly lay face down on the floor, hands in a push-up position. He concentrated all his strength into his arms. Then he leaped high, feeling the power within his body. Then he landed on the floor as gently as possible. Ooh, a landing that seemed very painful was completely harmless to Jiang Du. Feeling the surging power inside his body, Jiang Du couldn't contain his joy, laughing with delight. Ha ha ha, I feel full of energy all over, an inexhaustible supply. Saying that, Jiang Du trained frantically without rest. Suddenly he received a notification from the system, unlock dark shadow form. Entering the shadow layer, you feel your body completely liberated. Immensely free, you begin to attempt training. While training, you activate Shadow Devour, the shadows you devour from the shadow layer. Dark points increase, body constitution slightly increases. The power of the Dark Knight slowly merges into Jiang Du's body. The system continuously reminds during training, body constitution slightly increases. While training, body constitution slightly increases. At the same time, Jiang Du also completed his training session. He stood up straight, saying with full confidence, 1,000 push-ups easily done. This place is still too cramped, let's go outside and train. Saying that, he exerted his power and left the room. In the dim space of the shadow layer, Jiang Du trained silently alone. Seeing himself training diligently, Jiang Du exclaimed joyfully that if he were in the real world, wouldn't all those old men bow to him as their master? Saying that, he decisively jumped onto the bar, grabbing the horizontal bar with one hand. He trained enthusiastically, performing all kinds of moves on the bar, shouting with delight. It's decided, first win a world champion trophy. Meanwhile, in the real world, the patroller headquarters. The atmosphere was extremely tense. A group of instructors entered the headquarters with highly urgent demeanor. Entering the meeting room, they saw Luke 2 and T and other relevant people sitting there. The headquarters representative stood up to read the inspection report. This time, the scope of the riot in the shadow layer is wide and it's fluctuating irregularly. The contamination index has sharply increased, exceeding a relatively large area. Squads B3, B7, A2, Lan Luan. Discovered in the north, south, and east 1 areas traces or cracks. This riot is quite unusual. Looking at the frontline distribution map, it appears. The coverage range is concentrated in residential areas, not randomly distributed as before. Hearing the investigation findings from Tu and Luke T headquarters, he bowed his head, a sense of ominous foreboding in his heart. A tense, fearful atmosphere engulfed the meeting room. The Night Patrol Division frowned, silently pondering. The aberrant insect activity has become more and more frequent lately. In the past 2 days, 4 abnormal incidents have continuously occurred, pulling people into the shadow layer. The rampage of aberrant species has caused no small amount of difficulty for the patrollers. It may seem very few, but no one knows if the aberrant insects will become adept at causing a more serious impact next time compared to other incidents. Normally, the shadow layer and the abyssal rift are even more dangerous. If we compare aberrant species in the shadow layer to ferocious wild beasts, then the things crawling out of the abyssal rift are Godzilla. Seeing everyone so downcast and tense, Lai Tu and Kwang spoke up. All right, everyone pull yourselves together. Uncle Lai leaned against the wall and said slowly, "It's just suspicion, don't act like the sky is falling. Besides, we've long been prepared for battle, haven't we?" Everyone looked at Uncle Luke in silence for a while, then exchanged glances and broke into comfortable smile. Everyone's spirits had basically stabilized again. Uncle Lai gestured towards the instructor and said, "All right, you continue with the report." The instructor replied, "Very well, next will be the list of those from the Night Patrol Division who have recently sacrificed." After the meeting ended, Uncle Luke did not leave but stayed in the meeting room for a long while, silently gazing towards the distant city. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. As he smoked, he sighed helplessly. "Sigh, it's almost New Year, but all these pointless things keep happening." Just as he was about to take out a lighter, Uncle Luke's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the cigarette in his hand with suspicion. "A cookie? That kid has swapped my cigarettes again." Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes flew over from somewhere. Uncle Luke deftly caught it. He looked at Uncle Lai with a puzzled expression. "Don't keep frowning like that, have a smoke too." Uncle Lai said nothing, placing the pack of cigarettes on the table. He took the cookie and chewed it with relish, then turned to Uncle Lai and said jokingly, "Forget it, I'm afraid of lung cancer." Hearing Uncle Luke say that, Uncle Lai couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You're afraid of that?" Uncle Lai asked with a stern face. "Stop talking nonsense. You stayed until now to find me for something, what is it?" "Say it." Uncle Lai silently exhaled smoke, his expression showing seriousness. The higher-ups issued another notice. Hearing this, Uncle Luke was shocked. What notice? Uncle Lai said nothing more, just smoked in silence. Uncle Luke's face suddenly changed color. "That again, so soon?" He pulled a chair away from the desk. Uncle Luke quickly sat down and asked, "It's too rushed, this matter surely hasn't." Lai Tu and Kwang, smoking his cigarette and puffing smoke, pointed at him. "Your computer must have received it too." Hearing that, Uncle Luke immediately opened his laptop to check. An emergency notification letter appeared on the screen. Superhumans of level 2 and above, barring special circumstances. Otherwise, after their direct offspring undergo aptitude testing, are required to take the supernatural specialty exam. Tu and Kwang, seeing that Uncle Luke seemed to have finished reading, asked, "Have you decided which direction to register your girl for? The martial arts department or the supernatural liberal arts department?" He replied, "Haven't decided yet. I'll wait until after her aptitude test and see how it goes." Uncle Luke closed the laptop. "Don't just talk about me, what about your own kid?" At this, he angrily slammed the table. "I think he's not an honest person at all. Registering for spirit techniques, aberrant insect studies, or superhuman anatomy." Uncle Lai was silent for a moment, then brought the cigarette to his mouth again. The cigarette smoke gently drifted around the room. Uncle Lai bowed his head slightly and replied, "None of them." Uncle Luke felt a bit surprised. "Could it be you want him to study in the supernatural liberal arts department?" Tu and Kwang, while smoking, said, "No, let him go to the regular liberal arts department." Uncle Luke gave a mocking smile and said, "Are you joking? He hasn't even done the aptitude test. What if he's suitable? You know that as long as the aptitude passes, they will force him into a supernatural department." The cigarette in Uncle Lai's hand had gone out. He put on his coat and walked straight towards the door. "Not taking the exam." Uncle Luke looked on in surprise. "Huh." He shouted angrily, "Hey, explain clearly." Uncle Lai grinned slyly, walking past the secretary. "Take your time handling official duties, I'll go out for a stroll." The secretary smiled awkwardly. "Sorry to bother you, sir." Only then did Uncle Luke notice her. "What's the matter?" "Speak." She gently placed a document folder in front of Uncle Luke. Yes, this is information just sent from the shadow layer. He picked up the document to study it. An image of an aberrant insect resembling a shadow appeared. Report on new aberrant species IDD29527, alias. The shadow, known for its insane, relentless training. Observer anonymous. Description 1. The subject is a shadow-like entity entirely pitch black. First discovered this target in the central garden of the Than and Guyot residential area. Speculated to have accidentally intruded into this area. Next are images of the physical activities of the new aberrant species. The target is tireless, has a huge interest in physical training, and knows how to use tools to train. Attack desire is quite low. Apart from the points above, this type of anomaly also has a very special ability. When inspection personnel approached, the subject stopped training and began to observe. Observation time, 2 hours. Danger assessment. Quite low. Temporary conclusion. Do not eliminate this subject. The secretary kept flipping through other pages in the document. Observation personnel near the subdistrict discovered a strange anomaly. There are no records in the database, so we would like to request you to make a decision. Uncle Luke, while reading, was boiling with rage. Damn, what the hell kind of freak anomaly is this? Night has fallen, a full moon shines brightly across the sky. The towering citadels of the dark layer are still lit up. A giant red spider is crawling bit by bit on the ground. Yang Du's familiar voice speaks up. Look, in front of us is a spider. Its body contains several times more protein than the same amount of rice. He holds his phone toward the spider while continuing his speech. Spider meat is fresh and tasty, with rich juices. Roasting the surface fur over a high flame once will easily peel off all its hair. Take a bite and you'll find its taste is not like beef nor like lamb. So what is it like? It tastes like spider meat. Yang Du retracts the phone camera and reviews the footage. Who would have thought those scenery clips from the dark layer would get so many likes? At this rate, it won't be long before I become an idol. He zooms in on the spider image, realizing that besides him, there are many others making supernatural videos like this. Strange, clearly all previous content had been restricted and couldn't be posted. The system panel suddenly appears in front of him, startling Yang Du. He almost flung his phone away. He intently studies the system panel, attributes, shadow, persona, lurker, slayer. Slayer, no outburst in slaying, only perishing in slaying. If you do not slay, you will die. Awaken this persona. You are overjoyed. You understand that only by incessant slaying can you prolong your life. Go forth. Enjoy the process of every slaying. Become a hunter who terrifies everyone. Until you ascend the altar. Yang Du angrily smashes the system panel. Just this little thing and you come out to scare me. His pupils suddenly contract. The notification panel displays remaining lifespan 100 hours. Yang Du feels as if struck by lightning. He truly did not expect this. My lifespan. Only 100 hours left. Seeing the system announce his remaining lifespan of 100 hours leaves Yang Du dumbfounded. What is going on? Why does the system show my lifespan as only 100 hours? At that moment, he suddenly recalls the earlier warning. Opening a persona comes with certain risks. A wave of fear surges inside him. Could this be the danger of awakening the Slayer persona? Before entering, you call this a certain risk. Yang Du takes a deep breath to calm down. First, don't panic, there must be some way to salvage this. He starts to recall the information. The Slayer does not burst forth in slaying, only perishes in slaying. Without slaying, one will die. Awakening this persona, you are overjoyed. You know that only by ceaseless slaying can you extend your life. Go, enjoy the process of every slay, become a hunter who terrifies everyone, until you ascend the altar. At this point, Yang Du thinks to himself. From this text introduction, being a slayer forces you to keep slaying to prolong your life. In short, just by dealing with aberrant bugs, you can extend your lifespan. Yang Du continues to look up information. One life and death are the rights of the slayer. Perhaps you will achieve immortality in endless slaughter. Or, judging from this text, through slaying you might even gain eternal life. Before fully digesting the previous content, Yang Du faces a new issue. The special Slayer persona, even if the flesh perishes, will continue to exist in another form. The system's information momentarily confuses Yang Du. However, what does it mean to exist in another form after this body perishes? The system information makes Yang Du extremely uncomfortable. Helpless, he can only curse. And what's with awakening this persona, you are overjoyed. With only a few days to live, what the hell is there to be overjoyed about? If by then I can't successfully slay an aberrant bug, I'll have to go ask Uncle Lai for help. Having said that, he glances at the aberrant bug sleeping soundly. A thought flashes in his mind. Looks like I'll have to deal with it, get some lifespan and then figure things out. A rare opportunity, then turn it into a video and become famous. After all, this account is a secret account Uncle Lai got from the Night Patrol Department. No fear of others tracing it back to him. Shadow, Yang Du summons the power within his body. His gaze turns to his phone that is live streaming. He cheerfully interacts with netizens. What does an aberrant bug look like? Real or fake, let me tell you. Hello everyone, I'm Little Do, the big spider aberrant bug. I can handle it alone. As he speaks, Yang Du slowly approaches the aberrant bug. Let's not make any sound, quietly get close to it. Then give it a whack. We're getting closer. Next I'll maintain silence to avoid startling it. He raises the high-quality iron rod that costs several thousand yuan over his head, made of a rather slender metal of unknown name. The first strike lands on the aberrant creature, causing it immense pain. It turns left and then right, turns forward and then back to find the one who disturbed its sleep. Its massive body makes Yang Du hold his breath and his heart pound. Yet despite standing very close, the aberrant creature doesn't seem to detect Yang Du. This gives Yang Du a very interesting idea. Even this close, it still doesn't detect me. This shadow form is truly. Next, just use slaying skills to find its weak point. He struck the alien insect in a frenzied manner. After a while of searching, he finally found its weak point right here. Yang Du's face revealed a sinister smile, hand gripping the club in a ready stance. Finish it off. It seems the spider species hasn't realized what's happening yet. It was still happily singing. Having been in this world for some time now, the spider quite liked the environment here. No suppression like in the abyss, and not many powerful and terrifying enemies like over there. With a bit of caution, a small fry like me can survive. Just now I fought a fellow stinky worm. Although I got a bit injured, it was enough for me to eat a full meal and sleep a few more times. Then I can recover. Just as it was about to sink into sleep, the spider insect suddenly jolted awake. It seemed to have sensed something. It used its spider senses to detect an anomaly and discovered it had been targeted. Someone has their eyes on me. The spider dragged its massive body around but still couldn't find anything new. Strange, where exactly is it? I can clearly sense him nearby. Realizing its dwelling was no longer safe, the spider decided to leave for somewhere else. It thought to itself, forget it, this place feels unsafe. Move somewhere else to sleep. But before it could get far, it had to stop. The spider dazedly turned its head back. A sudden strike left the spider no time to dodge. And so the spider was knocked out on the spot, crashing to the ground with a thud. Yang Du looked at the strength in his hands and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Awesome, just now in that split second, I felt the shadow points in my body surge out. So only by hitting the right spot can I unleash my full power. Yang Du grinned with satisfaction and said, all right, my blood bar is only at 40%, 2 more hits. Just as he was about to finish off the alien species, its sharp claws lunged right at his face. Without another word, it directly hurled Yang Du several meters away. Yang Du got up from the rubble, hurling provocative words at the spider species. Sniff, sniff doesn't hurt. His words just now made the spider species feel utterly humiliated. It shrieked in a frenzied manner, but unexpectedly, this was exactly what Yang Du wanted. He stood to the side with a satisfied smile. Very good. The iron rod stabbed into its weak point, caused it to bleed continuously. Seeing the time had come, Yang Du slowly approached it. He concentrated all his strength and cast shadow magic. His body now sank deeper and deeper. Looking at everything around him, Yang Du was a bit surprised. So this is Shadow Strike. It can actually make you like a person. Sneak and blend into the darkness. No need to fight the alien insect head-on, just like a hunter in the bushes patiently waiting for the right moment. Then deal a fatal blow to the prey. The prey silently awaits death. Yang Du now revealed a sinister expression. Supernatural alien insect. Hunter of prey, let the hunt begin. While Yang Du was busy hunting in the shadow layer. In the real world, the Night Patrol Division was also broadcasting public information about the Night Patrol alien insects when the sun sets. Your safety is protected by the Night Patrol Division. Hello everyone, I am an employee of the Night Patrol Division, and today I will briefly introduce everyone to the types of low-level alien species. Not only is information about new alien species gaining attention, but the trend of live streaming for fame is also thriving on social media. IEA, hello everyone. This place is La La La. Today I'm taking everyone to visit a small shop hidden in an alley. The scoundrel at the front is me. I am the one who is hopeless. At work, hello everyone, I'll perform something ferocious for you all. This lighter, heh. Everyone look, if I turn it up like this, is it done? Tiu Ditch glanced at online videos with a bored expression. She wondered, what on earth is all this? Are streamers these days so useless, so boring? Suddenly, a special video caught her attention. It turned out to be Yang Du's live stream account broadcasting directly from the shadow layer. My name is Du, from the northern capital. Tiu Ditch asked blankly, what place is this? Before she could even figure it out, the next scene made Tiu Ditch extremely excited. She excitedly shouted, was that an alien species just now? Oh my god, really? Could it be special effects? Over there, Yang Du kept introducing his spoils of war. This thing is called a shadow pattern spider, a level 1 ancient demon type. A mid-level low-tier alien insect from the abyss. The patterns on its body can emit a nerve-infecting substance. Low-level individuals cannot look directly at it for long. As she watched and read the comments below, Tiu Ditch became extremely annoyed. HMPH, a bunch of chicken. Post all your disgusting hypocritical comments online for your classmates. and your parents to see. I detest that kind of shameless behavior you people spew out. Tiu Ditch stared at her phone for a long time. Finally, she wrote a few words, "Bro, I'm down." Unexpectedly, right after that, the channel owner vanished without a trace amidst the viewers' astonishment. Of course, Tiu Ditch was no exception. She watched Yang Du with eyes full of admiration. He disappeared. Could this streamer be a supernatural being? Saying so, she lowered her face with a mysterious smile. Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. As for Yang Du, he was still continuing his alien insect hunting work. He gathered his strength and leaped onto its body, using one leg to forcefully stomp toward the rod. The rod stabbed deeper and deeper into its body, causing the spider species to feel extreme pain. It raised its claws and frantically attacked Yang Yu. Each of its attacks was incredibly powerful. It waited a long while to see the enemy's state. Unexpectedly, the inside was completely empty. The mutant bug stared at its own marks, its face full of bewilderment. Suddenly from behind, a small hand poked its body. The spider breed slowly turned around. Yang Yu gave it a wide smile, looking at the stupid face of the spider bug. Yang Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh, you missed again. Over here, over here. Haha, you eight-legged thing, you can't even hit me. So lame." The little foe stared intently at the phone. Eyes unable to hide admiration for Jiangdu, he exclaimed, "So fast and so cool. This dude is both fast and handsome." Every strike from Jiangdu made viewers gasp in amazement. A strange purple liquid oozed out. It coiled around the spider insect in a circle, giving it no chance to escape. The spider spirit stubbornly flashed a defiant grin. "You think just because you sprayed acid all over the ground, I can't do anything?" As it struggled desperately to break free from the quagmire, Jiangdu had already positioned himself not far away and unleashed his power. He coldly said to it, "Where is there no darkness?" Then he lunged forward at the speed of light. No matter how wildly it thrashed in the mire, he could easily dodge every attack, casually telling it, "And I can move freely within the shadows. Teleporting, phasing, and leaping with ease, I am a hunter emerging from the darkness." Then, gripping his staff, he charged at the spider breed. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a fatal blow from above. The strike pierced through the spider insect's body, its agonizing shriek echoing everywhere. After making sure the mutant insect was taken down, Jiangdu slowly approached it, faced it, and said, "My name is Du." Thus, the battle between him and the spider breed officially ended in the silent void of the shadow layer. Jiangdu raised his hand to subdue the spider insect. He commanded clearly, "Devour the shadow." The spider spirit's source of power was transferred into Jiangdu's shadow phantom. His body gradually transformed and his strength grew day by day. Jiangdu spread his arms, feeling the rushing power flowing through his body. Carefree and joyful, the hunt was complete. Witnessing Jiangdu's spectacular performance, netizens couldn't help but marvel and shower him with the finest praise. Tiu Ditch was no exception. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Thrilling, so thrilling. It's been a long time since I've seen something this exciting." She immediately went to Jiangdu's homepage and frantically hit follow. Follow, definitely follow. While following, she kept lavishing praise on Jiangdu. "Damn, this guy is both cool and super. Where do you even find someone like that?" She even sent Jiangdu a message saying, "Hello, can we be friends on WeChat? Assassination missions, high pay." The system panel displayed Spider Shadow Pattern, Ancient Demon Insect Type Introduction, a low-level deep abyss mutant of the Ancient Demon category. The patterns on its body represent its strength. The denser and more intricate the patterns, the stronger its neuroinfectious substance. Do not look directly at it for a long time unless you are willing to become its prey. The screen displays an illustration of an orange-red spider. Next, the system showed more information with accompanying illustration. Acid ability, silk spray, infectious ancient demon. The price to kill, 5 senses confusion. Shadow Devour acquired. 1. Gained Shadow Silk ability. 2. The amount of shadow points left by this mutant insect has increased. The cost has been waived. Looking at the info panel, Jiangdu sighed in disappointment. Only a mid-level tier 1. I thought I took down a strong enemy. Right after, he twisted his body, making his bones crack. In terms of actual strength, there was still a gap between him and that monster. He had only taken advantage of a shadow ambush. Just then, the phone on the ground vibrated. Jiangdu picked it up and saw a notification that the viewer count was 1.5 million, making him cheer a happy whoa. "Damn, so many viewers, I'm famous." Then Jiangdu placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. The live stream ended. That's all for today. Leave some suspense for the audience. Suddenly, Jiangdu became flustered as black threads appeared on his hand. This black thread is the shadow silk, a long strand extending from his hand to the top of the building opposite. It immediately pulled Jiangdu away before he could even grasp what was happening. Ah woo! But as soon as he got used to it, Jiangdu quickly grabbed the thread and went along. Whoa, whoa, Jiang-du grew more and more excited, laughing heartily. Haha, I'm Spider-Man. But his joy didn't last long as Jiang-du soon smacked his face. Jiang-du desperately swung his hand and hit a nearby lamp post, causing himself to bounce back and fall, leaving a mark of himself on the wall. Jiang-du desperately swung his hand and hit a nearby lamp post. Damn, it hurts. This shadow silk still needs more practice. The system panel displayed another notification. 7 days of lifespan remaining, making Jiang-du dejected. 3 days of lifespan, huh? Less than I thought. Gazing at the scenery below from above, Jiang-du pondered. Although he still had 7 days, these mutant insects weren't around every day. What if he couldn't find one? The system panel kept beeping incessantly, causing Jiang-du to frown in tension. Attention, 3 hunters are lurking in the shadows. Increase your ferocious reputation, and you will gain more unexpected rewards. Because your notorious name has spread, you have unlocked the hunter's punishment authority. The system continued to instruct, accompanied by an illustration of a targeted monster becoming the prey, looking extremely bewildered. You can mark your prey, making it easier to detect weak points and strike its vulnerabilities. A prey marked by you will experience negative states such as panic or terror. The effectiveness depends on the power gap between both sides. Single target, for a short time the mark only lasts 1 second. Increasing your ferocious reputation or being interfered with will strengthen this ability. The illustrative image shifts to a scene where the user is targeted by a barrage of stares, accompanied by a system notice. Attention. Using the mark will consume a certain amount of mental energy. This ability can also reveal your location and startle the prey. Use it carefully. The illustrative image continues, shifting to a scene where the ability user is gleefully chasing the marked prey, which is fleeing in panic. Hunt down the marked prey. Upon a successful hunt, you will receive a blessing. Your agility, strength, or a certain attribute ability will receive a set increase. Attention, hunting does not consume energy. Moreover, this ability has the same duration as the mark. Please kill the prey within the hunting period, increasing infamy or being isolated will strengthen this ability. After seeing this, Jiang-du scratched his head in confusion. So it was because my infamy spread that the scepter was unlocked. Since when have I been spreading infamy? Immediately after, he remembered the 1.5 million viewers displayed and thought, could it be because of that recent live stream? Jiang-du then broke into a smug grin. Heh heh heh. Hunt alien bugs, edit videos for traffic, unlock new abilities. Keep this up and whether it's normal abilities or superpowers, they'll skyrocket. He then immediately used his strength and cheerfully made up his mind. Alright, I'll increase them all today. As soon as he used the skill, Jiang-du saw, oh, right up ahead is a purple monster, found it. From the top of a lamp post, Jiang-du leaped into the air and right after, he used his power to charge toward the prey. The hunt begins. Jiang-du flashed a cruel smile. In the morning at an apartment building, Jiang-du was having Jiao dab the wound on his face with a cotton swab. He plopped down onto the floor and wailed loudly, ow, ow. It hurts, Jiao dabbed the medicine, looking down at him from above. Instead of staying home obediently, who did you run off to fight with? Afterwards, they sat on the couch together so Jiao could tend to his wound. Jiang-du, with one swollen cheek, complained, go easy, I went out to be a hero. If you don't get it, don't speak. Jiao looked at him skeptically and asked, yeah, have you seen any hero getting hurt every single day? Then she directly shoved the cotton ball up his nostril, chuckling. No skill but still acting tough. Jiang-du turned his head away and right in front of her he put on an aloof act and said, even with an injury like this, I can heal it in an instant using the shadow state. I deliberately kept it so you could apply ointment for me. Isn't that right? But Jiao just raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you babbling to yourself? Jiang-du instantly got flustered, grabbed a water bottle to drink and changed the subject. Nothing, any good movies out recently? Let's make some time to go watch. Jiao took out her phone and scrolled. They're all trash films, nothing good. But immediately after, she blushed and said cheerfully, but there's a pretty interesting topic going around lately. Hearing this, Jiang-du immediately became curious. A topic? Seeing this, Jiao tilted her phone to share it with him. Here, take a look. On the screen, a clip of him in his shadow state livestreaming appeared, preceded by the introduction. My name is Du, an amnesiac assassin, who came from the shadows. Seeing this, Jiang-du choked on his water and spat it all out. Jiao looked at him, confused, and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you that excited? Jiang-du, with his face a mess, hurriedly said, no, it's nothing. Have you been watching this video lately? Jiao then happily looked at her phone, leaning slightly toward Jiang-du. Of course, it hit the hot search charts in just 2 days. This Du guy has now become the hottest transcendent streamer around. Jiang-du awkwardly scratched his head. Is that so? Quite impressive, but isn't revealing transcendent knowledge like this illegal? Deep down, he was worried he had gotten famous way too fast. Would people from the Night Patrol agency take notice? Jiao glanced at him upon hearing that, then explained, what can't be casually revealed is high level knowledge. What everyone can see right now is the absolute basics. It doesn't have much impact. Then, Jio scooted closer to Jiangdu. Look. Here's his actual combat video against an alien bug. She looped one arm around his and pulled it toward her chest. Jio remained focused, showing Jiangdu the info on her phone. Aren't you very interested in transcendent stuff? You could follow him. Jiangdu straightened his back, sneaking a glance at Jio, who was absorbed in her phone. Look, there's another video related to him too, but it's a rehashed version from a different streamer. Jiangdu blushed, smiling softly as he admired the person sitting beside him. Meanwhile, Jio was still cheerfully talking about the things showing on the phone. After a while, Jio stood up and turned her head to look back. Then she immediately struck a confident pose and said, "Hey, that's right, do you think I could shoot a video and post it online? Maybe I might get famous too." But Jiangdu just rolled his eyes and looked away. "Shoot what? You wearing that breezy white gensuit dancing around in the shadow layer?" Jio shyly covered her body. "Can I shoot some videos explaining transcendent knowledge?" Jiangdu made a lecherous face. "Ha, don't you think your book's smarts?" Then Jiangdu shrugged and continued. "Are better than the seasoned predecessors at the Night Patrol Agency, huh?" Immediately after, he pointed straight at Jio, making her jump in surprise. "And another thing, next time don't go out dressed like that. A creep could easily tail you." Jiangdu crossed his arms and put on a wicked grin. "I lost a tail last time." Hearing this, Jio's face darkened. She repeated, "Lost a tail." Immediately after, she drew her gun and circled behind Yang Yu, startling him. Yao pressed the gun against Yang Yu's back. She frowned, her face red with anger, and asked, "You got hurt like this? Weren't you following a beautiful girl in skimpy clothes and got beaten up?" Yang Yu, terrified, raised both hands in surrender and blurted, "Hey, I was just joking." Yao pressed the iron gun harder against his back. HMPH, who knows if it's true or not. Yang Yu in front raised his hands and pleaded, "Spare me, Officer Luke." Yao, holding the gun behind him, declared his punishment. "No, your punishment is to cook for me." Yang Yu held his phone, exhausted, and plopped down onto the sofa. "Who's there?" He had just sighed wearily and opened his phone to look. "I finally sent that girl off." HMPH. Many people came messaging to ask, "Jiangdu, you there? Who are you? What's your purpose in posting that video? Are you really from Backdo? Uncle Magician, are you from the Night Watch Division? Is it scripted? Got more photos of that mutant bug. It's not photoshopped, right?" Sweet and sour pork recipe. Scrape the hair off the pork belly, cut into moderate pieces. Prepare sliced onion and ginger. Looking at the messages, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuang, just a moment and so many inbox messages, looks like I'm really hot now." Right after, Jiangdu raised an eyebrow seeing other comments pop up on his phone. Oh, a stream of other messages kept coming. "Excuse me, Jiangdu. Do, Uncle Vutu Diadao slammed you, go watch his video. Do tu Hutu, Vutu do. You got slammed by Diadao, real or fake? Vutu you dumb chicken, fake video. Who the hell are you so dumb, you got slammed, serves you right." So many Night Watch Division people. Why, when risking life and death like that, does he go alone editing and splicing for fame? On what grounds compare to them? Come out, stop putting on airs. You thing that only knows how to splice videos, come out and face it. Reading up to here, Jiangdu suddenly froze. "Huh, what's this? Fake video?" Without hesitation, he immediately clicked the link appearing on the screen. Jiangdu held the phone and watched intently. "Hello everyone, I'm Diadao. Today, well, we're not visiting any shop, I'll take you to fake it." On the video appeared a bald old man with a potbelly holding a phone, raising an eyebrow. His name is Diadao, follower count 1 million. You've all seen this video, right? Whatever Lord Jiang, I spit on it. What is he? Shadow layer, mutant bugs, amnesiac assassin. You too, take a look. Does this video look real? The screen showed Jiangdu in a dark silhouette fighting Enhan and Van, and an arrow pointed toward the spider. "First, let's watch the video. We'll use the computer to go frame by frame. Everyone, first look at these two spots. Notice anything? These two parts aren't connected. Clearly spliced." The arrow again pointed at the building on top of the spider. "Then look at this background, clearly post-processed to cover up the unrealistic parts." Jiangdu frowned angrily at old Diadao on the screen. "Isn't this streamer normally someone who goes to shops to review food? What's that got to do with me? And anyway, I only spliced a few images to make them less ugly. Can that be called fake?" In the clip, Diadao was still grinning smugly. "Heh, why do I want to slam this guy today? You see, I'm a true freelance member of the Night Watch Division. In our youth, we killed countless mutant bugs, so any petty tricks like his I can spot at a glance. Alright, let's leave it there." Advising someone to know their place, Jiangdu immediately pressed into the comment section. Below, 9 commenters were extremely noisy, leaving him a bit speechless. "This is real footage. The shadow layer and mutant bugs are all real. How did it become a fake video? Then why splice it? The background is also fake, proves there's a ghost in that person's heart. What's wrong with splicing? Splicing doesn't prove it's fake. I see some very big problems. That dude has no real ability, just like baiting." Yes, brother Diadao is formidable. He's the true master in the field. A real Night Watch Division member. Reading this, Jiangdu brushed his hair, frowned, and smiled. HMPH slam if you want. Back when I drew comics, I also got bitten by a bunch of worthless people. The truth proves only when the tide goes out can you see who's swimming. Saying that, Jiangdu stood up and stretched. A joke if they say my video is fake. Then I'll continue hunting a mutant bug, get some more material. Looking at the phone screen again, Jiangdu smiled. However, before that I need to sort out that Diadao clearly first. Right after, Jiangdu stood in a digital space, reaching out to collect the malicious comments. And we owe him an apology. Deceitful supernatural streamer. Does Do still have the face? Got slammed. Do's video is not simple. Who exactly is Do? He's definitely not ordinary. A pure passerby says a fair word. He smiled and said, "Edit the draft, a born assassin, a nightmare that makes enemies tremble." The night quickly enveloped the entire space. Jiangdu held a small square mini camera, then he stuck it onto his shirt. Jiangdu sat on the rooftop of a building, observing everything around. Feels like the number is even fewer than yesterday. The shadow layer resets after a while. At first there were a lot. Suddenly one of Jiangdu's eyes flickered, detecting something. In the distance, a purple mutant bug appeared. It seems there's a sneaky old-timer waiting to ambush another mutant bug. Holding a stick in hand, Jiangdu laughed heartily. "Ha, let me show you what a true sneaky old-timer is." But just as Jiangdu was extremely excited, Sun Tzu began. He lifted one foot to jump down but then stopped, looking at himself standing on the roof of a very tall building. Jiangdu quietly swallowed his saliva gulp. Then after that, he still shyly decided to take the stairs down. Steady now, don't get too high. A mighty assassin hunts mutant bugs. A cute supernatural being takes the stairs. The mutant bug slowly flew to a turn where Jiangdu was already waiting. The bug seemed to sense something and turned its head to look. Just waiting for that, Jiangdu immediately used his marking skill. The mutant bug was marked instantly, catching it completely off guard. It looked at Jiangdu with full alertness. It worked. The one marked will instantly feel a strange fear. Watching the mutant bug frantically twist around searching, he speculated. Come to think of it, this guy is very similar to the scythe monster I encountered last time. Is it an evolved form? Jiangdu immediately took a defensive stance with his rubber baton. HMPH, so what? I've evolved too. Right then. Jiangdu charged forward, thrusting the baton straight into the mutant bug's body. The old stick technique, rising dragon strike. But the mutant bug's HP display still showed 45%, and it had also spotted him. Jiangdu pushed off with his toes to gain momentum. Then he leaped into the air, chasing the mutant bug. Seizing the moment, Jiangdu continuously unleashed his skill. Activate hunt, mark, activate hunt. Strength and agility increased, lasting 1 second, kill each second. The consumption during this time might yield unexpected gains. Jiangdu immediately swung his baton and appeared in front of the mutant bug. But it countered and attacked him first, causing a part of Jiangdu's body to shatter into pieces. Only then was Jiangdu utterly shocked. The mutant continued to charge and attack, and Jiangdu immediately leaped. Jiangdu quickly evaded the mutant's attack and twisted his body in midair, continuing his assault. Jiangdu swiftly landed and took a defensive stance in front of the mutant bug. Its tongue emitted clicking sounds. A surge of energy quickly gathered on the mutant bug's tongue. Seeing this, Jiangdu quickly took a defensive posture. The mutant bug opened its mouth wide and shot out a barrage of sonic waves. Suddenly, Jiangdu was struggling to fend them off. So dizzy, this guy can launch mental attacks. Right after that, the mutant bug again used its scythe-like claws to attack, leaving Jiangdu unable to trace its attack direction. Whack! Jiangdu was sent flying far away. He quickly used his baton to brake. Seeing his HP drop rapidly to 66%, Jiangdu couldn't help but sigh. Cough cough, how fierce, it knocked off 34% of my HP in a flash. From within the smoke, the mutant bug continued to swing its sickle-like hand. Jiangdu, facing it, inwardly calculated. This guy is an assassin type with strong attack, high agility, and low HP. Jiangdu frowned, then smiled and made his decision. Yeah, gotta use some strategy. The mutant kept charging non-stop, continuously attacking. Thump thump, but Jiangdu hid within his own shadow, running and feeling pleased. You can't hit me. Its relentless attacks were easily evaded by Jiangdu hiding in his shadow form. Thump thump, the mutant bug still persistently attacked, slamming at Jiangdu on the ground. Thump thump, the moment Jiangdu peeked his head out of the shadow, the monster instantly flew over to attack. Slash. Suddenly a clack sound rang out, making the mutant bug freeze. Seizing the moment when it was distracted by the clacking sounds, Jiangdu immediately raised his fist and charged. Instantly, he punched straight into the mutant bug's chest. Jiangdu grinned smugly. You fool, you fell for the trap. Jiangdu stood on tiptoe and spun. Bam! Immediately after, he continuously launched a flurry of strikes at the mutant bug. Thump thump. So what if your attack is strong and agility high? In this place, you can't swing cleanly and you can't hide. This place is my playground. Today, even if you grew wings, you'd be hard-pressed to escape. The mutant bug could only endure Jiangdu's blows helplessly. Right after, it lifted its head high, intending to use its mental attack again. Slash. But Jiangdu immediately delivered a punch that sent it tumbling to the ground. Thump. You want to use that move? Not a chance. Saying this, he again relentlessly attacked the mutant bug. Thump thump. Suddenly, two wisps of black air emerged from its eye. Grrr, just as Jiangdu was about to unleash his finishing move Hunt, the mutant bug's body suddenly emitted a red energy. Jiangdu's skill seemed to freeze in place just a few centimeters from the mutant. Clack, stop. Jiangdu couldn't believe the scene before his eye. It made his heart pound. How is this possible? Within the mutant bug's body, a pair of lifeless eyes appeared, staring intently at Jiangdu. You're from Tuan de Ti, Jiangdu frowned slightly and swallowed. Yeah, how is this? Wasn't he taken away by the people from Tuan de Ti? Why did he become like this? Why did he appear? Suddenly, the mutant let out a roar, releasing a burst of energy that hurled Jiangdu away. Boom, grrr, it roared and fled swiftly. Grrr, Jiangdu from behind raised his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Instantly, Jiangdu urgently chased after it. Thump thump, I have something to say to you, stop. I don't know how long had passed, only the sound of panting echoed in the surrounding night. Jiangdu had to use both his nose and mouth to breathe. His legs began to feel dizzy and unsteady. In the windy night, Jiangdu stood there panting heavily, gazing into the distance. The night sky covered the cityscape, accompanied by the system's chanting. Entering the layer of darkness, you have discovered a prey. Bearing the essence of a killer, you will be very excited about the hunt. You have begun to look forward to the image of your successful hunt. At that moment, Zhang Yu was stomping along, producing thudding sound. As he walked, he listened to the system say that a hunt was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, the prey escaped. What a pity, this was a failed hunt. Zhang Yu just walked on alone like that along the main road. Thud, thud, the system's warning sound echoed in his ears. Please note, if hunts continue to fail, your strength will decrease, leading to a shortened lifespan. Not knowing what Zhang Yu was pondering, the system immediately said, you know very well in your heart. Only by constantly hunting and killing, increasing one's notoriety, and upgrading the hunter rank can one hold more power over life and death. Jiangdu's heart suddenly fell into chaos. The system kept questioning non-stop, but at this moment his heart was filled with rage. Feeling that life was nothing but hunting and killing, no more hunting. Jiangdu then stopped walking, listening to the system repeat endlessly. Then just go die, go die, go die, go die. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and punched the system screen hard. Wait, Jiangdu frowned angrily and said, enough, stop whining. He gritted his teeth and pulled back his hand, and the system had now fallen completely silent. Whoosh, Jiangdu frowned, holding his head. Click. After thinking a moment, he said, a hero sacrificed himself to save people, only to end up looking like that. Then Jiangdu lowered his hand. Click, then he looked up at himself in the mirror, wondering, if I die. Jiangdu imagined his own body completely transformed. Would he also turn into a monster? Right after that, he clenched his fist, making it crack. There was no turning back now. Jiangdu burst with strength. Russell, I am forced to keep hunting and killing. A little later, he followed the directions on his phone to a plot of land. In abandoned Zone 1, east of the Van High gathering area, Jiangdu looked up and observed. This was exactly the area in the news. It said mutant insects frequently appeared around here. Here, there was probably no worry about not finding prey. Immediately, he used his mutant ability. Shadow Eye, the shadow instantly enlarged, sucking him inside it. Thud, the shadow eye then appeared atop a building. Jiangdu landed from inside the shadow onto the rooftop. Around Jiangdu, a growling sound echoed. This made him immediately alert. As expected, the number of mutant insects here was greater than where he lived, but their courage was quite small. They all hid inside the building and wouldn't come out. Dark shadows appeared around the rooms of the building. Grrr, grinding teeth, he heard something click. He turned to look and saw a mutant creature doing something, making a clicking sound. There was one on the rooftop, wasn't it hiding? Jiangdu silently observed that mutant creature, deducing, so, the two-horned, muscular mutant was sitting and eating something. This one is very strong. But he suddenly noticed that its feet were full of scratch marks. Scrape, however, its leg seemed heavily injured and its health bar had dropped a lot. Jiangdu flashed a confident smile and made his decision. HMPH, a good opportunity. This time I definitely can't fail again. In a hidden corner, Jiangdu kept making rustling sounds. One of his hands gradually emerged from the shadow, making a whooshing sound. Rustle, right after that, Jiangdu's entire body gradually appeared. He stealthily sneaked closer to the mutant insect. The mutant insect immediately caught his scent and turned its head to look. At once, it spun around and unleashed its strength. But Jiangdu quickly hid inside the shadow. Whoosh! Where he disappeared, only a gust of wind blew past. Whoosh! Jiangdu hid inside the shadow eye, watching the mutant creature constantly sniff around for him. So sharp, the vigilance of the mutant insects here was stronger than in the residential district where he lived, by far. Jiangdu immediately turned and slipped away when he saw the mutant creature approaching his location. This one's sense of smell seemed very sharp. Moreover, the red dots on its body had decreased a lot. Was it because it was now on alert? No good, I have to get rid of its guard first. The mutant insect continuously turned its head to observe its surroundings. He maintained his patience, waiting for it to drop its guard. The mutant insect gradually relaxed its vigilance, causing the red dots to slowly appear. Thump thump, that was when he knew his opportunity had arrived. All right. Jiangdu immediately grinned and used his marking ability. The scene transitions to the next morning. At Jiangdu's house, Jiao was cooking when she heard someone close the door and complain, coming home so late. Where did you run off to again? Jiao turned her head and urged, come over and help me. But when she saw that the person entering was Tuan Kwang and her own dad, she panicked. Oh no, Uncle Lai. Tuan Kwang turned and asked her, cooking for Jiangdu again. Her dad snorted softly, I told you she'd be here. The daughter I raised has practically become part of your family. Jiao held a ladle, frowned, blushed awkwardly and laughed. Haha, Dad, you're talking nonsense about me again. Then she asked, but why did you get off work so early today, Dad? Jiao's father said, the company had nothing to do this week, so I got off early. Since we rarely gather together, let's go to a restaurant for a nice meal. Jiao, carrying the food, said, no need, I'm already halfway done cooking. Uncle Luke scratched his head. Oh. Tuan Kwang immediately sat down on a chair and teased. Then let's do it another day. Today, let us two uncles sample Jiao's cooking. This kind of opportunity is rare, and I guess we're basking in little Du's glory. This made her flustered, and she cried out, Uncle Lai? At that point, Tuan Kwang looked around and asked, where's little Du? He's not home. Jiao brought the food over and replied, I don't know, he probably just went out to hang around. Just then, Jiangdu opened the door and walked in. Click, while Tuan Kwang was still feeling embarrassed because of his son. Really disgraceful, going out to have fun himself and leaving her at home to cook for him. Jiangdu shut the door with a thud, then without paying attention to his surroundings, while changing his shoes he rummaged through his pockets for something, saying loudly, where's the food? Food, I'm starving. What delicious dish did Jiao make for me today? Let this bro have a look. Right after that, Jiangdu cheerfully took out a lollipop, happily saying, lollipop here. Today I'm in a good mood, I bought the lollipop you like. You don't know, I ran into a wolf, almost got bitten to death by it. Also, why did you send me so many messages? It's like But before finishing, Jiangdu clearly saw the situation in the house at that moment. Uncle Luke and Jiao stared at him. Meanwhile, Tuan Kwang held his head helplessly. He softly swallowed his saliva, gulp, then immediately put away. Quickly put the lollipop away. Jiangdu awkwardly smiled. I was chased by a dog, ran a whole stretch fast, my mind was a bit not clear. It's all a misunderstanding. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, Uncle Lai waved his hand, signaling Jiangdu to come sit next to him and said, all right, today we rarely gather for a meal. Let's not say any more mood-killing words. Come sit here, Jiangdu. Uncle Lai glanced lightly at him, hesitant but didn't. That arm seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, slapped down on his shoulder, making him a bit scared. Sit still. Listen, it's just fighting. Who among young people hasn't fought? Not fighting, how can one be young? Uncle Luke really knows how to add fuel to the fire, his hand pouring a glass of water while constantly teasing Jiangdu. That's right, just like when you're young and jealous over a girl you like, a bit tipsy, very normal. Uncle is as mean as a Rhine. He added, right, last time I saw you and a girl in a stylish short skirt walking together. What was her name again? Jiao, though trying to appear unshakable amidst the ever-changing currents of life, said through gritted teeth, Du Chao Nhi, yes, that's my daughter. Uncle Luke rolled his eyes looking at Jiangdu and said, yes, that's the name. That girl doesn't look bad, very delicate, fresh, with a graceful figure. When I was young, I had a young lady like that, also willing to get bruised all over for her. Holding a glass of water, he excitedly laughed loudly. Come on, Uncle Luke, bottoms up. Wish you success. Jiao was extremely annoyed, only uttering a few s. At that moment she was fuming, head smoking as if wanting to tear someone apart with 5 horses. He was speechless with the uncle. Looking at his friend, his mind kept thinking, Uncle Luke, you really go all out to ruin things, and right in front of Luke Jiao. A table full of delicious food, but in reality like a cold war. Both sides attacked each other with words. Uncle Lai joined the battle, pointing at the glass of water in Jiangdu's hand and urging, what are you spacing out for? Toast your Uncle Luke, he startled replied. Oh yes, there it is, here it goes. Like meat needs shrimp paste. Awkwardly he forced a fake smile, respectfully answered Uncle Luke. Toast to you, Uncle, that's what he wanted to say, but in his heart he lamented, these two are ganging up on me. He stood up in front of Uncle Luke, cheerfully said, cheers. And so he downed the whole glass. However, since it was soft drink, Jiangdu was so confident and arrogant. Good, brave man, Uncle Luke directed a killer stare at him. In his heart he kept thinking, HMPH, take that, you smug little brat. Not stopping there, he quickly picked up a piece of burnt fish for the uncle and deliberately made a snide remark. Here, Uncle Luke, have some food. You're out all day, rarely have a chance to taste food personally made by Jiao. His words were too vicious, leaving the uncle speechless, so he just muttered, right, indeed, very rarely, tit for tat. Jiangdu's competitive nature rose. With a sly face he continued, then when you're at home, Jiao must often cook for you, right? No wonder her cooking skills are so good. This venomous arrow hit its mark. Uncle Luke's face scrunched up, unable to swallow the piece of fish he had just served him. Surprise, shock, bewilderment, flabbergasted. He shot an angry glare at his precious daughter whom he cared for daily. In his heart, speechless, she cooks crap. Normally, when I'm home, I just order delivery. Yet she's so eager to take care of Tiu-Du, trotting over, promptly waiting on this bastard. This situation was truly too ironic for her. Sweat poured out profusely, the lump of rice stuck in her throat. Seeing Uncle Luke visibly annoyed, having to hurriedly drink a glass of water to cool down, he was overjoyed inside. He won another round. In the bustling atmosphere of the city, sunbeams stretched over the high-rise building, still echoed the voices of 4 childish young people. Come on, Jiangdu, toast your Uncle Luke. Uncle Luke, I toast you, you've been working hard. Dad, I'll also toast you 3 glasses. 4 mouths were making such a racket. Everyone wanted to blabber, no different from a fair. After a while, that broken fair finally ended. Jiangdu and Uncle Lai politely saw the guests off. To the door, strolling along, Uncle Luke, Jiao, old Luke. Come again next time, she waved back. See you tomorrow. His daughter was extremely annoyed, eyeing her not fondly, snorted once. The door closed, the dog was let out, done. The quiet time had returned. At that moment, Jiangdu opened the cabinet to get a bottle of water. Seeing his uncle walk by, he spoke up. Would you like some soft drink, uncle? Uncle Lai coldly replied, no. Was Jiangdu not understanding, or deliberately ignoring the anger when his uncle plopped down on the chair with a darkened face? He was like someone living through the famine of 45, gulping down the whole damn bottle of water in one go. Uncle Lai had kept silent since earlier, not saying a single word to Jiangdu, only silently observing him. Unable to ignore it any longer, he slowly spoke. Right, I ask you one thing. He, still carefree like a fairy, replied, yes. Uncle Lai turned around, serious eyes talking to him like 2 men. Have you awakened your ability? Surprise, old lady. This question from him really made him freeze, nearly choking and spurting out water. Jiangdu tried to stay calm, downing the rest of the water bottle. Not daring to look Uncle Jing in the eye, he stammered, awake. Awaken what ability? A veteran like Uncle Lai knew full well what that expression meant. Leaning back in his chair, he said gently, I've been a night watchman for 20 years. What are those wounds on you? I can tell just by looking. Spill it, when did this start? He had been hit right on the sore spot. Not knowing how to explain, Jiangdu just lowered his head and smiled wryly. Anyway, since his uncle already knew, he plopped down on the chair and answered bluntly, more than half a month ago. Uncle Lai saw that he was willing to open up and talk, so he gently probed further. How did you awaken? At that, Jiangdu turned around. He looked at his uncle with eyes sparkling like stars. Are you interrogating me? For someone as experienced as you, brother Men is still far behind in terms of psychological control. Uncle Lai calmly stubbed out his cigarette and said, no need to be so tense, just tell me. Jiangdu smoothed back a few strands of hair, pondered and continued, how I awakened, I'm not too clear on either. Anyway, it just happened suddenly. Uncle Lai didn't believe that answer. With a puzzled expression, awakened spontaneously, that situation is very rare, only a few people a year. Jiangdu didn't know how to make him understand, so he just fibbed. It's roughly like that, maybe because I'm gifted with extraordinary talent. Uncle Lai, hot-tempered as fire, shot a piercing glare at Jiangdu. His whole body emitted an energy that truly made others' hair stand on end, yet it didn't make him stammer. Uncle Lai. Perhaps he understood him, leaned back in his chair and relaxed his mood. He smiled slightly and patted him gently on the shoulder, but this expression of his was unlike his usual self, which made Jiangdu suspicious. Was Uncle Lai activating his power just now? The conversation grew more tense, everything fell silent, only the clock went tick-tock. This was probably a lingering worry in his uncle's heart for a long time. His eyes deep, he then spoke softly, this year. They tested for extraordinary aptitude. As long as your will and extraordinary aptitude aren't too embarrassingly bad, they will forcibly make you take the martial exam. Uncle Lai kept fiddling with a cigarette and Jiangdu gradually understood his uncle's kindness. Yes, Jiao already told me. Slightly surprised, Uncle Lai replied. Jiao knows too, that old Luke, never mind the information leak. He looked at Jiangdu and continued. In recent years, the pressure on the night patrol department has been too great. The number of casualties increases year by year. I can pull some strings for you, so you skip the martial exam and later be a good kid and take the college entrance exam. Oh my God, Jiangdu froze, unable to believe his uncle's words. Pull strings? This? At that moment his mind kept questioning. Can he really say that so casually? Uncle Lai, do you know what you just said? He gave no more concessions, directly striking at his psychology. Any major academy you can choose freely. Don't you like drawing comics? You can even enter the art department. Want to get into other majors? No problem either. Did Uncle Lai really say that? Oh my, so Uncle Lai, you're such a gem. His heart wavered endlessly. One act of forbearance brings 9 blessings, and he got carried away and happily responded. skip school and get a diploma directly, is that okay? This time Jiang Du really kicked a hornet's nest. Uncle Lai immediately applied the right-hand rule, giving him a free divine slap. Unable to keep calm, he just vented it all in his face. You, kid, you can go to heaven, want me to send you. Swallowing his anger, he calmly said, go to Lam Dong Academy, the academic atmosphere. There is good. After graduation, I'll arrange a stable job for you. Then you can live a peaceful life with Dao Dao. After that physical impact, Jiang Du's face suddenly darkened. His hand clutching his very painful collarbone, he answered in a deep voice, Uncle Lai. Uncle Lai gazed at him pensively, not replying quickly, but hoping greatly for his answer this time. With strong will and determined eyes, Jiang Du looked straight into his uncle's eyes and continued, I still want to try to become an extraordinary, hopeless, truly stubborn and foolish. He directly angered Uncle Lai, making him flare up and shout loudly, no way, you have to listen to me on this. After saying that, he had no more words to persuade him. Sighing, Uncle Lai pointed straight at his face and waited for an answer from his nephew. That moment seemed frozen. Everything seemed to hold its breath waiting. In response to his uncle's coercion, he pointed one finger at his uncle, 4 fingers at himself, and simply replied, no. Jiang Du even played the trump card. If you pull strings for me, I'll go to the night patrol department and report you. Uncle Lai was so startled his heart nearly jumped out, stammering, Ray, report me. Raising a snake in your sleeve, raising a fox in your house. I must be truly unlucky to have such an ungrateful nephew. Just like that, uncle and nephew stared at each other, neither wanting to say more. Not long after, Uncle Lai with a determined face coerced him. I'm not joking with you. The extraordinary world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Just rest easy and go to school. Whatever happens, I can still look after you. Jiang Du was resolute not to obey. His eyes full of determination, firm as a tripod, he answered this coercion. Uncle Lai, I'm serious. Danger exists everywhere and you can't look after me forever, right? Unbelievably, Jiang Du, normally as cool as Hanoi's autumn, unexpectedly showed such maturity in this moment, making Uncle Lai truly ponder. He sighed, unwilling but still having to agree to this impulsive notion of his young nephew, and said helplessly, fine. We'll see if you regret it when you truly understand. In any case, before grade 12, if you want to change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Saying so, he turned away. Seeing that his uncle's mood had calmed, Jiang Du, bolder than ever, spoke up to preach reason to him. Let me tell you, Uncle Lai, in the future you should still stay away from those heretical and evil practices. If you accidentally fall into them, then, Uncle Lai couldn't stand hearing these words. Of Min, if it were up to him, he wanted him to shut up and said, begone, all right, if there's nothing else, I'm going home. He had taken a few steps when Jiang Du suddenly spoke. Wait, Uncle only turned his head halfway back. To see if Min had something to say. Jiang Du curiously asked, last time I watched the materials that Jiao got for me, it said that superhumans before, when they died, had to exhaust all their energy to avoid old age pollution and mutating into aberrant insects. So is it possible that a person who has already died, their power also exhausted but still transforms into an aberrant insect? Uncle Lai's face showed clear confusion that Min had such a query. He just nodded once and then slowly explained, yes, special abilities exist, external object interference, all can lead to situations like you said. Jiang Du got his answer and casually replied, oh, okay. Immediately Uncle Lai questioned back, why are you asking this? He scratched his head, not daring to look directly at his uncle, and answered, nothing, just curious. Jiang Du went to the door to put on shoes to see him off. Then Uncle Lai continued, choosing the martial exam, sooner or later you'll encounter these things. Worried about Min, he lowered his voice and gave some advice. Rest early, don't go out fighting anymore. Hearing these words from his uncle, he smoothed his hair, his mood happier as he replied, yes, I'll listen to Uncle Lai. Suddenly Uncle Lai remembered something important and turned his head back. His sharp eyes glinting, he said, oh right, forgot to tell you. This year the martial exam takes place early. After Tet, the testing will begin. Jiang Du exclaimed in surprise. Why so soon? Uncle didn't pay any mind to his surprise. Even as his feet were stepping out the door, he still encouraged him. Anyway, try your best to prepare. He looked at his uncle's muscular back and obediently replied, yes, seeing the system notification that a streamer you follow had posted a new video. His eyes lit up. Lying on the bed, he said excitedly, update it. In Jiang Du's video, there were about 2.1 million likes. Along with rude comments, what is this? Riding on hype recklessly. Real blade and gun fights of night watchers and aberrant insects. What are you trying to do with this edited video? I've already guessed it, this person will probably soon promote products. How disgusting. Ditch read up to here feeling extremely indignant. How hateful, brainless antis like these are increasing. They're clearly jealous of our dude's talent. See if I don't blast you all to death. So maddening. Then Ditch frowned, constantly typing to respond to the rude comments, making her phone continuously click-clack. Some people don't understand anything and just slander here. You are purely jealous. In the room at that moment, only the click-clack sounds of typing on the phone could be heard, full of Ditch's effort. Suddenly, Ditch became worried. Brother Du wouldn't really be a scammer, right? Tapping to play the video on the phone screen, Ditch silently hoped. Please absolutely don't be some edited video. At this moment, the video opened from Jiang Du's perspective. He was standing on a rooftop with some rustling sounds. If you don't hunt, you will die. In the top left corner of the screen, there was the familiar system notification. Welcome to the live stream. The platform strictly prohibits illegal activities, violating regulations including pornographic, seductive, or deceptive acts. It also strictly prohibits minors from topping up and sending gifts. Do not easily believe any behavior of enticing star gifts or private transactions. Avoid financial and personal losses. And a small notification. Dao Yu Tram Tin joined the live stream. Ditch blushed and realized. So awesome. This scene, Ditch suddenly became flustered as if she had transformed into Jiang Du, truly experiencing it herself. Right after, Jiang Du jumped with a whoosh. The surroundings began to shake, the howling wind loudly echoing throughout. The video, looking at the scene before her eyes, Ditch worried. Wait, he's not going to, knowing he was diving down from a high floor. Ditch became even more terrified and clung tightly to Jiang Du in her imagination. The wind roared in her ears. Ooh! Ditch fearfully squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Aya, but after waiting a moment and nothing happened, Ditch peeked open one eye. From behind him, Ditch realized Jiang Du was using a rope-swinging skill to move to another side. Ditch became even more mesmerized watching Jiang Du's back as he seriously fought the aberrant insect. So awesome! Is this what a superhuman is? Right after, Jiang Du took a hit from the aberrant insect, making Ditch also startled. They just fell directly onto the street. Then, Jiang Du was continuously stomped on by the aberrant creature's feet, making thudding sounds. Ouch. From Jiang Du's perspective, viewers could fully witness an ugly green aberrant insect, a real aberrant creature. Immediately, Jiang Du extended his hand and unleashed his skill. Swoosh! He instantly broke free from the aberrant creature and jumped into the air, continuously attacking. Despite the swooshing sounds around, Ditch was now completely entranced looking at Jiang Du's side profile. So handsome. Jiang Du's figure, cloaked in pure black, fiercely battled the aberrant creature on the side of the road. Its huge, terrifying mouth gaped wide, and was struck directly by a kick from Jiang Du. The aberrant creature could only cry out in pain. Not to be outdone, the aberrant insect immediately counterattacked. A powerful blow to Jiang Du's stomach made his mouth gush blood. From the livestream perspective, Ditch raised both hands to shield her chest. Blushing in front of him, she exclaimed, "So shocking. Is this really a scene of superpowers and mutant bugs fighting? So real. So incredibly real. This absolutely cannot be fake. There's no way it could be a mistake." Over here, Jiang Du is fighting fiercely with a mutant insect. One of its strikes landed where he was standing, so powerful that it cracked the solid pavement. Luckily, Jiang Du jumped up in time to dodge. Realizing its attack only hit air and the road, and the man was nowhere to be seen. The mutant was bewildered, a huge question mark appearing above its head. It turned left and right looking for Jiang Du's figure. The next second, Jiang Du appeared out of nowhere. One punch pierced right through the mutant insect, making it shriek in pain. Its health bar then dropped to 0%. Ditch couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "He is truly an assassin from back Du." After finishing off the mutant insect, his slender hand withdrew from its chest, pulling out with it drops of foul blue blood clinging to his hand. Jiang Du reached toward the corpse of the mutant and shouted, "Shadow guard!" His face calm, he turned back. Ditch remarked, the mutant insect was absorbed by him. He can shoot out thread, like a spider because he previously absorbed that spider monster, right? As she said this, she puffed her cheeks slightly, putting on a resentful, sulking look. So now doesn't he get a new ability again? The scene shifts to Jiang Du's bathroom. The outer garment, after the fight, was taken off and thrown into the laundry basket. Jiang Du stood in front of the mirror, his abdominal muscles clearly visible. There was also a scratch on his face from the battle. He lightly touched his face, muttering, "It really does hurt." Jiang Du carefully used medical bandages to dress the wounds on his body. As he bandaged, he commented about the mutant insects. "The mutant insects in that area are really strong. If it hadn't been seriously injured, I might not have one." Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. Jiang Du picked up the phone to check. It turned out that old man named Earth Path was live streaming again. Hello everyone, I'm Earth Path. That fake superhuman kid named Do has posted another video. His completely bald head and fat body appeared on the screen. With one hand he held up 2 fingers, and with the other he waved a fan back and forth in front of his chest. This time, although it looks very real, it still can't fool my eyes. Roll the video. He propped one leg up as he spoke, pointing at the bleeding leg of the mutant insect. You all can see, this time the mutant insect was already severely injured. This type of mutant is very weak. An ordinary person with a bit of training could do it. If he were truly superhuman, why would he always pick the weak ones to fight? With every word the bald old man said, Jiangdu's face grew darker. He gave the phone, or more precisely, Earth Path, on the screen an extremely helpless look, even somewhat speechless. Without another word, Jiangdu directly pressed to turn off the phone. To avoid listening further and being angered to death by this old man, truly a persistent haunting spirit. This Earth Path guy is really hateful, Jiangdu thought to himself. He sulked and stepped out into the living room. As he walked, he muttered, "I'm so pissed off." Collapsing onto the sofa, Jiangdu felt as if a burden had been lifted. After thinking for a bit, the scene of the recent battle appeared in his mind. However, his current hard power was indeed still insufficient. Even dealing with a level 1 mutant insect was quite a struggle. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes opened. The bright amber color sparkled, containing a glint of resilient will. He still needed to become stronger. Strong enough that no one could doubt his strength. His sturdy hand clenched into a fist. A faint smile appeared on his lips, full of determination and strength. Jiangdu stared blankly at the system displaying his attributes. Shadow, Shadow points 32, rank, Shadow Stalker. Slayer, Shadow Stalker, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye. Shadow Thread, Dark Shadow Form, Claw Form. Shadow Walk, Slayer, Mark Hunt. Remaining lifespan 12 days. Evaluation looks strong. In reality, weak as hell. Looking at the system's evaluation of him, he couldn't hold back his anger and directly threw a punch. HMPH, you're the weak one. Now I can take on 200 Jio and 40 dwarves without any problem. Jiangdu sat there lost in thought. From this battle, he really needed to seriously evaluate his current strength. However, his current level was definitely not okay. He still had to become stronger. Through several fights, he had accumulated some combat skill. He raised his hand in front of his face, and pitch-black shadow points covered his hand. First, regarding shadow points. At first, he thought it was an experience bar, but besides that, it's also similar to an energy bar. Using Shadow Thread consumes about 3 points. Activating Shadow Points consumes 1 point. Scenes of Jiangdu using skills in actual combat appeared in his mind, with them the numbers deducted due to consumption. Slay, Mark, Hunt. These skills all have different consumption levels. Another stream of energy slowly gathered on Jiangdu's hand, shaped like a small orb carrying great power. The consumption required to maintain states like shadow form depends on the environment. As he spoke, he raised his hand into the air, gesturing and waving in the empty space. For example, in the shadow layer, the consumption rate is 0. In dark places in the real world, the consumption is low. When the sunlight is blazing, the consumption is high. Retract. As he spoke, the energy orb just now slowly slipped into his body. Speaking of which, it won't be long before the aptitude test takes place. Zhang Yu stepped step by step toward the front balcony of the house. He placed both hands on the railing, his gaze directed toward the dark night and the silver crescent moon hanging overhead. Those with extraordinary talent are roughly on par with my level back when I had 1 to 3 points. Even if I don't get any stronger before the official exam, my current strength is still enough to intimidate them. That's why those who stand out from ordinary people easily become targets. The consequence of excessive arrogance is drawing covetous eyes from many sides. Zhang Yu paused for a moment. In the night sky, a great eagle spread its sturdy wings, soaring freely in all directions, as if a metaphor for Zhang Yu himself. So, be humble. I'm not gonna be humble. I'll strut around like a big shot. Anyway, I've got Uncle Lai Bao Qi, who do I need to be afraid of? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yu, like a smug fool, pointed a finger at the sky. His mouth opened in a loud laugh. His laughter rang out in the dead of night. Below, an elderly man in his old age looked up and could only sigh helplessly. That idiot upstairs is at it again. Soon after, Zhang Yu's pretentious cackling gave the old man a chuckle. The next morning, Zhang Yu appeared in a dazed state. His eyes clearly showed wrinkle. He and Bao Qiuang sat in a corner at the shopping mall. While he was drowsy and leaning back slightly, his friend sat leisurely beside him. Drink water, you scammers, didn't you say it would only take an hour? Damn it, it's been the whole morning. Tiu and Zio are together in a clothing store. They were out shopping, and naturally, the ones tagging along to carry their bags were him and Bao Qiuang. Zhang Yu looked so out of it, like someone about to ascend to heaven, his soul sprouting wings about to leave his body. He leaned against Bao Qiuang and complained, "Wasting my life like this, I won't live many more days." Hearing that, Bao Qiuang could only helplessly remind him, "The old year is ending and the new year is coming, don't joke like that, it's unlucky." Zhang Yu turned to look straight into Bao Qiuang's eyes and quietly said, "I'm not joking, no hunting, I'd rather be dead." Bao Qiang broke out in a sweat and asked doubtfully, "What did you say?" The next second, Zhang Yu immediately sat up straight. The gloomy and tired expression from earlier disappeared. Nothing, they're out. Beside him, Bao Qiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief because his joke wasn't real. Zio asked, "What to eat?" Tiu right away immediately replied, "How about salad?" The four of them walked ahead, none noticing the dark energy stream tinged with purple that was slowly continuing. Zhang Yu excitedly responded to Tiu's suggestion. "What's so tasty about eating grass? Come on, I'll take you to a place that's super suited to student taste." At the same time he spoke, that energy stream also began to move rapidly. Zio held the restaurant's menu in her hand, completely speechless because it was full of random weird dishes. Dishes like garlic grilled oysters, steamed oysters, grilled chives, and some other dishes not much different from the previous one. Zio's face darkened, so angry that she clenched the menu in her hand. "This is the place you said was super suited to student taste." Tiu beside her covered her mouth with her hand. She commented, "Extremely suited especially for male students." Zhang Yu, seemingly not understanding his close friend Zio's thoughts, sat opposite and kept ordering nonstop. "I've been getting injured a lot lately, need to replenish a bit." "Yeah, baked buns, soy sauce fried rice, scrambled eggs and stir-fried vegetable." Bao Qiang sitting next to Zhang Yu just silently drank water, not forgetting to give his friend an extremely judgmental look. The restaurant staff secretly rejoiced inside, customers ordering so many dishes, today's looking good. Zio still hadn't gotten over her anger. "What? Turns out he's only ordering normal stuff. I thought he was going to order." Her face remained dark. Her sharp eyes glanced at Zhang Yu. Before Zio could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu beside her grinned cheerfully, slammed the menu shut and said to the waiter, "All the dishes I just mentioned, skip them. For the rest, bring one of each. For the oysters, pick me the big ones, they must be fresh." After he said that, the waiter's face immediately changed color. He let out a loud huh. A while later, the dishes he ordered were all prepared and brought to the dining table. "Everyone's dishes have all arrived. Please enjoy." Zhang Yu picked up his chopsticks and poked a snail, then held it up in front of Zio, waving it back and forth. He coaxed her, "Don't be mad. Here, this one's for you." "Say ah." Zio turned her face away, arms crossed over her chest. She declared firmly, "I won't eat it." Suddenly, the phone on the table rang out. The incoming message caught her attention. The message displayed, "The martial exam will take place earlier, starting split-speed grouping, examinations from February 17. Expected to complete examinations on February 20 and on February 25. The special training session officially begins." After Tiu finished reading the announcement, a look of panic was evident on her face. "No way, the martial exam is early and it's mandatory too." Bao Qiang next to them hurriedly stuffed the shrimp he was picking into his mouth, his expression changing a little. "And after Tet, we'll also have to take the aptitude test for the second time," he sighed. More and more troublesome. Seeing him so worried, Zhang Yu, with a popsicle in his mouth, patted Bao Qiang's shoulder, speaking in a teasing tone, "Don't worry. Your aptitude definitely won't pass the screening." Hearing that, Bao Qiang gripped his chopsticks tightly, his face looking utterly helpless. "Thanks," he recalled a bit. Memories from when he was 7 years old flooded back into his mind. "You guys know, when I was 7, I was followed by a little mutant demon insect. By the time the mutant was destroyed, I had already gotten sick and also developed a psychological trauma." Noticing Bao Qiang's mood and the surrounding atmosphere were gradually sinking, Yang Du immediately joked to try to lift everyone's sad mood. "Ha, if it were me in this situation, I would definitely fight them on the spot." After saying that, his nose even started bleeding. Jio, sitting opposite, witnessed this whole scene. Type was speechless, his face a picture of helplessness. "You thought everyone had thick skin like you, huh? Avoidance psychology. The ostrich effect, most people have this mentality." Jio seriously placed both hands on the table and spoke. "Although it may not look like it, the psychological trauma left by the mutants still exists." As she spoke, images of the victims of the mutants in various psychological states became clear in everyone's mind. The atmosphere at the dining table dropped noticeably, and no one touched the delicious food on their plates. The four of them looked at each other, not a word spoken, in silence. Zhang Zhu felt a bit tense. After a sigh, he finally decided to speak up. To break this awkward atmosphere, "All right, no more moping, let's make a toast." Zhang Zhu raised the glass in his hand. But before he could finish, a siren blared, cutting him off. Hearing it, everyone jumped up in panic. Zhao's face visibly darkened. She hesitated slightly. "This is the alarm from the pollution detection device. A mutant has infiltrated the shopping mall." The scene outside the restaurant in the mall became clear. At first, everyone stood motionless, mixed with surprise upon hearing the alarm. Suddenly someone screamed, jolting everyone back to reality. Run away! Immediately, shouts echoed through the vast space. The steel barriers shattered and fell. Below, people trampled one another, rushing forward like living corpses. Get out of my way, move, you in front, hurry up, do you want to die? The mutants are here, oh my god. Be quiet. The crowd swarmed, rushing out the door one after another. Zhang Zu's group stood quietly to the side, witnessing everything, each with different emotions in their hearts. This isn't good, there are too many people. We simply can't squeeze in. Bao Kuang cried out anxiously. Tiu added nearby. Then what do we do? Seeing everyone gradually getting swept up in the emotions of those around them, Zhao Zhao spoke up to calm them, though she herself could hardly stay calm. Don't panic, everyone, quiet down, we can get out, take cover. Zhang Zu's voice rang out heavy. Wall near where they stood was smashed by a single punch, chunks of debris flying everywhere. It was an extremely shocking sight, faced with Zhang Zu's astonishing strength. Zhao Zhao couldn't help but blush. It turned out this close friend she'd always thought of as thick-skinned could be this cool. Without delay, Zhang Zu immediately waved for everyone. What are you standing there dazed for? Run! Zhao Zhao and Tiu supporting Bao Kuang on both sides helped him out through the passage Zhang Zu had just opened. As for him, he stood with his back to them, turning back and forth searching for the mutant. Suddenly a man came running frantically toward him, shouting as he ran. Behind him, a stream of black and red intertwined energy appeared. All of this was caught by Zhang Zu's eyes. The mutant is over here. After the man's scream, the mutant emerged from a crack. Its body glowed a blood red, interspersed with black streaks all over. Its face was ferocious, with 4 eyes, and there were additional spots of light around it. Its 2 arms were like giant cutting blades, its entire enormous body emitting flashes of electricity, full of terror. Zhang Zu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, there are too many people here right now. If I make a move, I'll be seen. Quickly, he grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand to her surprise. The 4 of them together followed the crowd and ran out of the mall. Everyone was sweating, their heavy panting breaths filling the air. He shouted, run first! Zhao Zhao calmly assessed the situation. She turned her head slightly back. Logically, there should be protective measures around the mall. How could a mutant break in? Zhang Zu said softly. It's too late to talk about that now. Let's get outside first. Luckily, it took some time for it to emerge. Otherwise, this entire mall would have been massacred by now. Everyone, up ahead, we can reach the next floor. Zhang Zu pointed toward the stairs not far away. Suddenly, loud rumbling noises erupted, forcing them to stop and observe the situation. Careful, it's about to collapse. Hold on tight, he shouted. Immediately after, the floor beneath their feet cracked open, broke apart, dragging everyone standing on it down below. Zhang Zu frowned. He gripped Zhao Zhao's hand tightly. Zhao Zhao pulled Tiu's hand. She screamed in fear. No! Her hand clutched tightly at the hem of Bao Kuang's clothes. Bao Kuang was sobbing. Oh crap, save me. Ow, that hurts, Zhang Zu yelled. He had successfully landed, though his butt was a bit sore from the impact. With one hand propping himself up on a nearby table, he rubbed his backside with the other. He asked, is everyone okay? Still fine. Just a little scratch, Zhao Zhao replied. Beside her, Tiu was clutching her aching arm. Bao Kuang's condition was worse than the others. His leg was pinned under a chunk of debris, almost immobile. He grimaced and cried, it hurts so much, my leg is trapped. Realizing things were bad, the 3 of them quickly rushed to Bao Kuang. Zhang Zu reassured him, don't be afraid, let me lift this rock off you first. As he spoke, he exerted himself to lift the stones. The pain on Bao Kuang's face became more and more obvious. Zhang Zu grasped the steel bar embedded inside and lifted it out effortlessly in one go. The moment he removed the rock from Bao Kuang's leg, Zhao Zhao immediately ran over to examine his condition. Ah! A scream echoed through the space. Bao Kuang's leg had been crushed and broken by the rock, twisted to one side, blood soaking through his dark pants. Seeing his own condition clearly, his face scrunched up even more. He clenched his teeth tight, refusing to let out any sound. Jiang Du quickly tossed the stone aside. Jiao poured 2 white pills from the blue bottle she carried into her hand. Painkillers. Crushed them directly. She handed the pills to Bao Kuang. He took them expertly, put them in his mouth, chewed, and then asked softly, where is this? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Jiao's face was stern. She explained, I'm not sure either. I've never encountered a situation like this. Jiang Du crouched down, touching the floor. He concluded, the floor is still the shopping mall. We must still be on the same floor as before. Suddenly, a sparse stream of dark energy coiled around his hand. Jiang Du was slightly startled and stared at his hand. He thought impossible, this familiar and intimate feeling. He hesitated slightly. The whole building had been pulled into the shadow layer. Jiang Du glanced around. Nearby, Jiao stood watching while Tiu was supporting Bao Kuang, who was lying there. Ah, my leg! A man's scream full of pain rang out. He was pinned by the rock and couldn't move. A terrified child burst into sobs. Wah, Dad, I'm so scared. Don't be scared, don't be scared. The night watchmen are nearby. They'll be here soon. The father next to the little girl comforted her. Concern was evident on Jiang Du's face. He frowned. This is bad, there are still so many people trapped. Here in the shadow layer there are no vehicles, so it will take the night watchman quite some time to get here. He paused for a moment and glanced at his worried friends beside him. If they waited too long, the mutant insects would attack, and the contamination here was lethal enough. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. We have to get everyone out quickly. Luke Jio, didn't you wear the wristwatch that Uncle Luke gave you? Jiangdu raised his left hand, pointing to his wrist with his right. He asked Jio. That's right, I was in such a rush I almost forgot. Reminded, Jio looked down at her wrist and let out a soft exclamation. Bao Kuang and Tiu's faces lit up with joy when they saw Jio activate the watch. She added, this watch can send out a signal. The night watchman will be able to get here very soon. It's all thanks to Jio's quick thinking. We're saved this time. Tiu said happily, a glimmer of hope shining in everyone's eyes. Seeing that the signal had been sent, Jiangdu turned his back to them and softly chuckled. Whether they come quickly or not is uncertain, but at least this wristwatch can resist the contamination here. From now on, we could be attacked by mutant insects at any moment. He immediately got into battle-ready mode, streams of energy and crackling electric flashes flickering around him. Suddenly, the entire floor of the shopping mall seemed to shake, and dark energy surged from the ground, surrounding the people there. Someone screamed in panic, "Monster, there's a monster, ah!" The people around were terrified. They looked at each other, no one saying a word, then just scattered in all directions. Jiangdu's face hardened, he clenched his teeth, thinking, it's here. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of earth and rock shattering echoed, shaking everything. The spot where Jiangdu's group of 4 stood also suffered the tremors, vibrating continuously. A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiangdu's eyes. Immediately after, shattered debris fell, leaving a dense cloud of dust. The dust cleared and Jio's figure emerged from it. She coughed twice. Jio knelt on the ground, clutching her arm. Around her were broken debris and hazy smoke, and far behind her was a stream of people rushing to find an escape route. She called out, Tiu, Lu Baoquang, Jiangdu. Tiu appeared from somewhere, running quickly to her side and supporting her. I'm here. Bao Kuang, leaning against a wall nearby, also spoke up. Where are you guys? I can't see clearly. The dust from the debris had obscured his vision. Jio, having confirmed that Bao Kuang was okay, anxiously searched for Jiangdu. Jiangdu, where's Jiangdu? Where are you? Suddenly, Tiu cried out, drawing the attention of Jio and Bao Kuang. Luke Jio, look at this. In front of them, a giant fissure had appeared, splitting the ground into 2 distinct halves. Tiu hesitantly voiced her thoughts. Jio's face showed a hint of alarm. Jiangdu, didn't he fall down there? The scene shifted to another part of the shopping mall. Tiu lay on the ground, her face bloody with quite a few wounds. She weakly groaned, it hurts so much. Tiu pressed one hand against the ground for support, struggling to sit up and observe her surroundings. Tiu's pristine white outfit was now torn and filthy, completely unrecognizable from its original pure look. Her whole body was covered in wounds. She asked herself what happened. Tiu lifted her head with one hand. As pain shot through her brain, she recalled, earlier she had been strolling in the mall with Tiu. Then the alarm went off and the 2 of them frantically ran with the crowd. She turned around, only ruins surrounded her. She shouted, Tiu, where are you? Suddenly her hand touched something on the ground, sticky, wet like water. When she turned her head to see clearly the situation, Tiu was absolutely horrified. Before her was the friend she had just been walking with. Now one eye on the face was wide open, looking ferocious, while the other eye was missing. Her teeth were fully exposed, the entire face covered in fresh blood. Below her arm was missing chunks of flesh and skin, and her lower body had been torn off. Fresh blood gushed out from there. Faced with such a horrifying sight, Tiu couldn't hold back her tears. Her whole body trembled. Unable to believe her eyes, she softly called out to Tiu. With a whoosh, behind Tiu appeared a mutant, its entire body enveloped by an eerie purple light, its appearance like a living corpse draped in a tattered cloak. Then, its 2 hands were like 2 sharp sickles, one hand raised high, ready to slash down at where Tiu was sitting, intending to end her life. Tiu also noticed the sound of wind tearing behind her. She paused slightly, finally turned around slowly, and what met her eyes was the ferocious face of the mutant. Its mouth full of sharp fangs opened wide, letting out a deafening roar. She stammered, am I about to die? Facing imminent death right before her, tears flowed uncontrollably like a stream. She thought to herself, never imagining a scene that only happens in movies would happen to her. If she were the female lead in a film, then surely at this moment there would be a hero coming to save her, right? The mutant insect's raised arm got closer and closer to Tiu's body. Finally, when the shadow of the hand descended right upon her eyes, Tiu immediately shut her eyes, accepting the cruel fate that she would die here at such a young age. Just like her friend Tiu, but in reality there was no such possibility. No one would come to save her. The real world had no heroes. With a swish, a blue light flashed in the air. Drip, drip, drops of bright red blood fell onto the floor of the shopping center. Standing before Teuditch, a figure shrouded in pure black stood towering there. The dripping sound also came from that person. She slightly opened one eye. Astonishment filled her eyes. When she could see clearly, before her was Zuka, whom she had always admired. He stood there steady and firm. With just one hand, he managed to block the descending attack of the mutant insect. The look of surprise on Teuditch's face completely disappeared. In its place was only overwhelming joy. Jiang Du, with just one hand, hurled the mutant far away, sending it tumbling to the ground as light as a feather. Amazed by his extraordinary action, Teuditch spoke with a skeptical expression. "You are. Let's quickly send this mutant insect to its next life." Immediately he used the shadow claw form. The energy gained from devouring carnivorous animals, its damage greatly enhanced and combined. With high mobility, as if he'd just been buffed, he vanished in a flash, leaving her so amazed she couldn't close her mouth. With a breakthrough surge of power and unyielding determination, Jiang Du flew up high to attack the mutant insect head-on. An X-shaped slash was unleashed, kicking its butt far away for its insolence. Very alert, not an easy opponent, it quickly stabbed its extremely sharp death scythe-like tongue into the ground to brace itself. Run, run. A screeching clang rang out shrilly. After parrying Jiang Du's blow, the mutant entered a fighting stance. Two razor-sharp sickle blades. Murderous aura blazed forth. All the eyes on its body stared intently at him and emitted threatening sounds. At this moment, Teuditch saw him whirling and dancing right before her eyes and was ecstatic. "No way, am I dreaming? Do you're truly an assassin?" She clapped her hands excitedly, laughing with her eyes crinkled in delight, making him startle and clench his teeth in concern. Teuditch skipped over merrily and grabbed his hand tightly. "I'm your die-hard fan, I've watched all your videos. You're so handsome, I like you so much." Then she ran in a circle, puckering her lips. "Come here, let me give you a kiss." She also took selfies and all, making him shyly reply, "Miss, your white stockings are torn. Your skirt is torn too." Hearing this from him, she bashfully struck a seductive pose, casting him a flirtatious glance. "You naughty, Du, where are you looking?" Yang Du couldn't understand it, blushing as he replied, "No, I'm just kindly reminding you, that's all." Not letting the moment slip. Opportunity, Teuditch, with years of professional finesse, flaunted her creamy thighs and two plump, juicy melons. She coyly whispered, "But if you like, Du, I can go home and change into another outfit for you to see." What man doesn't fall for a beautiful woman, especially when offered on a silver platter? He couldn't help but swallow hard, his cheeks as red as a tomato. His mind turned dark, his future blurry, and he drooled with delight. "Really, even black stockings are okay?" Deal sealed. She cheerfully replied, "Don't even mention black stockings, even chicken-shredded black stockings are fine." The mutant insect in the middle was just infuriating, I tell you. It was enraged by this damn flirtatious display, roaring out with pent-up fury. Jiang Du, startled by the roar, was pulled back to reality. Instantly, he quickly regained his battle spirit, fueled with raging determination, and said in a cold, CEO-like tone, "Stockings or not, we'll talk about it later." Though the meal was served right to his mouth, he resolutely turned his back and shouted. Next, as soon as he finished, he dashed off like lightning, eyes shooting electric sparks, damage output soaring, and energy flow bursting out dazzlingly bright. In just a split second, shaking off all surrounding temptations, Jiang Du officially went hunting to reincarnate the legless mutant, number 1508. This 1508. The hot-tempered mutant insect was looking around foolishly for the guy to solo, but little did it know Jiang Du was right behind it, secretly tailing and observing its every move. Suddenly from behind, a blue spider thread shot straight into the back of the mutant's neck, making it jolt in surprise before it could even react. Immediately, Jiang Du's arm emitted a tremendous energy current, and with all his strength, he yanked the thread hard, causing it to fall backward. Seizing the opportunity with his set of sharp claws, he lunged forward, aiming to eliminate it in one strike. Yet it still managed to dodge this fatal blow. Jiang Du had already realized his mistake after that last strike and hurriedly landed. Recalculating, though not precise, it was enough to keep it pinned down. Man at the back was yelling in pain. He then, dissatisfied with such a result, glared at it with sharp eyes and said, "Power and precision were still lacking, otherwise it would have been an instant check." With intense determination, Jiang Du shouted, "Again." Thus he turned and rushed at the mutant once more, putting an end to its life. After pausing for about 5 seconds, Min, with his keen, sharp eyes, quickly perceived the danger. Jiang Du truly had extraordinary skill, his reflexes like the wave-walking step, parrying 2 slashes from the mutant insect. But the power of this mutant insect was truly formidable. Just one strike filled the air with thick dust and smoke. This time he really felt the threat right before his eyes. It was hard enough to get a bite in. Fighting this one wasn't over, and another grew. 2 more mutant heads appeared, exact copies, truly like dogs ganging up to bully the weak. He felt a bit cautious, not pleased at all. Licking his tongue, he lamented, 2 more are coming. This time it's a bit tough to handle." Meanwhile, the little enemy behind him, already holding a smartphone, calling for 500 brothers to come boost the views, excitedly shouted, "Go do! If you win, I'll let you see black stockings." He jolted, scared the living daylights out of him. The little enemy's cheers were like doping, making his eyes light up brightly. He panted heavily like a bull. His momentum peaked, he said, "For the black stockings. Now nothing can stop me from flying in and dismembering this disgusting mutant insect." Yang Du moved swiftly like Superman, using spider silk perfectly to dodge its death slash. Not to be outdone, another mutant immediately used magic to duplicate. Too shocked by the group ambush, his brain only had a flash. It was over, his body flew up and couldn't dodge. In the critical moment, Jiang Du quickly shot out a super-grade spider silk, swiftly tied up the death sickle blades of the mutant insect. This was exactly Kwang Hong's signature, tie-you-up move. The copied werewolf claws this time continued to be Min's priority to use. Before even counting to 6 seconds, Jiang Du whooshed. One arrow pierced 2 targets, making their ketchup spray out. With a proud, smug face, he spoke. "Want to kill me? Not that easy." Just as he finished, a mutant insect with a dog-like nasty temper sneaked from behind and slashed hard at his shoulder. He stiffened, frozen solid, and then ketchup just sprayed like a dragon's waterspout from his throat and shoulder. Ambushed and rattled, Jiang Du, despite the pain, forcefully swung his claws at the mutant. The clashing sound of 2 weapons rang out sharply at the same time. Min landed heavily. He hastily self-healed the wound on his shoulder, his heart burning with unending fury. Unexpectedly, the mutants even knew how to coordinate. 2 held him down, 1 sneak attack. His mind worked non-stop. Fighting like this, there's no chance of winning. He had to find a way to kill one first. Without a specific plan, Jiang Du just shouted, "Come at me," then immediately shot out a spider silk with his top-tier energy. Unexpectedly, this mutant insect must have been cultivating immortality, dodging as easily as weaving a basket. But just tilting its head, it dodged this move of his. That moment made him sweat bullets. "What the hell?" He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "I've been seen through." Seeing Jiang Du at a disadvantage, the 3 mutant insects simultaneously rushed to finish him off. They launched continuous attacks while he could only dodge. Causing his health to drop uncontrollably, his head sent SOS signal. If this continues, he'll die. In just a blink, dust and smoke filled everywhere. The 3 mutants then circled around him, seemingly searching for Jiang Du's fatal weak spot. Suddenly, a crazy thought popped into his head. What if he exposed an opening to make the enemy lower their guard? Think it, do it. Jiang Du pretended to lose focus, so the mutant behind him unleashed a vicious blow, his health now barely anything left. The trap he set had yielded results, and it was time to reach. Jiang Du turned around, looked straight into the mutant's eyes, and shouted, "Mark, let the hunt begin. Time is of the essence." After the previous video was released, my bad reputation spread. The marking ability lasts up to 3 seconds during this time. The marked target will temporarily lose the ability to think due to the effect of fear. Time was then counted in the smallest units, just in ticks. At the 8th tick crack, swift as lightning, he shot out a spider silk. At the 10th tick, he tied up 1 mutant insect tightly, but there were still 2 threats. Behind, the clock hand pointed to 12. That was when he poured all his power, hurling it up into the sky, flinging the other 2 away as well. Each tick was as precious as gold. He had to run really fast so as not to miss this rare opportunity. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Jiang Du flickered in and out, appearing right before 1 mutant insect when the clock was only at the 22nd tick. Its health wasn't much left either. Right at that moment, at the 26th tick, he touched the red orb inside the mutant insect, making it cry out in agony. Pouring all his strength, Jiang Du was determined to send it to its next reincarnation, shouting continuously, "Slash and kill." The evil mutant insect could only roar in vain. Only 30 ticks had passed. Such a short time to take down a mutant insect. A big round of applause for the brothers. He was enjoying his achievement when at the same time, a notification panel appeared, providing some information for the hunt verdict. Hunt successful, the shadow embryo has been strengthened. Using this energy, shadow point consumption in the real world is reduced. Shadow points can be replenished by absorbing shadows anytime, anywhere in the shadow layer. And the body's self-healing speed. Activating this form also allows receiving double experience. The terrifying body, the new seed form he just received, was truly top-notch. Self-healing wounds made him gleefully chuckle all this time. With this new power, Jiang Du feared no clash, no stabbing, no slashing, showing no respect for life. He shouted defiantly, "Next, it's your turn, you 2 jumping bugs." Witnessing their own kind being sent to meet their ancestors by Jiang Du, the 2 of them involuntarily trembled violently, scared to the point of wetting their pants. At that moment, his blood volume had also increased significantly. His entire body emitted an immense energy. How Engia spoke up. "What's the matter? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you dare come up anymore?" No need for them to answer because these guys don't even know how to speak. Jiang Du charged forward with blazing momentum. "You won't come up, then let me come up." As he was flying forward, suddenly a golden flash of light appeared. This was too absurd for him. What is this? Light in the shadow realm? Jiang Du stood frozen, sensing something strange. Why do I feel the urge to pounce on it? At that moment, the screams of the two mutants suddenly rang out as they were sucked into that blazing light. The closer they got, the more desperately they screamed. Just like that, the red crystalline threads on their bodies were successively drawn out. The one possessing that mysterious power was Tong Kan En, the leader of the Night Watch team. In his hand was an eternally burning torch, and he strode in heroically with several others. His expression was stern and cold like winter ice. He extended his hand and emitted a green light that did not spread out around. Following the direction of his finger, Kan-en was pointing straight at his face, making him break out in a cold sweat, barely able to mutter a word. Jiang Du's eyes widened in terror. Realizing with a guilty conscience, he immediately screamed, wanting to burst his throat. My body now. A mutant had sneaked up from behind, intending to ambush Kan-en. But life is not a dream. As a dignified leader, how could he be ambushed so easily? Just one finger emitting green energy easily destroyed it. Kan-en's power made him feel a bit of fear mixed with admiration that he only dared to think in his head, killing one in the blink of an eye. Is this the power of a night watcher? If that attack had hit me just now, surely I would have been killed in an instant too. Jiang Du, quick-witted, seeing an opportunity to latch onto the powerful, approached the night watcher with a handshake and a beaming face. Indeed, with you all here, he said with his eyes crinkled in a smile. Brother, if you had arrived a bit later, the fight would have been over. The man immediately asked, sorry, we're late, you are. He quickly answered, who I am is not important. The girl over there is slightly injured. Please trouble everyone to take care of her. After saying that, he pointed his hand toward Tiu Ditch, making her jump and struggle frantically. Wait, didn't you want to take me home? Changed face faster than flipping a rice cracker. Jiang Du spoke in a stern voice, that was just a joke. I'm a dignified night watcher, always putting work first. After saying that, he put his hand to his forehead in a salute goodbye. Then he sank deep into the ground, leaving only his hand visible, and added, I'll leave her in your hands. Tiu Ditch felt like she had been slapped, her eyes welling up with tears. Wait, Du. The two night watchers were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Kan-en, with a puzzled expression, asked, Du, is there someone with that name in our organization? The night watcher, wearing black glasses, looking cool, answered, it's a very famous scammer recently. His ability is probably an offshoot of shadow people. His strength is not high, probably around first level. Hearing this, he slightly furrowed his brows and spoke with a skeptical look. First level, he doubted life itself. Dam Chiu looked at the flame burning in his hand and questioned himself. The torch is still burning in my hand. There's no shadow realm here at all. Moreover, he disappeared right in front of so many of us like that. Is this something a first level can do? There was also another person troubled by him. Tiu Ditch rolled on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum. Sob, my Du. She was too annoying, so she was picked up. All right, take this girl outside. The disturbance was quelled and everything became peaceful again. At that moment, only Kan-en's clear voice rang out. After that, investigate this person named Du thoroughly. In just a not-so-short, not-so-long time, this place, once a bustling shopping area, now had corpses lying scattered. Everywhere, the stench of blood rose thickly. Only Jiao was lucky to survive, but she was also frantically searching for him in the rubble. Jiang Du, where are you? Unable to stay calm, she shrank back and trembled with fear. Her pitiful voice called out, answer me. The space was terrifyingly silent, only the passing breezes carrying a gloomy scent, making Jiao even more fearful, sobbing a few times. Please don't be hurt. Then suddenly, a hand in a dark corner waved around and a familiar voice rang out, I'm here. She stood frozen, not yet able to process. It was none other than Jiang Du. True to his A-list star reputation, he put on a face like he was about to be force-fed a whole chicken and a bunch of banana. Easy there, you. Come pull me up. I feel very tight in the chest. I can barely breathe. Innocent Jiao, without a thought, ran over hurriedly to rescue him. Try a little harder. I'll lift the rock for you. Don't pull me. He acted dramatically and yelled, it's no use, just pull me out. She thought it wasn't possible because he was heavily pinned down, so how could she pull him out? After struggling for a while, Jiao lightly lifted him out with ease, lighter than a goose feather. She was speechless at his acting skill. But how bitter to realize, oops, this brick basically wasn't pressing on you at all. Jiao, fed up as a fried bug, pointed at the rubble and shouted. Yang Du immediately laughed it off when he was exposed. I think I can get out by myself. Maybe because I was so scared my body couldn't move. Aha. Even so, she still asked caringly when she saw scratches on his body. How did your wound get so long? It was just from a tile cutting me, Yang Du quickly explained. I don't know either, but it's not a big deal. That's what he said, but in his head, this wasn't from a tile. A mutant insect had slashed him. Suddenly remembering his two friends, he asked, all right, where are Tiu and Ngok Kwang? She answered reassuringly. The night watchman came to rescue them. They were injured, so I told them to go out first. Yang Du, whether feigning ignorance or genuinely clueless, asked, so you purposely stayed here to find me? Although Yao Yao's face was already red like a tomato, she still put on an act. What else? If something happened to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Lai? Her words pierced his heart like an arrow, making him flinch. He gazed pensively at her adorable shyness. Unable to contain his emotions, his eyes grew moist. He softly called her name, Rao Rao, and then his heart led the way as he ran to embrace her tightly. This was truly too sudden for Yao Yao. At that moment, both hearts beat as one, pounding in her chest and in Yang Du's. But don't mistake a few flowers for spring's arrival. She knew his personality all too well, so she showed no mercy. She thumped him on the head with her fists and angrily said, "You, what are you doing? Let go of me." Yang Du hugged her even tighter, acting cutesy with her. Earlier I saw a lot of mutant species holding big swords and slashing, and they looked extremely ugly. She hit, scolded, and punched him, but he refused to let go. She gave up, saying, "This will be the death of me." Taking advantage, he buried his face and didn't forget to act cutesy. "I'm so scared, let me hug you." Cutting off the affectionate scene of the young couple, a female voice rang out. The two of them startled and turned around, staring in surprise. It was a pretty young woman. Short skirt, green hair, red lips, the very picture of a city girl carrying a lantern. She approached and inquired, "I heard shouting earlier. Are you two okay?" Yao Yao quickly pushed Yang Du away, her face cold as ice, and replied, "No, we're fine." The green-haired girl was experienced, seeing they were just young people. She immediately felt happy about this affection and quickly responded, "It's good that you're fine. Follow me, I'll take you two outside." Yang Du reluctantly agreed, okay." While slowly following the green-haired girl, he suddenly yelled out, "Aya," making Yao Yao's heart jump. She turned her head and asked, "What's wrong now?" Yang Du quickly said, "Nothing," but tears were already streaming down his face. He deeply regretted that earlier he forgot to devour those mutant insects. My cuteness points are all gone." One early morning at the Night Watch organization, a cold voice rang out. "Full name," he answered. "Rang Ru." The girl with sea-green hair took notes while asking, "Age, 18. She continued asking, "What grade are you in this year?" He answered, she calmly said. "This incident's impact is not small, according to normal procedure." Lai Hai, the night watchman, closed the notebook in his hand and said, "Those who experience this event need to receive psychological treatment from the Night Watch organization. The therapeutic effect will last about 1 month." Lai AI analyzed. "And during this time, if you undergo a martial arts examination, your results in the aptitude test and willpower score will drop sharply." Yang Du raised his hand, wanting to object. "I feel my mental state is very healthy. Can I not have the treatment?" Lai AI flatly refused. "The contamination of mutant insects is latent and dangerous. Waiting until it erupts will be too late. Receiving treatment is mandatory." "So it's compulsory?" Yang Du asked worriedly. "But the martial arts exam is only just over 10 days away. Won't the timelines conflict then?" Lai AI took out a sheet of paper from the document envelope. "Don't worry, this kind of situation happened a lot last year. The Night Watch organization already has corresponding policies. Those involved can submit a request for an early examination." Yang Du repeated her words, "Early examination." Lai AI pushed the paper toward Yang Du. "Contact your family and sign this exam consent form first." Lai AI added, "Taking the early exam at the Night Watch organization, your results will be entered into the system just like the regular exam process. The exam equipment is all the same, and moreover, in terms of fairness, openness, impartiality, and safety, the Night Watch organization can guarantee it all." Yang Du hesitated, looking at her. "My guardian is my uncle. He's currently working at the Night Watch organization." Lai AI smiled lightly. "Oh, then may I bother you to tell me in detail what your uncle does?" Yang Du replied. "I think he's the commander of the Eastern 1st District, an ordinary civil servant. Name is," he said quietly. "Lai Tuan Kwong." Lai AI just heard that name and froze. Lai AI raised her voice excitedly. "Really? The name is Lai Tuan Kwong." Yang Du hesitated a bit when Lai AI suddenly came closer. Lai AI leaned on the table and asked excitedly, "Are you sure he's an ordinary civil servant?" Yang Du asked back, Isn't he?" Yang Du asked in surprise. "Wait, he hasn't been dismissed and put under investigation, has he? I haven't even reported him yet." Lai AI laughed it off, waving her hand. "Of course not." Reporting." Lai AI put the document folder back into the envelope, stood up and said, "Here's what, I'll take you to see him right now. Please follow me." Yang Du followed her out of the small room, passed through a long wide corridor to a large hall. Lai AI led him towards a place displaying various weapons, where holographic images showed a mighty army of the organization. "Go this way," Yang Du replied. He marveled inwardly. "So this is the headquarters of the Night Watch organization. Indeed, it's not ordinary." The discussion of people from the organization passing by caught his attention. "No, could it be that he's not from the Night Watch organization?" The other person answered. "Right, we've already checked all personnel files. There were no records concerning Duan." Hearing this, they were slightly startled, eyes widened. Lai AI noticed his odd attitude and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Du scratched his head and laughed it off. "Nothing. First time at the Night Watch organization, so a bit nervous." He worried inwardly. This is troublesome. Looks like they're starting to investigate me. Lai AI turned to open the door, preparing a room for him. No need to be nervous. Rest here for a bit. I'll go find Inspector Lai. What caught his eye was a large table. Sitting on both sides in front of the table were familiar figures. He was slightly surprised, thinking, Luke Jio and Feng Tiu Tiu are here too. Luke Jio stood up, slammed the table, raising her voice. Really? You really met that assassin named Du Tiu Ditch? Standing in the corner of the room, hands on her hips, she admitted cheerfully, of course, he even saved me. Jiang Du saw Tiu Ditch and couldn't help but think in surprise, why is she here too? This is way too coincidental. Jio saw him walk in and turned to point to the chair next to her. You're here, sit over here. Tiu Ditch, go on. So what happened to do after that? Tiu Ditch excitedly used her 2 index fingers to make quotation marks. I saw him fight 10 mutant insects. He was very calm. In the brutal slaughter, he killed 1 mutant insect in the blink of an eye. She made a walking gesture with her fingers and continued. Just when the mutant was killed and couldn't hold on any longer, the night watch arrived. Mr. Du then vanished without a trace, keeping his name hidden. Yang Du sat listening on the side, thinking indignantly, hey, don't go adding your own seasoning like that. Yang Du lowered his gaze to her white thigh-high socks full of holes, thinking lecherously. But those slender thighs paired with white socks only made Jiang Du enjoy it more, thinking, for the sake of your white socks, I'll forgive you. Jio stroked her chin, speculating. This man named Du who helped out, who on earth is he? From what you say, he doesn't sound like someone from the Night Watch organization. Tiu Ditch offered her opinion. In my view, Du is most likely a student like us. Jio repeated her words. A student, how do you know? Hearing this, Jiang Du was also a bit startled and looked over this way. Tiu Ditch crossed her legs, playing with her hair and confidently saying, of course, it's his words, actions, gestures, and my intuition. What's important is that he likes to look at girls' legs, staring openly without concealing it. Just like Tiu Ditch mischievously pointed her index finger at him. This boyfriend here just now. Jiang Du awkwardly pointed at his own face. Jio blushed, angrily grabbing Jiang Du's hair. Jiang Du, you really never change your ways. Jiang Du didn't know what to say, only stammering. Ow, just as she was about to beat up Jiang Du. A flustered man ran in. Jio recognized this person and was slightly surprised, calling out, Dad! Mr. Luke was drenched in sweat and asked urgently before catching his breath. Are you alright? I heard you were dragged near the shadow layer. Jio, still not over her anger, pinched Jiang Du's cheek. I'm fine, he's fine too. He's just a bit itchy skin. Jiang Du didn't resist being pinched and added, and my belly is hungry too. Mr. Luke breathed a sigh of relief, turning toward the door. It's good you're alright, you too, come out with me for a bit. Jio worriedly asked. Dad, is this incident very serious? Mr. Luke folded his arms, saying in a stern voice, of course. After all, this is the first time in history that so many people have been dragged into such a large area of the shadow layer. The specific number of casualties is still being tallied, but these matters don't concern you kids. Mr. Luke took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, then continued. You probably know, due to the impact of this incident, you'll have to undergo the aptitude test ahead of schedule. Jio saw this action and frowned, pretending to cough. Mr. Luke understood, his face turning pale, not daring to move. He had to put down the cigarette from his mouth. I'll keep it simple. The test is divided into 2 parts. One is the ability test, the other is the will test. Mr. Luke patiently explained. The ability test is also called initial awakening. The students will be exposed to contamination and initially awaken abilities. This part of the test doesn't pose any danger. It mainly relies on the characteristics of the ability to assign majors to students. Then they will undergo the willpower aptitude test. The test subjects are spirit and will, intangible and untouchable. He clasped his hands together, emphasizing gravely, and this part of the test is what's important, determining whether you can become a transcendent. Yang Du asked in surprise, willpower is what matters. Does that mean the stronger-willed a person is, the stronger they become? Mr. Luke replied. Not necessarily, he explained. Some people can withstand the pain of losing an arm but have mediocre aptitude. Some laugh and giggle but have top-tier aptitude. Willpower is not just the ability to endure pain, but also includes faith in goodness, resistance to evil, and tolerance to contamination. In general, it's a very, Jiang Du, full of interest, raised his hand and asked, so do one's 3 views affect willpower? Mr. Luke didn't understand. 3 views, why ask about that? Jio mocked. For example, someone's head is full of girls' legs. Jiang Du scratched his head with an awkward smile. Still angry about this? Uncle Lu explained that there is still some influence, but an upright outlook does not greatly affect the test results. He paused for a moment, then continued. But if one's outlook is twisted and they always harbor negative emotions, their test scores will be very low. Jiang Du widened his eyes and asked, "Why?" He explained in a deep voice, "A wicked heart will drag a person into the abyss. Extremely negative emotions are already a form of pollution, accumulated over a long time, even more insidious and deep-rooted than the pollution brought by alien bugs." Uncle Lu seriously cautioned, "So any negative emotions must be vented outward. Suppressing them in your heart only weighs a person down." Jiang Du rubbed his chin, wondering, negative emotions, does ordinary lechery count? Jiang Du puffed his cheeks, drooling as he thought, "No, I need to go for a foot massage later to cleanse my dirty thoughts." Jiao threw him a judgmental glance. Uncle Lu stood up and gestured toward the door. "All right, go back now, someone will lead you to the test later." Uncle Lu was walking toward the door when he stumbled, turned his head and reminded, "Oh right, little Du, your Uncle Lai is out on a mission and hasn't returned yet. I've already registered all the test procedures on his behalf." Jiang Du said gratefully, "Yes, thank you for the trouble, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu shook his head and said, "Don't push yourself. Let things take their natural course." Jiang Du smiled brightly and gave a salute. "Uncle Lu, don't worry." Jiao replied reluctantly, "Yes." A moment later, Tiu Dai, who had been waiting in the large room, raised her hand to greet them. "You're back." Lu Jiao waved back at her. Jiang Du strolled with his hands behind his head. When they arrived, Lu Jiao sat back in her chair and asked, "Where are the others?" Tiu Dai pointed toward the door. "They went with their family members to do the paperwork." Lu Jiao wondered, "Haven't your family arrived yet?" Tiu Dai waved her hand. "My parents are in business. They left Van Hai 2 days ago. So they can't come. I just spoke to them on the phone. A remote signature will do." Suddenly a voice drew everyone's attention. "Everyone's here." Lu Baoquang, his leg bandaged, sat in a wheelchair, greeted by Feng Tiu waving. "Amazing, after spraying medicine on my leg, guess what? It doesn't hurt anymore." Jiang Du asked with concern, "But you're still injured. Are you still taking the test?" Lu Jiao also frowned and asked, "Are you sure you're okay like this?" Bao Kuang laughed it off, reassuring. "Don't worry, they said it won't affect the test results." Feng Tiu patted his shoulder, teasing, "Don't be fooled by how calm he looks. Just now he was hiding in a corner crying." Bao Kuang guiltily retorted, "I wasn't crying at all." Jiang Du noticed the crowd gathered at the door. Everyone looked miserable, some even had teary eyes ready to cry. Jiang Du wondered, why are they in such low spirits? Jiao explained, "You don't understand, they just want to live a peaceful life." Jiao said sympathetically, "But starting today, the rest of their lives will never be peaceful again." Lai Ai entered the room, looked around and said, "All right, everyone is here now. Let's get straight to the point." She opened the notebook in her hand and began to announce, "The test right after this is divided into 2 parts. First, the ability test and the willpower test." Everyone listened nervously to her explanation. The ability test is scored according to a comprehensive level, based on developmental potential, destructive power, and usage value, divided into low, average, high, and highest. Jiao and Jiang Du listened attentively. As for the willpower test, it is based on mental resistance to pollution, divided into levels 1 through 6, corresponding to the colors white, green, blue, purple, red, orange. Last year, level 1 talent was not allowed to participate in the test, but this year anyone with a level 1 white talent is required to participate. The students' faces showed obvious worry with every word Lai Ai spoke. The assessment of extraordinary ability depends on the combination of ability and willpower. Lai Ai stood before the students, reading the final lines. With strong willpower, no matter how weak the ability, you can turn the tide. Conversely, no matter how high the ability rating, if the willpower aptitude is substandard, you can only work as a civil servant. Lai Ai closed the notebook and concluded, "That's the gist of it." Another day of blue sky and white clouds, signaling that the exam would go smoothly. In the waiting room, the students had already been standing by for a long time. Jiang Du stood close to the glass door, observing the situation outside. A large object covered by a brown cloth with a guard beside it. The loudspeaker announcement rang out, "Those whose names are called, follow me." Feng Tiu jumped and shouted, "Here." The large door swung open and the teacher's voice from the speaker reassured her, "Go on in, don't worry." Tiu lowered her eyes slightly. Though still worried, she resolutely stepped forward. "I'll go first." Tiu walked up to the proctor guarding the brown cloth. The students standing outside all fixed their curious eyes on what was happening inside the room through the glass. The cloth was pulled up by the proctor, revealing a faceted cylindrical gray crystal. The proctor hung the cloth over his arm and said, "All right, let's begin." The room, which had been brightly lit, suddenly went dark, and the light above the exam room door changed from green to red. The students were startled by this sight. Bao Kuang, his whole body still pressed against the glass door, asked, "What's going on? Does the test need the lights off?" Jiao frowned, trying to observe the situation inside, and replied, "This must be some kind of test of willpower." Jiangdu remained calm, thinking that he had long adapted to this level of darkness in the shadow layer. He carefully observed Tiu Tiu's situation in the room. There seemed to be a stone tied to his thigh, and it even seemed to be glowing. Jiangdu watched Tiu Tiu's appearance of wanting to advance but being unable to, silently speculating. His demeanor seemed as if he was being blocked by some powerful force. Was it the power emitted from that black crystal? The blinding golden light from the footlights reflected on the glass door, making it impossible for him to look directly. As soon as she saw Tiu Tiu leave the room, Jiao asked with concern, "How was it? Did you get the result?" Tiu Tiu shook his head helplessly. "Unfortunately, I have no talent for willpower." "What a shame, I've trained my willpower so much too." Bao Kuang, upon hearing that, raised his voice and pointed at her. "What? So you registered for the superhuman program early? Even specialized training?" Tiu Tiu blushed and replied, "Yes, and the result is I got punched in the face. Happy now?" The announcement sounded again. "Next, Lu Bao Kuang." He flinched slightly upon hearing his name. As he pushed his wheelchair, he muttered, "Not superhuman, please, not superhuman." "Amitabh Buddha." Tiu Tiu crossed her arms and said scornfully, "No need to pray, you definitely are not." The whole group of trainees waited silently for Bao Kuang's turn. Soon the red light above the entrance turned green. Bao Kuang, with a dark face, pushed his wheelchair out of the testing room. Bao Kuang stammered, "P-pass." Tiu Tiu's jaw dropped. "What?" Both of them collapsed onto the floor together. A yellow light shone on the two. Tiu Tiu said sadly, "The one who wanted to pass didn't pass." Bao Kuang, no better off, continued, "The one who didn't want to pass passed." Jiao, standing by, didn't know what to do but comfort the two. "This is fate." A bell rang, ding-dong. "Next, Luke." Jiao. Jiao turned around, took a deep breath to gather herself. She glanced back and said to her companions, "I'm going now, see you in a bit." Around Jiao, streams of red light quickly appeared, concentrating on her. The stone tied to Jiao's leg was also affected, emitting a strange light. Jiangdu, seeing this, wondered inwardly, Jiao's stone. "It's emitting red light. Earlier, maps gave off blue light, right? I remember willpower is divided from level 1 to level 6, corresponding to different colors. Red is." He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. "Level 5. A moment later, the door of the testing room slowly opened. The red light had also turned green. Tiu asked anxiously, "How was it? Did you pass?" Jiao, panting, answered softly, "Yeah." Jiangdu smiled and said, "That tired, you can barely breathe." She then spoke up, "Wait until you go in, then you'll know." He approached her, pouted playfully, "You say that, now I'm a little scared. Give me some motivation. Come on, give me a kiss." Jiao blushed and snapped softly, "Get lost." Suddenly an announcement blared, "Next, Jiangdu." He quickly ran inside, waving happily as he said, "It's my turn now, going in." Jiao watched Jiangdu's figure, gently placing her hand on her left chest. She unconsciously smiled softly and said, "Wish you success." Hearing that, Jiangdu turned his head to look at her and replied quietly, "Thank you." He nervously stepped into the room, looking around. A young man holding a paper calmly called, "Jiangdu," he answered. "Yes," the guy continued. "Have you awakened your ability yet?" Jiangdu handed over his resume and the bottle of medicine, then said, "Taking the medicine." Before he could finish, the other guy exclaimed in shock, "What, you've already awakened?" Jiangdu calmly replied, "Yes, natural awakening." The man broke out in a cold sweat, pointed at the stone lying on the floor, and said in a grave tone, "Then I won't ask about your ability anymore. Now let's start the willpower test. Put that on." A moment later, Jiangdu had put on the blindfold and tied the stone to his leg. White smoke began to appear around him. In his mind, a pitch-black path appeared, making Jiangdu feel a little afraid instinctively. The guy behind him grabbed his shoulder and advised, "No need to be nervous, follow your feeling." He calmly continued, "Your ability has awakened. As you move forward, you will feel your body gradually separating. Don't pay attention to those things. Just keep moving forward without stopping." Jiangdu listened attentively, not saying a word. Suddenly, the guy gave Jiangdu a hard shove and whispered, "Go." As soon as he said that, Jiangdu immediately lost his balance and hurtled forward. Jiangdu dazedly wondered to himself, "What is this?" Before he could comprehend, his whole body quickly fell into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Jiangdu just kept falling into the void. Around him, only a solitary blue light remained in the darkness. In just a moment, his whole body was gently lowered onto the water surface in another dimension. Jiangdu looked at his blurry hand and whispered, "Incredible, I can't feel the existence of my physical body." At that moment, he wondered inwardly, "But I can clearly feel the connection to my body." In the other dimension, Jiangdu's soul was gleefully leaping on the water surface. Those actions of his also affected his physical self in the present. He happily jumped around everywhere, excitedly shouting, "Interesting, so interesting." The other guy, seeing that, scowled darkly. He warned in a deep voice, "Stop jumping, hurry up and finish the test." Jiangdu immediately stopped short, quietly replying, "Got it." After that, he ran quickly forward, confidently saying, Isn't it just walking a path too easy? Jiangdu excitedly asked himself. Right, but the river water rose higher and higher, reaching his chest. When half of Jiangdu's head was submerged, he realized something was wrong. What's going on? I feel my body suddenly heavy. Breathing is difficult too. In an instant, he was submerged. Jiangdu speculated inwardly. There's something affecting my emotion. He stood lost and alone in the pitch-black space. Jiangdu clearly felt negative, despairing emotion. He gritted his teeth, inwardly determined. No, I can't let these emotions affect me. Suddenly a voice sounded behind Jiangdu. Clearly seeing the person in front of him, he asked in surprise, Uncle Li, why have you come here? Li Zhenguang said sternly, Xiaodu, your temperament cannot become superhuman. You will harm others, including yourself. Jiangdu immediately leaped in another direction, calmly speaking, No, this is an illusion. You are not Uncle Li. Suddenly his eyes widened in panic. Li Zhenguang had already appeared right in front of him, dark black aura emanating around him. Uncle Li gritted his teeth and said, You should know that you have no talent in this area. As soon as he finished, another Uncle Li appeared, speaking in a creepy voice. The mountains and rivers of Dai Chao collapse, strange insects run rampant, dangers abound. You know it clearly, these things you know in your heart. Another clone of Uncle Li continued, You could have lived peacefully. Why follow the path of superhuman? They pointed ahead and said in unison. Superhuman, transcendent beyond the mundane, has never been about strength, but about strong spiritual will. Jiangdu looked in their direction as if mesmerized. Suddenly, a scene appeared before him of a group of people fighting fiercely, with a giant red monster roaring ferociously. The figures of Li Zhenguang pressed him. Can you really inherit like that? This giant monster suddenly slammed its hand down hard on the ground. Its strike was so powerful that the surrounding building all shook. Many people were caused to vomit blood by the monster and flew up into the sky. Jiangdu, watching this scene, broke out in sweat, his face pale. Immediately after, around him, black liquid things poured down massively. Not clear what it was. At that moment beside him, a man was leisurely opening his lighter. That person was none other than a figure in the shape of his Uncle Li. His uncle held a cigarette in his mouth, lighter open in hand, calmly concluding. This is the outcome of being superhuman. Do you really want to become them? He chuckled softly, watching his expression as he lit his cigarette. A figure of Uncle Lu slowly walked over, his voice mocking Jiangdu. Stop deceiving yourself. He pressed his face close and continued. You just want to show off, that's all. With these words, Uncle Li also agreed. That's right. Thus, Uncle Lu, emboldened, spoke words, provoking into Jiangdu's ears, just like ordinary teenagers fantasizing about becoming superhero. His volume suddenly grew louder, sleeping in, not wanting to wake up early, hating studying, loving to play, liking beautiful opposite sex, disliking adults, nagging, acting independently, feeling that you have your own way of thinking. This made Jiangdu feel uneasy in his heart and kept rubbing his head. Then Uncle Li suddenly surrounded him, mocking. Eccentric, different from others, always thinking that you are very different from others. Every word coming out of that brightly smiling mouth seemed to want to strip bare his inside, loving to show off, craving others' attention. No ability, but always believing you can surpass everyone. In fact, you are not special at all, you are just like most people your age. Nearby, a bright flame burned in the dark space. A man with hair parted to the sides, holding a torch, slowly approached him. This man's words were somewhat stern. Slower, you are extremely clear. The dark side of this world is not just a gloomy layer. This person silently looked at him and added, You also know. Even the bright sun overhead will have dark corners it cannot shine upon. The world of dark undercurrents. At that time, around all four of them, black power swirled. Then the man with side-parted hair concluded, It has never been beautiful like in fairy tales. His body suddenly faded away. Just a few seconds later, his body completely vanished with the wind. Now Uncle Li softly spoke, Here is disaster. Becoming superhuman means facing disaster. Then he turned to look at Jiangdu. Now we return to the first question. Uncle Li seriously repeated the question, Can you become a superhuman? Jiangdu clenched his teeth, eyes wide, not answering. His whole body was drenched in sweat. In the real world at that moment, white aura suddenly surrounded him. Just then, two people in the inspection team were also carefully observing his test. The green-haired girl just entered the room, one hand on her hip, the other waving hello. How is it? The brown-haired guy next to her had an expression full of helplessness. No good, just going around in circles endlessly. She heard that and wasn't surprised at all. Normal, after all, the Mo Yuan stone comes from the abyss. What it infects is not something anyone can endure. He then also felt this and agreed, That's right. But only those with good talent can withstand the pressure and move forward more. Then, he looked ahead again, towards Jiangdu, who was still immersed in that world, so he couldn't help feeling discouraged. As for this Jiangdu, it seemed hopeless at the moment. However, at that moment, the blue-haired girl glanced back at Rang Ru. She immediately noticed something surprising and shouted excitedly, Look, the wall has turned red. The brown-haired boy looked back and was startled. What? At that moment, around Jiangdu, besides the white mist that had already surrounded him, Now there was also red light coming from his ankles. A brilliant red glow radiated from around him. The brown-haired boy watching couldn't believe his eyes, looking down at the stone tied to Rang Ru's feet, his heart full of doubt. Impossible. This is still far from the Mac Iron Rock, and this distance could reach level 5, so doesn't that mean? At that moment the green-haired girl suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Guess whether he can reach level 6. Hearing that, he hesitated. I don't know. After all, in all of Deju, only a few people reach level 6 in 10 years. Then they continued to focus on observing Jiang Du's actions. At that time, the light was no longer as strong as before. The brown-haired young man saw this and couldn't help but be puzzled. What's going on? The light has weakened. He quickly ran to the data display device and called out to the green-haired girl, quickly check his wristwatch. Is there any abnormality? She approached Jiang Du, carefully observed for a while, then denied it. No, the data is completely normal. He became even more confused about what was happening. Impossible. The closer one gets to the spirit stone, the stronger one's willpower should become. But his willpower is constantly weakening. What on earth is this? He watched Jiang Du's every step. At this moment, Jiang Du suddenly stopped. The white aura surrounding Jiang Du was now countless. Suddenly, Jiang Du smiled smugly and extended his hand to touch the object in front of him without any hesitation. The brown-haired young man froze, incredulous. Are you kidding? He intends to touch it. Even someone with level 6 willpower cannot do that, let alone. When touched by Jiang Du, the object quickly lit up. Its light became increasingly intense and violent. Even so, Jiang Du still refused to let go. From the gate, transition scene back to the world inside Jiang Du's mind. At this moment, his eyes clearly showed dullness and exhaustion. Uncle Lai, wanting to encourage him, kindly said, "Go on, don't think about anything transcendent anymore. Think about your family and friends beside you." In Jiang Du's mind, images of his closest friends immediately appeared, like Bao Kuang and Tiu Tiu. When Uncle Lai said the part, "Think of the person you cherish most," the image of Jiao quickly appeared before his eyes. She shyly extended her hand toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, he took Jiao's hand. Uncle Lai watched this happy scene with satisfaction. That is where you belong. These words seemed to make him realize many things. Jiang Du suddenly spoke. Enough. This caused the images in his mind to suddenly shatter. Now he stood alone but still very confident. The pitch-black illusion and the blurry figures had vanished, replaced by the testing room space filled with white smoke. I just stood there, jumping beside my hand. Is this all the level of temptation? At least give me a whole harem. He laughed mockingly, teasing. At this moment, Jiang Du returned to the 3D space of the exam. Now, he entered this place without any of the initial hesitation. On the contrary, he was brimming with confidence. No longer afraid, causing the characters in this space to also fearfully step back. He straightly walked forward to stand before the figure created to test him. Jiang Du shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, at first I was really intimidated by you. I was even somewhat stuck, he candidly admitted. Actually, from the very beginning, I just wanted to be a great hero. If you don't have it, just fake it. Then, he pointed forward, clearly stating, but this world has never had heroes falling from the sky. There are only brave, ordinary people rising up. It is precisely because of their silent dedication that we have today's peace and stability. As he spoke, he glanced at the torch-bearing young man beside him. Then Jiang Du extended his hand, and I have already enjoyed peace once. He took the torch from that young man. Now full of spirit, he raised the torch high and confidently announced to the people, so this time, I don't want to hide behind others' protection anymore. And with the fiercely burning torch, he gained even more confidence. But to become an eternal torch, the figures in his illusion looked at him in admiration. Even the figure in the shape of Uncle Lai, who had initially been very opposed to him and injected negative thoughts into his mind, was now astonished. By his words, with a steadfast gaze, Jiang Du declared, illuminating the night. Then all those illusions dissolved into the darkness. On another side, a subordinate holding a ledger was seriously reporting the situation to Uncle Luke regarding the incident where the present reality collapsed into the shadow layer. Floor 234 of the shopping center did not completely collapse into the shadow layer, but the number of people was affected. 850 people were affected. Of those, over 700 people were trapped in the shadow layer. So far, more than 650 people have been rescued. Work is still ongoing. A total of 30 students participating in the martial arts exam will be divided into multiple groups for early testing. Then, they will immediately receive treatment and eliminate minor contamination. Hearing the situation, Uncle Luke's face turned serious. He turned to ask another subordinate for information. What does the contamination assessment document say? The man, while intently typing on the keyboard to find information, replied to him, they already have results. I sent you the images. At that moment, an envelope icon with wings suddenly appeared on his computer. He opened the notification, and 3 images of artifacts researched from the shadow insect remnants alias Duling appeared. The assessed contamination. Level is 1 or above. The three Du Ling, regardless of morphological analysis, skeletal structure, or organization, are extremely similar. Moreover, there are severe traces of Du Ling on the body, much like analysis. Up to this point, he suddenly choked up, hesitating for a long while before daring to continue. Products after human mutation. This information immediately made Uncle Luke astonishing. Another subordinate nearby couldn't believe it either. He loudly objected. Impossible, and besides, each individual has differences. The contamination level and mutation direction when undergoing aberration are all different. Mutating into three aberrants that look extremely alike like this is almost impossible. At that moment, Uncle Luke calmly opened his lighter to light a cigarette. He walked over to the window and took a few puffs to clear his mind. After smoking, he turned his head slightly towards the subordinates and said, "It seems they've figured out something from that one in back due." Uncle Luke slowly puffed on his cigarette and said with a grim face, "Those lurking in the shadows can no longer restrain themselves." In the tense situation like this, suddenly a brilliant golden light flashed from outside, forcing him to quickly cover his eyes. A moment later, when Uncle Luke looked back towards where the golden light was emanating, he couldn't help but be surprised. Over there, just a glance, Uncle Luke recognized the supernatural examination room. At the examination room, the golden light was so brilliant it could blind everyone there. Immediately after, Uncle Luke hurried over to the examination room. "Excuse me, make way a bit, excuse me, make way a bit." He squeezed through the crowd in front of the examination room, constantly asking for passage. Uncle Luke walked with gnawing worry. The highest willpower test result was orange, and this yellow had never appeared before. Thinking of this, Uncle Luke became even more frantic, his heart burning with urgency as he ran toward the examination room, wondering what on earth had happened. After the door was opened, before him were thousands of people looking towards the golden light that was emanating. Uncle Luke quickly went up. As soon as they saw him, two people from the inspection team urgently called out, "Inspector Luke, there's someone named Jiang Du." Hearing this familiar name, he was somewhat surprised and had to ask them again. He said, "Al." He suddenly had a foreboding feeling. His face quickly turned pale. He looked back at the source of the golden light. Seeing exactly that person was Jiang Du, he became even more certain. Right then, Jiang Du slowly came to, opening his eyes. When he was still confused, he suddenly turned left. He saw countless people outside staring fixedly at him. None of them said a word. They just stared at him intently, making him even more confused. A moment later, he was invited by Uncle Luke to the office. While he was sitting idly, Uncle Luke went to get him a bottle of spring water. He just calmly said, "Hey, have a sip of water first." Although a bit surprised, out of politeness, he still accepted it. "Thank you, Uncle Luke." After waking up, the first thing he asked was, "Where are Luke, Jio, and the others?" Uncle Luke kindly explained to him, "While you were still taking the test. They were taken to the rest room. They probably don't know about what just happened." Then Uncle Luke also praised him. Little do, you really have given me a surprise." Level 5 is still easy to talk about, but level 6 at most would only shake the Night Watch organization. But you straight up produced a never-before-seen yellow. Hearing such praise, Jiang Du was delighted, his nose practically growing longer, his face beaming with pride. "Then wouldn't that make me the legendary yellow, even more awesome than level 6? Uncle Luke pondered. "Perhaps, but after all it's unprecedented. Specifically what it means is still very hard to say." Now Uncle Luke suddenly leaned in towards him, then teased, "Maybe you'll be dissected for experiments." It made him so startled he spat out the water he just drank. Jiang Du wiped the corner of his mouth and said softly, "No way, Uncle Luke, don't scare me, Uncle Luke." Crossing his arms calmly, he replied, "And that already scared you? Then what's this about legendary yellow?" At this moment, Uncle Luke returned to serious mode, saying, "Although we won't make you an experiment, but soon someone will come to take you for documentation. Your file will be sent to all the major Night Watch organizations, and you will also be placed on a key observation list." Hearing that, Jiang Du was somewhat annoyed. "You're kidding, right? That troublesome?" Uncle Luke just patted his shoulder encouragingly. "It's fine, wait a bit and I'll teach you what to do. Just follow the proper procedure and it'll be fine." But actually, when Uncle Luke mentioned this, deep down Jiang Du was quite happy because he thought, the chance to show off has come. Just a few hours later, Jiang Du was called in for documentation. There were 3 people from the inspection team there. They asked him the basic information one by one first. Full name, age, what hobbies does he usually have? He calmly answered all. Jiang Du, 18 years old, reading, sports. Outside the examination room, countless people also watched his information check via the TV on the wall. They buzzed among themselves. "He's the young man who gave off that golden light during the test. Looks very ordinary though. Who would have thought he's a 1 in 10,000 talent?" At this time, there were still some people skeptical, not believing in his strength. But the golden light didn't necessarily mean high innate talent. Maybe the machine malfunctioned. Meanwhile, one person from the inspection team asked him, "In this willpower test, what did you see?" In another room, there were also 3 people from the Night Watch organization watching his information session. Everyone's face was extremely tense. Listening carefully to every word he said, I saw countless Night Watch members holding torches marching forward. Jiang-du, following the script prepared by Uncle Luke, answered very smoothly. They fought against the aberrants. When the ones in front fell, the ones behind charged forward. However, this made him feel very bored. So boring, I thought Uncle Luke prepared it for me. I'm the legendary Golden One, yet here I am following this procedure. Then Uncle Luke asked Brother Luke, you saw those things, what are your thoughts? He said in a bored tone. My emotions at that time were very stirred. Because I was about to step into transcendence, I felt the responsibility on my shoulders. At that point, he stopped talking again. It seemed he no longer wanted to speak according to the script. Your silence is making Uncle Luke a bit uneasy, huh? Go on. After a moment's thought, you just chuckle softly, heh heh. Then you spring to your feet, spouting things completely off script. Uncle Luke, there's a map hanging on the wall in your room, isn't there? Though still unsure what you're driving at, Uncle Luke can only play along. Yeah. Right then, you bluntly plant a foot on your own chair. Jiang-du is clearly making this up. The 10 survival zones on the textbook map, now only a bit more than 5 remain, are circumstances. Perhaps it's not as gentle as that. Nothing is as beautiful as we imagine. Sometimes knowing the truth is its own kind of suffering. This leaves Uncle Luke completely baffled, frowning. What the heck is this brat ad-libbing? Just what are you trying to pull? Now you're like a live wire, cycling through every expression to sell your story. May all the burly young men cast aside their cold indifference. Step forward with a measure of passion, a measure of radiance. Even if it's only a faint glow like a firefly, I will do everything in my power to light it up. Then you spin around, breaking with your foot. Jiang-du throws both hands high and declares loudly, if there is no torch, then I am the sole light. Your words instantly hush the room. The atmosphere makes Uncle Luke anxious on your behalf. He speaks up, scratching his head to do damage control. So sorry, this boy Jiang-du tends to joke around a lot. Unexpectedly, the other two on the inspection team are deeply moved, even to the point of tears brimming. Who knew this child's ideological awakening was so profound? In the future, he's sure to become the most outstanding talent in our Night Watch organization. Uncle Lai is stunned, gaping at the others' reaction. The students outside the room who'd been observing the entire conversation seemed bathed in that radiance, their admiring murmurs and praises mingling in the air. No wonder he can emit golden light. Is this the enlightenment of a true genius? There's no doubt about it. His talent is unprecedented. That's right, all of us put together can't hold a candle to him. In another room of the Night Watch facility, the other members of the Night Watch Council exchange glances and nod with satisfied approval. Just then, Jiang-du pursed his lips, scratched his chin, and thought, hurry up and wrap this up so they can let me go, right? I still need to head to the massage parlor. But then Uncle Luke reminded him, all right, that's enough for today. Head back and wait for the notification. He scratched his head, puzzled. Notification? Uncle Luke gently closed his laptop. He looked Jiang-du straight in the eye and said gravely, that's right, it's about the special training camp. Late that night, Jiang-du sat alone on the rooftop of a building, savoring the cold breeze blowing past. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, sighed, and recalled what Uncle Luke had told him after the debriefing ended a few hours earlier. Back then, the two of them were leaving the building together. Uncle Lai scolded, didn't I tell you to be a bit humble? Now look, you're famous throughout the Night Watch. He could only sheepishly rub his head. Sorry, I've caused you even more trouble. Uncle could only sigh. I don't know how I'm going to break this to old Lai. He's always been dead set against you getting involved with the supernatural. This time, it'll probably make him absolutely furious. At that, Uncle Luke looked at him and advised, oh well, what's done is done. You head back first. Remember, March 25th, be sure to report to the special training camp. Jiang-du echoed Uncle Lai's words. Training camp, Uncle Lai explained seriously. It means gathering everyone with qualifying talent for several months of intensive special training. After the special training, there will be an entrance exam. As for what happened today when you get back, you'd better not breathe a word to anyone, including Luke Jiao. But then Uncle hurriedly took a phone call and left. He just added one more line, I'm off, remember March 25th. Jiang-du stared wide-eyed, still clueless, watching Uncle Lai's retreating back. Back to the present, Jiang-du checked his lifespan on the system. Lifespan, 20 days. Reading it, he grew anxious. It kicks off next month and lasts for several months too. My current lifespan is fundamentally not enough. I can only keep hunting. Hope I can scrape together enough days. Then he leaped from the rooftop down to the ground. Just then he sensed a mutant insect nearby. A quick glance revealed one fleeing in panic, and its health bar was still low to boot. He was as happy as if he'd struck gold, sprinting over at full tilt. Just popped up, and this one's a bit big. He quickly used Shadow Stride, able to traverse any terrain as if on flat ground to chase it down. The mutant insect saw him giving chase and immediately grew terrified, quickening its escape. But unfortunately, he had already used Mark to forcibly subdue it. The mutant insect couldn't even squeal before being struck, jaw dropping as it collapsed. Then Jiang Du simply stabbed clean through its body once, and then used pursuit to slash it dead. And so, on this deep, dark night, he managed to kill another mutant creature. As he drained its life force, he listened to the system information display. This was a heavily wounded mutant insect, so pitiful, fleeing in desperation. It just wanted to survive, that's all. But clearly, its life ends right here. It will never witness tomorrow's sunrise, nor ever hear the wind whispering past its ears again. The system didn't forget to mock him, specializing in chasing heavily wounded prey. Not clearly, this wasn't a glorious hunt. The hunt was being evaluated. Unsuccessful, remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22 days. Combat skills slightly improved. Shadow points +4. He chuckled shamelessly, truly lucky. Even though stealing someone else's kill is disgraceful if it's handed right to you, not taking it would be a waste. A moment later, from behind, a loud shout came, "Hey, where did you come from?" When he looked back, he only saw a dark figure pointing a finger at him. Oh, only when this person came closer did he clearly see their appearance. This person was named Dang Koa, a non-staff member of the Night Watch organization. He pointed his thumb at himself and asked, "Where's my mutant bug?" Hearing this, his whole body broke out in a nervous sweat, his voice stammering incoherently. The mutant creature has now been drained of its life force by me. It's just a dried-up husk now." He played dumb and repeated, "Mutant bug." Dang Koa now angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Thief, give me back my stuff." He didn't understand and repeated, "Thief." Dang Koa held the iron bar in his hand, not wanting to talk much but wanting to deal with him right away. "What are you still pretending for? Even scavenged items you rob, have you no shame?" Faced with this situation, Jiang Du was extremely bewildered. He wanted Dang Koa to calm down. Hey, hey, hey. Just as he was about to make a move, Dang Koa suddenly realized something. His face was utterly astonished. He also quickly slammed on the brakes and stopped acting. Dang Koa's sudden stop made him even more confused. A moment later, Dang Koa didn't say a word, just gently took off his helmet, revealing light brown hair. He came close to Jiang Du, his eyes scrutinizing every feature on Jiang Du's face. Jiang Du blushed shyly and asked, "What are you doing?" It was only after a while that he eagerly grabbed his hand. "Oh my god, it's Du. I can't believe I'm meeting the famous online Du. I'm an extremely loyal fan of yours. I've watched every single video of yours." Then he put his arm around Jiang Du's shoulder, wanting to take a photo. "Come on, smile. Right, the prey just now we split 30-70 according to the rules." Jiang Du wondered, "What's a scavenger? What are the old rules?" Dang Koa was also stunned, tilting his head not understanding. He thought Jiang Du was pretending to avoid splitting the money, so he quickly moved away. His fingers flew on his phone, wanting to expose him. The famous online assassin Du actually bullies a small scavenger, steals prey and won't even admit it. Jiang Du was so angry he could spit fire, shouting, "Wait, what do you mean scavenger? Admit or not, explain it clearly to me." But instead of explaining, he had already slipped away. He had to use force to drag him back. Dang Koa was roughly thrown to the ground by him. The tailbone hurt like hell, ouch. Jiang Du didn't wait long before grabbing his head, wanting him to explain clearly. Speak clearly. So Dang Koa then realized he really didn't know. He obediently nodded and said, "As you wish, Du. He crouched humbly in front of Jiang Du, explaining everything to him one by one. Scavenger is how we call ourselves, the official name. Is non-staff member of the Night Watch organization, just need to reach Tier 1 mid-level to register." Hearing this for the first time, Jiang Du was a bit curious. How are the benefits for non-staff members? Dang Koa said somewhat dejectedly, "You can't earn much, about 6-7,000 per one, but this amount of money was huge for him." He immediately shouted in his face, 6-7,000 and you call that not much? Jiang Du quickly looked at the remains of the mutant creature and pondered for a while. Then, he turned to Dang Koa excitedly and said, "What a waste. Oh, this time I got less than 7,000, almost equal to my monthly salary." Hearing him say that, he thought Jiang Du was joking. "What do you mean a lot? No insurance, no deposit, no benefits, just relying on risking your life," he added timidly, "just like scrap scavengers in the shadow depth." At this point, Jiang Du looked at the dead mutant creature in front of him, lost in thought. He turned to Dang Koa, full of curiosity. "So those hunted mutant creatures, who are they sold to?" He didn't hesitate to explain. "The Night Watch organization, universities, or some private purchasing company. They post missions to buy mutant bugs, and they send you the location of the mutant bug." This made him even more interested, saying, "Give me the mutant creature's location." "That's so convenient." Then he quickly held out his phone. "Come on, scan your QR code for me to add you as a friend. Conveniently transfer 7,000 for the mutant creature to you." Hearing that he wanted to transfer all the money for this mutant creature to him, Dang Koa was extremely shocked. 7,000. He humbly said, "With a 30-70 split, just transfer me 4,900 is enough." But Jiang Du put his arm around Dang Koa's shoulder, not agreeing at all. "That won't do, I never take advantage of others. Besides, I want to discuss cooperation with you." Saying that, he gave a sly grin stretching from ear to ear. Hearing about cooperation, Dang Koa still didn't quite believe it, wanting to ask again, Cooperation. Over the next few hours, Dang Koa kept bringing him other mutant bugs. They were all Bloodshadow cat bugs. To deal with them, Jiangdu quickly used Shadow Guard. Thus, in a short time, he had wiped them out. He drained the life from them, all the while telling himself, try to bite off only the vital essence to keep the body intact. Otherwise, you can't sell it for money. After that, he turned to Dang Koa and said, all right, pack this one up and take it back too. He obeyed and carried the goods forward. Yes, Dang Koa tied up these mutant creatures while constantly praising him. You really are a good person. Clearly, you put in the effort but still willingly share equally with me. But you don't see it that way. You also didn't have it easy. You had to sort through the location of the mutant insects, and then bring the bodies to the Night Watch organization. Hoisting the alien creature onto his shoulder, he replied, actually, you could do these things yourself, just register a non-staff employee and it's done. Hearing that, Jiangdu just made up an excuse. This, I want to keep a bit of mystery. In truth, he thought to himself, if the Night Watch organization found out his identity, it would be over. At this, Dang Koa couldn't help but praise him again. But you're really strong, killing 4 alien insects in just one day. So breathless, it embarrassed him to be praised so much. Not just 4, if enough time, 100 wouldn't be a problem. At that moment, he looked at his hand. His heart was full of worry, but devouring those few just now wasn't enough to make him much stronger. Hunting more level 1, even common grade ones, was meaningless now. So he told him, Dang Koa, tomorrow find me a high-grade tier 1 creature. Surprised him greatly, he raised his voice. Tier 1 high grade? No way, maybe you don't understand. Dang Koa, afraid he hadn't thought it through, explained. Although they are all level 1, the strength of high grade completely crushes common grade. However, Jiangdu just smirked and said, I know, he confidently declared. This pile of experience and money I'm sure to take. The night sky, the whole city dense with high-rise buildings lit up. A slender, delicate finger reached up to flip the switch. Jiangdu, exhausted, trudged into the house. Finally home, so tired. Suddenly, from behind him, came a sweet voice, late again. Jiao, lying on the sofa looking at her phone, called out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Here there are cookies I made on the table, help yourself. Jiangdu happily went over and ate the cookie with relish. He sat down on the sofa, his face flushed, looking towards Jiao and asked, where's Uncle Luke? Jiao, sitting beside him, replied, he went on a mission. Jiangdu continued to ask, is he coming back tonight? She answered, feeling a bit puzzled. No, why? Jiangdu was delighted, drool dripping from his mouth, moving closer to her. Then can you stay here tonight? Before he could finish, a loud sound rang out. Jiao angrily threw something straight at Jiangdu's head with a sharp whack. She crossed her arms and sat a few meters away, saying, I didn't have a chance to ask you during the day. Did you pass the test? Jiangdu, with a swollen bump on his head, replied dejectedly. Passed why? Jiao pressed. Passed what rank? He scratched his head. Probably tier 3. Jiangdu thought to himself. Actually, it's Golden Legend, but Uncle Luke said not to tell. She suddenly leaned close to his face. Then what about your awakened ability? What is it? Jiangdu was a bit embarrassed. Ability, shadow motion. You've probably heard of it, right? Jiao then no longer felt worried. She let out a breath and returned to her spot. Not bad. A branch ability of the shadow caster. Ordinary and potential is also ordinary, leaning towards support type. Won't have to go to the dangerous front lines. Seeing her like that, Jiangdu couldn't help but blush and think, she cares about me, that's why she waited eagerly for me to come home. He asked, what about you? What's your ability? Jiao smiled slightly. She excitedly jumped up to talk about her ability. Soul Shock, a branch ability of the Spirit Caller. Potential rated the highest. Although combat power is still weak now, in the future it will definitely be stronger than you. Jiangdu realized, dumbfounded, so all this talk was just to show off in front of him. He reached out and lightly flicked Jiao's forehead. Then take it easy, don't mess around. Jiao, caught off guard by his flick, got angry and lunged forward to punch Jiangdu right in the mouth. Shut up, you and your jinx. Jiangdu's face flushed red. He sneakily glanced at her angry face. He plopped down on the chair, keeping a distance from Jiao before he could feel at ease. By the way, what are Spirit Caller and Shadow Caster? Jiao rubbed her forehead and answered, I don't really understand either, just know that these titles all have corresponding alien insects. She began to explain for Jiangdu to understand. For example, your Shadow Caster corresponds to shadow insects among the alien insects, and my Spirit Caller corresponds to spirit insects among the alien insects. Jiao stood up and pointed at a small analysis chart. Hunting alien insects. Absorbing corruption is one of the ways for supernaturals to become stronger. If you hunt the corresponding alien insect, the efficiency will be higher. But hunting other alien creatures is more laborious. Jiangdu licked his lips, stood up and exclaimed, interesting, your soul shock ability sounds pretty powerful. Let me see you try it. Jiao asked bluntly, how can I? There's no alien insect here for me to use my ability on. Jiangdu smiled confidently, pointing at himself. You can use it on me, don't worry, with my physique. You won't be able to shock me to death. Here it goes, don't blush and panic. This is soul shock, shock within stillness. The blue light from Jio's hand spread throughout the room. Her fingers gently controlled her ability with utmost concentration. Her well-groomed hand carefully took over Jiangdu's mind. Under the effect of that ability, Jiangdu felt dizzy to the point his whole body trembled. He suddenly fell straight to the ground. Seeing that, Jio hurried over to ask, Jiangdu, are you okay? He let out a soft cry of pain. Jiangdu immediately placed his head on Jio's lap, pretending to be hurt. Quick, rub my head or else it's going to explode. Hearing that, she got flustered as well. Okay. The girl's lovely hand gently massaged Jiangdu's head. She cautiously asked, like this. Jiangdu was feeling quite a bit more comfortable by then. His pained facial muscles had relaxed, but he still demanded, not right. You have to press from the forehead back, then from the crown out to the sides. Press gently. Jio tried following his instructions. Like this. Jiangdu nodded and replied, yes, keep your fingers together. Gently. Suddenly Jiangdu opened his eyes. You were really impressive just now. I was clearly well prepared but still got hit, and I couldn't find any trace of it at all. Jio immediately blushed with embarrassment at the praise. Her face all red. Our abilities come from the alien bugs, so strange transformations are perfectly normal. Besides, soul suppression is a mental attack. The naked eye can't see it. Jiangdu excitedly pointed at Jio. With that kind of power, when we get to the special training camp, won't you become the center of attention? Her expression changed slightly. I'm not like you, I don't like to show off. Besides, I heard that students from other gathering areas will also be coming and they'll be very strong. Under Jio's gentle hand, Jiangdu groaned with discomfort. Then when the time comes, there will be a lot of people, won't there? She knew perfectly well what Jiangdu was worried about. Don't worry, everyone coming to the special training camp is a student from the martial arts department. Jio shifted the subject, but you really like massages, huh? How much money have you spent at that massage parlor at the entrance of our little community? Still unaware of what was happening, Jiangdu answered blankly, not much, just a few thousand. Jio's anger flared up in an instant. Her lovely hand left his head. Jiangdu could clearly feel the rage boiling behind him. From inside Jio's room, a piercing scream erupted fiercely. You like massages, right? Here, have a few more soul shocks. How's that? Jiangdu begged in terror. Stop, I won't go anymore, help. The stars in the sky formed the Milky Way, twinkling brightly. On the dark side, one alien bug was ravenously devouring another. Jiangdu, in the form of an alien bug, asked the friend beside him. Is this the Tier 1 high-level alien bug you found? Dang Koa was still intently observing the situation below. That's right, she picked out one that you've fought before. Let's go slow, take it easy. At that moment he turned and asked, do you need my help? Jiangdu had already prepared to jump down, no need. Dang Koa was astonished by Jiangdu's swift action. While the alien creature was completely unaware, a powerful beam of energy was about to shoot straight toward it. Jiangdu's robust attack came crashing down on the alien creature, giving it no chance to react. In the end, it could only lie flattened beneath his hand. His pitch-black hand slowly drained the blood of the alien bug. The system panel suddenly appeared. Hunt assessment in progress. Hunt assessment successful. Jiangdu smiled arrogantly after absorbing all the power from the alien bug. Long lines of text steadily appeared on the notification panel. Your shadow threads have been strengthened and expanded into a new ability. Shadow Array, Shadow Array. Your shadow control abilities have advanced a step. Reduce shadow, launch Shadow Array. When the shadow array explodes, it will scatter numerous shadow threads with extremely strong penetrating power in all directions. Dang Koa, who was hiding above, saw this and his eyes nearly popped out in admiration. One hit, Brother Do is so strong. A war general with a muscular build, surrounded by electric sparks, and beneath the protective goggles were sharp, murderous eyes. The person leaped from the wall to a great height, emanating a terrifying power, aiming straight for the hideous, monstrous alien bugs at the foot of the mountain. A powerful, mighty lightning bolt, brilliant in the dark night, shot straight down, creating a massive explosion. All the shocking events just now were recorded on a USB drive. Played back on the computer, the screen paused at the scene of the mountain base being struck by dazzling lightning bolts. Jio watched what had happened in the footage, a little scared and amazed. She frowned and muttered, so this is a war general, the strongest fighting force in Great Continent. Jio's father came over and patted his dazed daughter on the shoulder, saying, among superhumans, the awakening rate of soul spirits is not high, and your soul shock ability is already considered top tier among them. With the image of the USB plugged into the computer, his voice continued. A previous war general awakened an ability just like yours. On this USB is his training experience from many years ago. During this time, study this carefully. Don't spread it outside. Jio had some doubts and asked her father, Dad, with your rank, you shouldn't be able to get these things right. he admitted frankly. Yeah, Uncle Lai got this for you. He's very close with several war generals. Luke Jio wondered to herself suspiciously, how strange, wouldn't it be better to show these materials to Jiang Du? Why give them to me? The evening glow covered everything. A window gently opened, with a silhouette seeming to sink into the silence of space and time. Uncle Lai held the cigarette in his hand, took a long drag, and exhaled a stream of white smoke with a thoughtful look. Deep in thought, the sky gradually turned a pinkish red with a few satellites. Behind Uncle Lai was a package with a small note that seemed very. On the envelope, 2 words were clearly written, top secret. The blood-red letters on a red background further emphasized its importance. A complex spell formation transformed into a strange insect with multicolored streams of light blending together. Beside it, a pile of corpses lay strewn about. Mutant No, B 14,256. Great Calamity 590 west of Bakdu, 200 km away. The figure emanated white light levitating upward. Indeterminate form suspected near death. In a short time, its eyes will cause others to fall into a state of severe contamination, becoming its frenzied followers, possessing immense power. Extremely strong self-healing ability. No blood, often seen in perception. Immune to most forbidden objects, completely immune to supernatural powers of the mental type. The organization's 2 leaders died in battle, 3 war generals were severely wounded, 300 night watchmen casualties. Successfully captured it. Collect and store its records as top secret. The surrounding scenery was engulfed in green hellfire, based on long-term research. Now the following characteristics have been discovered. Cannot meet its gaze, cannot describe, cannot be killed. All things considered, it was decided to nickname it God. Moonless night, many stars, sparse clouds slowly gathering as if heralding an ominous sign. Jiang Du's shadow crawled out from a black pit. It had to confront a giant, dark blue-black aberrant insect, sticking out a disgustingly long, red tongue. Jiang Du quickly leaped up, firing a blow at the aberrant insect. Bill, the aberrant insect with the disgusting tongue, was nothing. The force just now was like a tickle. The aberrant insect threw a devastating punch to Jiang Du's face, sending him flying with a dislocated jaw. Dang Koa does little but reports much. Holding the camera, pointing the lens at the shadow, he shouted, "Brother Do too, keep it up." He rubbed his chin where he had just been punched. He thoughtfully looked at the health bar showing 66%. The aberrant insect lunged again, while Jiang Du stood still, biding his time. Jiang Du stood up, brought a yellow stick of medicine to his mouth, muttering, "Get ready." He bit the stick in his hand in half, grinning. Boom. The vein-covered, toothless, eyeless face of the aberrant creature warped in the oncoming blinding light. The shadow lightly dodged the massive explosion's aftershock. Corner of the sky blazed red. Jiang Du was extremely smug, brimming with arrogance. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Shadow Squad, fire a battalion out, detonate midair or stick to the opponent. The opponent then explodes, causing limited lethal force. But if there's a chance to plant it inside the enemy's body, it immediately erupts with terrifying power. Dang Koa's screen showed Jiang Du using his technique to blow up the aberrant insect with top-notch special effects. His voice boomed. "Your final move was so cool. Brother Do too." Dang Koa pointed at the camera, excitedly saying, "This power, I'm telling you, this episode will definitely go viral." Jiang Du also enjoyed the praise. "Huh, you filmed it beautifully." The night still enveloped the space, but the clouds had gradually dispersed. Jiang Du turned and left, leaving Dang Koa eagerly picking up each piece of green material into his backpack. Jiang Du operated on a screen displaying lines, attributes, shadow points, 7878, remaining lifespan 47 days. After reading, he silently calculated. Very good, this time holding out until the special training camp opens is no problem at all. The Akimbo laughed confidently. Dang Koa. "Send me the next target location." He also happily replied, "Okay," an aberrant insect with an eye surrounded by sharp teeth. The eye seemed to be gathering an extremely mysterious energy source. A streak of mysterious purple power shot out forcefully on a predetermined trajectory. Jiang Du reacted extremely fast, turning his head and immediately sensing something wrong. He quickly grabbed Dang Koa, helping him escape by a hair's breadth. Dang Koa, panicked, could only utter, "Ah!" Dang Koa broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Hiding completely behind Jiang Du's back, he reflexively assumed a defensive stance and loudly asked, "Who?" From within the black smoke, a mysterious purple smoke appeared. A giant ghost eye appeared before Jiang Du and Dang Koa, freezing them stiff. Dang Koa screamed in terror. Ghost eye, a level 2 spirit insect. He also panicked somewhat. Spirit species. In his mind flashed a green shimmer and the earlier words of a girl. "My soul spirit corresponds to." Spirit insect among the aberrant insects. His expression was somewhat wary. He quickly gathered strength and leaped, heading straight for the ghost eye with the thought, "No." The ghost eye gathered a massive energy source. Thoughts echoed in his head. Absolutely must not let it activate its ability. Suddenly, between the 2 streams of green and purple power about to collide, a bolt of yellow lightning struck straight down from the sky. Before Jiang Du's eyes, the 2 massive forces collided, catching him completely off guard. The ghost eye, after taking a massive blow, fell down. The power around it seemed suppressed, lying prostrate before him. An arrow stabbed fiercely into the weakened ghost eye spirit species. A foot stomped hard on its body. A tall warrior holding a golden spear was stabbing into the spirit insect. Jiang Du, somewhat dumbfounded, said, "You're the warrior who just pulled out the spear and then dashed away," throwing down a piece of paper amid Jiang Du's surprise. He reached out to catch the paper, his expression slightly puzzled and bewildered. Jiang Du picked up that paper and read it, his expression gradually becoming focused. Dang Koa behind him also looked at him full of curiosity. Beside them, the ghost eye's corpse was slowly decomposing. The content on the paper read, "Are you worried that your talent is not good enough? You want to be like other people's kids? No, liberal arts or martial arts, which path should you choose for the future?" So Duong Group, the gathering hub of Van Hai, is recognized as a good place. After reading the lines above, he felt a little suspicious and muttered, "So Duong Group. So Duong Group, a towering skyscraper that touches the blue sky and white cloud. In front of it is a stone statue of a warrior raising his hand high, gathering a flame full of majesty and valor. Around that towering stone statue, streams of people pass by. Many visitors stop to gaze at the stone warrior, chattering noisily and bustling. Jiang Du stood in the distance, observing everything before his eyes. He looked up at the statue, pursed his lips tightly, holding a card in one hand and clenching the other as if making some kind of resolve. The golden card with intricate blessing patterns made it look old, yet it exuded mystery and authority. As he looked at the card, he recalled Dang Koa's words from the night before. So Duong Group, the largest pharmaceutical company in Van Hai. With a suggestive look, he pointed at the card and tactfully told him, "If you could become one of their non-regular employees, you wouldn't have to worry for the rest of your life." Jiang Du seriously asked in return, "Was that person just now someone who collects items for the So Duong Group?" Dang Koa chuckled and replied, "Yeah, judging by the battle suit he was wearing. It's probably right." Jiang Du frowned and spoke out his doubts in a serious tone. "You said the item collector had only level 1 proficiency, but the guy just now killed a level 2 eye demon. He didn't pay much attention and said, 'That's something you don't know, right?' The So Duong Pharmaceutical Group has drugs specifically for raising the combat power level of superpowered individuals." Dang Koa, with hands in his pockets, walked on while continuing to share knowledge with Jiang Du. They have a partnership with the Night Watch organization managing the Night Watch handovers. They were the ones who established it. Then he turned back and advised, "If you want to get stronger quickly, So Duong is a shortcut." "That's not bad," Jiang Du asked him. "So do you want to give So Duong a try?" He closed his eyes and replied coolly, Nah, forget it. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself." Back to reality, the MC with a perfectly fit figure and a professional voice raised her hand to the screen displaying an analyzed image of a drug, introducing it to the audience seated below the stage. This drug has the code T1928, named Cam Lo. The girl with a beautiful face added further. He and 30 PhDs from Bakdu led his team, spent 10 years to successfully research it, which has the effect of increasing brain sensitivity, thereby enhancing the reaction power of superpowers. The two people behind Jiang Du were very excited, but he just crossed his arms over his chest, his face showing a bit of boredom, thinking, "Sounds like they're taxing IQ. Is there really a drug here that can level up abilities?" The girl from before gestured invitingly and said, "Well then, we now invite an audience member to come up and test this drug." From the crowd, Dang Koa shot his hand up, shouting enthusiastically, Me, let me," causing Jiang Du in front to startle, mouth agape. Dang Koa went on stage and stood next to the pretty MC. He grabbed the drug vial and downed it in one go. Below, Jiang Du watched this scene speechlessly, thinking, "What the hell, didn't you say you wanted to rely on yourself?" After drinking, intense light burst from his eyes. He exclaimed, "Whoa, my head feels much clearer." Taking advantage of the image of Dang Koa just having tested the drug and then emitting dazzling beams of light, the girl behind quickly seized the moment to promote. Original price $88.88. Today's special offer only $1,888. First come first serve. The crowd below immediately clamored, "Take them all, give me one vial. I want one too, I want one too." Jiang Du helplessly facepalmed, walking in the opposite direction of the crowd to get out. His face clearly showed 3 long black lines, thinking, "These people are hopeless." A sword with a blade wider than a handspan, but sadly, it was broken in half, leaving only half attached to the hilt, displayed in a glass case. Next was a battle suit. Though torn to shreds, it was still encased in glass, enough to show how valuable it was. Then came a half-torn scroll along with bullets. They seemed to remind people of a distant past somewhere. Jiang Du stopped in front of a painting of night watchmen standing shoulder to shoulder. The scene of a battle among shadowy rocky mountains. The person standing most prominently in the center of the painting looked exactly like the statue. Below was a frame with the caption, "So Duong, this painting is a gift for the one who founded the So Duong Group." That was So Duong. After reading it, Jiang Du was surprised. The name So Duong, the founder of the So Duong Group, turned out to be a night watchman. The person standing next to him spoke. That's right, he was one of the first night watchmen, Tong Kanan added. Unfortunately, now very few people still remember him. Jiang Du looked at him with eyes full of vigilance, thinking, it's him, the night watchman squad leader who has been investigating his identity. So Duong held a torch lighting the way, leading the frightened people behind him forward to face the many hands of the alien species reaching out toward them. Tong Kanan's voice narrates. The disaster of year 50 of the era, mutant insects swarmed across Dai Chao. Cousin So Duong went alone into the desperate land. He led everyone out of the infested zone. A blazing red flame engulfed So Duong alone, his eyes full of heroic resolve. Tong Kanan's narration continued. To protect everyone, he did not hesitate to burn himself, risking his life against the mutant insects. A tremendous force struck down, creating a terrifying explosion. The crowd surrounding So Duong. At that moment, So Duong's body burned fiercely, emitting sparks that lit up the space. The instructor's narration reached its end. In the end, he burned out completely. The last spark of his life until not even bones remained. Tong Kanan gestured toward the painting and added. Fortunately, his later generations were able to grow the So Duong Corporation he founded, making it powerful and continuing to contribute. He added, honestly, you and this cousin So Duong look very much alike. Yang Du, full of suspicion, pointed at himself. Me, Tong Kanan answered his question. That's right, that day at the Night Watch organization. You once said you wanted to become the only light in the darkness. Do you still remember? Jiang Du was a bit surprised. Oh, that thing, he scratched his head, gave an embarrassed laugh. Ah, right. He had said it, but inwardly he muttered, I just said it casually. You actually believed it. Tong Kanan crossed his arms with an emotional expression, said, I'm worthy of being the nephew of General Lai. High awareness aptitude, thinks a lot. Jiang Du asked in surprise, General Lai, who's that? The instructor, impatient, annoyed at his cluelessness, replied, obviously General Lai Tuan Quang. In Jiang Du's mind appeared embarrassing images of his uncle, like drunk hugging a toilet, vomiting, afraid of pain, all sorts of things and so on. He tried to connect that image with the cool, muscular image of a general. Shocked to the point of losing color, he exclaimed, the strongest man in the whole wide world. Tong Kanan, a bit bewildered, scratched his head and asked, he never told you? He panicked. Never, I always thought he was just a regular civil servant. The instructor helplessly said, he also works as a clerk, but he has high-level executive power, not ordinary at all. That statement directly left Jiang Du completely speechless. He touched his hair, his quick mind figured everything out. No wonder they said they could give him a backdoor, even arrange a school. For him, he originally thought his uncle simply knew some big shot with connections, didn't expect it was the uncle himself. Tong Kanan patted his shoulder. It seems General Lai hid some things from you, probably just for your own good. Right, my name is Tong Kanan, the instructor of this special training camp. Jiang Du curiously asked back, instructor. Tong Kanan leaned his face close to him, mysteriously said, work hard, I have high hopes for you. When the time comes, I will train you really. The words made him a bit worried, he swallowed. Tong Kanan turned and left, leaving him in the empty exhibition room. He scratched his head, thought, training thoroughly, I've got a bad feeling. The displayed painting suddenly appeared, pairs of red eyes full of killing intent, staring straight ahead. Jiang Du sensed something wrong. He spun around, shouting, who's there? Nothing. In Jiang Du's sight, everything was still normal. Those eyes then turned into embers. Suddenly, a green mutant insect shot straight out of the painting. Luckily, he dodged just in time. Startled, he exclaimed. The green wraith quickly flew away. Jiang Du quickly chased after it. Jiang Du recognized that thing. Thinking in surprise, a wraith actually appears in a place like this. The emergency exit sign with the typical green running figure. The wraith flew down the winding staircase. Jiang Du pursued while wondering. In the silence with so many guards outside, how did it sneak in? The wraith darted down to the horror of Jiang Du following behind. From the image of the wraith, the system voice rang out. The system introduced low-level abyssal mutant insect belonging to the species Umbra, capable of exerting powerful strength in darkness. If targeted by it, be careful of your back. Note, this mutant seems not so simple. Jiang Du recalled the image of the purple mutant before, thinking, not so simple. The first time he killed that wraith, it also mentioned this, so they had detected abnormalities early on. The wraith reached the bottom of the stairs and turned a corner. Darkness, he quickly followed. He ran to the corner, judging. Could the recent increase in mutant appearances be related to it? Jiang Du's eyes suddenly widened, scared out of his wits. He looked in horror at the mysterious dark space before him. At the far end of the room, a strange blue light was emanating. Jiang Du cautiously looked around, panicked, thought, this is the basement of So Duong Group, how strange that there's nothing. Suddenly a voice echoed. Number 9 has returned, enter. He muttered in shock. Someone's there. The surrounding space suddenly fell deathly silent. Quiet, the objects from earlier disappeared, stunning Jiang Du. He was surprised, guessing inwardly, did they hide into the shadow plane? What the hell is So Duong Group up to? Then Jiang Du summoned his shadow up from the black hole. Commanded, shadow clone. He quickly advanced deeper into the mysterious hallway, infiltrating where the wraith had entered earlier. Jiang Du was surprised, somewhat shocked by what was before his eyes. Many gigantic test tubes, all containing mutant insects. They appeared to be someone's research project. Jiang Du's eyes widened, unable to believe, stammering. These are, each enormous, disgusting mutant insect revealed before him, sending chills down his spine, not understanding the conspiracy behind it. He asked himself, what exactly is So Duong Group trying to do? Jiang Du stealthily approached a door, reaching out his hand carefully to probe the situation inside. In the room, a blonde man was talking to a doctor with a bizarre hairstyle. Doctor, oh, the cultivation of the wraith has now stabilized. The plan to raise the scent hunter is also showing signs of ripening. This morning, Director Triu came to me and said we should start by controlling the stability of the blood strain first. Den Tok Vang adjusted his glasses, asking fearfully, Doctor, what do you think? Dr. O replied unhurriedly. In the end, aberrant species still have untamable wild natures. The 3 wandering spirits at the shopping mall earlier have already caused bad consequences if we stubbornly use the blood strain. For experiments, I'm afraid it will only cause greater losses. Den Tok Vang continued asking, but last time using flesh and blood to lure the blood strain did have some effect, didn't it? Dr. O raised an objection. No. Taming based on the aberrant insect's bloodthirsty instinct is impossible. The entire conversation reached Jiang Du's ears without missing a word, yet they remained completely unaware. Dr. O's footsteps came to a halt. Dr. O touched the lab tank containing an aberrant insect and added, our ultimate goal is to develop an aberrant species that can be fully controlled and assist the Night Watchers, and to achieve this we need to start from soul insects, for example, the eyes. He stared intently ahead, his expression utterly solemn. Dr. O touched the glass surface housing the giant wandering spirit inside and continued the unfinished sentence from before. This wandering spirit was mutated from this soul strain. Jiang Du was stunned after hearing their conversation, a drop of sweat rolling down. He stared at the things before him and sank into his own thoughts. Thien Min, with a crazed and warped expression, gathered streams of dark purple power. That power took shape, making the surrounding space turn gloomy. He fiercely swung a fist enveloped in those purple streams of power. The force shot out with immense destructive power into the air. The tanks containing aberrant insects cracked from the force. They were about to shatter. The tanks burst open. Liquid sprayed out from inside. Surging, the aberrant species escaped along with it. As the sharp claws of an aberrant insect stepped out, system alarms blared continuously. Warning, aberrant insect from room 35 has escaped. Red level threat. A grotesque, emaciated aberrant insect, little more than a skeleton, utterly terrifying, emerged. The other aberrant insects also escaped. Amid this, panic screams rang out without ceasing. All research personnel evacuate immediately. The warning lights flashed red and blue continuously, enough to show how critical the situation was. Staff in protective suits stood in the blazing red corridor, screaming in terror. Room 35, that room has over 10 aberrant insects. They were in utter panic, shouting loudly, security. Get security here now, what are you still dawdling for? Run away at once. Thien Min stood on the railing looking down at the people running chaotically and the desperate screams. Not like this, help. Thien Min's face distorted, cracks appearing on it. His eyes were completely lifeless. He seemed to have become something else. Everyone who saw him let out terrified screams. Ah! Thien Min was greatly delighted by this new power. He spread his arms wide, savoring the energy coursing through his meridians. Suddenly, Thien Min collapsed flat on the ground, limbs splayed, his whole body motionless as if lifeless. His health bar displayed 0%. Jiang Du from below witnessed every event that had occurred, astonished. Looking closely at Thien Min on the ground, terrified, he thought, a student kills his teacher, then commits suicide. What is this? Then Jiang Du looked back at the lab, thinking about the wandering spirit from earlier. That wandering spirit had also taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly, a hand shot up from the pile of corpses. A voice spoke. You come here, so Dr. O was not completely dead yet. His face covered in blood, he coughed. Jiang Du hurriedly supported him and shouted, don't move. I'll call a doctor right now. Dr. O struggled to say, fire seed, fire seed. Even as blood flowed nonstop, he kept repeating with effort, he is. Fire seed, Jiang Du asked back, fire seed. Suddenly, Dr. O's eyes opened wide and he went completely still. He seemed to have truly passed away. Dr. O's eyes closed tight. The affairs of the world could no longer trouble him. Jiang Du roared, wait, what is fire seed? Explain it clearly. He tried to shake Dr. O's now stiffened body, shouting in panic, don't do this to me every time it's a crucial moment. Suddenly he sensed something wrong and turned around. Ah, a massive aberrant insect was advancing toward him, poised to attack. Jiang Du gently laid Dr. O down on the ground. He faced the aberrant insect in front of him and said, I'll just have to set the problem aside for now. Jiang Du took a fighting stance, becoming serious, and said, let's kill our way out first, then talk. Jiang Du's black silhouette was fighting with the wandering spirit that had escaped earlier in the shadowy layer. When Jiang-do and that aberrant insect collided, blue lightning sparked everywhere from the impact. While fighting this aberrant species, Jiang-do noticed the red and green aberrant insects over there running toward him. As those two aberrant species approached Jiang-do, he immediately used the lightning from before to attack them. Jiang-do's black silhouette was surrounded by streams of electricity. He started at the bloody thing falling to the ground. At his feet, the ground was now covered in black blood, along with a chunk of the green aberrant insect's body. Jiang-do's black silhouette silently observed the surrounding. In the room at that moment, corpses were strewn everywhere, but not a single trace of an aberrant insect could be seen. They had vanished at some point. Jiang-do scanned the room for a while, then he suddenly realized something. Jiang-do exclaimed anxiously, "It's over, those mutant creatures have entered the real world." Cut to the lower floor of So Duong Corporation. Pink Hair Girl is introducing the company's products to the young people around her. At that moment, from somewhere, the mutant creatures that vanished from the upper floor where Jiang-do was appear one after another in the real world. After simultaneously appearing on the reality floor, the three mutants from earlier jointly attacked the sales consultant who was happily smiling while selling goods. Unaware of the danger above her head, as expected, that employee was instantly killed. The people around who saw it panicked and fled, and didn't forget to shout loudly for others to hear, "Mutants, run quickly, run quickly." Some people ran and screamed in terror, "Save me, help." Dang Koa, having experience hunting mutants, was quite calm. He shouted to rally everyone, "They're blood mutants. Don't run around wildly, they specialize in catching those who stray from the group. Try to gather in one place." Ignoring Dang Koa's advice, those people kept running chaotically everywhere. He didn't give up and shouted loudly, "Don't run around, come over here, all of you." While Dang Koa was focused on calling out to gather people, a blood mutant appeared from behind, right above his head. It was poised to attack Dang Koa. As death drew near him, a punch from a familiar black shadow appeared and struck the blood mutant that was about to do this evil deed with a lightning-fast punch. The owner of that punch was none other than the black shadow, Jiang-do. He used a wind-splitting punch to send that mutant flying. The blood mutant was knocked far away by Jiang-do's punch. Seeing the familiar black shadow blocking in front of him, Dang Koa asked in surprise, "Du-tu, why did you come here?" The black shadow Jiang-do, while fighting mutants, hurriedly replied, "Don't worry about why I came, think of a way to save people." Dang Koa, hearing Jiang-do, somewhat helplessly pointed to the situation behind. A mutant was chasing a young man. That young man just focused on running and desperately screamed, "Ah, save me." After pointing out the proof, Dang Koa sighed, lamenting, "No use, they all just think of running wildly, no one listens." Jiang-do looked in that direction and heard Dang Koa's words, and he was also speechless. The black shadow Jiang-do turned his attention to another direction. A young man was about to be devoured by a green mutant. This unfortunate guy ran for his life, shouting, "Save me." Like lightning, the black shadow Jiang-do advanced and delivered a kick along with green lightning bolts toward that green mutant. The young man looked at the scene above in surprise, the young people witnessing. The black shadow Jiang-do defeat the blood mutant with just one kick, sending it flying a distance, dust and smoke everywhere. The black shadow Jiang-do stood on the mutant's body and shouted loudly, "Stop running around. If you don't want to die, come over here, all of you." Then he reminded everyone to watch out for dark shadows around, so the mutants wouldn't have a chance to take advantage. After listening to the black shadow Jiang-do, they quickly gathered in one place. One person recognized him and asked, puzzled, "Are you Du-tu?" The blue-haired girl took out her phone. While snapping photos, she exclaimed, "It's the amnesiac assassin, very famous on TikTok." The blonde young man stepped forward, saying joyfully, "Is it true, we're saved?" When they saw the appearance of the influential figure, the people quickly obeyed and gathered. A young man wearing glasses shouted, "Follow Du-tu. Come over here, everyone." After the crowd gathered, he reminded them, "Keep an eye out for dark shadows around. Report if anything happens." Seeing the crowd pushing and shoving, he urgently shouted, "Don't rush, let women and children go first." On this side, the black shadow Jiang-do witnessed the people over there obediently gathering together, and he breathed a long sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. Suddenly from the upper floor came a loud shout, "Help, we're trapped, is anyone there?" Hearing that cry for help and seeing the situation below was now safe, Jiang-do thought to himself that there was probably no problem now. Time to go upstairs and check. Thinking that, the black shadow Jiang-do leaped up, darting toward the cry for help from earlier. He didn't forget to turn his head down and instruct, "Dang Koa, you take them away from here. I'll go upstairs and check." Dang Koa, upon hearing Min's order, quickly made a military salute and loudly answered, "Yes." Inside the burning room, a mother and child were embracing each other, sobbing. The mother called out loudly, "Is anyone there? Cough, save us, cough." The frightened little girl hugged her mother, crying and panicking, saying, "Mommy, it's so hot, I want to go out." While the two were despairing in the sea of fire, a black shadow appeared at the door. That black shadow forcefully kicked the room door off its hinges. The mother and child saw the door separate from its frame and looked in surprise toward the black shadow. The mother, tears brimming, joyfully looked at the black shadow standing at the door. The mother tried to shout loudly to that person to let him know their location. "Here, I'm here." Suddenly, the mother sensed something wrong when the person at the door didn't respond. She stared blankly in that direction. The black shadow was not a person coming to rescue the mother and child, but a giant blue mutant. After crawling through the door, it ferociously roared to intimidate them. The mother and child hugged each other in fear. The mother squeezed her eyes shut, hugging her daughter tightly, and screamed, "No." The little girl beside also clung to her mother in panic, squeezing her eyes shut. Meanwhile, this multi-eyed blue mutant was intimidating, about to devour the mother and child when it suddenly stopped. It looked questioningly at the black aura surrounding it. From above, a galaxy-colored tentacle appeared and grabbed the blue mutant and hurled it into the air. It was none other than the black shadow Jiangdu. With one hand, he grabbed the tentacle. At the same time, look up at the spot where the mutant is being restrained by him. Then, the shadow figure Jiangdu uses his bare hand to punch hard into the round hole that appears on the body of that mutant insect. The shadow figure Jiangdu pulls his hand out of that round hole. The mutant slowly collapses after he pulls his hand out. In the sea of fire at this moment, after being defeated by Jiangdu, it crashes down heavily right in front of the mother and child. The mother, after her narrow escape from death, gazes gratefully towards the shadow figure who saved both her and her child. She sincerely says thank you. On the other side, the shadow figure Jiangdu hasn't been cool for long before. It turns comical. Even in shadow form, he still gets burned by the fire. The shadow figure looks at the fire clinging to his body and says in panic, "Ouch, ouch, so hot, so hot. Wasn't my body supposed to be fireproof? Why is it burning like this?" Realizing the helplessness of the mother and child, the shadow figure Jiangdu quickly regains his cool demeanor. He flashes a trademark smile at the two of them, comforting them. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you all." The little girl fearfully hugs her mother tightly. The girl looks towards the shadow figure, then cries out while sobbing, "Wow, this person is even scarier than that monster just now." The mother quickly reassures the girl, "Don't be afraid, he's a superpowered person, he came to save us. He just looks a little bit ugly, that's all." Ignoring the awkward situation from earlier, the shadow figure Jiangdu quickly scoops up the mother and child, and he doesn't forget to delicately instruct them. "Hold on tight to me." Then he lifts up the mother and child, uses the silk thread skill to smash through the glass door and swings from the burning high room down below. The shadow figure Jiangdu, after flying past the other intact floors, also sees a crowd of people below and a red rescue vehicle. The shadow figure Jiangdu's feet touch the ground. Water is sprayed by firefighters towards that fiercely burning room. The shadow figure Jiangdu sets the mother and child down on the ground in full view of the surrounding people. After being saved by Jiangdu, the mother is safe. "Thank you, truly thank you so much," the little girl shyly says. "Thank you, monster brother." The people behind them also recognize the shadow figure Jiangdu. They point at him and shout, "Look, it's brother Du too. He saved this mother and child." The shadow figure Jiangdu turns to look at the crowd behind him and the mother and child he just saved. They are excitedly praising him. "Well done, brother Du too." That crowd watches as the shadow figure Jiangdu continues using his silk thread to fly up to save people. Then someone yells, "Brother Du too has gone back in to save people." Someone in the crowd cheers, "Go for it, brother Du too." Jiangdu on his side is not as calm as he appears on the surface. While flying up to save people, on the other hand, he is nervously calculating in his head. "Must make the most of the time. My shadow points consumption rate in the real world is very fast." Thinking of this, Jiangdu curses inwardly. He also doesn't know where the other night watchmen have disappeared to. They should have arrived to assist by now. While the shadow figure Jiangdu is swinging up to the upper floor on this side, an explosion appears behind, catching his attention. Jiangdu stares intently towards the source of that golden light. Then, he swings his line towards that direction. When seeing the night watchmen fighting with the mutant insects, Jiangdu thinks to himself, the night watchmen are also tied up. Jiangdu deduces that perhaps this whole chaos was premeditated. A ball of green light is slowly condensed by a hand. The green ball gradually grows larger. The owner of that ball looks towards the mutant insects in front. That ball of spiritual energy grows bigger and bigger. When it reaches the required size, the owner of that ball launches the spiritual energy towards the mutant insects. Immediately, from the single ball earlier, the spiritual energy is evenly split into three, simultaneously attacking towards those mutant insects. On another side, the night watchmen are also busily fighting with other mutant insects. Quickly, those mutants are defeated by the night watchmen. Their corpses are strewn all over the room. On the bodies of those mutant insects, a black round hole appears. But immediately, even more mutants appear. They all simultaneously rush quickly towards the front. Suddenly, from a high-rise building of the So Duong group, a series of large explosions erupt, caused by the battle between the night watchmen and the mutants. The shadow figure Jiangdu is drawn by the loud explosion. He anxiously looks towards where that explosion is happening. The shadow figure Jiangdu guesses. That side is the industrial zone of the So Duong group. It seems that is the main target of the mutant insects attack. The shadow figure Jiangdu jumps into a nearby building. He thinks to himself, the situation is much worse than imagined. Right now there are no night watchmen. Then I can only rely on myself. Thinking of this, the shadow figure Jiangdu opens his system panel to check. The shadow figure Jiangdu pensively looks at the blue panel displaying the stats in front of him. Time shifts to the afternoon. The shadow figure Jiangdu swings down from high above using the thread. On his back there is an old woman. Someone sees the shadow figure Jiangdu appear. That person joyfully points at him and says, he's here, he's here. Brother Du too has appeared again. The people around also happily look towards the shadow figure Jiangdu appearing. After setting the old woman down, the shadow figure Jiangdu carries a person on his back, and two more people bundled up like silkworms trail behind. Someone in the crowd held up 3 fingers and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, this time he brought 3 people back all at once." The black shadow Rang Du brought back a puppy along with 4 soft pieces dangling like silkworms. The black-haired young man who had given a thumbs up earlier praised him. "So cool, Du too." The red-haired young man didn't forget to cheer for men. "Come on." The night watchman on this side noticed the black shadow Rang Du carrying a trapped resident inside the building and was startled. When he looked more closely and saw the black shadow Rang Du carrying a young man on his back, that night watchman said in panic, "It's him again, that mysterious assassin." Shadow Jiangdu quickly landed on the ground. Seeing Shadow Jiangdu appear with the blonde young man, someone sighed in relief and said, "That's the last one." Another person worriedly asked Jiangdu, "Are you okay, brother Du?" Shadow Jiangdu slowly laid the young man down on the ground. Seeing that he was unconscious, the people around panicked and said, "This is bad, he's injured. Quick, call an ambulance." After rescuing the last person, Jiangdu put his hands on the ground, panting heavily. Jiangdu's shadow points were now only 13 out of 74. Shadow Jiangdu thought to himself as he panted, so tired. So being a hero is this exhausting. At first, Jiangdu had even intended to show off and look cool, but in the end he didn't even have the strength to stand up. While complaining internally about his fatigue, Shadow Jiangdu suddenly smiled and looked ahead when he saw the reunion scene. The joyful tears of those he had just rescued as they reunited with their loved ones. Shadow Jiangdu said to himself, "Even if I'm more tired, it's worth it." The old woman that Jiangdu had saved earlier suddenly burst into sobs. She asked the people around, "My granddaughter, has anyone seen my granddaughter?" She described her granddaughter's appearance, about this tall with braided hair. A man nearby panicked and said, "My son is also missing." "Brother Du, did you see anything?" Another person who overheard also spoke up, "My daughter as well." And another person simultaneously worriedly said, "And my grandchild, only 7 years old." Shadow Jiangdu listened to everyone panicking as they searched for their family members. He frowned and replied, "I didn't see them." Then he suddenly realized something and asked back, "They're all children." His eyes looked up at the tall building that was emitting dense black smoke. At its center was a cluster of pink light. Shadow Jiangdu used his skill to look more closely toward those pink lights. They belonged to the mutant insects. They were capturing the children. One child, caught by a mutant creature, was being carried toward the rooftop of the building. The child was terrified, crying and calling out, "Wah wah daddy." Down below, a pink-haired little girl was wrapped by a mutant insect's tail, and she too was crying and saying, "I want to go home." Shadow Jiangdu watched the mutant insects using their tails to snatch children as they crawled on that tall building. He cursed inwardly in confusion. "Damn it, what are these mutant creatures trying to do? How dare they take children?" As he stood dazed, watching the swarm of mutant insects. The ring of a phone caught Shadow Jiangdu's attention. He obediently picked up. The caller was Luke Jiao. She was worried about him. Jiangdu on the other end of the line answered, "Hello, what's up?" Hearing Jiangdu's voice, Luke Jiao on this side felt somewhat more at ease. But still worried, she softly asked Jiangdu, "Are you at the So Duong building right now?" Hearing Jiao's question, Shadow Jiangdu, who was running, was startled and asked back, "How do you know?" Jiao on the other end of the line coldly warned, "Don't worry about how I know, now come back here immediately." There was no way Jiangdu would obediently listen to Jiao. He flashed a bright smile and replied, "No rush, I'll come back when you've finished cooking. Cold beef and tomato egg soup. Just like that, okay?" Hearing Jiangdu say that, Jiao on the other end angrily said, "Wait, hey." Without letting her finish, Jiangdu hung up. He put the phone in his pocket and continued dashing forward. On the other side, Jiao silently looked at the phone in her hand, emitting a tut-tut sound, indicating that the call had ended, and she worried. Over here, Shadow Jiangdu stopped running due to exhaustion. He frowned and thought to himself, My blood and shadow points are running low. Going to save them recklessly might cost him his life. As he was thinking, a sound came from a loudspeaker. It was a group of night watchmen, a team of 3. The one holding the loudspeaker and 2 others carrying guns on their backs. He warned Shadow Jiangdu, the superpowered individual ahead, attention please. The person holding the loudspeaker was none other than Uncle Luke. He continued, according to Article 113 of the Superpower Bill, unlicensed ability users are not permitted to use their powers without authorization. Uncle Luke's expression was extremely stern as he demanded, immediately cease using your ability and submit to inspection. Shadow Jiangdu warily looked at the gun pointed at him, and the voice that continued to sound, final warning. Disperse your power immediately, or we will use force. The night watchman holding the gun saw that Jiangdu was still stubbornly refusing to dispel his power. A blue light flashed in his eyes. The energy gun in his hand was ready, loaded, and set to fire. Seeing the tense situation, Shadow Jiangdu obediently raised his hands. Got it, Jiangdu thought to himself. Forget it, it's better to leave it to the Night Watch organization. They're more professional than me. They can probably save the children. But when he looked back, the old woman, in her anxiety to find her granddaughter, had fallen to the ground. Though she had fallen, she paid no attention to the physical pain. Still reaching out her hand and calling, "Lamb, lamb, my granddaughter." Shadow Jiangdu saw that heartbreaking scene, and he couldn't help but hesitate, clenching his teeth. Then Shadow Jiangdu still decided not to give up. He turned to look at the group in front of him, pointed in one direction and said, "Follow me." Uncle Luke looked at Jiangdu's serious expression, puzzled. He eyed him warily. Without waiting for Uncle Luke's agreement, Shadow Jiangdu used his silk threads to fly up high, leaving Uncle Luke's group of night watchmen behind. Down below, the 2 night watchmen saw the black figure of Zhang Du disobeying orders and not listening to Uncle Luke, and became alert. They raised their guns, preparing to fire a warning shot at Zhang Du. Uncle Luke nervously looked toward the black figure of Zhang Du, while using his hand to block the gun of the night watchman who was about to shoot. The soldier, seeing Uncle Luke stop him, questioned in confusion, "Captain Luke." With a complex gaze, Uncle Luke looked ahead and suggested, "Let's go see what's going on." In the afternoon, among the high-rise buildings, interspersed were floating pink and purple lights. Those were created by the pink mutant insects. They were using their tails to capture children. They didn't kill the children but moved together in a certain direction. Beneath the road's surface, the black figure of Zhang Du hid while watching the strange mutant creatures ahead. He was looking for the mutant creatures that had disappeared. Zhang Du wondered to himself, where the hell did this bunch go? The black figure of Zhang Du hid and scouted, and suddenly he saw several pink mutant creatures carrying the children disappear into a black pit that appeared under the road. Watching the mutant creatures one after another carrying the children and vanishing into that somewhat familiar circular black pit, Zhang Du's black figure deduced that they had entered the shadow layer. Zhang Du's black figure infiltrated the shadow layer along with those mutant insects. He silently observed the mutant creatures standing on the other side of the building. After a while of observation, Zhang Du's black figure furrowed his brow in confusion. It was strange, the blood species only had a nature to slaughter, yet they could pull off this kidnapping. Looking at the situation across the building, the children were being gathered in one place right in the center. The mutant creatures were standing guard around them, Zhang Du thought to himself. Furthermore, the division of labor was very clear, as if they were organized. Zhang Du's black figure pieced together the keywords, so Duong Group, Fire Seed, Experimental Creatures. He furrowed his brow. Zhang Du realized he seemed to have gotten involved in something very horrifying. After realizing he had gotten mixed up in something terrible, Zhang Du decided in his heart there was no time to retreat now. He could only try his best. Thinking this, Zhang Du transformed into a shapeless black shadow. Over by the apartment building, the children behind were crying loudly and miserably, and the mutant creature was vigilantly standing guard. It carefully scanned the surrounding. While on alert, suddenly a stone fell from somewhere, catching its attention. It looked closely at the stone that had just fallen. That mutant insect silently observed the stone after it rolled to a stop. From above, now it lay still on the ground. Then it looked toward the group of kids crying miserably behind, as if deducing whether any of these little ones had messed with that stone. The stone continued to jump up. It rolled and tumbled to another spot, drawing the attention of this mutant insect. Though its eyes nearly popped out, it still couldn't find anyone who touched the stone. This mutant creature scratched its head, guessing it was some ghost playing a prank. While watching the children and simultaneously suspecting a ghost was messing with the stone, the mutant creature froze. It stared at the children. The dumb mutant creature counted the number of those children. After counting them once, it thought, puzzled, wait a minute. As the number of these children decreased, while that mutant creature was doubting the reduced number of children, somewhere a stone appeared, hopping back and forth, hitting the other mutant insects. One of the mutant creatures detected something unusual behind its back. It suddenly turned its head to look behind. Behind, the black figure of Zhang Du was hastily fleeing, hands full, carrying 3 children. That mutant immediately pointed at Zhang Du and let out 3 cack calls, alerting its comrades behind. Zhang Du's black figure, discovered, wasn't afraid. He stopped, turned his head back. Zhang Du said in a resigned tone, "Aya, I've been spotted." At that moment, 3 mutant creatures simultaneously charged forward to attack Zhang Du's black figure from behind. They attacked and growled at the same time. He just silently stood watching them charge. Suddenly, from somewhere, a strange net-like thing appeared, a magical net that caught the mutant insects. Several mutant insects were caught neatly in the net. They were so shocked and panicked that their eyes bulged out. Another mutant insect, unlike the panicked ones, snarled angrily and roared when the net caught it. After capturing those mutant insects together in one net, Zhang Du's black figure led the children to escape from the shadow layer. He used his phone to light the way down the stairs while carefully instructing the frightened kids behind. "Take it slow, stay close to me." While finding a way out of the shadow layer, Zhang Du's black figure called the Night Watch organization. When the organization picked up, Zhang Du immediately said, "Hello, is this the Night Watch organization? I have a few dozen children here." He was in the middle of speaking when his phone was blown up by someone. Zhang Du's black figure was startled, looking at his exploded phone. He couldn't figure out how the enemy had struck. Zhang Du covered his mouth to avoid inhaling the smoke and dust from the phone explosion. He furrowed his brow, alert, scanning around. A pair of legs of a mysterious person appeared. The owner of those legs was a person, not quite a person, with white hair, a tall, muscular build, and scales on his skin like a snake. He looked at Zhang Du's black figure and said with a somewhat surprised tone, "I didn't expect you'd chase all the way here. I thought you were someone from the Night Watch organization." The face of this half-human, half-snake creature suddenly darkened. He sneered, "So it's you, Du too, our internet celebrity." The dark figure Jiang Du stepped forward to protect the sobbing children behind him. He warily eyed the man before him. He asked, "Who are you?" The man stuck out his long, thin, snake-like tongue. At the same time, a stream of green energy emerged from his finger. He looked provocatively at Jiang Du and replied, "Yes." Without giving the dark figure Jiang Du time to react, he simply flicked his finger sideways, and Jiang Du was slammed violently into the wall. After being knocked through the wall, Shadow Jiang Du leaped out of the broken wall. Shadow Jiang Du felt somewhat anxious about the terrifying strength of this bizarre man. Shadow Jiang Du retreated backward. He defended himself while using his intuition to deduce the man's identity. Psychic power, this guy is also a superhuman. Jiang Du used his spider silk skill. He pointed toward a distant building. The silk strand instantly attached itself to that building, creating an anchor for Jiang Du. Then Shadow Jiang Du swung on the strand toward that building. When his feet touched the ground, he released the spider silk. From above Jiang Du, sharp weapon spikes appeared. These spikes all launched an attack downward at Jiang Du below. Shadow Jiang Du sensed something unusual from overhead. He reflexively leaped far away to dodge those weapon spikes. He saw that these spikes were so hard they could pierce straight through the ground. He felt a little tense. The man, seeing that Jiang Du had evaded his killing intent-filled attack, opened his mouth to praise. "Not bad, your reflexes are very quick." His entire body was enveloped in a blue aura, and round balls emerged from his 2 fingers. After the praise, the man then spoke with contempt. "But your overall strength is still only level 1, basically not worth mentioning." Shadow Jiang Du did not fear the power disparity. He calmly stood among the metal rods impaled in the ground. He curiously asked about the man's identity. "Are you from the So Duong group?" Hearing his question, the man burst into laughter as if he had heard something hilarious. "I'm Hulk, then Hulk is Hulk." Shadow Jiang Du continued to guess the man's identity. He asked again, puzzled, "Then are you from Hoa Trump?" He did not answer Jiang Du's question but pointed, ordering those round balls to attack him. The man seemed to be losing patience. He coldly said, "HMPH, the dead don't need to know too much." Shadow Jiang Du sidestepped. He dodged a green ball that was coming straight at his face. Jiang Du only focused on the balls in front of him and didn't notice the ball that had appeared behind him. Then that ball touched him and a powerful explosion erupted. The aftermath was a gigantic crater. Jiang Du was blown far away by the blast. But the man continued to use his spirit energy to manipulate the other green spheres, attacking toward Jiang Du. Injured by the earlier explosion, Shadow Jiang Du now lay on the ground. He watched silently as a green sphere drew closer and closer before him. When that sphere hit the ground, it created an earth-shattering explosion. The man stood watching his work. Then he flicked out his snake-like tongue and licked his fingers. He stared ahead, muttering in a regretful tone, "How boring, I thought I could play a little longer." Up above, the children were watching the smoke and fire below. When they saw Jiang Du hit by the man's bombs, they burst into tears and anxiously looked down, calling, "Brother, don't die." That half-human, half-beast man slowly approached the spot where Jiang Du had been after the explosion. After surveying the surrounding, he suddenly stopped. Puzzled, he uttered an "oh," his expression tensing as he witnessed the scene before him. Ahead were large craters left by the blast, but there was no trace of Shadow Jiang Du anywhere. He muttered doubtfully, "Where is he?" When the snake man did not see Jiang Du appear after the explosion, he vigilantly summoned energy to encase himself. The shadow Jiang Du he was searching for now appeared from behind. Silent as a true assassin, he prepared to ambush that man. The snake man still had not detected Shadow Jiang Du lurking behind him. He remained looking forward, searching for Jiang Du's figure. Shadow Jiang Du transformed into a black blur with lightning speed. Then, immediately seizing the moment when the man's guard was down, he attacked him. But the man dodged Jiang Du's strike. Fortunately, Jiang Du managed to inflict a wound on his face. After slicing across the white-haired man's face, Shadow Jiang Du rematerialized. He attacked from behind the man. Shadow Jiang Du smirked with satisfaction. When the white-haired man couldn't catch him, he turned into a black silhouette again, striking the white-haired man. Meanwhile, the man condensed that familiar green sphere from before. He gathered energy, making the green sphere grow larger. While watching the elusive Shadow Jiang Du who had been phasing in and out, he leaped high into the air. Looking down at Shadow Jiang Du hiding on the ground below, he sneered, "You little mouse." After the sneer, he hurled the sphere toward Shadow Jiang Du, watching smugly as his own arm slowly vanished. His smugness didn't last long. He realized his attack was neutralized by Jiang Du's shadow. Seeing that sight, he was so shocked he froze. A white orb appears in midair. From within it, black threads like spider silk emerge and attack towards the white-haired man, forcing him backward. Green bubbles float up, blocking the white-haired man's face. He grits his teeth, glaring as the black spider silk threads strike him. Though wounded and bleeding, this white-haired man still licks his lips excitedly. He mutters to himself like a madman, hiding in the shadows. Is indeed a bit tricky to deal with. He condenses an orb many times larger than the previous ones. As he condenses it, the white-haired man smugly continues, "But I have a way to deal with you." Saying this, he waves his hand, sending the orb moving toward the back. That direction is where the children are standing. The orb is now hurtling toward the children at dizzying speed. As it nearly touches her, the pink-haired little girl looks up at it. Then she closes her eyes. She screams at the top of her lungs, "Brother!" Upon hearing her cry, the black shadow Jiang Du finally shows himself. He had been lurking near where the children were standing. Almost at the same moment the cry for help rings out, the black shadow Jiang Du appears, shielding the little girl. The power of that orb causes cracks to appear on the black shadow Jiang Du. He looks down at his injured arm. Suddenly, the white-haired man comes from nowhere. Peering behind the black shadow Jiang Du, he whispers in his ear, "I've caught you." Jiang Du startles and reflexively turns his head around. Before he can defend himself, Jiang Du is touched on the back by the white-haired man with another orb. When the orb touches him, a green light bursts everywhere. After being struck from behind by the white-haired man, the black shadow Jiang Du coughs up a mouthful of bright red blood. Jiang Du is knocked to the ground by the explosion and the green lightning bolts on his body. The explosion sends him flying across the sand. The white-haired man appears. He doesn't let Jiang Du off. The ringed hand continues condensing a green orb. He looks at Jiang Du with murderous intent. Trying to hide in the shadows again? No chance. Saying this, the white-haired man madly punches the face of the black shadow Jiang Du. He keeps punching while laughing like a maniac. The ringed hand coated in green energy continuously rains down on Jiang Du's face. The black shadow Jiang Du now endures a flurry of punches from the white-haired man. As pieces of black shadow shatter, Jiang Du thinks in disbelief, "What is happening? My shadow form is crumbling." At the same time as his shadow form crumbles, he also feels that the shadow points inside his body are becoming chaotic. He cannot use his skill. That huge hand grabs the head of the black shadow Jiang Du. He grits his teeth in pain as his head is seized. Black fragments of the shadow form are brutally torn off, scattering everywhere. 1/3 of the black shadow Jiang Du's face is exposed as the white-haired man rips it away. He grits his teeth, glaring at him. The white-haired man crushes the shadow form fragment of Jiang Du in one hand. He looks at him with bloodthirsty eyes. "Come, let me see who you really are." The white-haired man tightens one hand around Jiang Du's neck. His other hand prepares to attack Jiang Du with a spiritual energy orb. He grins smugly, ready to throw the orb. Suddenly, a rock hits the white-haired man's head, stopping him in his tracks. The rock was thrown by the children standing above. The kids throw rocks and shout, "Let him go." Another boy holds a rock ready to throw, yelling, "Bad guy, will stone you to death." The white-haired man is angered by the pelting. His hand slowly begins condensing familiar spiritual energy. The white-haired man furiously shouts, "You damned brats, you think I wouldn't dare kill you." The children aren't afraid and keep throwing. The rocks keep hitting his hand, making it twist grotesquely. Behind him, Jiang Du is quietly retreating. The cracked parts on Jiang Du's face quickly heal. He grits his teeth, lunges forward, and grabs the white-haired man's waist, shouting loudly, "Your opponent is me." In his heart, Jiang Du feels grateful. "Thank you, little friends." Right under Jiang Du's feet, a magic circle appears. He lifts both legs and jumps up, and Jiang Du shouts, Shadow pupil, countless eyes appear before the white-haired man. Meanwhile, Jiangdu is at his back, tightly hugging the white-haired man's large body, not allowing him to escape his shadow pupil. The white-haired man grits his teeth in fury. He mobilizes spiritual energy to attack Jiangdu, who clings on for dear life behind him. An orb appears, forcing Jiangdu to quickly retreat. The white-haired man coldly shouts, "Get lost!" Jiangdu is now counterattacked by the white-haired man. He retreats quite far. The white-haired man turns back to look at Jiangdu. Around him, those familiar floating orbs of various sizes appear. After being forced back, Jiangdu, in his black shadow form, frowns and warily watches every little move the white-haired man makes. The white-haired man points at Jiangdu and asks with contempt, stubborn as a leech, "You thought dragging me into the shadow layer would stop me?" He doesn't forget to provoke Jiangdu further. "After I kill you, I'll still take those brats away." Hearing the white-haired man, Jiangdu seems to understand something. He says with some apprehension, "So it is true, those blood seeds were under your control." Jiangdu voices his suspicion. "But why only capture children?" The white-haired man replies maliciously, "Naturally, because children's soul spirits are purer. You've probably heard that before." At these words, Whitehair's eyes gleamed with a blue light. He enunciated each word as he continued, "The soul seed technique." Hearing Whitehair's reply, Jiangdu wondered to himself, "Soul seed?" Jiangdu recalled what he had witnessed before in the Soduang laboratory, when the professor said to the mutant, "Hello, number 9. Jiangdu felt as if he was getting closer to something, while he pondered the events that had happened along with Whitehair's answer. Behind him, the silhouettes of the blood seeds gradually appeared. Jiangdu still hadn't noticed their presence. By the time Jiangdu realized, he was already surrounded by the swarm of mutant insects. Whitehair, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "Satisfied your curiosity? Well then, now." Whitehair snapped his fingers, a smug look on his face. He slowly continued with malicious intent, "Time for you to die." When the finger snap sounded, the mutant insects also began to stir. They became more ferocious, growling and preparing to charge at Jiangdu. Countless mutants stood around him in a circle, baring their fangs fiercely, ready to pounce and tear apart Jiangdu, who stood alone and helpless in the center. Surrounded and threatened by growls, Jiangdu was not afraid. He calmly flashed an infuriatingly smug grin. Around Jiangdu, flashes of blue and black energy flickered. He declared boldly, "I've been waiting for you." Black shadows spread out around him. Black smoke hovered around Jiangdu. Wearing a triumphant smile, he unleashed some kind of skill with both hands. He extended both hands and bands of light appeared, clinging to the mutant insects around him. Jiangdu said in a tone of gratitude, "Thanks for the grand gift." Those bands of light looked like a spider's hunting web. Now they clung tightly to the mutant insects. The creatures stared blankly at whatever was clinging to them. They tried to escape but couldn't. Jiangdu gripped the strand of light tightly. He taunted them, "Come on," at that moment. One mutant lost patience and lunged to attack. Jiangdu used the skill mark, chasing after that mutant insect. At the same time, the strands of light like a net ensnared it. After marking and pursuing, Jiangdu then used the skill Slay. A red orb slowly condensed. Jiangdu continued to use the skill Shadow Guard. The mouth of Jiangdu's shadow opened wide. Streams of spiritual energy and power were continuously sucked into his mouth. Shadow points increased by 6, total points now 81 out of 90. Seeing the scene before him, the white-haired man's expression was panicked and flustered. In a tone of utter disbelief, he shouted, "Holy shit, he can absorb mutants." Over here, after absorbing the mutant insects, Jiangdu gained more shadow points. He spun around skillfully. Then, whirlwinds appeared. They collided with each other, combining multiple whirlwinds into one massive whirlwind. Inside it was Jiangdu, who continued using Shadow Guard. That shadow merged into the whirlwinds, accompanied by shadow points plus 6 times 4. Watching Jiangdu madly absorbing mutant insects, the white-haired man's pupils contracted and he muttered in panic, "It's over." The white-haired man continued to release spiritual energy from his ring, which formed lightning bolts. At the same time, there were floating orbs. The white-haired man's eyes flickered with blue light. He muttered, "This brat couldn't possibly be." As the white-haired man approached Jiangdu, who was in the whirlwind madly absorbing mutant insects, he threw a powerful punch at the whirlwind. Upon touching the whirlwind, he was hurled back by that invisible force. The white-haired man froze, disbelief in his eyes. After backing away, he stood watching the scene unfolding before him. The white-haired man muttered angrily, "Damn it. To think he's exploiting the blood seed I nurtured." The giant purple orb, shrouded in streams of black smoke, was growing larger right in front of him. The white-haired man watched it grow, stammering, leveling." The egg kept growing continuously. He stared at the giant purple egg floating before him. The white-haired man screamed in panic. "He's leveling up." Only now did he feel true fear. He fled. While running, he couldn't resist turning his head back and defiantly saying, "Fuck it, you win." He ran like mad. While running, the white-haired man thought in confusion, How monstrous, superhumans level up through cultivation. In his frantic escape, his mind raced with chaotic, regretful thoughts. He had never seen anyone level up by devouring mutant insects like that. While lost in thought, he suddenly realized the similarity between Jiang Du and the mutant insects and how they leveled up both by devouring mutant insects. The white-haired man halted his run because of the scene before his eyes. He slowly came to a stop. Up in the sky, a pink-black whirlwind was gradually taking shape. The white-haired man stared dumbfounded at that pink and black whirlwind. Suddenly, a familiar shadow silently appeared behind the wisps of black smoke shrouded in pink. That shadow was none other than Jiang Du after leveling up. Blue energy swirled around him. A sword gradually materialized. Jiang Du's aura had changed. He held a sword in his hand. He looked toward the white-haired man, smiled smugly, and said, "So now, it's my time to hunt." Jiang Du held two swords wreathed in blue spiritual energy. He slowly advanced toward the white-haired man, who watched him approach with extreme vigilance. The shadow of Jiang Du suddenly inhaled, and a stream of breath was drawn into his mouth. At that moment, Jiang Du was enveloped by strands of black energy. He silently sensed the changes within himself. After sensing it, Jiang Du thought to himself, "So this is level 2. It feels like my whole body has broken free from the shackles of the first layer, free from constraints." Jiang Du's sword hand suddenly trembled. He stood right at the center of the darkness. He could clearly sense that the world before him had become clearer, the breath of everything more vivid. Those black energy tendrils moved toward the white-haired man, making him clench his teeth in fear. Meanwhile, Jiang Du thought, "I can even sense the fear of others now." Jiang Du's shadow slowly concealed itself within the darkness. Sensing the white-haired man's fear, he mischievously thought, "Let me play with you." Jiang Du vanished from the ground. There was no longer any trace of the black shadow on the road. Seeing Jiang Du disappear, Whitehair panicked. He guessed he had slipped into the shadow realm, but it wasn't so. After realizing it was wrong, Whitehair silently checked. His mind spiraled into chaos. This time it had truly vanished completely. Thinking of this, Whitehair snapped irritably, "Damn it, he still wants to sneak attack me." Then he commanded the mutant creatures he had raised to appear before him. "Stop them for me." Trails of blue sword light suddenly materialized in the air. Before they knew it, those mutants had already been sliced into pale shreds by that sword. Seeing this, Whitehair became wary. On guard, he shot out green orbs. Before he could even make a move, that sword had already slashed through Whitehair's body. A sword mark appeared right on his chest. Blood seeped from it. Whitehair touched his bleeding wound. He had completely failed to see Jiang Du's attack. Because it was too fast, he couldn't understand. Jiang Du drew. What kind of monster was he really? Were all level 2 beings normally this strong? Meanwhile, Jiang Du stood almost invisibly in front of him. Jiang Du witnessed Whitehair's panicked expression and found it amusing, because he was about to press against the man's face, yet still he couldn't see him. Jiang Du thought to himself that now he could conceal himself in deeper layers of shadow. It was as if from another dimension, the slashes of that sword kept sweeping, sizzling back and forth across Whitehair's body. It carved countless wounds on him. Fresh blood continuously trickled from those wounds. Whitehair's entire body trembled with pain. Furious, gnashing his teeth, he cursed. "Damned!" Agitated, utterly uncomfortable, Whitehair muttered. "He actually dared toy with me like prey." Then, as if crazed, he roared, "You damn it, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Stop dragging it out," he repeated. "Just kill me." Before he could say another word, Jiang Du appeared behind him, placed his sword across Whitehair's neck, and spoke softly. "Fine, then I'll grant your request." Whitehair looked at the sword pressed to his throat and felt a trace of apprehension. Suddenly, a beam of pink light attacked Jiang Du's eyes. That thing piqued his curiosity. Jiang Du quickly retreated a long distance. That attack forced Jiang Du back, so powerful that dust billowed thickly along his retreat path. He blocked the pink thing with his sword. Seeing its shape, Jiang Du was surprised. A person wreathed in pink spiritual energy appeared. He asked Whitehair, "What on earth are you doing?" Su Xian. Looking closer, that person was a young man with a handsome face and a large build no less imposing than Whitehair. He scratched his head and continued. "Waited half the day for you, the boss is already fuming." After being rescued from Jiang Du, Su Xian looked toward the young man standing not far away. Su Xian wondered, "Zhao Yangcheng, the boss sent you." Zhao Yangcheng pointed backward with a gesture. Floating pink spiritual energy appeared around him. Zhao Yangcheng urged, "The plan is about to start. Go get those kids and leave, let me handle things here." Hearing Zhao Yangcheng say that, Su Xian didn't argue. He immediately mobilized his spiritual energy all over, speeding forward while calling back to Zhao Yangcheng, "All right, then that madman is yours to deal with." Just as Su Xian was about to reach the children, Jiang Du appeared out of nowhere to block him. Sword in hand, he prepared to skewer Su Xian. Jiang Du's sudden appearance startled him once again. Jiang Du raised his voice in warning, "Don't even think about touching those children." As the blade was about to touch Su Xian's neck, a rectangular stone slab appeared. blocking Jiangdu's sword from coming down. When the two collided, a resounding sound was made, then giving Jiangdu no chance to fight back. Zhao Yangcheng lunged forward, simultaneously attacking with spiritual energy. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jiangdu was thrown backward. Seizing the chance, Su Xian escaped from Jiangdu's blade. Jiangdu also quickly reacted, shifting into an attack stance. Jiangdu glared at Zhao Yangcheng opposite him. As for that backstabber, at this moment his hand curled into a fist, preparing a punch for Jiangdu. Faster than lightning, before Zhao Yangcheng's movement could be seen, his punch had already hit the ground. But Jiangdu, after leveling up, was no pushover. He quickly dodged that punch. Jiangdu reused an old tactic. A black pool appeared on the ground. He slowly disappeared into the earth. At this point, only half of Jiangdu's head remained above ground. The two watched in silence as a black circle appeared in the air. Su Xian's ringed finger moved. A small circle slowly materialized on that ring. Just as Jiangdu was about to vanish a second time, he was suddenly bound by black and green spiritual energy, leaving him unable to move. He stared blankly up at the sky. It was an effect from Su Xian's ring. He said to the dazed Jiangdu, trying to play the vanishing trick again. It's not that easy. Zhao Yangcheng also quickly coordinated seamlessly with his teammate. He lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch to the bound Jiangdu. Su Xian watched Jiangdu getting punched by Zhao Yangcheng with immense satisfaction. Excited, he cheered, "Nice, kill him." While he was fervently cheering, two afterimages of a sword suddenly slashed diagonally across Su Xian's body. He had no time to prepare. The slashes cut across his chest, arms and legs, gashes so deep that his fingers and lower legs severed from his body. Su Xian was slashed to the point of dismemberment. He still hadn't realized what was happening. Then, Su Xian lay flat on the ground, fresh blood gushing from his two severed legs. He stared blankly at the sky. Jiangdu landed on the ground after injuring Su Xian. Jiangdu was a bit overloaded. He panted tiredly. Zhao Yangcheng looked at his severely wounded teammate, his expression still showing nothing. On the contrary, Zhao Yangcheng even clicked his tongue in praise. "Not bad skills. Kid, you're definitely not from the Night Watch organization, right?" He looked at Jiangdu, who was panting from exhaustion, and Triu Dongthan asked, puzzled, "Why do you want to meddle in our affairs?" Jiangdu heard Triu Dongthan's question as if he'd heard something absurd. He answered angrily, "Tell me, you sons of bitches are taking children to experiment with alien parasites on human bodies. How can I not care?" Hearing Jiangdu's reply, Triu Dongthan calmly continued asking, his tone somewhat sarcastic. "So this is a personal act? You feel like you're the embodiment of justice. Wanting to be a hero?" Jiangdu, sensing Triu Dongthan's mockery, angrily stabbed his sword into the ground. Jiangdu clenched his teeth, extremely annoyed at being misunderstood. "I'm not a hero, and I've never wanted to be some hero." Jiangdu gripped the two swords stuck in the ground with both hands and explained, "I'm just persisting in doing what I believe is right, that's all." After patiently listening to Jiangdu's explanation, Triu Dongthan acted as if he'd heard something amusing. Triu Dongthan gave a contemptuous smile. He repeated the words, "What's right?" Then Triu Dongthan's eternally unchanging expression shifted, and he raised his voice to ask, "If rescuing those children would bring about the destruction of all humanity, would you still think this is right?" Hearing Triu Dongthan's words like a bolt from the blue, Jiangdu asked in disbelief, "What did you say? You're saying you kidnapped these children to save the world? What kind of joke is that?" Triu Dongthan raised his hand. At the same time, he suddenly spoke of something unrelated. "You know, the war between humans and alien species has lasted 100 years. A flame ignited on Triu Dongthan's hand, and he continued, "Humanity has survived until now, clinging to meager hopes." The flame kept burning on Triu Dongthan's fingertip. He rambled on, "But within the human body there are limitations, while alien parasites have no bounds. The power of humans is like the light of a firefly, unable to fight against the darkness of the abyss." At these words, Triu Dongthan clenched. His hand shut, snuffing out that burning flame, his face revealing a hint of melancholy. Triu Dongthan continued, "Rather than perishing painfully in that illusory hope, it's better to find another path. If we cannot defeat the night, then we must actively embrace it, adapt to it." Streams of golden energy mixed with something like blood vessels. These two things flowed toward the heart as if carrying energy to nourish it. At the same time, Triu Dongthan's voice rang out, "Hiding hope in a deep place, waiting, lurking." After being nourished by different energy sources, the heart-like thing grew continuously and throbbed powerfully. Two tiny flames flickered in Triu Dongthan's eyes, as if carrying a blazing hope. He went on, "Until we become the final spark, safeguarding the hope of all our comrades, all humanity." After listening to Triu Dongthan's nonsense, Jiangdu said scornfully, "HMPH, clearly you've turned traitor, yet you pretend to be all majestic and imposing. If you are the so-called sparks." Jiangdu pulled out his two swords, and the aura around him suddenly changed. Streaks of energy like lightning surrounded Jiangdu. He declared fiercely, "Then I will destroy you." Triu Dongthan also unleashed his aura, enveloped in a violet light. Triu Dongthan let out a sigh, feigning disappointment and said, "As expected, talking at length with people like you is useless." Gradually, Triudung Than's entire body was surrounded by violet light. That violet light grew fiercer. He walked slowly. With each step he took, things like flower petals fluttered about and a flame hovered before Triudung Than's chest. Walking, he said, "Then let me show you the power of a spark." Jiang Du was not intimidated by his aura. He quickly got into stance, blinking rapidly from one spot to another. Jiang Du gripped his swords tightly, pouring all his strength into a slash aimed at Triudung Than. But Triudung Than was no pushover. He swiftly raised his hand to block the slash, his forearm hard as stone. Triudung Than calmly stopped Jiang Du's full-force strike. Immediately after, Triudung Than kicked Jiang Du, sending him staggering backward. After taking that kick from Triudung Than, Jiang Du's shadow split into two more shadowy duplicates. Each duplicate grew fainter and the final one was nearly invisible. After cloning, Jiang Du immediately charged. He slashed at Triudung Than relentlessly, unleashing hundreds of cuts from the three Jiang Du shadows, and Triudung Than was no slouch either. His hands moved like lightning to counter Jiang Du's attacks from all sides. Each punch from Triudung Than was filled with energy. As he punched with one hand, the other hand traced a white energy arc. Jiang Du was attacking from above, and when he saw this energy beam, he was somewhat startled. The energy Triudung Than had just condensed. A dark shadow quickly appeared in front of Jiang Du, leaving him no time to dodge. Jiang Du looked at the thing looming before him, somewhat apprehensive. When that energy flow struck Jiang Du's dark shadow, a deafening boom echoed. A huge pink explosion appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, Triudung Than stood beneath the explosion, looking up smugly. After using that skill, Triudung Than let out a tired breath. He stared upward nervously. He was anxious, wondering if after hitting Jiang Du, he had managed to take him down. Triudung Than's eyes glinted with a pink light. After being struck by Triudung Than's attack, Jiang Du was pushed far back, carving a long trail into the ground. Jiang Du had to stab his sword into the ground to stop himself from being pushed back. Cracks appeared on Jiang Du's dark shadow. He clutched at the cracks. The wound on his chest was bleeding. He gritted his teeth, his expression grave. Jiang Du muttered to himself, "This guy is too strong." Jiang Du's dark shadow stared at the long red wound that had appeared on his chest. He ground his teeth and wondered, this wound won't heal. What was that attack just now? While Jiang Du was still bewildered by the unhealing wound, a foot wreathed in familiar purple-pink energy stepped up close before him. It was Triudung Than's foot. He had a dark expression. Overflowing with killing intent, he stared at Jiang Du. Triudung Than's lips curled up. He answered, "Transcendent skill, flame prison slash, my ultimate technique." Hearing Triudung Than name the technique that had wounded him, Jiang Du fell into thought. Jiang Du murmured, "Transcendent skill." Triudung Than raised his hand, and with a whoosh, pink flames blazed fiercely. He contemptuously mocked, "You can't even defeat me, so don't mention the abyss again. In the face of absolute power, resistance is meaningless." Triudung Than raised his hand high, pink flames blazing atop it. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Triudung Than coldly declared, "This is it, time to go." Suddenly Jiang Du spoke up, "Right, it should end now." As he finished, Jiang Du gave a bright smile, showing his bright white teeth within his dark shadow form. Jiang Du used a marking skill, and then a familiar circle with an inverted triangle appeared on Triudung Than's body. Dark shadows from Jiang Du attacked Triudung Than. He watched the shadows about to reach him. Triudung Than's pupils contracted. He wore an expression of disbelief. Triudung Than ground his teeth and uttered, "What?" Before he could finish, he felt as if he had fallen into another dimension. Countless gazes within that space stared fixedly at him. Dung Than tried to mobilize his spiritual power to resist Jiang Du's strength, but failed. Suddenly Dung Than burst into tears and sobbed. He seemed to become a different person. Dung Than looked around and found himself in a strange place. His face was filled with confusion. In fear, Dung Than muttered, "How is this possible? Why am I here? No help, I don't want to die." At that moment, Jiang Du walked up from behind Dung Than. He held a sword in each hand. As Jiang Du walked, he said to the weeping Dung Than, "Do you see now? The fear buried deep in your heart." Jiang Du extended the hand holding the sword forward. Without mincing words, he exposed the truth. Dung Than, saving humanity isn't the excuse, your fear of the abyss is. The real reason you betrayed us. Dung Than glanced behind him where Jiang Du stood. Tears still clung to his eyelashes. He silently listened as Jiang Du continued, "You are no spark of hope." At that moment, Jiang Du's dark shadow and his two swords slowly merged together. He tightly gripped the newly fused sword with both hands. Jiang Du's aura blazed fiercely as he sneered, "You're just a coward who only knows how to hide." After hearing Jiang Du's mockery, Dung Than gnashed his teeth in fury. Then he swiftly charged forward, ready to throw a punch with all his might. At the same time, Dung Than bellowed angrily, "Shut up, shut up." Jiang Du ignored Dung Than's rage. He calmly used a hunting skill on him. Dark slashes cut across Dung Than's body, leaving bloody gashes in their wake. Slashed, he still couldn't believe it. His expression was one of panic. Blood trickled from the corner of Deng Than's mouth. He muttered in confusion. What? That was when he saw Jiang Du's real face behind the shadow layer. He said in a horrified tone, so it's just a brat. Deng Than was severely wounded by Jiang Du's slashes. Exhausted, he lay on the ground. After losing the dark shadow layer, Jiang Du stood coldly, looking down at Deng Than who lay gasping. Deng Than panted with great difficulty. After clearly seeing Jiang Du's face, he thought to himself, no wonder he's so fearless. Deng Than recalled. In the past, I was once full of passion and vigor, just like you. A complex look appeared in Deng Than's eyes as he stared into the sky. Deng Than seemed to be reflecting on some past memories of his. He remembered a mountain of people behind him, along with Deng Than's own back as he gazed up at the sky, where an entity resembling a pair of eyes loomed above. It was extremely eerie and mysterious. Deng Than thought to himself, all my former fearlessness was long ago crushed under the abyss's relentless stare, while Deng Than was slowly dissipating. In his mind he thought, and you will be the same, in the end you will be devoured by the abyss. I just won't be here to see that final day. Jiang Du watched Deng Than slowly dissolving into nothingness, a thoughtful expression on his face. Jiang Du softly wondered, who exactly are you people? As Deng Than faded away completely, only a crimson flame remained, floating in midair. Then it flew off, vanishing as if it had never been there, and a voice drifted faintly at the same moment. Hao Trung. On screen, a short-haired girl was holding a microphone. She pointed behind her as she said, hello everyone, I'm your host Thai Thai. You can see the building behind me is So Duong Corporation. The screen cut to scenes of other people cleaning up. Thai Thai's voice continued. About an hour ago, a fire suddenly broke out at So Duong Corporation, and many mutant insects rushed out. Now the entire building has been completely burned down. And over there are traces of battle between meta-humans and mutant insects. The scene shifts to a girl lying on a rescue stretcher. She hurriedly tells the host, Brother Du Tu, it was Brother Du Tu who saved me. Thai Thai continued. According to the investigation, at that time many people were trapped in the fire. All of them were rescued by an internet personality named Brother Du Tu. Upon learning that many children were missing at the scene, this Brother Du Tu immediately went to search and rescue them. The screen shifts to a scene of an elderly woman crying because her grandchild is missing. Candles also appear on screen along with the words stay strong, hang in there. Prayers, Thai Thai's voice continues. There is still no confirmed news about him yet. Let us pray that he and the children all return safely. In the meantime, a young man somewhere has a joyful expression as he points in one direction. In that direction is the familiar tall figure along with the children. Thai Thai also notices him. That young man, while pointing toward that direction, excitedly says, Brother Du Tu, he's back. Immediately the others are drawn by that young man's call. They gather in a crowd. The crowd behind exclaims joyfully, it really is Brother Du Tu. Look quickly, this is wonderful. Over here, the dark figure of Jiang Du stands behind the group of kids. The children, after returning and seeing their loved ones, enthusiastically wave hello. The dark figure Jiang Du appears somewhat shy, and the children seem somewhat reluctant. The children look unwilling to part, turning back to look at him. The dark figure Jiang Du understands too. He crouches down and pats the children's heads. Jiang Du gently says, go on, I'll only walk you this far. The children immediately hug him. Jiang Du, embraced by the kids, also feels incredibly happy. The little girl blushes, shyly hugging Jiang Du while speaking. Thank you, big brother. After hugging Jiang Du goodbye, the children quickly run to where their families are waiting. The children reach out their arms, ready to embrace their families. At the same time, people like soldiers uniformly salute Jiang Du, expressing gratitude for him saving the children. On the road at this moment, it is illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, looking incredibly sparkling and romantic. Jiang Du looks tired and disheveled. He returns home panting heavily. When he steps inside, Jiang Du lets out a long sigh and mutters, "Phew, finally home." Then he looks in surprise toward a corner of the house. It is the sofa where Jiao Jiao is sitting waiting for him to come home. Jiao Jiao sits on the sofa, the corners of her eyes moist and brimming with tears. Jiao Jiao doesn't voice reproach like others. At this moment she only silently looks toward Jiang Du. He looks at her, then looks at the table. The dishes that are laid out look incredibly appetizing. Looking at these dishes, Jiang Du also understands how much effort she put into preparing them. Jiang Du's eyes reveal a trace of melancholy. He feels somewhat regretful for leaving her alone when he sees Jiao Jiao crying. Jiang Du feels that all the fault is his own. Jiang Du silently looks at Jiao Jiao for a while. Then, he pulls out from his backpack a carton of completely crushed eggs. Jiang Du forces a smile and says, "Sorry, I came home late." Jiang Du softly explains, "I made a point to go into the supermarket to buy eggs, but on the way I ran into a little trouble, so I came home late." After explaining for a while, Jio still doesn't respond. The atmosphere in the room at this moment is somewhat awkward. Jio silently sheds tears. She doesn't make a noisy fuss like others. At this moment, Jio only chokes up and says, "You lied to me again. You think I'm a child." Yang Du wipes his hands on his shirt. He looks at her shedding tears and instead of comforting her, he teases, "What's wrong? Did you think I was dead?" Hearing Jiang Du being so oblivious and teasing her, Jio gets furious and prepares to punch Jiang Du. She shouts in utter frustration, "Yeah, dead would be even better." Jio's punch is caught by Jiang Du. His large hand quickly grasps Jio's small hand. Jio raises her eyebrows at him. With a completely non-threatening expression, she coldly orders, "Let go." Jiang Du roguishly pulls Jio closer to him. He shamelessly says, "I won't let go." On the floor, the bulb from the ceiling lamp is shining brightly. Below, a young couple is being flirtatious with each other. Jiang Du holds Jio's face and asks, "You still haven't tried it yet, right?" Jio shyly turns her face away. She blushes and stammers, tried what? Hearing that, Jiang Du immediately coaxes gently, "Don't be afraid, once we try it we won't be kids anymore." Jio is pressed against the wall by Jiang Du. She stares at him blankly. Jio is somewhat embarrassed. She stammers, What haven't I tried?" Jiang Du doesn't answer what it is. His face takes on a roguish expression. Jiang Du smirks and replies, "I haven't tried it either." Then Jiang Du moves closer to Jio. He softly coaxes, "How about we try it together?" Jio looks at him in confusion. Her face flushes red as she protests. Perhaps Jio understands what Jiang Du wants, but she still pretends not to understand. She warns Jiang Du, "What are you talking about? Jiang Du, get a hold of yourself." Ignoring Jio's protests, Jiang Du stubbornly moves closer. He closes his eyes tightly and puckers his lips, ready to touch her lips. When Jiang Du's and Jio's soft lips touch, Jio blushes, and as if struck by lightning, she immediately snaps awake. Then Jio punches Jiang Du so hard that he goes flying into the air. Jio shouts, "What are you doing?" After being hit, Jiang Du quickly returns to normal. He scratches his head and explains sheepishly, "It's nothing. I had a sip of wine just now, so I was looking for some water." Jio touches her lips with her hand. Her face turns red. After hearing Jiang Du's explanation, Jio asks skeptically, watching Jiang Du as he matter-of-factly carries the food away. Startled, meanwhile, Jiang Du over here acted as if nothing had happened after doing something earth-shattering. He said nonchalantly, "Dinner, I'll go reheat the food." Jio watched Jiang Du's fleeing back, clenching her fists in anger. Dao felt a bit helpless, not knowing what to say to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Du put the plate of food into the microwave to reheat. His expression was like that of a thief who had just gotten away with something, looking extremely pleased. Jiang Du let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "You, just now. I was nervous to death, I actually did it." Jiang Du recalled Jio's lips, covered his mouth, and grinned a sleazy smile. Jiang Du thought back it was a heat-of-the-moment thing, so he kissed her. He even thought Jio might kill him. Then Jiang Du sighed inwardly, "So soft though, a girl's lips." Thinking of this, Jiang Du danced and jumped around crazily, singing Taka Tung Tang. While dancing, he muttered, "Consider it a reward after the great battle. Totally worth it." Meanwhile, Dao was hiding behind the door. She silently watched Jiang Du's foolish dancing. Then, Dao's face turned red and she cursed inwardly. "Idiot!" At the dining table, the two sat facing each other. On the table were delicious dishes prepared by Jio. Jiang Du and Jio ate in silence. Meanwhile, Jio ate while quietly observing Jiang Du sitting opposite. As for Jiang Du, he ate as usual, thoroughly enjoying the dishes cooked by Jio. While eating, Jiang Du ordered the system to display the notification on the blue panel. Jiang Du thought curiously, "After this battle, I wonder how much my abilities have improved." On the notification panel, information appeared. Jiang Du attribute, shadow points, 105/105. Class Hunter Shadow Guard, Shadow Movement, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Blade Form. Hunter mark, continuous kill, lifespan remaining 80 days. Evaluation, you have gained some strength, considered a strong chicken among weak chickens. Below that it continued, Shadow Sneak. You can freely hide in shadows, moving rapidly. Shadow Blade Form, your arms can transform into sharp greatswords, possessing extremely strong destructive power. But please note, in this form, your agility will be affected to a certain extent. Continuous kill, uninterrupted consecutive attacks bringing a pressure like a storm. Your attacks will accumulate killing momentum. Attack intensity will grow stronger and stronger. But if you miss an attack or hesitate, the killing momentum will immediately reset to 0. What's up? Can enhance slaughter. Strengthen shadow person ability, can enter shadow layers more smoothly. Strengthen hunter ability, health bar detection ability is upgraded and more refined. After reading everything, Jiang Du pondered, Shadow Sneak probably. Is that skill that lets you freely enter and exit the shadow dimension quite useful? He closed his eyes, continuing to ponder. Continuous kill is also very strong, but you have to keep attacking for it to take effect. The conditions are quite strict. He recalled the red color that appeared on Deng Than's body. Jiang Du speculated. Red must be enemies. Remembering the kids who threw stones at the enemies, green light appeared on those kids, Jiang Du concluded. Green is his own team. Recalling the reporter enveloped in white light, he continued to deduce. White is bystanders. While thinking, suddenly Jiang Du's eyes widened. He looked in surprise towards the opposite side where Jiao was sitting. Jiao was stared at by Jiang Du's gaze. She didn't understand what he was looking at. Question marks filled Jiao's mind. She quickly misinterpreted Jiang Du. Jiao protectively covered herself, not forgetting to loudly warn. What? I'm warning you, stop thinking weird things. When he saw Dao. Enveloped in pink light, Jiang Du felt enlightened. He looked at her with wide, surprised eyes. Jiang Du wondered internally, why is there also pink? Jiang Du curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. He thought to himself, I get it now, pink means. Likes me. As Jiang Du thought this, he drooled. Jiao looked at Jiang Du's sleazy appearance. She felt a bit helpless, mumbling. What wicked thoughts is this guy having again? While the two were eating, a boom sound rang out, drawing both of their attention. Jiang Du looked out the door. Jiao also looked over in surprise. Then the two stepped out onto the balcony. It was the sound of fireworks. In the sky, the fireworks being launched were brilliantly shining, emitting an incredibly beautiful light. Jiang Du and Dao silently watched the burning fireworks. Suddenly, Jiang Du turned and asked, Right, do you know about this Fire Seed organization? Jiao didn't answer whether she knew or not. She looked at Jiang Du suspiciously, replying, Fire Seed. Where did you hear about that? Jiang Du could tell from Jiao's demeanor. He guessed she knew. Jiao answered, Yeah, there's some basic information in my father's documents. It mentioned Fire Seed. Jiao told Jiang Du what she knew. Unlike mainstream factions like the War Party or Research Faction, they are a bunch of bizarre, contradictory madmen, bodies mutated, classified as a mutant species, a heretical organization that betrays humanity. At this point, Jiao warned, their brainwashing ability is very strong, don't get involved with them. Suddenly, she remembered something. To add on, that's right, if you capture a fire seed, you must hand it over to the organization. Night watch, reward of 500,000 in cash. Hearing Jiao say, Zhang Du was thunderstruck. He was utterly shocked, raised 5 fingers and yelled in panic. 500,000. Jiao looked at his pained expression over money. She asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Zhang Du clutched his chest, aching because the money was about to fly away. He replied softly, nothing, outwardly saying nothing. But inside, Zhang Du screamed, 1 million just gone like that, heavens. Putting aside the 1 million, Zhang Du continued to wonder, so besides the Fire Seed, are there any other strange organizations with rewards like that? Jiao said doubtfully, that's all why you're hoping there are. Hearing that, Zhang Du scratched his head and smiled wryly. Well, I was just wondering if I could make a fortune from this. Aha! Hearing Zhang Du's answer, Jiao's eyes suddenly became strangely thoughtful. After pondering, Jiao suddenly spoke up. Strange organizations indeed there are, but without rewards, for example, Dawn. Hearing this, Zhang Du asked curiously, Dawn, Jiao explained. A contradictory organization, one faction is pro-war, but has differences from the mainstream pro-war faction of our main lineage. Another faction firmly believes that humanity will inevitably fail. They have been searching for a way to escape this land. Jiao extended her hand. Colorful spectacle appeared in the sky as if inside a vast galaxy. In the center was a hole of light. Jiao continued. For example, escaping this planet, finding a new dawn. Hearing Jiao's description, Zhang Du remarked, that's such a pipe dream, we're not shooting a sci-fi movie. We still can't build spaceships or anything like that, right? Jiao replied calmly. It's not necessarily relying on science and technology. The aberrant insects in the abyss have no technology either, yet they can still come through the abyss rifts to this real world. Saying this, Jiao clenched her fist and continued seriously. If we could grasp this method, then the desire of the Dawn faction actually could be possible to achieve. Days passed bit by bit. The joyful New Year days also gradually slipped away. Workers went to work, students prepared to return to school. The silhouette of Zhang Du stared at the aberrant insect corpse before him. He thought to himself, ever since advancing to level 2, lifespan and shadow points. From hunting level 1, aberrant insects could only be described as a drop in the ocean. Zhang Du's hand was now covered in red fluid from the monster slumped on the ground. He silently gazed at it, pondering, sometimes working hard. All day only increased lifespan by 3 days. The high school talent test ended, and they began dividing into batches to register at the special training camp. Zhang Du packed his luggage while thinking. Fatty had already left. I'm in the latest group, leaving tomorrow, but on the night before departure. Uncle Lai returned from Baekdu. Lai Tuan Kwang's footsteps entered the door, one of his hands holding something. Tuan Kwang watched Zhang Du pack it. He spoke, "Hey, I heard your willpower test emitted a golden light, and you got involved with the Night Watch organization. You little brat, pretty impressive." Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Zhang Du happily turned around and asked, "Uncle Lai, weren't you in Baekdu? Are you all done with your business?" Tuan Kwang sat down and replied, "Not yet. This year the Night Watch Bureau is very busy. A bunch of strange videos appear. For example, in this talent test, besides your golden light, there was also a mist manifestation." Hearing Uncle Lai say that, Zhang Du was surprised and asked, "Mist manifestation? What level is that? Even stronger than me?" Uncle Lai scratched his neck and replied, "Who knows? Everyone is completely clueless about that." While speaking, Uncle Lai suddenly recalled when he tested Zhang Du before. He thought to himself, "But it's really strange. I had examined this kid carefully before. There were traces of contamination in him. I thought for sure he would fail the physical test, but unexpectedly he exceeded level 6. Uncle Lai kept glancing at Zhang Du, skeptical. "But no matter how I look, this brat doesn't seem like a superhuman type. Could there have been a testing error?" As for Zhang Du, he broke out in a cold sweat under Uncle Lai's gaze. After standing awkwardly for a moment, Zhang Du decided to sit down on a nearby chair, and as he sat, he said, "Right, Uncle, I met someone named Tong Kan earlier. He said you were some sort of battle general. Is that true?" Hearing Zhang Du's question, Uncle Lai stiffened. He was somewhat pensive. Uncle Lai was silent for a while. Then he reluctantly nodded, confirming that what he had hidden for so long was true. Hearing this, Zhang Du urgently asked, "What? Uncle, you really are a battle general, one of the legendary 5 strongest in Dai Chao?" Uncle Lai exhaled and answered, "To be precise, I was one. After all, I'm over 40 now. I've long since withdrawn from the front lines." He looked up at the sky as if recalling his youth. Uncle Lai said, "Back then I was just like you now, full of hot-blooded enthusiasm. As a battle general of Dai Chao, I fought countless powerful enemies. At that time, my thinking was very simple. Just kill all the aberrant insects and Dai Chao would be safe." Uncle Lai continued softly, "But the aberrant insects are endless. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed." He touched the side where his arm was missing, his tone somewhat regretful. He continued speaking. "In the end, his uncle's wife died from aberrant insect contamination. His uncle was old and also had lost an arm. Once an invincible warrior, now he's become a useless, half-crippled man." He looked at Jiang Du, intending to advise that moreover, this time even stronger aberrant insects had appeared in the northern capital. So kid, immediately, Jiang Du seemed to understand Uncle Lai's intention and waved his hand to stop him. "Stop, stop, stop. You're trying to talk me out of becoming superhuman again, right? I absolutely won't give up. I'm full of passion." Pointing at himself, Jiang Du declared proudly, "Besides, I have to be like you, Uncle, and become a warrior of Great Zhou." Uncle Lai saw Jiang Du's determination and said nothing. He just gave him a long look. Then, Uncle Lai took something out of his pants pocket. He said helplessly, "Forget it. Now people above have taken notice of you. If they have intentions, I can't stop them." From his pocket, Uncle Lai pulled out a necklace. He held it up in front of Jiang Du and demanded, "Put this on." Jiang Du took the necklace and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A hanger," Uncle Lai explained, "a forbidden object." The whisper of the shadow voice. "Wearing it, you'll hear whispers that drag you into the abyss." Uncle Lai closed his eyes tightly and continued to explain the effects of the forbidden object. "Wearing it for a long time can hone willpower and assist with basic training. It is filled with rage, but it will also amplify negative emotions. So wear it for a while, then take it off and put it back on after 3 days." Jiang Du looked at the necklace in his hand. At the same time, Uncle Lai's steady voice continued, "Besides, it can also be used to activate superhuman energy, release contamination energy, greatly enhance the user's combat power for a short time, but it can only be used once." After listening to Uncle Lai explain the effects and usage of the forbidden object, Jiang Du asked in surprise, "Contamination energy? This thing comes from the abyss?" Uncle Lai looked at Jiang Du approvingly. "You're sharp." "That's right, it is indeed an object brought back from the abyss. These forbidden objects are all aggregates of contamination. Using them comes at a great cost." He pointed at the necklace and then continued, "But this one is quite special. The cost of using it only relates to the quality of your willpower. As long as your willpower reaches level 5 or above, you can wear it." At this point, Uncle Lai paused for a moment, then spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "The most special thing about this hanger is that it recognizes its owner." Hearing Uncle Lai say that, Jiang Du quickly and eagerly put it on. While wearing it, he said excitedly, "Interesting, let's try it on." Seeing Jiang Du with no reaction, Uncle Lai was stunned, mulling it over. He asked, "Well, do you feel anything?" Jiang Du calmly replied, "Strange, there doesn't seem to be any sound." Hearing Jiang Du's answer, Uncle Lai smiled with relief and praised him. "It seems your willpower can completely suppress its influence. Then I'm at ease." Then he left the room and also reminded, "Another time I'll give you the documents for the hanger. Read them when you have time." Jiang Du obediently replied, "Yes, goodbye." In the evening, when Jiang Du lay on his bed fast asleep, Jiang Du slept so soundly that a bubble formed from his nose. The necklace Jiangdu was wearing suddenly emitted strange black shadows. The black shadows grew more and more, while Jiangdu continued sleeping like the dead. Jiangdu, sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly appeared in a strange place. As he walked, he wondered, "Where is this? I'm lost." Jiangdu squinted to look closely at the darkness ahead and said doubtfully, "This is." Before him were big round bubbles, colored transparent purple, and inside those bubbles were strange things imprisoned. There was a white-haired girl frantically clutching the forbidden object's chain. She screamed, "Ah, stop, stop whispering in my ear." Jiangdu silently watched as each bubble floated by him, each a different story. He saw ahead a person in a bubble who was using fire to burn monsters in front of them. In another bubble, the person inside screamed and begged, "Pain, it hurts so much, kill me." Inside a larger bubble were people wearing that very forbidden object's chain. They were all moving chaotically, shouting, "Help me, I don't want to wear it anymore." An old man screamed, "This is a curse, a curse." Ah, a girl also looked terrified and shouted, I don't want to be its owner." No, Jiangdu watched hundreds, thousands of bubbles float by. He looked around warily and muttered to himself, could this be the hanger's memories? Suddenly a voice sounded, "Master." Jiangdu froze when he heard it, beneath the silent lake's surface. Clear after that voice sounded, all those bubbles disappeared. Jiao sat in the car. Without caring about her image, she yawned widely, tears streaming down, showing she was very sleepy. Jiangdu watched Jiao yawn. He spoke up, "Didn't sleep well." Jiao covered her mouth and replied, "Yeah, first day at the special training camp, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep." After answering Jiangdu, Jiao turned to ask him, "And you?" Jiangdu grinned smugly, "Me, of course I slept very well." Jiangdu was lost in thought, as if he dreamed something last night but couldn't recall what. Thinking about it, Jiangdu touched the cord around his neck. Could it be the necklace's influence, he wondered. He recalled it even seemed to have spoken. Suddenly, Jiangdu reached over and patted Jiao's shoulder. Putting on an understanding look, he said, "If you're tired, lean on my shoulder and sleep. Don't worry, I swear I'd rather die than lay a finger on you." Jiao angrily shoved Jiangdu and coldly warned, "No need, don't even think about taking advantage of me." Unfazed, Jiangdu shamelessly puckered his lips and tried to kiss Jiao. A dry cough rang out. In the front, the driver is Uncle Luke. He frowns angrily, glaring at the rearview mirror reflecting the scene behind, his gaze carrying a hidden warning. Jiao, there are a lot of people in the special training camp. You must stay away from those with bad intentions. Understand?" Jiao obediently replied, "I know, Dad." After hearing Uncle Luke, Jiangdu was a bit stunned and thought to himself, "People with bad intentions. Is he pointing at me?" Uncle Luke glanced back and continued his instructions. "Also, once you get to the camp, you must follow the instructor's arrangements. If anything happens, look for the instructor first. If you can't contact them, then call Dad." Jiao sighed softly, "Dad, you've been saying these things the whole trip." From behind, Jiangdu patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Uncle, I'm here. No one will bully her." But Uncle Luke, hearing Jiangdu's promise, could only fume inwardly. "It's precisely because you're here that I'm not at ease." After driving a while, the three of them, Jiangdu included, arrived at the central submarine station. Uncle Luke told the two kids in the back, "We're here." Jiangdu and Jiao got out of the car. Jiao said politely, "Dad, we're off now." "Goodbye, Dad." Uncle Luke instructed, "Yeah, remember to call." After saying goodbye to Uncle Luke, Jiangdu and Jiao held hands and left right in front of him. He furiously watched his cherished apricot wine jar being snatched away by that stinking pig Jiangdu. Uncle Luke gave a cold snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Uncle Luke gritted his teeth and cursed, "You stinking brat, just wait till you're in the camp." After walking a bit, Jiao let go of Jiangdu's hand. She warned him, "Do you want to die? If my dad sees, he'll beat you to death." Jiangdu answered nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? The next time we meet. We'll be in half a year. Besides, by then we'll be at the same university, so Uncle Luke won't be able to see us at all." Jiao said sulkily, "HMPH, who wants to go to the same university as you?" After chatting a while, they reached the submarine boarding point. Someone in the crowd said, "The sub is here, let's get on." People filed inside the submarine. Inside, everyone was silent at their places. Some were sitting, some standing, no one chatting with anyone. Jiangdu entered, and after looking around for a while, Jiangdu thought to himself, "So this is the submarine to the special training camp." The announcer on the submarine broadcast, "Attention, trainees, this vessel will soon arrive at the Van High Special Training Camp. The submarine will depart at 10:30 back due time. There will be no stops along the way. The estimated travel time is 20 minutes. The submarine doors gradually closed, people crowded inside. Jiangdu sat down, looked at the row of standing people in front, and exclaimed, "So many people." Luke Jiao, sitting beside him, replied, "Of course, people from the surrounding areas have gathered here too." He looked at the young boys and girls in front and asked, "Are all the people in this cabin those with the best aptitudes from this test?" She explained, "Either they have extremely strong willpower or special superhuman abilities. Even at the start of training, they can already deal with level 1 mutant insects." Hearing that, Jiangdu exclaimed in surprise, "That's strong. So if we encounter mutant species later, we won't have to be afraid anymore." Secretly, he boasted to himself, "HMPH, with my current strength, even level 2 mutant insects are nothing." Luke Jio put on her earphones and said calmly, "Don't think it's that simple. Even with good aptitude, without training it's all useless." She turned her head to look at him, frowning. "Rest now. When we get to the camp, you'll really suffer." Jiangdu laughed it off, put his hands behind his head and casually replied, "You don't need to worry, I'm sure I'll be just fine." The submarine sped along the track. Outside, white smoke began to billow with flashes of red sparks and a layer of dust haze covered the space. After a while, the submarine entered a tunnel section, the lights illuminating strange streaks of light around it. Jiangdu was deeply asleep, his head drooping, snoring softly. "Zzz, zzz." Luke Jio reached out and shook him, her voice urgent. "Oh no, wake up, stop sleeping." Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. He opened his eyes groggily and asked, "What's wrong?" He glanced around at the others who were still sleeping. Luke Jio had already stood up, worriedly pointing upward. "Didn't they say our trip would be under 20 minutes? Now it's been almost 40 minutes and the submarine is still moving." Looking at the gloomy atmosphere and the dark sky outside, he also frowned in confusion. "Strange, wasn't it sunny when we left? How could it suddenly?" Jiangdu tried to observe carefully. Through the window he saw a hazy streak of dust and some small lights. He widened his eyes in shock. "There's mist." At that moment everyone also woke up one after another, standing up to look out the window. A boy nearby saw it and said worriedly, "This mist is a bit unusual." He touched his finger to the window and was immediately wrapped by a layer of mist. He exclaimed in astonishment, "It's moving, as if it can sense me." Jiangdu and Luke Jio looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A vague unease began to stir in the hearts of everyone there. Suddenly the submarine braked hard. Everyone inside was thrown abruptly, nearly bumping heads into each other. The doors opened. The announcer's voice on the loudspeaker rang out, "We have arrived at the Van High Special Training Camp. All passengers, please exit through the left door of the train." The loudspeaker continued to repeat, "We have arrived at the Van High Special Training Camp. All passengers, please exit through the left door of the train." The group stood before the exit, looking at the pitch-black scene obscured by white bones ahead, hesitantly asking, "What happened?" Luke Jio was puzzled and looked hopeful. "Shouldn't there be an instructor to pick us up?" Someone standing nearby replied, "I don't know." Jiangdu reached out and gently pushed a person blocking the way. At the front, that person looked at him in surprise. Jiangdu casually stepped one foot out of the train door, crossing the boundary between inside the train and the hazy scene before his eyes. Luke Jio covered her mouth in shock, lifted her step to chase after him, and angrily called out, "What are you planning to do? Come back at once." Jiangdu replied, "I'm not." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in horror as if he had just seen something. What? Before his eyes were several fresh bloodstains splattered everywhere. Jiangdu's foot conveniently stepped right onto a large bloodstain. Luke Jio also saw the scene before her and immediately covered her mouth, stammering, This is." Jiangdu reached down and wiped at a bloodstain right under his foot. He brought it close to examine the color of the blood, then calmly commented, "It's fresh blood." Someone still inside the train was shocked. Looking at the two of them, blood? Are you kidding? Could it be that the people at the special training camp have been killed? Someone standing nearby objected. "Impossible, the camp still has instructors, doesn't it? Who could do anything to them?" Jiangdu calmly provided the answer. "It's an aberrant." Then there was a silence with the terrified faces of everyone. He turned his head and proposed, "An idea, everyone quickly go inform the Night Watch organization. The train driver should immediately drive back." Luke Jio, though frightened, still spoke up. "What about you?" Jiangdu's eyes looked gently at her. Then he immediately smiled and made an excuse for himself with a very reasonable reason. "I'm going to the toilet for a bit." Luke Jio watched him actually step forward, then called out his name. "Jiangdu," her face darkened. She was extremely scared and sighed. At that moment she truly worried that he would encounter misfortune, so she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Luke Jio immediately set off running in the direction Jiangdu had just gone. The others remaining in the train watched the two about to run far away. One person worried, "This." Another person also couldn't decide, "What should we do now?" They all hesitated at the train door. In their hearts they were somewhat unwilling. "Do we really have to turn the train around and go back?" One person holding a phone muttered, "The phone has no signal, can't call." Another person made up their mind, "Staying here is not a solution either. Let's go, we'll go out too." Once one person took the lead, naturally others followed. Gradually, one by one they stepped out of the train car. And they didn't notice, in a corner on top, a camera was flashing a red light, indicating it was recording. Over on Jiangdu's side, after flushing water into the toilet bowl, Jiangdu let out a comfortable breath. Phew, he smiled brightly and remarked. So comfortable, I held it in the whole way, finally relieved. He suddenly felt something behind him and immediately turned around. Behind him was an aberrant insect lunging at him ferociously. But before it could get close to him, it was obliterated by a large rock flying from somewhere. Jiang Du tilted his body to avoid the blood spurting from it. His face still showed surprise. He turned his head and saw Luke Jiao with a rock in her hand being tossed up and down. And from her feet to where he was, there was a long trail of blood. Jiang Du greeted, "Yo, are you going to the toilet too?" Luke Jiao saw him and raised her voice angrily, scolding, "To hell with your toilet. Don't you know how dangerous it is to go alone? What if you were eaten by an aberrant? How would I explain it to Uncle Lai?" Jiang Du casually waved both hands in front of her to calm her down and comforted. "All right, just calm down and listen to me first." Luke Jiao had also regained her composure and put her hands on her hips, ready to hear his excuse. "Okay, you talk, let me see what kind of story you can make up." Jiang Du saw her stance like that and spoke. "Actually," he smiled confidently, "the special training has already begun." Luke Jiao heard that and asked in surprise. "The special training has already begun? Since when?" Jiang Du turned around, smiling. "Since we set foot on this iron train." Of course, how could she immediately believe him? She raised her hand in front of Jiang Du, skeptical. "Nonsense, where's the evidence?" Jiang Du immediately pointed to the corpse of the dead aberrant beast beside them. "Here, that aberrant you just smashed, how do you rate its combat strength?" Luke Jiao put her hand on her hip and seriously assessed. "Very weak. This level is only a little stronger than a large breed of dog." She continued to express, "Logically, such a weak aberrant shouldn't have the guts to attack a special training camp." Jiang Du smiled and patted her shoulder encouragingly. Not bad, it seems you're not stupid." Luke Jiao glared at him displeased and retorted, "Cut it out, maybe we just haven't encountered a strong mutant insect yet. You're very confident in stating your opinion and giving evidence. Fine, even if a real mutant species came to attack the camp, how could the Night Watch organization not know about it? If something really happened, wouldn't they notify us beforehand?" Jiang Du brought Luke Jiao's thoughts back to the time of the train ride just now and the series of strange phenomena they experienced. He explained. "She stretched the iron train's travel time to the point of creating anxiety, used a dense, eerie fog to create a frightening feeling, used fresh blood to create fear. The main goal is to create heavy psychological pressure on others. While the two of you are standing here debating, the rest of the group is having to fight off several mutant insects." Jiang Du clearly stated the purpose of this setup. Under pressure, a person's strengths and weaknesses, good and bad, can all be seen through direct reaction. Some people are diligently putting up a fight, but others are screaming in fear. Help. He raised his hand while Jiang Du pointed at myself and arrogantly declared, "I'm the strongest." Luke Dao was speechless. Saying all that for so long, was it just an act? While Jiang Du was arrogantly boasting, a mutant slowly approached the two of them. But it wasn't just one. They noticed, turned around, and faced three leopard-like mutants. They roared angrily. Jiang Du immediately lost. His casual bravado hid behind Luke Dao and cheered, "Go Dao, use the soul-shaking attack." She looked at him, puzzled and fierce as he was actually behind her. "Aren't you very strong? What's with hiding behind me?" Jiang Du nonchalantly explained. "If I make a move, you won't have any chance left." She immediately frowned and retorted, "Then go ahead and do it." Jiang Du unceremoniously pushed Luke Dao forward. "Stop talking. I've given you a chance, now put on a good show." Through the screen it showed Jiang Du behind her cheering. "Come on Dao, come on." The image was slightly mocking. In front of the large screen with multiple projections, Jiang Du's image stood out conspicuously. Three people stood before it, observing and taking notes. After fighting the mutants for a while, Luke Dao won. She stood panting. Jiang Du happily ran up to her, clapping and praising. "Great job Dao, 1 against 3 and you still won." Luke Dao clenched her fist, furious. She turned and hit him angrily. "Jiang Du, you shameless bastard. You really just stood there with your arms crossed watching." Jiang Du smiled brightly, defending himself while advising, "Don't be mad. I was trusting you completely, you know." Hearing that, she got even angrier. "Trust you my ass, take this." Jiang Du let her vent for a while. Seeing time pass, he caught one of her incoming fists. He pulled her hand closer and signaled for her to look in another direction, and said, "Now is not the time to joke around, look over there." Luke Dao suddenly had her hand grabbed and she looked at him embarrassed. She regained her composure and immediately pulled away. Both of them looked up at a large map above. Jiang Du said, "It's a map. We have to find the exit." Luke Dao crossed her arms and asked, "Which way do you think we should take?" Jiang Du pondered. He looked at the map for a moment before replying, "Gate C, Yin Shadow Court." She turned her head, surprised, and asked back, "Yin Shadow Court, are you sure? It feels like the gate of the Yin Shadow Layer simulator. And isn't the Yin Shadow Layer the most dangerous?" He explained. "That's why they say the most dangerous place is the safest place." Where they were standing, a thick fog gradually gathered. Jiang Du patted her shoulder, smiling confidently. "Let's go. If there's real danger, I'll protect you." it really gave a reassuring feeling. Suddenly, panic screams came from behind. Help, help! Then several faces appeared, extremely terrified, tears and snot smeared all over their faces. Jiangdu immediately stepped forward waving and called, "Everyone!" But they didn't stop, running right past without paying him any attention. Seeing them disappear, Jiangdu scratched his head, puzzled. Is it really that bad? For better or worse, you all are considered elites. Can't you handle just a few small mutant insects? Meanwhile, Luke Dao Dao looked behind him and suddenly noticed something. Worried, she pointed and yelled, "Jiangdu, behind you!" Jiangdu immediately turned around and saw several large snakes bearing their fangs, mouths wide open toward him. Luke Dao Dao shouted from the side, "Bronze snakes!" A snake head immediately attacked, smashing down onto the ground, cracking it. He quickly jumped back to dodge. Jiangdu saw the power it just displayed, gritted his teeth in bewilderment. What's going on? This mutant strength is nearly level 1. If the special training camp brings out something like this, there will be casualty. While the snake heads were bearing fangs and brandishing claws over there, Luke Dao Dao stepped forward. She stood before it, gathering energy in both hands. 2 golden swirls formed in her palms. The mutant's eyes reflected Luke Dao Dao's figure. More precisely, it targeted her. With extreme speed, it opened its mouth wide toward Luke Dao Dao while she had yet to react. Jiangdu immediately flew in, kicking its head right away, making its head veer sharply to the side. He also shouted, "Careful." Jiangdu firmly grabbed Luke Dao Dao's hand while she stood there stunned. He immediately led her running away from the enraged mutant. Behind them shouting, "Go!" Luke Dao Dao followed as he held her hand and ran. The two ran ahead, the 3-headed snake mutant right on their heels. The people over here, seeing its size, also gaped in shock. Jiangdu pointed ahead and said, "Up ahead is the exit, gate C. Let's go in." Luke Dao Dao immediately replied, "Yeah." Jiangdu covered his face against the wind and rushed through first. Suddenly he felt his hand become empty, a jolt in his head like lightning striking through. Shocked, he turned back dumbfounded. Huh! He realized that outside the tightly shut door there was no one but himself. Immediately he called her name worriedly, "Dao Dao." Over here, watching the enraged mutant on the screen, someone asked in confusion, "What's the deal with that bronze snake? Didn't we use blood essence to suppress its combat power?" A white-haired person watching also worried, "I don't know, but clearly there are signs of losing control." A guy next to them, troubled, decided, "If it doesn't work, just kill it. Prioritize protecting the student's safety first." At that moment, Tong Kanan appeared behind them, raising his hand to stop them. "No, just wait." They all turned to look. He looked at the recorded image where Jiangdu was standing and spoke, "Don't worry about it for now." Looking at Jiangdu's worried face, Tong Kanan remained calm. It was a perfect chance to see his real strength. On Jiangdu's side, he looked at the tightly shut door in front of him. He frowned. As expected, this door was problematic. He tapped on the door a few times to check, then remarked, "The glass on the door is made of abyss material. It probably has a teleportation-like function. Even if you open the same door, the destination isn't the same." He grabbed the door handle firmly and pulled it open. The door did open from his pull. Jiangdu decided that if he opened it a few more times, he might be able to find the lair. Before he could get his bearings, a fierce snake head lunged at him with its mouth wide open. Both of Jiangdu's legs were bitten by 2 snake heads on either side. His hands were struggling to hold back the central head that wanted to swallow him. His entire body stiffened as it lifted him into the air. Gritting his teeth, he tried to grab the 2. Its jaw joint wouldn't let it bite down. Finding leverage, he placed his hands on the rim of the snake's mouth. In the very next moment, Jiangdu threw a flurry of punches at the mutant insect. It was beaten to the point of having no strength to fight back. Its body was punched, flying backward. Jiangdu, meanwhile, landed lightly on his feet. He himself was quite ragged, his clothes torn to shreds by their fangs. Clutching one arm, Jiangdu gasped in shock. "Phew, that was close. I don't think I was exposed just now." He suddenly felt himself being invaded. A black shadow began to envelop him. Jiangdu's eyes widened in astonishment. His own state transformed, his whole body turning a strange black with blue electric sparks flickering around him. He raised his hand with its long, sharp claws before his eyes. Puzzled, he said, "What's going on? I didn't activate the shadow form. Why did it come out on its own?" While he was in a daze, a figure fell from above not far from him. Jiangdu turned his head to look. From behind the dust cloud was a mutant insect with a green body, covered in eyes all over. Jiangdu immediately stepped back into a defensive, alert posture. He thought to himself, "This is a first-class superior. The situation is getting more and more off." And through the surveillance screen on the other side, they could clearly see this scene. The observers all opened their eyes wide in shock. Tong Kanan couldn't quite believe his eyes, stammering, "What is this situation?" From the monster's body, thousands of eyes appeared, flying outward. Hundreds and thousands of different eyes appeared on the monster's body. Even its mouth grew a new eye. The monster stretched out its arm, pointing its index finger at Jiangdu. A massive green power surged from its body, rushing toward his shadow. He quickly jumped up, retreating backward to dodge that attack. Jiangdu's shadow jumped right into the trap the monster had set. It clutched its head, opened its mouth wide, unable to believe it, and thought, "Crap, it's a mental attack." The thousand-eyed monster clung to the ceiling, appearing before it. Jiangdu's shadow was in position, the corner of its mouth slightly curving into a gentle smile. Jiangdu's shadow immediately seized the opportunity, reached out, and forcefully grabbed the monster's neck. It ground its teeth and cursed loudly, "You idiot, I lured you here on purpose." Then it turned its hand and strangled the monster, sending it off to the other world. Jiangdu's shadow gently released its grip, dropping the monster's body to the ground. It softly called out, "Shadow guards," immediately streams of black aura rushed toward the monster's body. It raised its hand and opened the system panel. On the system were the details of the monster from before. Name: pupil mutant insect. Rank: mid-level 1. Description: low-grade abyss mutant insect, usually having pupils or snake-like heads. It likes to strangle and tear apart its prey. Below is an image of a snake-headed pupil mutant opening its mouth wide, and the system panel then displayed another notification. Note: low-grade pupil insect, rumored to be a low-level relative of the shadow. Kill reward: poison immunity has been granted. Harvest: shadow guards, shadow points increased, alien species assimilate. Along with the image of that just killed eye-covered monster, the system panel continued to show. Name: faceless pupil being, pupil species. Rank: mid-level 1. For low-grade abyss alien species, the pupil is its main energy source. The number of pupils does not reflect its true strength. They are skilled in mental attacks. Their pupils can help them see finer details and seize on mistakes to attack. Note: low-grade pupil insect, rumored to be a low-level relative of the shadow insect. Kill reward: temporary blindness in both eyes. The price has been exempted. Harvest: shadow guards, shadow points increased, shadow pupil weak upgrade, alien species assimilated. Jiangdu's shadow put its hand to its chin, falling into deep thought. Pupil species relative of the pupil shadow, and I am the one who controls the region. Naturally hostile to the shadow species, so will they target me? Looking at the monster parts on the ground, it pondered inwardly. Originally thought this was an assessment, they'd probably just send some weak mutant breeds over. As a result, they brought those who can really kill people here. He bent down, whispering softly that the most dangerous thing was that his form had already been seen by the warden in the training camp. Finally, he let out a sigh and continued, "Hiding is useless." Releasing his form, a whirlwind emerged from his body, swirling around him. The shadow of Jiangdu looked down at his own unchanged form and let out a puzzled cry. It swiftly swung both hands up repeatedly, urgently shouting, "Dispel, dispel the shadow form." Still nothing happened. It was astonished, wondering what was going on, why there was no reaction. Suddenly, Jiangdu's shadow flinched upon hearing a monster's roar from above. The old one above the ceiling, hundreds and thousands of eyes all opened at once, staring down at it. It tilted its head, raised its hand, gathered its full strength, and said, "Looks like this time I've struck the nest of the same breed." The air inside the building immediately became noisy. One person jostled another, all looking outside. One of them urgently shouted, "What's happening? The surveillance screens have all gone black." But clearly this was a situation no one expected. No one could answer his question. The crowd's mood grew increasingly urgent. "Quick, contact the equipment department immediately." Only. Tong Kanan stood quietly with his back to the crowd, his eyes darkening. His mind was full of thoughts no one knew. Immediately from the main entrance, a man rushed in, forcefully smashing the iron door open. "Report, urgent news." Clearly, it had cost him considerable energy. His breathing grew more and more rapid. His face darkened, he spoke with difficulty. All communication systems suddenly malfunctioned. Additionally, this hit the crowd's minds like a powerful atomic bomb. The next news dealt an even heavier blow. "We've lost contact with Instructor Liu and Instructor Law." With a clank, the sound of handcuffs echoed from the metal floor. Below, the person who had just appeared immediately stirred up the crowd. The man who had just appeared with an imposing aura and a stern expression immediately calmed the atmosphere. He gripped the drumstick tightly. Despite his old age and frail strength, his presence still clearly overpowered the young men opposite him. "So this is the lot from the Van High Special Training Camp. A little incident and you're all in chaos." His face darkened. His light brown eyes contracted. He gritted his teeth slightly. But it also made the minds of Tong Kanan's group jump wildly. "People like you are worthy of being instructors." Hearing the criticism, Tong Kanan could only bow his head in embarrassment and accept the fault. His position, after all, was not small, equivalent to great responsibility. Yet all this time he had just stood there silently taking it, without making any decision. "Sorry, we have made a fool of ourselves before you. Old Tran, what should we do now?" Leaning back in his chair. The man was silent, not saying a word. After a long while, he slammed the drumstick hard onto the ground, the powerful pressure cracking the floor slightly. Rebounding, he raised his hand forward. His aura, awe-inspiring without anger, made everyone submissively obey. Little Tan, compile the names and awakened abilities of the students who have entered the shadow field, retrieve the white bones. Suspend inspection, send a few instructors to maintain order. Finally, summon all remaining level 2 and level 3 instructors to go to the shadow field. Yes, the man quickly dashed out the main door. After all, this was a major matter concerning the honor of Van Hai itself. He couldn't just passively rely on that person like this. At that moment, old Tran called out again, towards Tong Kan, and who was about to turn around and leave. Instructor Tong, wait a moment. It seemed he had noticed something different about this young man compared to the others. He closed his eyes slightly. His tone softened somewhat. You've been thinking very calmly all along. Tell me, what exactly is this shadow field of your Van Hai hiding? Tong Kan clenched his fists. His eyes darkened a few shades. His voice also lowered of its own accord. It seems you discovered it long ago, that's why you only sent level 2 and level 3 instructors. Old Tran held the drumstick in his hand, slowly replying. As soon as students entered the shadow field, anomalies occurred. A smart person can see at a glance where the problem lies. As expected, deceiving a master craftsman is impossible. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Looking towards old Tran opposite him, he seemed to recall the scene he had witnessed back then. The shadow field, the same breed nest. A ban originating from the abyss, directly touching this forbidden object causes an eye to grow on the body, eventually mutating into a same breed. This forbidden object, after landing on the ground, continuously remodels the surrounding environment, turning it into a semi-shadow layer state. If this information were leaked, it would clearly create a righteous storm. The worst luck would be Van Hai being targeted by other organizations with ill intentions. Under normal circumstances, the same breed nest generates level 1 mutant. For student training, a mid-rank mutant is occasionally generated, and bloodstones are used to suppress its strength. High-rank mutants are immediately eliminated. This clearly piqued old Tran's interest to a certain extent. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, then what rank is this forbidden object? Tong Kan, as if knowing he would ask this, quickly replied, if calculated by the star, moon, sun ranks, this one is considered mid-level moon rank. This information was indeed still a bit too shocking for old Tran. He bowed his head in contemplation, gripping the wooden staff tightly. Mid-level moon rank, its power is enough to deal with a level 4 supernatural, but such a powerful thing is unexpectedly particularly docile. That's right, but as long as you don't actively provoke it, there won't be any trouble. Superhumans below level 3 entering the Shadow Court won't trigger it either. Tong Kan thought of the monsters often used for training exercises. His tone rose a few notches, but if superhumans at level 4 or above enter its territory, the seal will be triggered. It will endlessly spawn powerful mutant insects and concentrate all its power to annihilate the intruder. Suddenly realizing something strange, Chan Lao quickly looked up. Uncertain, he asked, you mean, among the students there's a superhuman above level 4? Tong Kan secretly sweated a drop. I think the chances of that are very low, but I can't rule it out, thinking of the scene just now. His expression grew serious. Whether it's level 4 or not, that person inside the Shadow Court just now, his words faltered for a few seconds. They'd be facing a near-death experience, just as expected. On the other side, Jiangdu was running for his life if he carelessly tripped even once. The horde of monsters behind would immediately seize the chance to pounce on him and smother him to death. A level 1 green mutant insect blocked Jiangdu's path the moment he rushed forward. In no time, its massive body was torn into pieces by a single slash from him. Jiangdu looked back somewhat exhausted. I've really had enough. He immediately pushed his speed to the limit and fled before the flood of mutant insects. Behind him, you stupid birds. Could you please stop chasing me? The moment he regained enough strength, Jiangdu launched himself forward. Ahead, he smirked smugly, glancing back at the swarm of mutant insects tumbling from the rooftop. Serves you right, fall to your deaths. One of the mutant insects suddenly, immediately fired a beam from its single eye at him. The ray, carrying immense pressure, slammed into his back, making him freeze on the spot. Jiangdu fell from a height completely off guard. Smoke wafted from the impact. He got up with a wound on his arm, grimacing. Damn it, once they've targeted you, there's no way to shake them off. Hiding is useless. What's more, their mental attacks are on another level. The green-skinned mutant insects closed in on him, carrying overwhelming pressure. Jiangdu looked at the numbers before him, helpless. Level 1s aside, there were even a few level 2s in the pack. Angrily, he gathered strength to activate a skill. Fine, you forced my hand. Let me tell you, I'm also level 2, Shadow Blade, activate. And then he saw the thing before him. Jiangdu was startled. He looked down at his hands, confused. Shadow Blade couldn't be activated. He vaguely realized that he seemed to be under the watch and restraint of something with a pair of blue eyes. No, some kind of power had indeed sealed him. Jiangdu watched the mutant insects before him suddenly converse in a different language. Puzzled, he stared at them as they abruptly began chattering. Strange, they've stopped moving. Did my fighting spirit just now scare them? The mutant insects parted to the sides, fearfully making way for a crimson creature. A wicked crimson blade dragged along the ground, following the gaze of the mutant insects. Facing him was a crimson mutant insect with countless eyes and a huge mouth in its abdomen. Yang Du was shocked. This is, he thought in horror, a level 3 mutant insect, seeing the pink blade about to target him. Yang Du quickly used a skill to generate lightning bolts on both arms. The crimson mutant insect swung down with force. Fortunately, he blocked it in time. Smoke billowed thickly around them from their clash. A huge explosion sent Jiang Du flying. The crimson mutant insect's strength was truly on a different scale. Even though he blocked that attack, he was still blown away. His entire body slammed into a nearby building. Jiang Du was bruised all over. He coughed a few times. Damn, his whole body ached and he couldn't move. Even shifting, the shadow dimension had lost its effect. Looking at the giant crimson mutant insect before him, Jiang Du found even breathing extremely difficult. In his current state, fighting a level 2 would be a struggle, let alone a level 3. From his fingertips shot out strands of silk. The tough silk bound the crimson mutant insect's entire body, rendering it immobile. Continuing to fight like this, he couldn't win. Taking advantage of its restricted movements, Jiang Du used his top speed and quickly fled. Making a run for it was the best plan. Of course, his silk strands couldn't hold the crimson mutant insect for long. It used its strength to snap all the threads. Jiang Du was fleeing ahead. He couldn't believe that the crimson mutant insect was already right behind him. Holy crap, that fast? He had merely let his guard down for a moment, and the crimson mutant insect had already leaped, closing the distance between them significantly. It once again swung its blade down. Luckily, Jiang Du jumped aside just in time. The ground and rocks shattered under its power. He rejoiced as the crimson mutant insect's blade got stuck. A great chance. Jiang Du continuously threw punches at the crimson mutant insect's face, attacking relentlessly, building a killer momentum. He smiled seeing its health bar drop to 93%. There was hope, even if each attack felt like a mere scratch. But sustained attacks could build momentum. Once he accumulated enough killing intent, he might be able to slash it down. However, his joy didn't last long before Jiang Du took its punch head-on. Fresh blood spurted out non-stop. He also fell freely through the air. Jiang Du was once again sent crashing into a wall. But this time, before he could get up, he saw the crimson mutant insect charging at him. For some unknown reason, it suddenly came to a halt. Its feet skidded against the ground as it stopped completely. Jiang Du had now risen to his feet. He faced the crimson mutant insect directly. Why? Why did it suddenly stop? Jiang Du broke out in a sweat when he saw the pink lord standing perfectly still. What's going on? Why isn't this guy attacking? He turned his head in surprise to look behind him. Behind Jiang Du there were many buildings. Those buildings seemed to be enveloped by a blue shield. He couldn't believe it. What's going on? This place is almost identical to the shadow floor. The layout of this shadow floor is so similar too. Let's go. In Jiang Du's eyes, such an ordinary place concealed an incredibly terrifying power, with electrical currents constantly active. Moreover, this place was even more sinister than the shadow floor. It was as if something was drawing him in. While he was distracted, that pink mutant returned to normal. It swung its blade at him, but Zhang Zhu also managed to dodge the attack. Never mind, escape with your life first and then figure it out. He ran, panting heavily, but before him there was only an endless blackness stretching to infinity. Strange, why is this alley so long, with no end in sight? Zhang Zhu was surprised when he felt like he was falling. Now he seemed to have fallen into another spatial layer, his entire body protected by a spherical bubble. The surrounding space also seemed to change. It was full of magnetic force. Zhang Zhu looked around in surprise. What's going on? Where is this? I can't see anything. I can't feel anything either. At that moment, he saw his arm being lifted by magnetism. Before Zhang Zhu could react, he was pulled upward by some force. Damn, why can't I control my body all of a sudden? Who is controlling me? The pulling force was so strong that his mouth deformed. Stop it now, I am your master. Only then did Zhang Zhu realize yes. He saw a spherical ball rushing toward him. That ball slammed straight into Zhang Zhu's chest. He closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power flowing through his body. Around the ball, black threads continuously wove into the injured areas on Zhang Zhu's body. It slowly merged with him. When Zhang Zhu opened his eyes, mystical vortexes appeared in his eye. He heard a voice, "Finally found you, inheritor of the shadow insect." Zhang Zhu found himself in another dimension. Around him were mirrors reflecting his image. What the hell is this place? He was stunned when he heard a strange voice. This is the boundary between the real world and the abyss. Zhang Zhu looked around and shouted. Maybe he didn't notice, but the image behind him was gradually shattering. Don't you feel it? The familiar sensation from the shadow. Mysterious, gloomy, cold, bizarre. Zhang Zhu turned to look behind him and saw a hand covered in countless scars. The reflection of Zhang Zhu was surrounded by dark purple energy streaks. You and I are the same, you and I are both. He punched the mirror hard, stopping its next words. The shadow in the mirror immediately cried out, "No, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Zhang Zhu acted as if it were natural. What do you mean, what am I doing? Of course, I'm eliminating the alien insect that is you. As soon as he finished, the shadow screamed, "Are you crazy? I haven't finished speaking yet and you already attack. If you keep this up, you'll easily miss important plot points like martial arts secrets and hidden mountain masters. But even heroes struggle against beautiful women." Zhang Zhu didn't care at all. "If you have something to say it quickly if you dare. I still have to go save Zhao Zhao." The shadow hiding in the mirror pointed, "Look up for yourself." Only then did he notice above was a giant purple head, as if speaking through a layer of separation. "Avenge me." A light appeared on Zhang Zhu's chest and he could still hear that voice in his ear. "Then become my host. Be completely controlled by me." But Zhang Zhu's shadow didn't get to be smug for long before Zhang Zhu slapped it. Its whole body slammed into the mirror, shattering it. The shadow looked at him with indignant eyes. "You, what are you doing? Didn't you say you would deal with the ancestor of my kind to help me?" He snorted lightly. "Who agreed with you?" Zhang Zhu showed contempt. "Someone who was robbed by his own subordinates to the point of not even having pants has no right to cooperate with me, even more so." He stepped closer and pointed. "Actually, you want to parasitize my body to dominate me, right?" But the shadow in the mirror looked smug. "HMPH, so what? In any case, you can't escape." Zhang Zhu stared at it in shock. It kept growing larger. "Submit to me. To become my host is your honor." He didn't care, casually reaching his hand into the mirror. With just a gentle motion, Zhang Zhu easily dragged it out. He looked at it. "Although you were very strong in the past, you also said it yourself. Right now you are in a fragmented state, weakened. Plus your power has been drained by more than half by the ancestor insect. Between the two of us, who submits to whom is still unknown." It gritted its teeth defiantly. "I am a level 6 shadow insect of a bloodline that perpetuates the abyss." Cannot be, but before it could finish, its remaining power was madly absorbed by the tooth worm. "What, this? This is impossible. A mere level 2 can actually control me. What on earth are you?" He silently watched it, not saying a word. The black shadow, angry and in pain, gradually faded before the suction. The shadow disappeared, leaving behind black stains and lingering traces of power. The traces of power that gradually disappeared were all sucked into the eye on his chest, flashing brightly. Just like that, all that remained of the shadow slowly merged into him. Zhang Zhu frowned and grimaced when thinking about the earlier incident. He nodded, comforting himself. Shadow insect fragment. In his mind, only a bit of awareness remained. This was his lost authority. At that moment, in a dark, damp cave with dense layers of mist, darkness intertwined with an eerie green, the instructors faced hundreds of staring eyes, and immediately, everyone gathered in one place, instructors protecting the outside, students inside. All students immediately took anti-contamination medication. "Don't fall out of the protective circle." Jiao's eyes were anxious as she looked around with the group. In her heart she thought, "Jiangdu, where the hell have you died?" Behind her a pair of eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the group. Its entire body abruptly flew up, covered all over in a strange green hue, merging with thousands of eyes. While Jiao was looking toward the others, from in front of her, monstrous creatures crazily surged forward, howling incessantly. She showed no fear, swiftly generating a surge of golden power that enveloped both her fists. Jiao directly attacked those monsters, electrocuting them to their last breath. Not only her, but the others also fought the monsters with all their might. After dealing with the creatures, Jiao was so exhausted she could barely breathe. One person in the group said gratefully, "Thank you. Without your help, it wouldn't have been this easy." "Are you holding up okay?" The weary Jiao replied, "I'm fine." Another person being chased by a demon urgently announced, "All right, everyone stick close to me. Prepare to leave this place." The demon took advantage of his distraction, pressing its face, covered in numerous yellow eyes, right up to his. By the time he realized and spun around, it was too late. He froze, tilting his head to stare at the green orb full of eyes just inches away. The young man was sent off to the afterlife by it. He collapsed right in front of Jiao, startling her somewhat. That demon then targeted the next victim, which was Jiao. She said worriedly, "Oh no." She thought her outcome would be no different from that guy's, but fortunately, Kanan appeared from behind and defeated that demon. After finishing it off, Kanan inwardly assessed, a level 3 aberrant. "The situation is worse than I imagined." Then he scolded the others, "Didn't I tell everyone to stay on high alert at all times? You nearly got ambushed." After being scolded like that, they could only bow their heads and admit fault. "Sorry, we were negligent." After that, Kanan looked at the students, including Jiao, and wondered, but among so many students, why are they the only ones who encounter the level 3 aberrants attack? Could there be someone among them with a super grade 4 or higher? Then Kanan signaled to everyone, "Everyone is here, right? Follow me." Suddenly Jiao shouted, "Wait." She reported anxiously, "I came with Jiangdu, but he's not here now." Hearing this, Kanan became equally worried. Jiangdu, wait, could it be the aberrant hive is targeting him? And this girl came with Jiangdu, so they're close. While deep in thought, a monster with a giant blade appeared behind Kanan, aiming at him. Kanan glanced back to observe the monster. Then he executed an attack technique on the monster, unleashing a massive burst of power that sent the monster flying elsewhere. From this behavior of the monsters, Kanan became even more certain. As expected, the girl has been targeted by the aberrant hive. Seeing the situation still fraught with danger, Kanan charged straight ahead to deal with the monsters. He didn't forget to instruct, everyone take the students and go ahead. Leave this place to me. Immediately, another monster appeared. It kept snarling, wanting to devour him alive. Kanan quickly activated an eye that manifested in the palm of his hand. In the very next second, a massive surge of power erupted from Kanan, aimed directly at the monster to attack. He swiftly executed the transcendent technique Wind Eye, creating a vortex of power that engulfed the monster, rendering it helpless. The intense attack infuriated the monster. Inside the vortex, it stared intently straight ahead. It noticed an opening to escape and without hesitation darted out, breaking free from Kanan's attack. Confronted with this, he angrily said, trying to run. Bong, about to cast an attack spell on it, suddenly Kanan could no longer see the monster anywhere. Instead, a giant eye appeared beneath his feet. It had seized control of Kanan's power. His arm stiffened, making him panic severely. What's going on? I can't use my abilities anymore. From behind him, another giant monster was threatening the students' lives. Those same eyes coalesced into a giant orb. The monster exuded a terrifying dark energy. In midair, enormous eyes appeared. Now the students were blocked by them, hard-pressed to escape intact. Even Kanan couldn't escape their attack. He cursed angrily, damn it. Then he collapsed to the ground, help. Lest the others were also engulfed by the dark force, gradually losing consciousness. At that moment, Jiao was in the same state. She struggled to resist but could do nothing. It's over, I can't move my body anymore. My consciousness is fading away. She thought helplessly, even though she had mentally prepared in advance. When truly facing an aberrant, she still felt powerless and despair. Just like that, stumbling, she gradually fell to the ground. Before losing consciousness, she still tried to tell herself, goodbye, you must survive. Her eyes slowly closed. She weakly called out a name that no matter what, but someone's hand appeared. That hand gently caught Jiao's body. So Jiangdu had arrived. He smiled and replied to her call. I'm here. Jiangdu gently laid the unconscious Jiao on the ground, then his face darkened and around his body a powerful blue aura radiated. Gradually, those monsters noticed Jiangdu and were about to rush to attack him. In front of Jiangdu now, a horde of monsters was swarming forward, but he still stood still there without doing anything. Jiangdu gave a confident smile, saying, even though this is the ancestral bronze brood's territory, you've forgotten this is the shadow field, it seemed. His power grew even stronger. Jiangdu declared firmly, and I am the king here. Jiangdu immediately pointed his finger to the sky. From his finger, a murky energy pillar shot straight into the sky. From that pillar of light, other dark blue-black powers gradually gathered. This spectacle also drew the attention of the monsters. Jiangdu's voice echoed, gentlemen, welcome to my domain. Immediately, those monsters were enveloped by a large sphere. Being trapped inside enraged them and they tried to break out. But Jiangdu only needed to stomp his foot hard on the ground. A huge explosion erupted inside that sphere, successfully sending those monsters to meet their ancestors. They panicked and wanted to flee, but how could they escape Jiangdu's flame? Suddenly, another monster appeared before Jiangdu. It looked enormous, possibly the boss of that group. But Jiangdu found it amusing and said, we meet again. Before you chased me all over the streets. Then he gripped his two swords firmly and with surging momentum declared, now it's my turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiangdu lunged with lightning speed, slicing that monster in half. His utterly abrupt move caught it completely off guard. Before it could understand, its entire body shattered into 100 pieces, and a victorious smile bloomed on Jiangdu's lips. However, yet another monster covered in eyes appeared. One of its eyes opened wide, shooting out a dark oppressive power. Jiangdu quickly activated his continuous skill spell. His sword unleashed a massive surge of power straight into its eye. Just like that it was struck down by Jiangdu, lying squashed flat. Then he used a slaying slash, one swing splitting the monster in two. After dealing with the monster, Jiangdu was somewhat weary. Suddenly, from the sky, a red rain began to fall, making him surprised. Of course, Jiangdu inwardly assessed, so strong, this is the power of the shadow bug. Jiangdu's one foot stepped on a monster's corpse. He sighed, this bronze bug really is completely hard countered by the shadow bug. The moment the black curtain covered it, the bronze had completely lost its abilities. Then he smiled and said to himself, even though I'm only level 2, I can easily kill a level 3 bronze brood. No wonder the ancestral bronze brood is so afraid. Saying that, Jiangdu reached out to absorb those monsters but also offered thanks, giving me so much experience. This time I can eat my fill. Suddenly, the other team members now arrived at the scene. Quick, over here, the signal cut off here. Yang Du, standing below, noticed their arrival. He said a bit dejectedly, "You came at a bad time." They were running with all their might toward a place with a blue tornado. The purple-haired person ordered them, "Quick, lift up the wounded." A girl in charge of medical care shouted, "Did you bring the anti-contamination medicine? These people are about to die." On another side, the purple-haired guy ordered, "You guys go seal off the ancestral bronze brood quickly." The scene switched to inside a hospital. Suddenly, there was someone chattering loudly. "That big-eyed monster lunged at me. I directly blew away the head of the tornado." It turned out Yang Du was chattering but still didn't forget. "I used the crow riding an airplane move to kill it on the spot." He kept on rambling, and at that moment one tried to sneak attack me. I immediately, before he could finish the sentence, he actually got sneak attacked by someone. That person gave him a hit and scolded, "You're injured this badly and you're still blabbering nonsense." That was Jiao Jiao. She handed Yang Du a bottle of medicine and said, "Hurry, use the medicine." Seeing that, he mischievously replied, "You apply it for me." Jiao Jiao didn't refuse at all, and while opening the lid answered, "All right." Then she poured the medicine onto the back of Yang Du's hand and a wisp of smoke rose from it. Yang Du's face looked a bit strange, hard to tell if he was feeling pleasure or getting high. Suddenly he jumped up and screamed in pain. His hand kept billowing with thick smoke. Then Yang Du panicked and realized, "This is oral medicine. You used it to apply on my skin. Do you want me to die?" Being talked to like that, Jiao Jiao answered angrily, "Yeah, you told me to apply it." Seeing her attitude, Yang Du teased, "You're not really mad, are you?" Jiao Jiao was indeed sulking. She replied, "Tell me, you suddenly disappeared, making me search everywhere." Now Yang Du understood she was angry because she was worried about him. Then he felt guilty and said, "Sorry, but without letting him finish the sentence. Jiao Jiao's hand already touched his cheek and she said, "No need to apologize." She gently placed a band-aid over the wound on his face. Then Jiao Jiao advised, "Next time don't bear it all alone, okay?" Yang Du blushed a little, smiled and replied. Jiao Jiao's face also turned red as she looked at him. Then Jiao Jiao wondered, "By the way, there's something very strange. When I was attacked by an abyssal strain and fell unconscious. Then when I woke up, I found I had already been rescued." Yang Du beside her replied, "What's so strange about that? The instructor saved you." Suddenly Jiao Jiao shouted in protest, "That's not right. The one who saved me was Brother Du." These words made Jiang Du freeze, stunned like a statue. Jiang Du sat down first. He said to Jiao Jiao, "You must be mistaken. How could Brother Du possibly come to the special training camp?" She crossed her arms and insisted, "No, I'm absolutely sure. When I lost consciousness, it was Brother Du who held me." Jiao Jiao, deeply puzzled, added, "And the strange thing is, I clearly whispered someone else's name at that moment, but Brother Du responded. That feeling was very familiar to me." As Jiao Jiao was about to realize something. "Could it be?" Hearing this, Jiang Du hastily interrupted, "Hey, you're not suspecting me, are you?" Thinking of that dark figure in Jiang Du. She thought to herself, "It can't be." Then Jiao Jiao explained, "Brother Du couldn't possibly be a frivolous jerk like you." Being called that, he snapped back, "Who are you calling frivolous?" Although that's what he said out loud, inwardly he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Then Jiao Jiao spoke up again, "I wonder if Brother Du is someone among us students?" Jiang Du replied decisively, "In my opinion, he most definitely is not." A bit confused, she asked, "Why?" Jiang Du hurriedly made up a reason. "Look, Brother Du's strength is formidable, his spiritual power is exceptionally high. He also has a spirit of justice, and most importantly, he's very handsome. How could such a perfect person be a kid who just entered university?" Like that, Jiao Jiao got caught up in his reasoning and nodded in agreement. "That does make sense, but how could you tell he's handsome?" Realizing he'd slipped up, Jiang Du hurriedly covered for himself. "Whether he's handsome or not doesn't matter. Perhaps he's one of the instructors in the camp." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao also felt it made sense. An instructor? Very likely. Kanan approached from behind and called out to Jiang Du, making him jump. He hastily stood up to greet him. "Is that Instructor Tong? We meet again." Jiao Jiao also spoke up. "Instructor Tong, how are your wounds?" Seeing how formal they were, Kanan waved his hand and replied, "Just a minor wound, sit down." Then Jiao Jiao continued, "It's a good thing you and the other instructors were here this time, or we wouldn't have been safe." Hearing her words, Kanan replied, "When it comes down to it, this incident was still due to our negligence. Thankfully, there were no casualties." Then he turned to ask Jiang Du, "Right, at that time you weren't among the rescued students. Did you make it out on your own?" Jiang Du boasted confidently, "Of course, I slaughtered my way through an entire path to get out." Somewhat surprised, Kanan replied, "Is that so? Then I am very much looking forward to your next performance," he thought to himself, to be able to get out alone under those circumstances. This Jiang Du is indeed not simple. Having said that, Kanan remembered a task he needed to do. "Right, the examination room is very busy, so they sent me to do your contamination checks." He took out the testing device and pointed it at the two of them. Seeing the good result, he said, Very good, the contamination level is quite stable. Just take your medicine when you get back. Once finished, Kanan said goodbye. I'll go check on the other students now. Remember to get some rest when you return. Jiao waved back. Okay, take care, Instructor Tong. Jiangdu chimed in as well, goodbye. After walking a few steps, Kanan felt something was off about Jiangdu. He looked down at the testing device, his face aghast. On the screen, a line of text displayed, contamination index none. Supernatural level is level 2. Kanan asked himself, level 2, as expected, he was hiding his true strength back then. He couldn't stop his suspicion. But this rank shouldn't be enough to cause a disturbance in our organization. Could it be that our organization had the wrong person, and it wasn't him? Many things remained unexplained for Kanan, but strangely, his contamination index was actually 0. He claimed he slaughtered his way out, but just killing a mutant species would definitely cause contamination. Over here, Jiangdu was still questioning Jiao. By the way, when you fainted, whose name did you call? Was it mine? Unwilling to admit it, she replied. No, I called for my dad, but he still wouldn't let it go. The one you hugged was still me, though, wasn't it? Hearing this teasing from Jiangdu, Jiao angrily screamed. As for Kanan, he felt extremely intrigued and exclaimed, interesting. This kid has a lot of secrets on him. At the gates of Fanhai University, the location for this training camp was the grounds of the male students' first dormitory. The second year at Fanhai University was also a training base for 12th grade students. Two young girls were chatting happily. Childhood friends Luke Jiao and Jiangdu were also carrying their suitcases to check in at the school. He stared at those youthful legs until he drooled, much to the annoyance of his close friend Jiao. You idiot, she cursed, then angrily snatched her suitcase, spun around and walked off in another direction, leaving a bewildered Jiangdu behind. Jiangdu was just an idiot who didn't understand a young girl's feeling. Jiao was both angry and embarrassed, her face as red as a tomato, sneaking glances at him as she said, I'm going to go register at the dormitory first. Luckily, he still had some conscience, so he scratched his head and stopped her. You don't know the way, let me take you. But Jiao had grown up with Jiangdu since childhood. She could read him like a book. You just want to go check out girls at the dormitory, don't you? Who would have thought that stupid Jiangdu would actually admit? Yes, how did you know? Frustrating, it was indeed a punch from the heavens, truly painful but not undeserved at all. After the assault, Jiao dragged Van Lai away like the wind, leaving Jiangdu with a swollen head behind. Don't talk to me anymore. Lu Baoquang walked up from somewhere. He was still holding food in his hands. Chewing noisily, he said, You made Luke Sao angry and leave again, didn't you? Calmly, as if completely used to this situation. Talking and eating nonstop, you're still the same. At that moment, Jiangdu turned to look at Lu Baoquang. He had visibly gained weight, which surprised Jiangdu. Damn, Lu Baoquang, how did you get so fat? In response to Jiangdu's question, Lu Baoquang just remained silent. With a click sound, he opened his mouth like a basket and poured food in. Jiangdu was speechless. I think I understand now. Lu Baoquang's cheeks were round and glossy like steamed buns, all plump and bouncy. My awakened ability is gluttony. The more I eat, the stronger I become. Plus, I never have indigestion. Not eating would be a waste. Then he gently lifted the entire suitcase with one finger just to show off. My innate willpower talent originally wasn't enough to qualify for the Van High special training camp, but because this ability of mine advanced so quickly, I got in as an exception. The two of them met again just like that. The schoolyard was completely deserted. Lu Baoquang said briskly, Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. Jiangdu replied, Block number 1. The scene shifted to a beautiful high-rise building of rough brick. The clear blue sky today made its delicate colors stand out even more. Lu Baoquang stood below, pointing up at that fancy building. Here we are, this is dormitory block number 1. Impressive, right? Jiangdu looked a bit flustered and exclaimed, Whoa, it's like a grand hotel. Inside, it was actually even more luxurious by far. The floor tiles were so shiny you could see your reflection. As they walked, Lu Baoquang explained, This dormitory was renovated to welcome the top seeds of our special training camp. All the facilities are the latest and the environment is excellent. Row after row of classrooms were bright, neat, and clean, the doors and cabinets all made of wood. There's also a gym with state-of-the-art equipment. Besides the dormitory, there's a rooftop garden, a fitness room, and a study room. I guarantee you'll be very comfortable here. Even the simple study room was carefully designed, with a cozy feel that exuded intimacy and elegance. After a long walk, they arrived at door 101. Lu Baoquang said, Here we are, your room, but he noticed something strange. Why is the door open? Isn't this supposed to be a single room? Lu Baoquang quickly opened the door as Jiangdu just poked his head in to look. Inside there were already several young guys chatting away enthusiastically. One laughed, Awesome, this bed is huge. The lighting is great too, and the ventilation so comfy. Another guy spread his hands and called out, Brother Mock, do you think any of the freshmen this year are super strong? Let's not get Overturned, the other replied, look at you scared. We're almost sophomores, why fear a bunch of freshmen? After saying that, they finally noticed Jiangdu and the other. Lu Baoquang stepped inside. Look, speak of the devil. At that moment, the muscular guy sitting in the corner stood up. He seemed to be the big brother of this group. Bro, go find another dorm room. He had 2 large scars on his face. His thuggish, menacing look couldn't be hidden. He laughed roguishly. This place is mine now. That's the rule of the special training camp. How shameless, bullying to the extreme. Even a fool would know they were using their numbers to oppress the weak. Lu Baoquang pointed at them. Nonsense, the camp has no such rule. Even the underling with the bowl cut hair asked bluntly, what you got a problem? Lu Baoquang was so angry he clenched his teeth tightly. Of course this is the freshman dorm, get out. That guy heard this, snorted, then flashed a truly sinister smile. No one expected that he would actually open the door, roll his eyes, and shout loudly, hey, there's a new student here. He says this is his dorm, a dirty trick slandering others. A truly despicable tactic, but no one could stop him in time. His voice echoed through the neighboring doors. The hallway, which had been quiet, after those words, stirred all at once. First a foot in indoor slippers stepped out, then a whole forest of feet followed. Some wore shoes, some just house slippers. They didn't look like freshmen at all. Tall, big, and brutish, just like the guy in Jiangdu's room. They threatened. Newcomers got guts, huh? You know the rules. Wanna stay here? Fine, let's talk with strength. Standing before them, Jiangdu and his friend looked as tiny as 2 little kids, but just a reminder, we're the top freshmen of last year. Imagine how strong we are. Lu Baoquang was also wary. Damn, so this whole building has been taken over by them. Jiangdu, though not scared, didn't want to fight. He patted his friend's shoulder and said, let it go, Lu Baoquang. After all, they're our seniors. Give them some face. Lu Baoquang had no other choice. Said indignantly, right, we won't hold it against them today. Let's go. Who would have thought that Jiangdu's next sentence would directly slap them in the face? After all, if word gets out that someone got beaten so bad by a freshman that they peed their pants and got kicked out, that wouldn't be good. Lu Baoquang mumbled, yeah, probably cursing in his heart. This guy was going all out today. The others, provoked, were both angry and embarrassed, charging forward as if to eat him alive. Freshman getting too cocky, you're the one who'll piss your pants. Jiangdu didn't flinch one bit. His hand clenched into a fist. From there, Zep rays and black fire gathered and fluttered behind Jiangdu's back. The scar-faced guy from earlier also made a show of force, releasing a red flame-like energy contrasting with his blue light. The guys in front, as if seeing a ghost, all stopped in their tracks. Scarface emitted a terrifying killing aura, his red eyes as if flames were sprouting. His eyes remained that fearsome for a while, flames still blazing fiercely. Jiangdu realized that this mock guy's ability seemed related to stone. Mock stepped forward and asked, what's your name? He answered bluntly, completely unafraid, clear and distinct. He laughed maliciously, I see you're just a pretty boy. You want this room? Then follow Van Hai's rules. Go to the fight room and have a match. Jiangdu wasn't afraid of anyone. He pointed straight at the guy's face. Fine, but just one fight isn't enough. Then he pointed at the bullies. You lot don't even think about running. Then, a lot of chatter erupted on the schoolyard. One excited male student was talking about it. Have you heard? A senior from the camp dorm isn't afraid to die, daring to challenge Thoi Mok's gang. Someone immediately replied. I've heard that Thoi Mok really likes to bully others. Another male student pointed and said, hey, I heard there's a student who wants to take back the dorm for us. This person must also be a new student whose room was taken by the bullies. The others hearing this got extremely excited. Really? Can he do it alone? They were both curious and excited. When someone stands up to reclaim justice for themselves, who wouldn't be happy? So they all headed to the place where the fight was about to happen. Let's go. Let's go cheer for him. Where is it? I heard it's the fighting arena, just follow the crowd. Indeed, many people had already gathered. They sat on the stands looking down at the multi-purpose field, not a soul in sight. The atmosphere was intense and full of suspense. The green-haired girl checked a form. As she wrote, she said, all right, your registration is complete. Now you can choose weapons and protective gear. Behind Jiangdu was the weapon selection area the girl mentioned. The equipment looked quite good. Whips, spears, maces, etc., all polished to a shine. The girl's voice continued, you should already understand the rules. Show restraint when you fight. That Thoi Mok still looked smug. The group behind him had even clenched their fists, ready to fight. Don't worry, we really care about new students. Despite those words, their demeanor showed no intention of going easy on Jiangdu's group. Baoquang was truly worried, sticking to Jiangdu's back and asking, Jiangdu, if it looks bad, just give up. There are too many of them. Any ordinary person would easily see the overwhelming advantage on the bully's side. But Jiangdu seemed full of confidence. Relax, I have a plan. First, let's pick a suitable weapon. Saying that, he lifted a greatsword with one hand to inspect it. A curved blade, huh? Feels like using this won't be very interesting. Baoquang stood beside him, scratching his head. Anyway, they are many. Yeah, maybe pick a bigger one so our chances can increase a little. Jiangdu was still indecisive, holding his chin in thought. Which one should I choose? but it seemed the other side was already impatient to attack. One guy with a spear had already run up right behind him. He thrust his pale spear into the ground with authority, loudly calling for Jiang Du to come out and fight. "Hey, small fry, hurry up, charge already. If you're scared, just kneel down and admit defeat." They didn't even know Jiang Du's name. Calling him small fry was ridiculous. It seemed Jiang Du was angry. He stomped step by step toward the spear-wielding guy. "Afraid of you? Ridiculous." One might think he was about to make an impressive show of force. But unexpectedly, Jiang Du just walked up, put his hands on his hips and pulled out a tiny spiked mace about the size of a cucumber. Yet he confidently said, "No matter what weapon I use, teaching you a lesson will only take a moment." It turned out Jiang Du didn't even consider them worth his attention. The guy gritted his teeth and asked, "No protective gear and you pick this piece of junk. Are you looking down on me?" Jiang Du scratched his head, avoiding his gaze, and sheepishly replied, "Yeah." He provoked someone else but was the first to get angry. He lost his composure and charged, spear tip aimed straight at Jiang Du, shouting, "You're too arrogant. Watch me take you down in an instant." Jiang Du stood still and observed. Interesting, he's also a shadow type. Indeed, Jiang Du's senses were sharp, no joke. Jiang Du remained calm, calculating, but Bao Kuang and the others sitting in the back were extremely anxious, clamoring, "He's coming, he's coming. Brother Trin, the one called Snake Shadow, is the fastest among us first years. Go, Brother Trin, teach that kid a lesson." This crowd had no shame cheering for the bullies. Only the fat guy was worried. "Move, don't just stand there dumbly." The guy named Trin rushed at Jiang Du, but when he got close, he suddenly moved behind him, so fast that only a black afterimage was left in the air. His title of Snake Shadow wasn't just for show. He took advantage of the opponent's dazed moment, swung his spear to deliver a finishing blow from behind, but he didn't know. Jiang Du completely knew his position and even flashed a bright, confident smile. A flash of light erupted. Outside, black energy tightly coiled around the light column. No one outside could see the silhouettes of the two. The impact was so huge that dust and debris obscured everything. After a while, the dust was blown away, and the scene below was finally revealed. Whatever he saw made the fat guy, Lu Baoquang, let out an "ah," his face turning pale as if ill. Doi Mok in the stands also looked astonished. Behind him, a bunch of students gaped in disbelief as well. The new students in white each had different expressions, but all wore looks of surprise, unable to believe their eyes. The sight left them dumbfounded. It wasn't Jiang Du who was knocked down, but the one lying underneath was Snake Shadow, in an extremely undignified position. Standing proudly above was Jiang Du. His hand clenched, thumb pointing down in disdain. The tiny mace had been stabbed straight into that guy's butt. Send the next one. The mace was pulled out, covered in blood. The shattered chrysanthemum was there for all to see. Jiang Du wins without breaking a sweat. Domineeringly twirling a small mace in his hand, he asks, "What's the matter?" No one dares to come up. The crowd below is silent. Za An, unconscious behind him, is carried down for emergency treatment due to excessive bleeding, a reminder to them. This freshman is not someone to be messed with. Jiang Du sneers, taunting, "Huh, a bunch of cowards, come at me all at once." The moment he says this, a huge reaction erupts. Naturally, anyone hearing this would find him too arrogant. How unreasonable, so cocky, damn it. Yet being looked down on by a high schooler, they didn't even take a look at themselves. The truly despicable ones are the adults bullying a freshman. They all rush forward fiercely, stampeding across the multi-purpose court. Each throws a punch as they charge. Some wield bare claws, some use clubs, while others want to fight barehanded. Everyone is brimming with murderous intent. Interesting, let's all go together. This side is also a group wanting to beat up Jiang Du, but they appear more composed. All using weapons that look very strange. They must possess different abilities. Jiang Du smiles, his goal has been achieved. Or was he just waiting for this very moment? Jiang Du immediately activates his skill, using shadow concealment to hide, preventing anyone from detecting him. He turns into the shape of a shadow, blending into space. But this skill also has a weakness. When his identity is exposed, his ability decreases. Of this rank, only existing within the shadows is the most lethal. Skills Hunter, Mark, and 100 battles are activated. Jiang Du recalls last time, after absorbing the rank of the Shadow Seed, his abilities successfully leveled up, during which the ability of shadow concealment was tested. After killing the same kind, for now it is temporarily not used. Jiang Du skips shadow concealment and goes straight to using 100 battle. He defeats a whole series of opponents alone, like an evil god standing atop a sea of carnage under hell. The 100 battles skill is the true hunter, possessing extremely strong combat ability. During the fight, he can also learn the opponent's skills to enhance his current ability. That group has rushed very close, brimming with fury toward Jiang Du. Shouting loudly, "Charge!" He is also busy calculating. 100 battles is precisely the ability specialized for handling direct combat. The fiercer the battle, the faster his growth rate. Entering combat, Jiang Du's speed is just as he predicted. The more he fights, the fiercer he gets. Across the court, only his afterimages and the weapons of the defeated are sent flying along with their owners. Liu Beiqiang, worried about his friend, runs to report to the green-haired girl. This is against the rules, right? So many people ganging up on one person. Please make them stop, but he only receives a refusal. This cannot be considered a foul. After all, the one challenging everyone is your friend. But the girl seems to have realized Jiang Du's strength, smiling as she says, "Besides, there's no need to worry. That friend of yours is unbelievably strong." Her words matched the scene right before them. Jiang Du took them all down in the blink of an eye. Standing alone in the middle of the court, surrounded by bruised bodies. Unconscious, Jiang Du sighs, "Is that all? I haven't had enough yet." At this moment, someone who had been sitting on the spectator stand observing from start to finish. It is Thoi Mok, mid-bite into an apple. He had originally intended to watch Jiang Du get beaten while eating an apple, but before he could even take a bite, Jiang Du had already defeated all his underlings. How could he not be annoyed? He draws his sword and walks forward. Unexpectedly, a 12th grader has physical qualities far surpassing ordinary people. But in combat, you cannot rely on strength alone. More importantly, Thoi Mok stops mid-sentence, his hand tossing the apple up. He uses one hand to deliver countless powerful sword slashes onto the apple suspended in midair, so fast the naked eye cannot see. His eyes emit sparks and terrifying pressure. The apple gently falls. He catches it with the slender tip of the sword in a precise manner. The apple is completely unharmed and even transforms into an exquisite sculpture. He presents it to Jiang Du on the sword tip. This is the mastery he wanted to convey. The apple is callously flicked down, rolling to Jiang Du's feet. The defeated ones have been dragged away to clear the combat area. His underlings, numerous as ants, cheer, "Go Thoi Mok, don't let that high schooler get any cockier." Speaking of practical combat mastery, you're ranked in the top 3 of the course. Teach this guy a lesson. Jiang Du is still looking at the apple at his feet, thinking to himself, "This guy's swordsmanship is very precise, like a supreme master from novel. The ones just now were too weak. The 100 battles experience gained was not much." Jiang Du gives a smug smile. He rushes toward Thoi Mok. "Then let me see what you're made of." Thoi Mok is completely unafraid, still standing still and waiting. Jiang Du charges. His face scrunches up into a knot, as if having just discovered something. Like a fierce gale, Jiang Du concentrates force into the small mace to attack Thoi Mok, right in his face. Thoi Mok emits powerful energy like flames, saying to Jiang Du, "HMPH, you don't know your place. I am the highest branch of the ancient demon lineage among ability users. After I activate my power, your movements seem to come to a halt." He says this while already moving behind Jiang Du's back, giving a cruel smile. Thoi Mok used the moment Jiang Du stood still to decide the finishing blow. Ta raised his sword high. Ta could not only dodge the attack very easily, but also observe your openings and launch a counterattack. "Before me, you're just a fish on a cutting board." His sword already slashed down, hovering over Jiang Du's head. "Even if you turn back now, you can't dodge it anymore." Breaking out in a cold sweat, Jiang Du glanced at the sword. It had already licked right up to his ear. A tremendous impact. Thoi Mok's red sparks flared up as if on fire. From outside, only Jiang Du's black light could be seen bursting out within a hair's breadth. Jiang Du covered his mouth from the smoke and dust. "This guy really has skill." He almost got hit. Oktak chuckled lazily. "Your reaction is pretty fast indeed, but that was just the warm-up." Now, as he spoke, he ran his finger along the sword. "Now it's serious." The glint in his eyes turned red, filled with killing intent. Somehow he had already moved right in front of Jiang Du. Towering over him, his raised sword flashed under the sunlight. Jiang Du didn't expect he could do that. He activated 100 styles combat, analyzing the opponent's actions. Thoi Mok's sword-holding posture was analyzed in detail. The hand posture was very good, facilitating power, but the problem lay in his overly wide stance. Not effective, this attack should be dodged to the sides, then counterattack his shoulder. Jiang Du followed the analysis of 100 styles, darting to the side to dodge. Thoi Mok's strike hit empty air but was still very powerful. Jiang Du immediately launched an attack on his left shoulder, his weak point carefully locking onto the target. A small jab struck his shoulder, not seeming too strong. However, probably because it hit a weak point, the damage was huge, so Thoi Mok took a painful hit. He let out a cry and bounced far away. He stuck his sword into the ground, rubbing the struck spot. "Luckily, it's not my dominant sword hand. How can this be? That move just now was mine." Jiang Du looked at the mace. With an incredulous expression, Thoi Mok thought. Moreover, his own ability had actually lost effect for a moment just now, that guy. At last, Thoi Mok suddenly thought of a possibility which made him startle in fear. Wait, could he be a shadow user? From Thoi Mok's side, Jiang Du emitted a massive energy. Thoi Mok still raised his sword to fight, but his heart began to worry. "This is bad. My copper element will be heavily countered by the shadow type. If he activates his ability, I'm afraid I'll only come to harm." Thoi Mok lifted his sword in bewilderment. Jiang Du, on the other hand, calmly hefted his mace onto his shoulder, laughing coldly. "What's up? Keep going. Are you scared now?" "Scared of you?" Although Thoi Mok was somewhat cautious, Ultimately, he was still a reckless one. You bastard. He indeed didn't give up out of fear. He charged in again to fight, unleashing fire energy with astonishing speed. Jiang Du raised his mace to block, the two energy forces clashing. One side blazing red like fire wanting to burn everything, the other side a mysterious cold black. Jiang Du had activated his left eye. Analyzing the situation, most of the opponent's movements were feints, not worth paying attention to. The moment the shoulder gathered power was when the real attack would come. 100 Styles gave the strategy: be patient. When his shoulder exerts force, strike first. Jiang Du waited exactly for the moment Thoi Mok leaped and applied strength. Then he struck back with the mace. Though not much force was used, it seemed very precise. Jiang Du's mace strike was indeed timely and right on target, grazing the side of Thoi Mok's face. Blood gushed out like a spring. Thoi Mok's main attack lost its effectiveness. Jiang Du continuously advanced, unleashing various moves, and he could only parry with his sword. Moves that took me 5 years to master. This kid actually learned them in the blink of an eye. And so fluently too, transforming sword techniques into staff techniques. Thoi Mok seemed pushed to his limits in the heat of battle. Suddenly Jiang Du stopped his hand. Exhausted, Thoi Mok didn't understand why Jiang Du stopped, wondering if he was gathering strength for a stronger move. Jiang Du smirked, not knowing what he was plotting. He hefted the mace onto his shoulder, then turned and walked away, leaving Thoi Mok behind, both exhausted. And bewildered, Jiang Du suddenly said, "Any more moves, hurry up and show them all." The words reeked of provocation. Thoi Mok was hot-tempered. How could he let that go? Indeed, he flared up and his fighting spirit soared. "You stinking brat, I only intended to teach you a lesson. You forced me, die," he said, and then he charged with all his remaining strength, a massive red glow seen. Jiang Du smiled as if he had achieved his goal. Thoi Mok unleashed his mightiest move, Phantom Slash, a transcendent skill slashing relentlessly. But the most annoying thing was that none of his attacks connected. Jiang Du was like an eel, slippery, every strike dodged and dodged very easily too. Finally one hit landed, but what Thoi Mok's sword cut was only a fake Jiang Du. The illusion vanished like smoke. Thoi Mok was both exhausted and terrified. Seizing the opening, Jiang Du moved behind Thoi Mok and struck, decisively ramming his mace into him. The mace jammed right into the spot people sit on. The move exactly like the one that defeated Za An without a single word. It made you ache just watching. The chrysanthemums withered away. All you could hear was Thoi Mok's scream tearing through the sky. His eyes must have popped right out into space from the pain. White foam was already bubbling from his mouth. Jiang Du bowed, ending the match. "Thank you for the lesson." Up ahead, Thoi Mok had toppled flat, face kissing the dirt and rear jutting toward the sky, a truly disgraceful sight. Jiang Du won a resounding victory and gained a new skill, keen intuition, which helps sense hidden danger and make sharper judgments. Excellent, this harvest has been very bountiful. How about striking while the iron is hot? No sooner said than done. Jiang Du shouted, "Nam Nhat, is that all you people have? Call everyone you know to come here." Those words were truly arrogant. Tell them I, Jiang Du, want to fight through the entire Van Hai University, making everyone furrow their brows in dismay. Jiang Du, his whole body wrapped in white bandages, lay on the hospital bed, putting on a rare shy expression, his face unable to stay natural, and could only force a smile when speaking, pretending so hard that blood rushed to his brain. Jio sat to the right of the bed, holding a knife to peel an apple, and couldn't help scolding him. "You actually challenged the entire freshman year. Do you have no brain?" Lu Baoquang, sitting on the left, also couldn't sit still, gesturing vividly to describe the action as if real. Jio, you didn't see how awe-inspiring Jiang Du looked back then, hanging those seniors up and beating them. All the 12th graders there watched very attentively. Some girls even screamed recklessly. Jiang Du, hearing this, kept his smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. In the end, over 100 people took turns attacking. My stamina still couldn't hold up and I fell down. But in my thoughts it was too bad I couldn't activate the shadow form at that time. Otherwise, I would have beaten the whole Van Hai. Jio finished peeling the apple, angrily shoved it straight into his mouth to block his words. She impatiently spoke up, "Stop it. If the sergeant hadn't taken you away in the end, you would have at least been beaten into a cripple." Jiang Du calmly bit a large chunk of apple, puffing out his cheeks, and began to question Jio. "Right, how's your dormitory situation? Was it also occupied by first-year male students?" Right after he answered, "No." "What's up?" She ed inside. "What a shame." Jio suspiciously asked, "What do you mean, what a shame?" Very quickly, Jiang Du gave an answer along with the scene drawn in his imagination. The sight of him and her lying on a bed together, gazing passionately at each other. "I thought if you had no place to stay, I would take you in, starting a happy life together. Just thinking about it makes me so happy I want to drool." Jio was furious upon hearing that, screamed and threw continuous punches at his face. "Dream on. Even if I had to lie on the street, I'd never sleep at your place." Jiang Du was punched all over the face, crying out pitifully in pain. "Ouch, don't hit the wound." Lu Baoquang watched the scene and sighed in exasperation. "Can you stop feeding us dog food?" Just then, a man's voice and his laughter came from the door. Seems like you're in high spirits, huh? Kanan walked in from outside, raised a hand to greet those present, observed and said, looking at your condition, you should be able to recover very quickly. Everyone was surprised, calling out, Sergeant Tong. Jiang-du, seeing who it was, immediately sprang up like a spring, flexing to show off his muscles as if there were no help. Issues at all, grinning from ear to ear. All healed, so when do we start training? Added to that was Jio's sharp, judging gaze. She just shot him a glance and ordered, lie down for me, can't you see your wound isn't healed? Kanan picked a chair to sit down and spoke. Don't rush, your curriculum is different from the others, so it will be arranged later. Jiang-du immediately questioned, different, why? Sergeant Tong pondered briefly, because you've reached the supernatural level. Jiang-du panicked inside as if realizing something. Since when did he know? In that fight, I'm sure I didn't reveal it. Lu Baoquang excitedly slapped his shoulder and exclaimed, holy shit, awesome, no wonder you're so strong, you've leveled up already and didn't think to tell me. Jio also couldn't help speaking up. No way, you've already reached level 2, since when? Jiang-du put on an adorably shy expression. This moment right here is the real cuteness. Haha, I just found out too, it scared me half to death. Sergeant Tong with a serious face summarized the issue. History, basic knowledge about the supernatural, these you will still study. As for practical combat skills, training can be arranged with second-year students. Jiang-du was extremely excited. Ooh, I have to fight second years. In response to that enthusiasm, the sergeant only gave an indifferent answer. It's possible, but it will be training combat. Damn, Chiu thought. Great, I can use 100 battles to gain practical experience again. Kanan stood up and said, it seems you really like challenging strong opponents. I really like that about you. So saying, he turned and walked away, leaving behind one sentence. Wait until the right time, I'll train with you. A few days later at Van High, blue sky, white clouds, beautiful sunshine. Everyone was flocking towards the school's teaching building. The ding-ding of the bell rang out. Everyone had fully assembled in the lecture hall. Jiang-du sat between Jio and Lu Baoquang, reaching for a food box while the fat guy was still gnawing on a chicken leg without pause. Jio glanced at her two friends and began to complain. First day of school, can't you be serious? Jiang-du, chewing on meat, replied, why does it matter? After all, I've already looked at the supernatural history at your house. She heard that and had nothing more to say, deciding to ignore him. Suit yourself, if you fail the exam later, don't think about entering the supernatural department. Jiang-du was startled. There's an exam for this too. Suddenly, a loud noise came, attracting the attention of all the students. All the trainees, every single one, looked over, breaking into a sweat. On the podium was a blue semisphere, a tech device projecting an animation, and a projection screen behind. The tech semisphere projected a model of a planet, blue with interspersed green areas, very similar to Earth, looking extremely detailed. Jiang-du was observing and upon seeing it, thought suspiciously, this looks a lot like the map seen in Uncle Luke's room. So are they about to reveal all the truth? He only saw the lecturer standing on the podium, looking at the materials in hand and began introducing. Hello, everyone. I am everyone's transcendent history teacher. My surname is Tu, my name is Takin Duong. Transcendent history is a subject that records the major events from the catastrophe to the present day. For everyone, this is a novel subject. The teacher spoke while browsing the virtual model of the blue planet. Then he continued. In this process, there may be things that shatter your worldview, but do not fall into despair. After saying that, his fingers operated the control panel, pressing a green circle. The virtual sphere emitted light, casting an ethereal glow under the attentive gaze of the students. Then from that light, a larger animation formed, projected in midair. Many circles large and small pieced together like a vortex in a circle. The animation was like a vortex of time, taking the students to observe a sweep of history originating from the past. In the year of Thien Hai, alien species descended, and our world began to be invaded. At first, no one knew where they came from, only regarding them as some kind of unknown creature that appeared. The unique body structure of the alien bugs and the constant pollution they emitted seemed to open the door to a new world, driving the world insane. It wasn't until half a month later that 36 abyssal rifts continuously appeared in various places around the world. A large number of level 2 alien bugs descended from the abyss, indiscriminately slaughtering us. The strength of the alien bugs was not too great. Ordinary artillery could easily tear their bodies apart. Under the counterattack of the military, the alien bugs were quickly crushed. But the terrifying thing about alien bugs is not their strength, but the price of killing them, and that price is the special pollution hidden inside the alien bugs' bodies. Every time an alien bug is killed, it also means that they will lose a life like that. Fortunately, the price of killing low-level alien bugs has a limited range of effect, so we tried to fight them from a long distance. This seemingly insane act temporarily brought the human world into stability. However, as the number of rifts increased, the pollution in this world also gradually increased. Unknowingly, the world underwent an extremely huge change compared to humans. Animals and plants are more easily invaded by pollution, mutating. The wilderness was no longer safe. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new century, Bakdu and Namdu announced plans to begin constructing large-scale concentration zones, along with a plan to gradually relocate the surrounding provincial city populations group by group into the concentration zone. In the fifth year of the new century, alien species began attacking the concentration zone. In order to find a way to resist the alien species, humans attempted to enter the abyss, with a mortality rate reaching 97%. From then on, humans learned how to use the abyss to fight against the abyss, and we officially entered the transcendent era. The teacher on the podium continued providing information to the students below. Although there has been progress in the research of transcendent power, from beginning to end, we have remained at level 1 transcendent. We still could not resist the abyss. That same year, 15 small countries declared extinction, crisis upon crisis. The virtual model underwent a transformation. A blue stone appeared within the radius of the planet. The teacher continued, not long after, forbidden objects from the abyss were excavated. A wave of forbidden objects surged across Daichao, relying on forbidden objects. Some people used extreme methods to step into high-level transcendence. They established the Lamin organization, which made great contributions in the early stages of fighting the alien species. Jiao and Jiang Du listened with some surprise. They thought to themselves, Lamin is the organization Luke Jiao once mentioned. The instructor continued his lecture. In the year 50 of the new era, we finally found a normal way to step into level 2. The combat power of us transcendents made a great leap forward, finally able to confront the alien species head-on the battlefield. Also in this year, the 2 concentration zones, Bakdu Thurvan and Namdu Lamin, were completed. After that, the 8 level 1 concentration zones Kan Duong, Ma Wai, Atai, Tin Hoa, Lam and Lam Dong, Truong Duong, and Thien Phu were also successively completed. The students began to wonder, how could we have so many level 1 concentration zones completely unlike the information that was publicized? The teacher continued to operate on the podium as if seeing through the students' doubts, and began to explain, I know it is hard for everyone to accept right now, but now what I want to say is the truth that has already happened. The timeline kept moving. In the year 20 of the new era, level 3 alien bugs suddenly appeared. Ordinary artillery could not fight them. After the Taedu concentration zone paid a heavy, tragic price, they were finally able to destroy it. In the year 30 of the new era, the first special type specimen appeared, its strength far surpassing other alien species of the same level. It led a large army of alien species to besiege the Ma Wai concentration zone. Because the distance was too close, nuclear weapons could not be used. The students were terrified upon hearing that, their expressions dark, sweating, but still curiously asked, what happened next? The teacher's face also turned grim, and he continued the story. Ma Wai was destroyed, no one survived. It was a tragedy. Smoke and fire, the thunder of war, such a magnificent city fell to ruin in just one night. The teacher stopped there. Everyone in the lecture hall was silent. The entire auditorium was submerged in a stifling atmosphere. The teacher also remained silent, saying nothing. He stood still, looking at the students before him. Jiao slightly lowered their head, as if thinking about something. Yang Du was the same. Lu Bao Kuang also looked frightened. Yakam looked somewhat uneasy. After a moment, the teacher continued. In the year 40 of the new era, the first level 4 mutant insect appeared in a nuclear weapon explosion. A mutated insect emerged from the blast. Afterward, the Thai concentration camp was destroyed. Year 50 of the new era, Tianfu and the surrounding strongholds faced the threat of alien insects and the fissures of the abyss. Danger was imminent, triggering the first mass migration in history. Year 60 of the new era, the southwest and northwest regions of Great Zhou completely became fallen territories, a carnival sanctuary for alien insects. Year 70 of the new era, the alien swarms advanced northward. If the Linen stronghold fell, the alien swarms would pose a direct threat to the north, he said. Thus, the second mass migration in history occurred. Except this time, the transcendents did not retreat. The teacher's voice was steely. He clenched his fist, his expression very serious. 100,000 youths determined to risk death held the vast mountains and rivers of Great Zhou, driving the alien swarms back 1,000 miles. His gaze sharpened. He continued narrating, but then also in that same year, the north and south were completely severed by the abyss. Then he loudly declared, the southern capital has become a deserted city. The entire teaching building of Yunhai was bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. Students were walking everywhere across the campus grounds. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather, enveloping the few of them. The surrounding students all looked worried. Jiang Du slowly walked over, trying to speak in a bravado-filled voice. It felt so unreal. Clearly, everything around was still peaceful. Unexpectedly, reality is far more brutal than I ever imagined. Zio frowned and added. Jiangdu spoke up, they're stronger than us. Before, I was foolish enough to think that the abyss was about to be defeated by us. Zio put on a serious, worried face and said, the southern capital has been occupied. How much longer can our Yunhai hold out? Jiangdu let out a sigh. He also didn't know what to do and could only answer. Who knows, if we can hold on for a year, then a year it is. Then he glanced at Zio, truly not knowing what else to say, so he decided to use action to comfort her. Jiangdu moved closer. Suddenly, he pulled Zio into his arms, letting her fall against his warm chest, his hand reaching out to support her hair amidst Zio's astonishment. Jiangdu whispered, if that day truly comes, I will risk my life to protect you. Hearing this, Zio's face flushed and tears began to well up in her eyes. She whispered Jiangdu's name. Jiangdu observed Zio's expression and very opportunistically said, while the alien swarms still haven't arrived, let's have a kiss. Then he puckered his lips waiting for Zio to kiss him. But she very quickly refused, shouting at him, you damned, shameless. From afar, someone was approaching. That person chuckled and said, it seems you two are in very good spirits, huh? It turned out to be the teacher from the lecture earlier. He inquired about the two. Student Jiangdu, right? I recognized you right away. Having taught for so many years, only your mentality is the best. Hearing this, Jiangdu was slightly surprised and asked back with confusion, sir, you know me. The lecturer happily smiled and replied, of course, the moment you arrived at Yunhai, you beat up a group of first-year students. Your reputation has spread throughout Yunhai now. Jiangdu pondered and replied, but sir, there's something I don't understand. The lecturer replied, speak. Having been given permission, Jiangdu immediately asked, why did the very first lesson? Hearing this, the teacher paused for a beat, then he also answered, isn't it better to let everyone know the truth sooner? Jiangdu didn't intend to refute and said seriously, it's not necessarily bad, it's just that teaching everything at once will extinguish everyone's will to fight. The teacher frowned and replied, a mentality born from despair is good. He looked at him with a meaningful gaze, then continued. Spring has arrived, the only things still alive are the plum blossoms, able to survive the frigid winter. His gaze rested on a plum tree nearby. The blossoms continued to bloom, no matter how harsh the winter they had endured. People are the same, only in despair can they truly mature. The teacher paused for a moment, then continued to pose a question. And you, although you already have tier 2 strength, don't blame me for being blunt. Right now you still cannot be called a true transcendent. Jiangdu was doubtful, spreading his hands out in front with confusion. I don't understand what you mean, sir. I've already reached tier 2. What do you mean I'm not a true transcendent? The teacher replied. Just because you have transcendent power, does that mean you are definitely a transcendent? These words struck him like a bolt of lightning. For a moment he didn't know what to say. The lecturer's expression also gradually changed. Tier 1, Spiritual Awakening, the first time acquiring an ability is the first path. Tier 2, Aberrant Transformation, the most dangerous pollution enveloping the body, the physique becoming different from others. Indeed, all Tier 2 ability users have a dense black pollution aura around their bodies. He continued, falling into the deep abyss, cliffs 1,000 meters high, walking on a wooden bridge like stepping on thin ice. Every word the lecturer spoke made Jiangdu seem to imagine the things he himself had to endure. Extremely terrifying. The teacher asked him, you are already tier 2, but have you ever seen the well within your own heart? He asked Jiangdu, seriously inquiring, have you ever seen the wooden bridge before your eyes? Then followed his fatal words, right now, you are clearly still not well prepared to become a transcendent. After speaking, the teacher turned and walked away, leaving Jiangdu with a tangled mess of confused thoughts he didn't yet know how to resolve. As he left, he did not forget to say a final word. Let me ask you one last question. Was what I taught in class necessarily the true history? These words really deserve careful thought, leaving the two friends momentarily at a loss for what to do. By the time Jiangdu came to his senses, the teacher was nowhere to be seen. He placed a hand on his chest over his heart, standing in a daze for a long while. Jiao saw Jiangdu standing frozen, poked his back with a finger and said, all right. What are you thinking about? Jiangdu replied, nothing, just getting ready for the next class. The next class was basic supernatural knowledge. The teacher was a woman. She began introducing the course content. Supernatural energy comes from mutant insects, including fire insects, bone insects, bronze insects, blood insects, feather insects, and several others. Despite what the teacher said, Jiangdu still only knew how to sleep. The teacher continued, saying that killing mutants of the same type as oneself comes at a smaller price, and one can absorb the pollution after the mutant insect dies to turn it into one's own power. That is the most common way to grow stronger. The next class was mutant ability training. The instructor had a fierce face and roared, hey, mobilize the energy in your body, concentrate your mind. All students dutifully trained their own mutant abilities. At noon, it was lunchtime. Jiangdu just wanted to have a good meal. But the serving lady's hand was no joke. She shook her ladle and grinned slyly, saying, "Students over here, today there's meat." In the afternoon, the sun was still shining brightly, right on the training ground. The students would undergo special combat training. Luke Jiao and Jiangdu were assigned to two separate classes. He thought to himself, why was Luke Jiao placed in class 3? Her talent levels should have put her in class 1 like me. In Jiangdu's mind, the annoying image of Uncle Luke appeared. He mumbled to himself that Uncle Luke must have pulled strings to separate him from Luke Jiao. Suddenly, a loud voice came over the loudspeaker. "Greetings, students. Starting today, we will officially enter combat training. Each class's instructor and assistant instructor will train everyone. This combat performance will be recorded in your university entrance exam results. Without further ado, now all instructors listen to the command." As soon as the voice ended, the instructors quickly stood at attention, shouting, "Roar." Present, they formed a line one after another, following orders, went to their respective classes and began training. The instructors shouted in unison. Under the watchful eyes of the students, a man slowly walked over. Jiangdu observed him, thinking, the class 1 instructor is him. Isn't he a bit too skinny? The man advanced with a stern face and shouted loudly, "Tension." Hearing that, everyone, including Jiangdu, diligently assumed the proper standing at attention posture, extremely precise. Jiangdu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed inwardly, "Oh my God, that voice has such imposing power." The instructor saw the students like that and showed little expression, just saying, "Just keep standing like that." Jiangdu was so surprised his mouth hung open. "What? Isn't this combat training, so we're just made to stand at attention?" Then a pressure suddenly bore down on him. His whole body felt suppressed by some force. Sweat beading from worry, Jiangdu thought, "It's killing intent, I can't move my body." Everyone else experienced the same thing. He thought, "I'm not the only one, everyone here is locked down by this killing intent. Is it a forbidden object or a special ability? No, neither. It's the instructor, the murderous will radiating from him." He could feel the instructor releasing powerful waves of killing intent aimed at everyone. This killing intent was incredibly intense, as if wanting to swallow everyone present. Some students couldn't endure it, collapsed to the floor. Crying out helplessly, Jiangdu finally understood. "I get it now, standing at attention is actually one of the aptitude tests for supernatural. Simply put, whoever can endure to the end is the strongest. This is an extremely practical trial that students must undergo." 15 minutes later, all the students in the class had collapsed on the floor, except Jiangdu. Although he was extremely uncomfortable, his entire body numb as if drained of life, he still struggled to stand upright, refusing to fall, panting heavily. At that moment, the instructor looked at all the students sprawled on the ground and smugly said, "Take a break." Jiangdu had been waiting for that. He immediately plopped down onto the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a breath. Finally, suddenly another person appeared in front of him and said to Jiangdu, "Still like to stand out as always. Come, follow me." It was instructor Tong Kan and standing there, extending a hand toward him. Jiangdu took the chance to stand up, asking, "Where to? Training with class 5? The instructor replied, "No. The training camp has a special arrangement for you right here," he said, then stopped in the middle of the large field. Jiangdu scratched his head in confusion, casting his eyes around. "What is there here?" the instructor said. "Isn't there me?" Jiangdu was caught off guard, asking, "Oh wait, you mean?" Instructor Tong smirked. "That's right, we fight each other." The others at that moment were gasping for breath. They looked toward Jiangdu and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look everyone. Jiangdu is getting private instruction from Instructor Tong. So impressive, truly worthy of being a genius who beat all the first years." Just now, when standing at attention, he was the one who persevered to the very end. Jiangdu looked bewilderedly at the group of people laughing and talking about him. He said embarrassedly, "This matter, can the coach find another place? It's not very good with so many people watching." Kanan smiled gently and asked, "What's wrong? Afraid of losing face in front of so many people?" He answered shyly, "A little." Instructor Tong recalled the orders from his superior. "Right, just arrange separate training and crush that kid's arrogance." Kanan said helplessly, "This special training content was decided by the patrol handler. If you have any objections, go find him." He put on an angry face and said, "Uncle Lai, he's reaching out way too far, isn't he?" Only seeing the blue light envelop Instructor Tong's arm, Kanan quickly assumed an attacking stance. His entire body shrouded in that blue power, he spoke, "All right, time is gold, let's begin." Jiangdu shook his head helplessly. "This bit of strength of mine is basically not worth watching." Kanan replied, "Don't be discouraged, you attack with full force first, I won't fight back." Jiangdu smiled slightly and asked, "Is that so?" Then he suddenly swung his leg up, kicking toward Khan and with all his might, shouting as he struck. You said it yourself. Immediately, Jiang-du delivered a sky-reaching kick to the instructor. Two streams of magic power collided, creating a blinding golden light. Everyone watching this match couldn't help but have expressions of admiration. Excited cheers. One move already suppressed the instructor. So strong, way beyond me when I was a 12th grader. Keep it up, maybe Jiang-du can really win. Another student standing behind them, arms crossed, said seriously, "No, that is a wrong demonstration." Another instructor also analyzed seriously. "That first kick, you almost jumped into the air with no way back at all. That makes it very easy to get caught for a counterattack. This is a wrong demonstration, don't you all learn from it?" What the instructor said was indeed correct. At this moment, Kanan used his whole body to block the blow, yet could still casually offer praise. "I told you to attack and you really didn't hold back. Not bad strength, but Instructor Tong has already caught your leg." A sly smile bloomed on his lips. He continued, "Your moves are too simple, very easy to counter." As he finished, he tightened his grip on Jiang-du's ankle, planted his feet firmly, and twisted his body. He mercilessly hurled Jiang-du far away in a beautiful arc. Jiang-du's whole body flew out just like that from the momentum. He quickly found a foothold, planting his feet to stop on the ground, unharmed in the slightest. Although he had just suffered a painful counter, Jiang-du was determined not to retreat, quickly charging forward. In an instant, he closed in on Kanan, throwing a continuous flurry of punches so fast the naked eye couldn't see them. Kanan, while using his palms to block, thought, "This kid has gotten stronger since the last fight." The instructor blocked his strikes wholeheartedly, also feeling a bit winded, secretly admiring him. Although his technique couldn't be considered that of a grandmaster, it could still be seen as a promising sprout. The two exchanged blows all around the yard. Each combat move, while not exactly a killing blow, was fast and lethal. Anyone watching couldn't help but click their tongues in praise. Kanan was also slightly surprised by this situation, thinking absently, "Is it my imagination? Every punch he throws is getting faster and more accurate. This kid is his growth rate measured in seconds." While he was still lost in his own confusion, a punch slipped past his hand, making him startled. Kanan's eyes widened. Jiang-du's fist was so fast and accurate it seemed about to touch his face. Jiang-du thought he had landed a hit. He happily smiled and shouted, "Got you!" Kanan, no one knew when, had already caught his fist. He sneered, "Is that so?" He used his other hand to grip the gloved arm tightly enough to cause pain. Jiang-du gritted his teeth, enduring until cold sweat dripped. Kanan summoned his strength, grabbing one arm and lifting him up over his shoulder. Each movement trailed green light. Jiang-du was mercilessly tucked and thrown to the ground, creating a beautiful green vortex. Jiang-du painfully slammed onto the ground, the blue-black lightning bolt not having time to do anything before vanishing around him. Students observing the match gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Taken down in a flash." Instructor Kanan unscathed, calmly watching Jiang-du sprawled on the ground. Another student voiced surprise at the unexpected outcome. "Holy crap, I even thought Jiang-du would win. Turns out he got reverse-killed so quickly." The muscular instructor with arms crossed watching also spoke up in wonder. "Too reckless." Instructor Tong deliberately showed an opening just now. The result was, he really fell for it. He used the case in front of them as a classic example to teach. Combat requires not just strength and technique but also using your brain. Got all that? Jiang-du rubbed his aching back from the hard slam. He struggled to push himself up. "Uncle Tong, did you use your ability?" Kanan disdainfully looked down at Jiang-du and laughed. "Don't talk about abilities. Even my physical attributes were controlled within level 2 range. I beat you simply because I have more real combat experience than you." Kanan moved so fast that only a phantom of his motion could be seen. Every shift left behind green light. While moving, he began listing a strong body, proficient skills, intelligent tactics. These constitute the basic elements of combat. They are also the key to deciding victory or defeat. Instructor Tong calmly continued explaining, "Moreover, only studying is not enough. On the battlefield, everything changes constantly, and it won't give you time to think." Jiang-du punched his sore back and stood up shakily. He took the chance to attack Kanan and shouted, "An opening!" Kanan didn't bother to open his eyes, continued catching Jiang-du's fist and slowly said, "So we still have to spend a lot of time training, turning what we've learned into combat instinct." Kanan opened one eye, making a smug face. The hand that was grabbing the fist didn't let go but tightened even more. "You don't remember, do you?" Jiang-du suddenly grabbed Kanan's wrist when he wasn't paying attention. Kanan couldn't help but be startled by this action. Jiang-du decisively grabbed Kanan's arm and lifted it high. Shouting, "Hoist with his own petard!" The sudden sound of a table slam rang out, cutting off the battle that was heating up. The muscular instructor raised his hand and shouted, "Rest time is over, everyone back to your squads," he said loudly, announcing the rules. "The first 2 days are for you to adapt. Starting from the 3rd day we will officially divide the classes." He loudly ordered the students, "Stand still without a sound. Those who lose strength and collapse will leave the current class. Those eliminated are reassigned to combat class according to the time they fell. regardless of gender. The training session in the military regime was truly something terrifying. Even though it was just standing still in one place, standing still for a long period of time was another matter entirely. At first it was just a little leg soreness, but then the whole body seemed to grow heavier. Jiao wasn't any better off. She felt as if at any moment her body could collapse. Jiao clenched her teeth, telling herself she must persevere, that no matter what she couldn't fall. Jiao recalled when Jiangdu teased her. Jiao, you're still in class 3, huh? It drove her crazy with anger, making her even more determined. Otherwise, that Jiangdu would definitely laugh at her. She absolutely had to get into class 1. She was also rather curious about Jiangdu's training situation, but would nothing happen to Jiangdu over there? Although it was special training, Coach Tong would probably go easy on him. Jiao couldn't contain her curiosity and turned her head to look towards Jiangdu. Jiao looked over just as Jiangdu took a hit from Kanen. Jiangdu only had time to let out a scream before flying far away, sliding across the grass. Jiangdu stood up, his body covered in wounds, his face smeared with mud. He reached up to brush the dirt off his face. Jiao was so shocked by this kind of training that her mouth dropped open. She really wanted to scream out, "Is this training to the death?" Kanen on the other side, though uninjured, was also exhausted, sweat pouring down. Panting for breath, Kanen twisted his wrist as he approached Jiangdu. "Kid, you're tough." Kanen now had a different view of Jiangdu. He thought to himself, he originally thought he could bully him easily, but fighting back and forth actually forced him to use his real skill. After thinking for a while, he thought of Jiangdu's uncle. This formidable fighting organization was exactly like his uncle back then. Clenching his left fist, he charged at Kanen again. "It's not over yet, one more time." Kanen raised one hand and used his superpower to block Jiangdu's fist. "Enough, let's stop here for today." Seeing Jiangdu's fist in front of him, Kanen thought, "The punch speed has slowed down a lot, it seems he has reached his limit." But Jiangdu suddenly twisted his body. His other hand slowly brought from behind to the front, then punched strongly towards Kanen. Kanen couldn't block in time, he could only watch helplessly as the fist headed towards him. He had to scream with a pale face, but before he could finish screaming, Kanen was punched by Jiangdu and sent flying. Jiangdu's punch had great force. Kanen slid a long way and still couldn't stop. After a while, when Kanen managed to stop, he awkwardly looked at his chest. Jiangdu was happy, he smiled. "Heh, I hit you." Jiangdu's body had no strength left. He leaned back and fell onto the training ground. "Oh my god, finally I succeeded. I was almost beaten to death." Kanen was still shocked by the punch just now, almost. Exhausted, he had mobilized all the remaining strength in his body, unleashing the most powerful force. Without a doubt, the basic move of the superhuman skill he used was immersion flight. Jiangdu suddenly called out to Kanen, "Uncle Tong." Kanen was startled and his superpower dissipated. Jiangdu looked at their training ground. He asked Kanen, "This training ground turned into this, won't they make me pay for it, right? If they want money, then go find your Uncle Lot." Indeed, the training ground around them had no spot left undamaged. The ground was either dented or full of cracks, everywhere uneven. Kanen laughed and said, "Don't worry, we'll use a forbidden artifact to restore it later." Duong-tu looked at Jiangdu sitting on the hospital bed. She was surprised. "Why are you here again?" Jiangdu smiled and said, "What a coincidence, and all 3 times I've been here it's been you. What's your name, big sister?" Duong-tu approached Jiangdu, placing one hand on the hospital bed he was sitting on. Seeing Duong-tu come closer, Jiangdu briefly became dazed. Duong-tu came even closer to him. She smiled and said, "First, I'm your senior here for an internship. Second, the first time you came here, you already asked my name. The second time you asked again, and the third time you're still asking." Duong-tu's figure was extremely beautiful, with an attacking chest and a defensive rear. At this close distance, that chest hit Jiangdu directly, making him blush and gulp audibly. Truck Jiangdu recalled the profile he had once asked Duong-tu for, 23 years old, 36 points, 175 cm. He was startled, so she was 36 points. Duong-tu immediately turned away, merely reminding him, "Jiangdu, have a good rest." Teacher Duong-tu left. Jiangdu reached out to stop her. "Hey big sis, don't go. Getting the IV all alone scares me." Kanen walked in, saw this, and teased Jiangdu, "You little brat, what's wrong with you?" Jiangdu was startled. Uncle Tong, caught red-handed, he could only manage a forced smile. "Uncle Tong, aren't you going to keep training?" Kanen handed Jiangdu a bottle of medicine and said, "I'm the head instructor of this training program. A bit of dizziness is nothing. Drink this quickly, it'll replenish your strength." Jiangdu took the bottle, opened the cap, tilted his head back, and drank. The moment he finished, Jiangdu's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up, showing off his leg, and shouted, "Ho-Han Tam's hand has come back to life. I can still fight another day." Even though he liked to show off, he still made an appearance. Seeing Jiangdu like that, Kanen was speechless. All right, get some rest quickly. When you've recovered, we'll have time to fight again." Jiangdu stopped showing off and spoke seriously with Kanen. "Speaking of the competition, Uncle Tong Chiu, at the end when we two fought, I felt my condition was off. Not exactly comfortable, but not uncomfortable either. Very strange." Hearing Jiang Du's words, Kanan crossed his arms over his chest, his expression turning serious. I came to explain this matter to you as well. The coach will still continue, but your future training will have new adjustments. Jiang Du asked, what adjustments? The instructor continued. Train with second-year students, expand training into the factory, he asked, puzzled. But I haven't graduated yet. Besides, what is the special training camp for learning supernatural knowledge? Tung Van Ok, instructor Tong replied. Orders from above, just follow the arrangement. Hearing that, Jiangdu could only obey, yes. After finishing speaking, Kanan turned and left. Before leaving, he turned his head and said to Jiangdu, I still have things to do, I'll go ahead. About the entry technique you use. I'll email you the relevant documents, read them yourself, don't let them leak out. Jiangdu picked up his phone, indeed there was a new message. He replied, yes. Jiangdu looked at the document file newly sent to his device. The file was named Supernatural Skills, it must be this. Jiangdu clicked the file to open it. As soon as he clicked, a virtual screen immediately appeared in the air in front of Jiangdu. He froze in surprise. On that screen was a fairly young man. He said, hello everyone, I'm Huang Duong. This time I'll mainly talk about the basics of supernatural skills. I will discuss supernatural skills from various angles and their composition. Please look at the content on the board ahead. As he spoke, he pointed upward. Above where he pointed, 2 information boards appeared. Question: what are supernatural skills? Answer: Level 1 is awakening, Level 2 is mutation, only Level 3 is the true supernatural level. These 2 levels are completely different from the first 2. The contamination in the body reaching a transformative state can cause immense damage. Just using energy will result in a waste of power. If one can multiply the effect of 100 parts of contamination into 200 parts, that is a supernatural skill. The principle of supernatural skills is not complicated. It involves 3 factors: physical constitution, amount of energy used, and degree of will condensation. These 3 things combined produce the terrifying power of supernatural skill. Huang Duong snapped his fingers, and Jiang Du saw before his eyes. Training room, Huang Duong stood in front of Jiang Du holding a short sword. Then the instructor said, let me give you an example. Saying that, he took the sword and slashed a metal dummy nearby. He turned back to Jiang Du. This is target number 7 male. Made of alloy, sturdy, normally able to withstand physical damage from a level 2 supernatural, like the slash I just did. Everyone watch closely. Now I'll use about 500 units of energy, which is also the threshold to level 3. Saying that, he raised his hand, beginning to use his ability. Huang Duong thrust his hand, slashing towards the dummies. They flew in all directions, and the ground where the slash touched exploded. Jiang Du was not surprised. This was normal, only knocking down half the targets without any real damage. Huang Duong continued, now I'll use 500 units of energy. But this time, I'll attack using the form of a supernatural skill. Saying that, he stomped 1 foot hard on the ground. Jiang Du was startled by his action, eyes wide open. He saw Huang Duong extending both hands forward, condensing energy into a sphere, his forehead bulging with veins, eyebrows furrowed. Jiang Du was shocked seeing that, his mouth agape. A supernatural skill is the combination of 3 elements: physical strength, supernatural energy, and willpower, condensing scattered power into one, and unleashing it in a refined manner. Huang Duong's voice echoed again. Then he shot the energy sphere forward, the red sphere flying in a straight line. But the energy rays along the sphere's path continuously split, spreading around. The sphere aimed straight at the group of metal dummies. The energy rays flying around also destroyed all the adjacent ones. Huang Duong's will could shatter mountains. That action of Huang Duong just now proved his own words. The scene in front became devastating. On the ground, everywhere were indentations from Huang Duong's attack. Gusts of wind blew up the layer of dirt and sand that had just been blasted apart, creating many dust storms. The devastated scene in front was completely different from the beginning. Huang Duong reappeared. He calmly said, supernatural skills are an incomparable power. Standing before such a devastated scene, it truly gave one a different feeling, one of awe. Jiang Du was still not over the shock after witnessing Huang Duong's attack just now. Holy shit, is this the power of a supernatural skill? So damn strong. Not yet, that was the common supernatural skill 100 cracks. Even if using new energy in level 3, it can still bring out tremendous effect. Most supernaturals can learn and use it. Train hard. Supernatural skills are the true ability to heavily wound enemies when facing mutant insects. Now Huang Duong's face is completely different from before. Gone is the friendly smile on his face, leaving only the solemn authority of a soldier. He raises his hand in a salute and then vanishes. Jiang-du doesn't know what expression to wear right now. What is this feeling? I thought I was pretty good. After just 2 days of training here, I realized I'm just a little bro, taking hits, man. Truly worthy of the supernatural world, truly worthy of the Night Watch organization. Ah, such capable people. A notification pops up again on Jiang-du's phone screen. Supernatural skills are common abilities that only level 3 supernaturals can fully control. But each use of a supernatural skill drains a great deal of physical energy, mental energy, and so on. 1. Microentry meticulous cannot erase the body at all, performing micro-level operations beyond comprehension. 2. Superfrequency mobilizing muscle power and supernatural energy within the body, forcibly exploding with strength beyond endurance limits. This skill can only be linked to willpower. Strong willpower will break the body's restraints, achieving superfrequency. 3. Mind tide, the heart calm like water, rising within, dominated by absolute willpower like a surging wave. Note: physical fitness, supernatural energy in the body. Willpower only represents quantity. The above 3 skills represent quality. In the early stage of cultivation, focus on quantity. Don't rush to achieve quality, remember not to be hasty, otherwise it will be even harder to attain. After reading this note, he strokes his chin in thought. This thing is a double-edged sword. Jiang-du has returned to his room. He sits on the bed and opens his personal status screen. Name: Jiang-du. Attribute: Shadow. Remaining lifespan: 5 months. Evaluation: congratulations on living to the end of the year. Seeing his status sheet, Jiang-du smiled. Not yet 18, I've already grasped supernatural skill. I beg the country to let me skip grades to university. Sounds kinda weird. The next day, Jiang-du is walking beside Kanan. Uncle Tong, at my age, is it legal for me to enter the factory? Can you reveal a bit more about the situation? Kanan only answers briefly, running practice with second-year students, and despite his doubts, running the Dragon Waste Zone after entering, you just need to run as hard as you can. The wristwatch will monitor your physical condition, only when you meet the requirements. Will the training end? During that time, aside from writing guidance notes, the instructor will not intervene to help. Jiang-du is speechless. Admittedly, a bizarre training method. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the two arrive. They are standing before the entrance of an extremely vast running area. Jiang-du looks inside. His mouth hangs agape. Whoa, so grand. Seeing Jiang-du surprised by the facilities here, Tong Kan and provokes him. Well, dare to enter. With just one provocation, Jiang-du once again becomes fearless. He points to the sky and laughs loudly. Are you kidding? My uncle is a retired war general. My father-in-law is the current Van Hai patrol envoy. Standing on their shoulders, I must become the king of the battlefield. The more he speaks, the louder Jiang-du laughs, his face turning lewd. Who would dare let anything happen to me? Let's go then. At worst, it'll leave me bedridden for 2 months. Then, uncle, you can apply for healing materials to get me out of the hospital quickly. Jiang-du still laughs heartily, swaggering along. HMPH, he doesn't believe it at all, a look of complete fearlessness. Having walked for a while and still not arrived, Jiang-du lifts his head to look around the whole way. Oh, why does this room look like a prison? Something's off. Jiang-du stops and turns to ask Kanan. Uncle Tong, what's this place called? Last night I almost thought you were going to put me in an electronics factory. Kanan, walking ahead, also stops. He turns back to look at Jiang-du. What electronics factory? This is the Jiak Long area. But compared to that name, the students prefer to call it the escape zone. Hearing this, Jiang-du suddenly senses trouble. He hurriedly turns around. Ah, about that, I'll reconsider then. Sorry to bother you. With just one glance, Kanan knows Jiang-du intends to flee. He raises his foot and kicks Jiang-du flying. Enough talk, go. Ouch, Jiang-du is locked inside, frantically pounding the door. Hey, Uncle Tong, hey. Kanan holds his phone outside, pretending not to hear. Hello, Captain Lai, the kid has been locked in. Everything is normal. Yes, I understand. I know my limits. It seems the person on the other end suggested some idea. Ah, that's not very good, is it? Kanan worries. Inside, Jiang-du is still frantically screaming and banging the door. Uncle Tong, oh my god, why is there a monster crawling in here? Damn, so creepy. Outside, Kanan is still answering the phone. He asks what he's doing. He's screaming. He asks if he's scared. Jiang-du screams inside. Non-stop, this freak, what the hell is this, wants to bite me, Master Jiang, to death. Die for me. Jiang-du's final sentence roars out with fury. Kanan covers his face with his hand, acting as if he sees nothing. Can't bear to watch anymore, he decides to turn his back, picking his ear as if he hears nothing at all. Reporting to Captain, I feel Jiang-du is very excited. But Jiang-du inside looks extremely frightened. He hugs his head, trembling, screaming nonstop. What on earth is this place? Please stop dropping frogs down here. I'm about to collapse, boo-hoo. Slide, the door slowly opens. Jiang-du, who was screaming, suddenly stops, staring blankly, his mind full of questions. The door actually opened by itself. He stopped screaming, his mood gradually steadying. though he didn't know what danger lurked behind the door. But compared to being trapped here wasting time with these endless mutant frogs and toads that you can never kill off, it's better to go through and see. Maybe there's a chance to turn things around. Yang Du immediately dashed toward the door, afraid that even 1 second late it would slam shut. But unfortunately, a bunch of frogs and toads jumped down from above. Their bodies were slimy, covered with a sticky, gooey liquid. Their long red tongues could wrap around anyone nearby. They wanted to stop me. Seeing the frogs, Jiang Du did not falter, still trying to run fast. Indeed, these monsters clearly had the advantage in numbers. But with only a few blocking the door like this, it was too simple. He smiled, reached out his hand, and used his ability to deal with them all. There is no door. Jiang Du jumped out of that room just as the door slammed shut. Before him again was a scene that left one stunned. On the floor, the walls, everywhere a strange liquid clump. It looked utterly slimy and disgusting. This passage was too eerie. Suddenly, a scream caught Jiang Du's attention. It was a short-haired young man running and screaming at the same time. "Ah, so gross, don't touch me." Seeing that sight, he immediately became surprised. The young man saw Jiang Du standing still and called out a warning. "Bro, why are you standing there? Run!" Jiang Du was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, but he quickly followed the young man's words. Over here, over here." The two ran and talked at the same time. "Bro, what class are you from? You look unfamiliar." Jiang Du still didn't understand what was happening, but he answered automatically. "Class 1 of the special training camp." The other guy said "ah," then muttered softly, "Class 1. The young man jumped in shock, his head whipped around, and he shouted, "Wait, special training camp, Class 1? You just entered the camp. Why did you come to this cursed place?" Jiang Du could only force a smile. Maybe he had offended someone. The young man felt terrified. Just how bad did someone have to offend to be tricked into this damn place? He widened his eyes, thinking, oh great, he must have slept with the instructor's daughter. Otherwise, how could he be locked in this place? Jiang Du sped up, still not forgetting to ask the person beside him, "Hey, school, what exactly is going on here? Pull yourself together. In hard times, everyone is a brother. This is the escape zone. You have to use all your strength to run non-stop. Use your willpower to resist the evil thoughts around you to get out." After saying that, the guy accelerated and ran ahead. "Bro, do your best, I'll go on ahead a step." The young man accelerated so suddenly that Jiang Du didn't have time to react. But very quickly, Jiang Du caught up to him and continued asking, "Where can we get out?" His speed shocked the running young man to his core. He screamed inwardly, shouting, "A newbie rookie, how can he run so fast?" But he still kindly answered the question, "I'll explain one last time. Otherwise, talking while running makes you run out of breath. I heard that as long as you run up to the standard, the exit will appear automatically. But basically you have to run for about 2 months to achieve that." Around them, more people started to appear. Everyone was running with their heads down. There was a girl dodging frogs and screaming, "I hate frogs. Get lost, get lost, get lost." She threw one frog far away, and it accidentally headed to where Jiang Du was running. He turned his head back and saw the frog flying toward him. He immediately spun around, grabbed the frog's leg, then used all his strength to slam it into the wall. A voice rang out, "Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog?" Jiang Du wondered. "Can't we kill this thing?" The senior explained again. "We come here to train. What we need to do is face the increasingly stronger evil thoughts. Keep running forward. If you kill them, your thinking will become sluggish. Do you want to be eliminated soon?" Behind them, a crowd was running over. Things have come to this, talking more is useless. Everyone run. On the way, there are all kinds of traps. Sometimes a deep pit suddenly appears, leaving no time to avoid it. Sometimes the ceiling falls down, and anyone who falls can only blame their bad luck. Sometimes a room full of feces, then flies flying everywhere. The stench rose up, making everyone's head spin. After running a long distance, the group decided to stop for a moment. While a woman was jumping over a pit, something unexpected happened. She slipped, her whole body hung in the air, then fell hard. The deep pit seemed to want to swallow the beautiful girl, but no one could react in time. They could only helplessly let themselves go, crying out in agony. "Ah!" Jiang Du shouted, "Careful." Luckily, he grabbed the girl's wrist. He pulled her strongly out of the bottomless pit. Jiang Du only held the other's arm. He politely and concernedly asked, "Classmate, are you okay?" But the girl didn't show any warmth, resignedly said softly, "Why did you save me?" Jiang Du was a bit naive. He answered honestly, "Just a convenient hand." The girl pulled away from his arms, her voice flat. "In this escape battle, any extra action must be paid for. You saving me means you're hurting yourself." Jiang Du put his hands on his hips, a bit wanting to laugh, commented, "This crappy place has so many rules." Whoosh, 3 strange pieces of deep blue flame shot straight at him. The system voice sounded, initiating sharp intuition. Jiang Du quickly leaned back to dodge. Thud, 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 several consecutive sounds, the spikes embedded straight into the wall. Jiang Du glanced at the thing stuck on the wall, thinking, these bone spikes are so sharp, they can pierce the wall like that. White bone monster insect. It stood about 3 meters tall, its whole body blazing with a deep blue flame, strutting out from the thick smoke coming right before him. The girl he rescued was astonished and then panicked, her mouth agape, whispering, "Oh my god, it's 2 level 2 mutant insects." Jiangdu hurled the 2 bone spikes back at them. Carrying his dark internal energy, Jiangdu said, "These bone spikes are returned to you." The 2 white bone mutant insects were terrified. Astonishment was evident on their heads. The bone spikes, as if melted in pitch-black dark energy, stabbed straight into their hollow chest. Jiangdu pulled the girl along and ran quickly. She stared at him with wide eyes, thoughts flashing through her mind. Not only did he successfully dodge those bone spikes, but he even used them to create an escape opportunity. It was the first time she met a male student so brave and resourceful. The white bone mutant insect didn't die. It carried a strange white blade and charge. Its entire body erupted with dense death energy as it lunged. Jiangdu and the girl truly tried to dash away, but their speed seemed nothing compared to its massive size. He pushed the girl ahead. "You go first." She looked back at him in shock. "Huh." The white bone mutant insect slashed down. Jiangdu used the skill Shadow Strike, instantly appearing behind it. Dark energy surged and Jiangdu landed a kick. Bang! The strange white blade spun several times in the air. The white bone mutant insect collapsed on the ground, howling, "Take this kick from me." His kick didn't carry a huge impact, but the fire energy it released exploded violently, activating sharp intuition before he could even catch a breath. Jiangdu suddenly turned his eyes to the side. Startled, he leaped back. An attack wrapped in dense purple energy came rushing. Jiangdu circulated his inner energy. Blue aura enveloped his figure, threads of black-blue energy also reaching out. He jumped away to dodge. But it seemed this attack had a tracking system. No matter where he dodged, it kept chasing to kill him. It curved its flight path. Jiangdu hurriedly evaded. He got annoyed. "Damn, does this steel pipe have a location lock or what? Why can't I shake it off?" He thought for a moment and decided, "Looks like I'll have to use that move." Jiangdu stood still. He called Shadow Seek, and instantly a surge of dark energy rose from the void, wildly enveloping him. Jiangdu glanced at the object hurtling towards him. With a heavy thunk, the steel pipe stabbed straight into the ground. Fierce death energy blazed. Jiangdu appeared elsewhere, the darkness covering him sloughing off and slowly receding. Looking at the steel pipe burning with death energy, Jiangdu fell into thought. He clutched his forehead, cursing inwardly. What the hell, has the training camp gone crazy? Didn't they say they'd intervene if it was a lethal attack? If he hadn't dodged thanks to his sharp intuition, he probably would have been stabbed through the heart. Could it be that this attack still isn't considered a dangerous attack? "Help!" The familiar voice of the girl rang out. He was startled. Jiangdu's voice panicked. "Oh no, it's that girl from before." The girl was caught by a strange power in the form of tendrils. The tendrils coiled tightly, constricting more and more, lifting her up. With a bang, it forcefully slammed her, sending her flying. She cried out in pain, her back colliding violently with the wall. Her spine and internal organs suffered severe shock, pain shooting straight to her nerves. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, brows furrowed, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her body slid down, a heavy dent left on the wall. A red notification suddenly appeared above the girl's head. "You have been eliminated." Jiangdu was dumbfounded. There was nothing he could do. He murmured a few words, "Damn it." Seeing this scene, Jiangdu could only say to himself, "It hasn't even been 10 minutes and already one person is eliminated. Seems this escape battle isn't going to be easy. I need to pull myself together." His face darkened, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting in a mocking smile. Dark green energy surged fiercely. Suddenly, strange vines slithered out from the door crack. They were wrapped in death energy, no different from the white bone mutant insects. A large pink flower with stamens forming a mouth full of sharp fangs. Its vine stem was anthropomorphized into a body, emitting a surge of death energy. On its head there seemed to be a health bar displayed, 20%. Jiangdu's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, isn't this a man-eating flower?" Strands of vines wrapped along the steel bars. This man-eating flower mutant insect quickly leaped forward. He quickly assessed, its level was not low. Higher than the white bone mutant insect from before. Fortunately, it only had 20% health left, otherwise it would be trouble. As steel spikes flew at him, Jiangdu circulated his inner energy, dark energy fiercely surging. The steel spikes flew, but the mutant insect's body vanished into thin air. He laughed mockingly, secretly surprised. Whoa, it can even turn invisible. Where does the training camp dig up such bizarre mutant insects? Attack after attack, Jiangdu quickly leaned to dodge. He lowered himself and gritted his teeth. "I can't keep dodging like this. Otherwise, its health won't run out, but my stamina will be drained." Jiangdu stepped back, dodging 3 clusters of vines thrusting straight at him. His expression was cold, his eyes filled with extreme killing intent. Resolute, the important thing now was to see its movement trajectory clearly. Jiang Du clenched his teeth and activated the skill, shadow pupils. Open, his eyes turned pitch black, pupils seeming to carve a bright matrix in the darkness. The power of his pupils erupted. Finally, I can see clearly. Now let's see how you act so cocky. Through the concealing black mist, Jiang Du clearly saw the body of the man-eating flower mutant insect. He laughed wildly, lunging forward and shouting, "Just knowing a bit of invisibility art and you're already arrogant. But mess with me and you won't live long." Jiang Du leaped up. In his hand, he held some kind of long steel rod. With a deep hoarse roar, Jiang Du drove the iron rod straight into its chest. Thick, dark red blood gushed out like a flood. The carnivorous flower aberrant bellowed. A low, hoarse cry, its health bar dropped to 10%. Terrified, it panicked and turned to flee. Get out of the way, Jiang Du was furious. He kicked it with full force, sending it flying. Its flower mouth spewed another large mouthful of blood. Thud. The aberrant's body crashed heavily onto the floor with a thump. Behind him, he advanced with a stern face, silently speculating. The special training camp personnel will probably deal with these dead aberrants. I can't waste any more time. I have to run forward. Time passed quickly. Even using his inner strength, the heavy pressure still made Jiang Du's steps slightly slow. Jiang Du cursed inwardly. But this mental contamination pressure was so strong it could carry on the wind. Was this difficulty really meant for trainees? Jiang Du jolted, frowning deeply. His jaw clenched, he thought, so dizzy like being drunk. Suddenly there was a thwack and his expression turned to shock. Something concentrated force and pierced straight into his shoulder. Fresh blood splattered, and Jiang Du's body swayed a bit. He hastily planted his feet on the floor, bracing his wound. His face was taut. Jiang Du laughed coldly, his hand clenching tightly. The steel rod was lodged in his shoulder. He hissed softly, it hurt like hell. In the space before him, a strange, deep red mist suddenly swirled. An aberrant form suddenly appeared, like a demon or the Dark Lord from comic books. The breath of death, a bloody aura rose from it. Its bare chest revealed a deep energy stone. At the same time, the aberrant lifted a fireball in its hand. Jiang Du was shocked. Oh shit, a tier 2 aberrant with 70% health. The aberrant landed, bloody aura spreading behind it. A swarm of aberrant figures gradually appeared, densely packed. From ground types to airborne types, big and small, all were there. Jiang Du was absolutely shocked. His eyes nearly rolled back. He thought it was over. But there was a whole swarm. Jiang Du pulled out the steel rod, holding his wound with his hand. Forcing a smile, he thought, throwing a whole bunch of tier 2 aberrants with 70% health at me. This training camp is really a bitch. Suddenly Jiang Du jolted, his eyes wide. Wait, there was a glowing door there, he panicked inwardly. Behind him, with the horde of dark aberrants, there was a whirlwind like a summoning portal. Facing the dense swarm of aberrants, Jiang Du was not flustered but calmly pondered. Moreover, unlike the doors on the right side of the corridor, this door was alone on the left. Could it be, he guessed, the exit? The demon-faced aberrant raised its hand. Blood aura enveloped it. Stones and shattered steel fragments floated up as if gravity had vanished. A fierce gale gathered. The demon-faced aberrant didn't look back, it pointed straight at him. Though unsure if it was the exit, he had to try anyway. Jiang Du lowered his stance. He sprinted forward, his eyes locked on every move of the aberrant demon king. He silently resolved to reach that door before his stamina ran out. Whoosh, 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 a sound tore through the air, each piece of debris, with violent force attached, hurtled straight at Jiang Du. Like a beam of light brimming with demonic energy, it shot after him. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Du channeled his inner strength into both arms, raising them in front of his face to take the hit head-on. His eyes locked on the target, he thought. If I can just grit my teeth and run past there, it'll all be over. Jiang Du blinked forward right in front of the aberrant. He threw a punch. But the aberrant leaned aside and easily dodged it. This surprised him. He hadn't expected it to avoid. Jiang Du cursed under his breath, not giving him time to recover from the momentum. The aberrant's hand had already condensed a glowing orb. Boom, the aberrant slammed it into him, sending both flying. Red flames burst out like endless fireworks blooming. Jiang Du groaned, blood streamed down, dyeing half his face red. He gritted his teeth. Jiang Du's face turned vicious. He praised inwardly, worthy of an aberrant's attack, nearly drawing blood. Just one move already drew blood. If it keeps up like this, I'm afraid I won't even reach that door. I'll be beaten to pulp before then. He exhaled sharply, leaped to another spot, and thought, it seems I have no choice but to use my ultimate move, but I still have stamina for now. Jiang Du wiped the blood from his chin. The demon-faced aberrant, unaware, suddenly appeared right behind him. Its hand gathered spirit energy, intending to finish him with one fist. Jiang Du tilted his head to dodge. He spun around. His eyes met the demonic hand on his shoulder and he chuckled silently. If you've come to me at death's door, Jiang Du grabbed the aberrant's arm with both hands. He raised his voice. Now I definitely won't let you dodge this time. Deep blue energy burst out, covering his arm. Jiang Du threw the aberrant over his shoulder, slamming it down. The aberrant's health instantly dropped a chunk, stopping at 27%. Meanwhile, other aberrant monsters advanced, leaping and flying in all kinds of ways, charging at him all at once. Zhang Du's left eye suddenly lit up like a high-tech screen, locking onto every target in sight. System panels that hadn't been seen in a long while appeared one after another. Message: ahead on the right there is a gaze watching. Lock left shoulder pulls back, dodge the attack, the sound of wind from behind. The attack comes crashing, you can step forward half a step. Zhang Du sneered softly, he thought to himself. Within 6 feet, everything is clear in my mind, I see everything in detail. This seasoned, practiced feeling, sword in hand, moving lightly and gracefully, stepping past each alien insect. Space and time as if held in the palm of his hand. Zhang Du swung his sword amidst countless invading lightning flashes. Each roar and scream sounded somewhat pleasant to the ear. The alien insect bodies were severed. His face turned solemn. He murmured softly, this is the subtle perception realm. Behind, a horde of alien species chased after. Ahead, a spatial gate. Zhang Du said nothing. Immediately burst into speed, running toward the spatial vortex. This is the moment, run. But suddenly 2 alien insects abruptly appeared, bringing a murderous aura. The powerful aura terrified him into a slight panic. Zhang Du was shocked. Hey, what's going on? Weren't that white bone alien insect and that carnivorous flower already defeated by me? How did they revive with full health? And the moment he hesitated, 2 other large alien species pounced. Zhang Du was startled and hurriedly turned around, gritting his teeth darkly. He did a somersault, unable to hold back a curse in his heart. This special training camp has no martial virtue. Zhang Du responded succinctly, opened a path of encroaching black aura and started running. He said, if that's the case, then you all take your time. Wholeheartedly heading for the spatial vortex, Zhang Du gritted his teeth. I'm not playing anymore. But his footsteps continued. Zhang Du stood frozen before the 2 familiar alien species he had fought before, groaning inwardly. Not good, these 2 things are not easy to deal with. And besides, my stamina now at best can only use subtle perception once more. Zhang Du raised his head, expression serious, silently determined. So this time I must win, cannot lose. Using subtle perception again, a notification sounded. Bone spur behind on the left strikes toward the abdomen, you can block it. The cost is a torn palm. Then following the momentum, pull the opponent forward. Zhang Du clenched his fist, looking at the bone spur dyed full of death aura. Death aura rushed in. The system voice continued echoing. Above on the right, a vine attacks. When gripping the bone spur behind, push your body backward 40 degrees. The vine will hit that bone alien species. He glanced at the vine alien insect shooting toward him. Subtle perception, subtle perception. It's precisely detailed observation and the ability to control oneself. Zhang Du closed his eyes, pondering lightly. Why is it not only my observation ability and my control power increasing but also a solution appearing in my mind? Is this logical? He was a bit suspicious. Zhang Du leaped up. The white bone alien insect and the carnivorous flower didn't have time to dodge. Their own attacks hit each other, watching them pierce through each other. He himself already had the answer in his heart. Not very logical, but heaven has delivered the meal right to my mouth. Just follow along and it's done. The white bone alien species screamed, its chest pierced through by the vine, so painful its mouth gaped wide. It glared. The carnivorous flower also couldn't expect it. It was so startled it was astonished. Zhang Du laughed, softly cursing at the 2 of them. Haha, you 2 idiots. He ran toward the gate, panting, his gaze looking up. My stamina is about to give out. Fortunately, I'm almost there. He thought so, but didn't know the vine alien insect behind him was swinging. It lashed out, hitting him right on the butt. Zhang Du cried out in surprise, but also could never have expected, because this blow sent him flying straight into the spatial vortex. The carnivorous flower was shocked, mouth agape. It really didn't expect it could happen like this. Zhang Du's face beamed with a bright smile. He turned around and waved at it. He didn't think it could be like this. Who would have thought you're actually pretty good? Bye. The carnivorous flower got angry, its 2 vines twisting and writhing to express. Zhang Du appeared in a different space. The spatial vortex he entered also began to disappear. Looking around, he looked dumbfounded, gritting his teeth and thinking, the exit. This is not an exit at all. There isn't even a door. Zhang Du stood there, frantically waving his hands and shouting, hey, is anyone there? Let me out. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed, making him startled. An alien insect with a demon king form, with death aura shrouding it as if tempered from within. Zhang Du once again witnessed the perverseness of the training camp. He groaned painfully. Oh shit, another level 2. Special training camp, you all want to kill people, right? The alien species didn't waste words, immediately leaped forward. Frantically, Zhang Du was unspeakably exhausted. He hurriedly said, hey, at least let a guy catch his breath. But the alien species didn't understand human speech, immediately gave him a kick that flipped his face. Zhang Du cried out, a trickle of blood seeping from between his teeth. In pain, he immediately hugged the ground, white smoke quickly dispersing. Zhang Du collapsed on the ground, not wanting to struggle. He closed one eye, his voice trembling with pain, wanting to curse. Special training camp, damn it, I'm not done with you all, the vision before his eyes. Eyes somewhat blurry but quite familiar, his mind a bit dull. Ah, where is this? I remember I seem to have been knocked unconscious by that demon-looking alien species. Jiang Du slightly opened one eye, thinking. His body was wrapped all over with medical bandages. His hand also had an IV line inserted. You haven't felt a thing yet? Jiang Du, full of question marks, looked down. At the end of the forest was Duong Tu. She grabbed his pants and pulled them down, calmly asking. He's awake. Oh no, Jiang Du's face turned bright red. He panicked and shouted in broad daylight, why are you pulling my pants down? Duong Tu crossed her arms and quickly stood up, not looking at him, and said, if you're awake now, take them off yourself. Jiang Du was still in a state of CE. His CPU jammed, he went, huh. Then suddenly he shrank back, hugging himself like a virtuous maiden, and shrieked, oh my god, my heart already belongs to someone. At this performance, Duong Tu was utterly speechless. The girl raised an eyebrow at him and said, your butt has been beaten to a pulp. You need to apply medicine. Jiang Du suddenly understood. He turned over to lie on his stomach, suddenly remembered, and softly asked, oh right, you stop applying medicine for? Coldly, she cut him off. My name is Duong Tu. Don't ask anymore, we've already added each other on contacts. No white stockings. Can't wear this during work. If you're not afraid of your little girlfriend finding out, you can come to my room and get one. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Jiang Du thought to himself, goodness, I've never met a girl so shameless. For the first time, he was the one being teased, but it didn't feel bad. He secretly smiled and deliberately said, just now you said my butt was beaten to a pulp. Is it serious? Will it affect future use? After all, it concerns a man's dignity. Duong Tu didn't waste words. She directly slapped his reddened, bruised peach with a smack which already showed signs of sagging. Hey! Jiang Du immediately yelped in pain. He didn't expect her to do that. He hissed softly, ouch, ouch, but the medic here paid no attention. Duong Tu turned to leave, casually comforting him, if you can still feel pain. It means your sensory functions are still normal. Apply medicine for a few days and it'll be fine. It won't affect your manly dignity. Giving him a glance, she continued, same old rule. After finishing one IV bottle, press the button at the head of the bed to call me. But even though that smack from her hurt a lot, now thinking back it still hurt. Thrilling, hee. Jiang Du watched Duong Tu leave, a fascinated smile spreading across his face. He was just thinking like some idiot. But that last attack from that thing definitely pushed him to the so-called breaking point, which was why he could leave the escape zone. Otherwise, based on the difficulty of the escape drill, no one could have passed so smoothly. Jiang Du retracted his gaze, looking pensively at the stone slab under his feet, troubled by many thoughts. But this was all too strange. Why would they design a checkpoint that no one could pass? Could it be? With that speculation, he even realized something else. And why hadn't he grasped any secret to clearing it? Jiang Du closed his eyes, deciding to review it once more, conveniently digesting the combat experience gained in the escape zone. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock's hands swept back and forth across the numbers. He had digested it quite well, and it was already nearly dark. Jiang Du opened his eyes. The first thing he did was check the clock to confirm the time. His head felt a little dizzy, so he raised a hand to support it. Suddenly a voice rang out, Ro, you're finally awake. Lu Baoquang stood by the bed, chewing something noisily while glaring at it. I just got news from the forum that you'd been carried out, so I rushed right over. Don't tell me you really, like everyone guessed, got into a fight with the second male lead. Jiang Du looked like he wanted to spit in his face. His tone was indifferent. I was called to participate in special training. Then he suddenly asked, Instructor Tong, and what's his name? Lu Baoquang, with a lollipop in his mouth, mumbled, Instructor Tong is still at the main training ground. Jiao came here with me this afternoon. Saw you hadn't woken up yet, so she went back to training first. Hearing this, Jiang Du was utterly dumbfounded. Great, still training. He asked again, and Lu Baoquang replied, that's right. You went all out and got hurt, so how could Jiao sit still? I really envy you elite students. The instructor doesn't even force you to train. Your future prospects are so bright. Jiang Du jumped up from the bed, scaring the hell out of Lu Baoquang. He asked, hey, what are you doing? You're still injured. He replied flatly, it's nothing, no need to lie around here. Just going back to rest comfortably will be fine. Jiang Du looked at himself in the small mirror hanging nearby. He wasn't being narcissistic. He wanted to use the reflection to monitor his health bar. His HP was still decent, but his body felt completely drained. It seemed he really needed a good rest. As soon as he stepped out the door, Duong Tu noticed him. She was also startled to see him suddenly appear. Duong Tu crossed her arms, her expression haughty, and asked, why are you out here? Jiang Du hadn't expected anyone to be there. He scratched his cheek and explained in a low voice, the injury isn't too serious, so I'm going back to the dorm to rest. Duong Tu was even more displeased with this answer. Her voice turned a little sharp. Hey, if something happens to you, we'll be held responsible. Jiang Du immediately seized on her words, grinning broadly. He lightly punched his own shoulder and promised, I'll take responsibility for you. This scene felt so familiar. Lu Baoquang, fed up, asked to be excused from listening and judging. Duong Tu let out a cold snort, her cheeks pulling up, the corners of her eyes slightly flushed. She thought to herself, who wants a brat like you to take responsibility for me? Once outside, Lu Baoquang immediately asked, puzzled, Jiang Du. You just said you'd take responsibility for that nurse. What about Jiao then? Hearing that, Jiang Du only wanted to punch his friend. He said, "Don't talk nonsense. Why does that sound so weird coming from your mouth?" Lu Baoquang hurriedly apologized. "All right, I was thinking off track." He walked a short distance, then stopped, waving to him. "Go see Jiao, she's really worried about you." "I'm not a Zone 1 student, so I can't go in. I'll wait for you out here." Jiang Du relaxed, nodded, and replied, "Okay, I'll go in, say a few words, then come out." Stepping into the training ground, Jiang Du walked to the row of stands. There his teacher, Kan was already present. Seeing him arrive, the teacher called out with some delight and spoke. "Kid, you're awake, not resting for 2 more days. The wound hasn't fully healed yet." Jiang Du climbed up, smiling, and replied, "Just a minor wound." "It's nothing." Officer Tong didn't ask further and said, "Come sit here." Under the dangerous situation of a level 2 hospitalization, no matter how good your talent is, it's still easy to deplete all your essential energy. You should rest more to avoid affecting your foundation. Kan's tone was leisurely, offering a bit of advice to the young genius before him. Jiang Du looked a little puzzled. Is there such a saying? "Then when can I go to the Jiaolong area again?" he asked. Officer Tong folded his arms and shrugged in reply. "Next week, for the next few days, you'll temporarily train with them." Jiang Du smiled faintly and bowed his head slightly. "That's so long," Kanan said sternly. "Why such a hurry? After all, in a short time you can't pass the trial anyway. Just think of those level 2 mutant insects and they attack in swarms." Jiang Du stretched, sighing a bit dejectedly. "Isn't it because the difficulty is too high?" Officer Tong frowned at him and asked back, "Too high?" He continued coldly, "But this is the final exam for second-year students." Jiang Du fell into thought. Although it's a final exam, there will be scores, but those students don't have the ability to kill mutant insects. Could it be that they're only scored based on madly running away? That doesn't make sense. He suddenly realized, wait, these keywords flashed in his mind: passage, traps, students. Could it be? Jiang Du glanced at the officer and said with suspicion, "Cooperation." Officer Tong just raised a corner of his mouth and replied, "Actually, what the escape zone really wants to test is the student's cooperation ability. The difficulty of the escape zone is extremely high, and at the same time many students are released in. The only way to truly pass the trial is cooperation. Perhaps there are even options for division of labor and cooperation." Jiang Du lowered his head slightly, his expression distant, thinking, "Is this the university for superhumans?" I feel heavily struck again. "By the way, Uncle Tong, what do you think of Mr. Takin Duong?" he asked, rubbing his head. The first lesson when entering the camp, everyone almost collapsed. At that time, I even ran over to ask him a few questions. Kan's expression softened a bit. "Mr. Keen Duong," recalling the pained expressions of the students. Officer Tong said gently, "It's understandable. After all, the first contact with the real world, feeling shock, fear, despair, anger are all very normal. The first lesson showed us bloody documentary videos without any censorship, not to mention what a huge blow it was. At that time, after the lesson, I went home and had nightmares for 3 days straight." Kanan stood up and asked him curiously, "Why are you asking this?" Jiang Du replied, "I just feel that Mr. Tu looks gentle, but his teaching content is suffocating. Mr. Tu's class is very useful. It's the foundation for you to break through to level 2. Kanan said seriously. "You're already level 2, far ahead of your peers. But don't be reckless, you must take it step by step. Otherwise, forcing an upgrade might be fine in the short term, but in the long run big problems will arise." Receiving this advice, Jiang Du suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Uncle Tong, are you level 3? Officer Tong looked at the group of trainees down on the training ground and murmured, "Yes, it's precisely because I didn't master the basics at level 2 and got injured. So after advancing to level 3, I faced many difficulties." Thinking of those youthful, naive thoughts, Jiang Du couldn't help but sigh. The path of the superhuman is much more arduous and difficult than I imagined. He said, "At first I thought becoming strong was like in novels, writing and writing, sitting in meditation, absorbing spiritual energy, and then breaking through." Kanan smiled faintly and continued, "That's why it's called fiction. Or perhaps if there really were such a quick path to power, our great Joe wouldn't be in such a state. Uncle Tong, just go through it like that, things will get better eventually." Feeling a bit pessimistic, Jiang Du offered words of comfort. But Officer Tong, being a teacher after all, how could he be so pessimistic? He glanced at him, replied sternly, "Who's pessimistic? I'm merely stating the facts. The first principle is not to fall into despair." Jiang Du asked with interest, "Then what's the second principle?" Kanan calmly replied, "Forgot." "Jiang Du," from the training area gate, a voice called out to him. Jiang Du turned around in surprise. The girl standing with Lu Baoquang raised her hand high. It was none other than Jiao. She waved at him cheerfully, asking, "Want to come along?" There was no reason to refuse, and the the young man didn't want to refuse either. Jiang Du immediately happily replied, "Wait a moment, I'm coming right now." Under the sunlight, the class academy flag fluttered high in the wind. He looked at the flag with a framed lightning bolt and 4 small stars around it. Jiang Du thought to himself, it was written in books that every star on the national flag has a special meaning. The one in the middle represents Great Joe. The 4 stars around represent the 4 great events and corresponding virtues from the time of the catastrophe until now. That symbol shines forever in the hearts of the people. 5 stars are condensing the dedication of countless people. Reality is truly not as smooth as in novel, or perhaps as long as there are countless superhumans of Great Joe here. Then the national flag fluttered, Long Jiang Du declared. Though the road ahead is full of hardship, they will surely overcome it all. The young man's figure stood tall and straight like a pine, his radiant youth just like the sunlight. A cool breeze gently blew, sweeping fresh green leaves along. It also caught the hem of the heroic youth's robe. Kan-in had no clue what was going on. Patting his shoulder, she made Jiang Du startle and turn around. The instructor asked curiously, "Why do you keep staring at the national flag? Next week I'll let you be the flag bearer." Hong panicked and quickly explained, "No need, I was just thinking about the origin of these stars." The head instructor heard that and looked up at him, said indifferently, "The books already say the 4th star represents the Night Watch organization. At first there was no such name. Bureau of Supernatural Organization, General Management Agency for Supernatural Affairs, all sorts. Until later it was renamed the Night Watch Organization." The teacher suddenly asked, "Yes, why is it called Night Watch?" Jiang Du didn't know. He guessed according to his own thoughts. Because there are many demons at night, or because mutant insects often appear. Kanan heard that and didn't answer anymore, just said, "Forget it, not knowing is also good." Jiang Du was puzzled but didn't press further. "All right, I understand. Knowing in advance would make one's Dao heart unstable. It would give rise to inner demons, right?" he rambled. The head instructor fumed like a pressure cooker. The teacher rolled up his wide sleeves. "If you're so free, let's spar a few moves." Jiang Du ran faster than the speed of humans playing microwave games with each other, immediately jumping over 3 steps while fleeing. He quickly said, "Bullying a sick person is not following martial virtue, farewell." Jiang Du ran up to Jiao. Jiao saw her alone. He asked, "Where's Fatty? He was just here a moment ago." Jiao pointed in a direction and softly answered, "He went to the cafeteria to save a seat for us beforehand." Then she pinched his arm and asked softly, "Do you not want to live anymore?" Her voice was gentle, but her hand's strength was the opposite. Jiang Du, with tears streaming from both eyes, said in agony, "Aya, Lady Warrior, spare my life. Aren't I still perfectly fine right now?" Jiao pinched even harder, her tone rising a notch. "You still talk?" Jiao's eyes suddenly reddened, brimming with water. Her throat seemed choked, but she still spoke clearly. "You know, I just heard that you were carried out by people. It scared me half to death." Saying up to here, she stopped, her emotions fluctuating too high. It made Jiao lose control a bit. She turned away, silently crying. Jiang Du saw that, felt a bit guilty, more than that, felt heartache. He reached out to catch the teardrops falling like pearls from Jiao, softly consoled, Jiao, don't cry." But that gentle state only lasted a few seconds. Jiang Du, as if having a fit, put the finger stained with Jiao's tears into his mouth to taste. He even gave a very straightforward comment, a bit bitter, and a bit astringent. Jiao was also dumbfounded by this series of actions from him. She was dazed, even forgot to cry. By the time she regained her senses, she started to get annoyed, raising her voice at Jiang Du. "What are you crazy for? Why suddenly taste my tears?" Jiang Du calmly withdrew his finger from his mouth. The corner of his lips slightly curled up as he answered, "Of course, because I want to remember your taste." A flirtatious line, yet still a bit gentle. But Jiang Du didn't stop at that. He also hugged the girl into his arms and said softly, calling her name, Jiao, you can rest assured. From now on, no matter what happens, just remembering the bitter, astringent taste of your tears today, I will definitely protect myself well. For you," Jiao blushed on both cheeks, her tone softening. "You had better mean what you say. If not, I'll tell my dad and Uncle Lai to beat you up. And deal with you." The two stepped back. Suddenly Jiang Du noticed the scrape on her knee. He asked worriedly, "Hey, what happened to your knee?" "Later, let's go to the infirmary to get it checked." Jiao let out and she was a bit embarrassed, recalling the moment she overheard someone gossiping with another. The exact words were, "Have you heard? That guy named Jiang Du was ganged up on by the South Sea students. He's been beaten, crippled, already carried out." As soon as she heard that, she was startled and hurriedly ran to find him. Then, because of her own carelessness, she fell once. Now recalling it, she still felt terribly embarrassed. She didn't want to talk, pushed Jiang Du to walk, made up some vague excuses. "Training, how can there not be bumps and hits? It's just a small wound. I'm hungry, let's go to the cafeteria." But Jiang Du was really worried about her. He advised, "Still gotta be careful, what if it's a bone injury?" Jiao didn't want to hear anymore. She actively grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. Embarrassed, she said, Aya, why are you so womanly? Hurry up. Otherwise there'll only be dishwater left. At the foot of the training area tower, the familiar silhouettes of the two left. Jio's voice spoke up, suggesting, in a bit I want to eat chicken breast, also potato chips and soda, your treat. Jiangdu had no objection, just went along with her. Okay, whatever you say. Half a month later. In the escape zone, Jiangdu chased a mutant insect. He pursued it relentlessly, chasing and saying, what are you running for? At first weren't you very smug oppressing me? I told you before, told you not to be arrogant. It's very hard to survive outside. Jiangdu sneered. You think you can escape? Activating the seal mark, he shouted, and immediately a fixed magic circle stuck onto the body of the mutant insect. In an instant, it froze. Jiangdu erupted in rage, leaped up. Dark aura exploded. The blue spiritual energy surrounding his body also intensified. His gaze hardened, he raised his fist high. The mutant insect panicked, could only stiffen up, unable to struggle. At this moment in the surveillance room of the escape zone, everyone was serious. The head instructor panicked and shouted, this is bad, that kid is going to kill that mutant insect. Immediately take that mutant away. The training ends here, the person beside the teacher immediately replied. Yes, transmit the alert. Kanan entered Jiangdu's room, saw him leisurely drinking water and said, that stinky brat has made progress again. Only half a month of training and he's nearly reached the aberrant insect level. Both of the ones in the escape zone are no match for him. Now I'm getting more and more suspicious. Is it that you've awakened the shadow pupil ability or some skill that gets stronger the more you fight? Instructor Tong said with difficulty. It's really hard not to be suspicious. Jiangdu didn't expect to hear this question. He helplessly forced a smile and replied, yeah, Uncle Tong, anyway, people's physiques can't be equated. Kanan reminded, don't think that just because you have a bit of strength you can get cocky. Interested in joining a mission? The teacher suddenly said, his face stern, arms crossed. Actually, besides teaching, we instructors also have to do missions for the organization. Some in the real world, some in the dark shadow layer. Want to go experience it once. Jiangdu pondered silently, still unable to reveal his shadow abilities. If he goes with them, he can only kill aberrant species but not eat them. I'm not going to be a resentful worker. Thinking that, he closed his eyes and shook his head in refusal. A waste of time not going. Instructor Tong put on a regretful expression. He rubbed the back of his neck and said, oh, I was going to say if you perform well on the mission, I could apply for a certificate for you. Then you wouldn't have to stay in the special training camp all the time. Jiangdu's eyes sparkled upon hearing that. He slammed the water bottle on the table, immediately turned back with a bright smile and gave a military salute, saying, deal. At the train station, Jiangdu didn't expect so many people and he didn't know anyone. He approached Kanan and asked, Uncle Tong, this is... Instructor Tong replied. Students also on the mission. Suddenly he spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Jiangdu greeted, hey, that senior sister looks familiar. The girl took off her hat, looking a bit shocked as she looked at him. My name is Duong Tu. This is the 5th time you've asked. Is my name that hard to remember? Recognizing who it was, he immediately laughed it off. Ha ha ha, so embarrassing. You're wearing different clothes so I almost didn't recognize you. Oh no, I mean you're not wearing the nurse uniform. You look very beautiful in casual clothes. All right, Kanan's voice interrupted. Enough chatter, quickly take your seats, I have something to say. Seeing everyone settled, Instructor Tong began briefing. In the dark shadow layer near Hai Van, Hai Te area, there are traces of blood species activity causing some casualties. The enemy is early stage level 2 with a few level 1 underling. This mission is to deal with that completely degenerated and abnormalized entity with blood type abilities. Everyone said in unison. Yes, half an hour later on the high-speed train, Jiangdu, oblivious to the world, leaned on Duong Tu's shoulder and slept like the dead, much to Duong Tu's dismay. Annoyed and grumbling, she thought, this stinky brat, I don't know what he did last night to be sleeping like this now. Jiangdu really slept without any dignity, drool soaking the other's shirt. At that moment, Instructor Tong's voice suddenly shouted, ah, we've arrived at the station, everyone get ready to disembark. Jiangdu instantly snapped awake, hurriedly sitting up with a thud. Then he glanced to the side. If he hadn't looked fine, but once he did he wanted to choke himself, still groggy. How could he drool on someone else like this? Jiangdu grabbed a tissue and reached for the spot stained with his drool, repeatedly saying, sorry, yesterday's training was exhausting. I still haven't fully recovered so I got sleepy as soon as I got on. Let me wipe it clean for you. Duong Tu had been scowling the whole time. Now his actions made her fury soar to the heavens. She really couldn't tell if he was genuinely stupid or just pretending. She angrily raised her voice. Don't touch me or I'll send a message to Jio right now. Duong Tu wanted to lose her temper at this guy. Jiangdu stared blankly and replied, oh. Then his eyes widened in panic, screaming inwardly, oh God, how does she have Jio's contact? Jiangdu immediately handed over the tissue with both hands respectfully, hiding his face, saying, I've wiped the top clean for you, the bottom, you'll have to handle it yourself. Duong Tu was about to go crazy. She snapped softly, shut up. Kan En's voice called from outside. Jiangdu, Duangtu, get off now. They walked under the night sky in the ruined city. Kan En led the group. He said, everyone, the detector has located the blood species in this residential area. Don't get left behind. The spawned aberrant species are very ferocious. If we don't act in time, we'll be sucked dry by the blood insects. Jiang Du spoke up after Uncle Tom. But someone objected. That person explained, it won't happen. This aberrant species profession is also fiercely competitive now. They won't suck a catch dry immediately. They'll play with it, slowly draining it. Duang Tu glanced back slightly, agreeing. Right, so now is the time to test the results of our school learning. I'll wear a camera to record everyone's performance. Do your best. Jiang Du stepped forward. He observed while thinking. This residential area is not too big, not too small. Which room, which floor could the blood species be in? Behind him, although Instructor Tong was a bit startled, he couldn't hide his delight, thinking, seems like this Jiangdu kid is very excited. His hands must have been stained with blood. I wouldn't mistake that kind of aura. He began to ponder more, going from level 1 to level 2 usually takes a year, which means when Jiangdu was 16, Lai Qin Chuang had already arranged for him to hunt aberrant insects in the dark shadow layer. Thinking of Teacher Tong's slightly frowning and stern face, one could only sigh, truly ruthless. Aren't they afraid his body won't be able to resist the contamination? The figure of General Fuang Qin suddenly surfaced in her mind, and Kanan couldn't help but think, though at 17 he was already level. Level 2 is very rare but not unheard of. General Fuang Qin entered at level 2. Unmatched combat power, far stronger than the predecessors before. Also don't know if Jiangdu can reach that level. Thinking of this, Instructor Tong's face showed a bit of anticipation. Jiangdu released his source of spiritual power. In front of him was a mutant bug. He pointed and shouted loudly. On the other side, Kanan observed that he had started attacking the mutant species, and secretly speculated that a level 1 blood species had appeared. Then probably that level 2 one is also nearby. Gotcha! Just as Jiangdu was about to deliver a killing blow to the level 1 blood bug, suddenly from the side, a purple level 2 blood bug leaped out, brandishing its claws at him. Jiangdu was startled. With a boom, that powerful blast of qi shot straight towards, right in front of the level 1 blood bug. In that moment, Jiangdu and the blood species seemed to fall into a different spacetime. A ghost and a human fought for 800 rounds, punching and kicking wildly. Somewhat evenly matched, hard to determine victory, but the strongest ones were the two of them. Kanan didn't just stand and watch but burst out with furious energy and leaped forward. He ordered, leave the level 2 to me, the three of you handle Jiangdu and the level 1. The trainees behind immediately replied, understood, as he flew past Duang Tu. Instructor Tong glanced at Duang Tu and advised, you're a medical student not suitable for combat. Find a place and hide first. She complied. Suddenly at this moment a level 1 blood bug rushed up from behind her. Duang Tu immediately shifted her gaze behind her. Smack. The blood species' head was tightly grabbed, it went blank, with a slash. Something like tendrils overflowing with thick pink spiritual energy sprouted from Duang Tu's hand, spreading out. That thing enveloped the blood bug, began to constrict and devour. Duang Tu's face was so calm that not even the slightest change was present, calmly admiring her own work. When the tendrils retracted, the entire body of the blood bug immediately collapsed to the ground as if drained of strength. It also lost its life. Duang Tu took out a jar and placed it under her palm to catch the blood from her hand. Suddenly she looked up, coldly staring at Jiangdu approaching. He made an ah sound, still bewildered, thinking, what? Where is that gentle nurse of mine? Duang Tu spoke, what's up? Jiangdu, holding tightly the level 2 blood species, laughed awkwardly and asked, had enough to eat. She said softly, then one more. He immediately replied, okay. Watching her once again display her ability, Jiangdu asked a bit curiously, Miss Duang, what is your ability? Duang Tu glanced at her tendrils that were no different from a carnivorous plant, always wrapping around prey, and answered briefly, branch of the devouring plant. Hearing that, Jiangdu immediately got excited, eagerly asking, does that mean any part can transform into tendrils? Duang Tu couldn't understand his train of thought, after hearing that she felt completely baffled. Question marks popping up while glaring. Jiangdu didn't pay attention to her expression and fell into a self-indulgent daydream, thinking, my spiritual stuff. Eagles catching rabbits, octopus wrapping around a pillar. Oh my god, this ability of hers isn't quite normal but very exciting. Jiangdu's face was full of eager desire. His hand already raised. His face became a bit sleazy, saying, so can I touch it? Duang Tu immediately refused. No. Jiangdu persisted, then just look. She glared at him, crossed her arms and said wearily, you're really a hooligan. Believe it or not, I'll report you for harassing me to the special training camp. Jiangdu said with some pride. Report me, my uncle is. But not letting him finish, Duang Tu cut in, a little amused. Your uncle is a retired war general. Your father-in-law is the current patrol envoy. So still want to use power to oppress me? Cough cough, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Jiang Du hastily coughed a few times to make peace. He slapped his own head and thought, great, a villain's line. How does everyone know about this? Unconsciously, the fair arm in front of him slipped into mutation. Jiang Du's eyes widened. Duong Tu said indifferently, forget it, if you want to look, then look. After looking, you'll probably remember my name, right? Her arm completely mutated into bright pink tendrils. Small saw-toothed barbs grew in rows on each one. Duong Tu looked at it, indifferently spoke to evaluate herself, ugly mutation. Very scary, isn't it? However, Jiang Du's train of thought had never been caught by anyone. If there was, it wasn't her. He, on the contrary, was extremely excited to observe them, extremely fondly giving praise. Very good, flexible, nimble. The tentacle girl is also very cute. Duong Tu started in shock, repeating that word, cute, she thought to herself, since the moment she began mutating until now. Others were too afraid to even keep away. He is the first person to say cute. Exactly, I really think it's very cute. Moreover, you're 10. Tendrils even react when they see me. Jiang Du laughed a few eerie laughs, the corner of his mouth still drooling, looking really like a potential threat to society. Duong Tu broke out in goosebumps. She retracted her hand and stepped back, forcefully saying, I'm warning you, don't cross the line. She realized she was wrong, originally thinking that this kid could barely be considered a good person. Now it seems clearly a pervert. Jiang Du looked at her defensive wariness in a familiar scene. He said amused, what are you thinking? The reaction I mentioned isn't referring to down there, but up top, the taste buds of that fellow. I don't know what happened, but it actually gave me an indescribable impulse. Wanting to enter the yin shadow state, then smash to death the yang-type mutant. He thought to himself, his scalp tingling. Jiang Du finally faced them and began to mull things over in his head. Could it be that shadow species and real species are just like shadow and substance? There are tangled contradictions among the species in the hard abyss. I'm afraid I'll need to absorb a few more personality shards to clarify the inside story. At this moment, Instructor Tong had returned. One hand lugging a level 1 bloodworm, the other hand carrying a level 2 bloodworm. He walked towards her. He said, little Duong, take care of this a bit. This mission had already been quite well completed. Duong stood up. Yes, she stepped aside to let the mutated one devour. Kan walked up to him, looking at the body of the level 1 bloodworm as he held his weapon. A bit confused, he asked, why are you still carrying one? Jiang Du replied softly, won't we leave one alive to hand over? It only has 4% blood left, probably can last half an hour. Anyway, fresh alive is better than dead. The chief instructor just felt dizzy. He held his head tiredly and said, kid, have you been playing too many video games? Even 4% blood, like you can see it. Quickly throw it away, we should head back now. Looking again at the corpses of the blood species on the ground, Jiang Du couldn't help but sigh and speak. But the things these blood species encountered make one sigh. Opening a restaurant, they provoked the scavengers, their store was wrecked and they were threatened. The boss couldn't think openly, so chose revenge. How did they mutate into blood species? Conan kept a level head, seeing the big picture. He only said. He had said, but it had also implicated countless innocent people. After that, the group left. Jiang Du walked at the back. As if he sensed something, he immediately whipped his head around. He caught a black shadow on the rooftop of a tall building. He pondered, is it a mutant species or a scavenger? But now, on that rooftop, the black shadow had leaped away. Jiang Du felt quite suspicious. From over 100 meters away looking this way, was it a coincidence they raised their eyes here, or have they been watching all along? Moving to the road where they walked, Instructor Tong's calm voice rang out. After all, ordinary people facing superhumans, most will be cowardly. At that time, if there is a power placed before them, most people cannot refuse. Sometimes taking one step forward is precisely the abyss. But if we now return to the scene of fighting the bloodworms, suddenly among countless corpses of blood species, another heavy foot stumbled. Stepping forward, a level 2 blood species of the matriarch type knelt beside the level 1 blood species, painfully wailing. It brought its hand to its face. The level 1 blood species scratched a line of blood, fresh blood, immediately flowed into the mouth of the level 1 blood species. Like a painful miracle of humanity, this blood species actually revived. The matriarch blood species, seeing it groan aloud, was visibly delighted. However, joy is short-lived. The arm of the level 2 bloodworm, Jiang Du grimly tightened its wrist. He laughed fiercely, still one fish that slipped through the net. His voice was gentle yet made the blood species gnash its teeth. That level 2 blood species roared loudly, easily wanting to escape, but when it saw him, he didn't budge at all. The matriarch blood species immediately switched to a direct confrontation. It red-eyed, raised its hand towards him. Jiang Du thought secretly, you have to hand it to her, she really gave blood for it. So she could give half her blood. It was very clear these two were a couple if they lost control and became mutant insects. He lightly dodged, unexpectedly letting out an "oh." Glancing at the level 1 bloodworm lying on the ground, Jiang Du really felt a bit like laughing. He thought to himself, no matter what suffering they had endured, In their current state, they cannot be released to continue harming ordinary people. He spread his legs, took a stance, and stomped. Jiangdu then hurled the level 2 bloodworm towards the urban wall. Looking at the blood species whose spirit and nature were shattered, Jiangdu calculated. The blood bar is still at 10%. It seems I need to add another punch. Stepping over the threshold of the stone wall, so thin, he stomped his foot on the body of the mutated matriarch-type blood species. Coldly he said, "Rest assured, go on your way." The level 2 bloodworm was unwilling. It reached out its hand, and from its mouth came a few groans. Jiangdu suddenly paused slightly. He reflected. He had never doubted his beliefs and pursuits, but the moment she let go of her hand, it seemed as if she was just like a human. His eyes focused on what he was about to ruthlessly kill. She, on the contrary, did not resemble a human. What exactly is right? Jiangdu softly looked at his hand. He was so dazed. At that moment, Conan suddenly appeared beside him, seriously saying, "Jiangdu, it is already a mutant insect, whether it's a wild mutant insect or one transformed from a human after the stage. Mutation is irreversible." Jiangdu also became serious. He said to his heart, "That's right, mutation cannot be changed." The chief instructor directly stepped forward to deal with this fish that slipped through the net. He continued, "So we cannot be merciful to mutant insects. Otherwise, humans will be in danger." Jiangdu pensively watched the level 2 bloodworm being burned. A vision flashed through his mind. But what if later the one who mutates is Uncle Lai or Jaya Ojayo or even himself? So how do we get up? Deep blue flames that incinerate everything, flickering right at his feet. Back at the special training camp, Conan led him to a huge building. The teacher said he would apply for an off-payroll certification for him. From now on, he could use the identity of a scavenger to log into the organization's internal network and accept missions. Jiangdu felt a bit worried. "I'll be off payroll. Does my uncle know about this?" The chief instructor calmly replied. This matter was decided by General Lai Qin himself, overruling everyone else's opinions. He watched your combat footage and wanted to find some work for you to do. Jiangdu was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, his job was to go everywhere killing alien bugs. "Uncle Lai, oh Uncle Lai, aren't you afraid that one day I'll fail miserably? But I have to think positively. This is also a good chance to train myself. Also a path to becoming openly powerful." And inside the headquarters, Conan led him to an information registration machine and began instructing him. "Come on, enter your information." "That's right. General Lai said that if you want to enter the special free training camp, you must complete at least 3 missions per week." Jiangdu frowned. 3, that's way too many. The chief instructor smiled and suggested, "Why don't you go bargain with General Lai yourself?" He closed his eyes. Sighed. This was even harder, so he let it go, saying, "Forget it." The two of them then left. The purpose of coming was just an introduction beforehand. Conan told him that in the coming time he would be going back and forth between the two places, studying at the camp and taking missions over at Cloud Sea. Sometimes you'll encounter a stray fish that isn't on the list in the shadow tier. You can try to kill it and that can count as a mission. Do your best. I have high hopes for you. Once outside, the chief instructor still had matters to attend to, so he took his leave first. "I still have things to do, so I'll head back to the camp first. You kid, go wander around on your own." Jiangdu waved to the teacher. "Goodbye, Uncle Tong." The man left and he turned and walked away alone. He had a feeling inside. Why did it seem like this certificate was very easy to get? Could it be that Uncle Lai made up an excuse just to trick me into doing free missions? Suddenly, his shoulder was bumped. Jiangdu startled. The person who bumped into him didn't seem to do it on purpose. He looked extremely flustered. Dang Koa was on the phone, his tone somewhat loud. "Hello doctor, has Hoa Hoa's condition gotten worse again?" He lowered his face slightly, his brows and eyes filled with seriousness. "I don't know what the other end said, but Dang Koa replied, 'Okay, I just left the Night Watch organization and already exchanged points for medicine. I'll come right away.' But earlier he was in a bit of a hurry and didn't see clearly who it was." Jiangdu was somewhat surprised. "Huh, isn't that Dang Koa?" But after not seeing him for over a month, why had he become so haggard like this? He thought to himself. Besides, from his tone of voice, it seemed like he had run into some big trouble. Jiangdu's gaze fixed on him. He quickly made up his mind. No, for better or worse, this was a brother who had once followed him. He had to follow and see what was going on. At the hospital, the electrocardiogram monitor beeped steadily with a regular rhythm. A plasma transfusion tube was inserted into pale white skin. On the bed was a pretty little girl, but her body was covered with a tangled mess of tubes crisscrossing each other. The little girl's eyes were lifeless and cloudy, devoid of any vitality. Dang Koa slowly opened the briefcase in front of the doctor. Inside was a small vial of serum. Seeing this, the doctor couldn't help but be surprised and asked loudly, "Where did you get this medicine from?" Dang Koa didn't answer the doctor's question. He frowned and said, "Doctor, just see if there's any problem with it or not." The doctor, not a talkative person, replied seriously, "Indeed, this is the latest blood source vial. However, there is something I need to warn you about. Let's go outside and talk." Then the doctor gestured with his hand pointing outside the room. Dang Koa clutched the blood vial and walked out. The doctor informed him directly, "Your daughter's condition suddenly worsened because the supernatural contamination inside her has turned malignant. If you had obtained the blood source vial 3 days ago, perhaps there might still have been a miracle." But now, he paused slightly before continuing, "It's very hard to say." Dang Koa lowered his face, his expression worried, and asked softly, "Doctor, tell me, how much longer can Hoa Hoa hold on?" The doctor lowered his head and replied slowly, "About a month." Dang Koa took a difficult breath. He rubbed his chest and said hopefully, "There's still time. Please, doctor, prepare for the surgery." At that moment in the room, Jiangdu used a heavy shadow skill and suddenly emerged from the ground. He glanced at the patient chart hanging at the foot of the bed, muttering softly, "Dang Hoa, age 5, snow transformation syndrome." Jiangdu's brow furrowed. He pondered, what kind of illness is this? And what is that blood source vial they were just talking about? When you don't know, you Google it. He pulled out his phone, quickly searched, and immediately found information. It explained in full, snow transformation syndrome is a serious disease involving blood system contamination. Although the disease's incidence rate is very low, once contaminated by a blood strain, if not purified in time, infection occurs. At that point, the blood will corrode the body like acid, turning it into a pile of sludge. If detected early, treatment with blood source vials can still purify it. But by the time most people are diagnosed with this illness, it's already in the final stage. Jiangdu was shocked reading the information. He clutched his phone and thought to himself, Dang Hoa was only 5 years old, and she had always been in the real world. How could she contract this kind of illness? Could it be related to those blood-strained creatures that had sneaked into the real world, as reported in the news recently? Scene change. In the garden on the hospital's ground floor, Dang Koa stood there on the phone. He asked with a serious face, "How many blood source vials do you all have left?" The person on the other end didn't answer his question but advised, "Please, 1 vial costs 1,000,000. He was silent for a while, then slowly replied, "Prepare 5 blood source vials for me, please." After he hung up, he let out a sigh. Without letting the other party finish speaking, Dang Koa shouted into the phone with nearly all his strength. He raised his voice, "I'm asking you how many vials are left." The other party, as if holding back anger, coldly retorted, "Dang Koa, you'd better know your place. You want the blood source vials, right? Fine, come find me yourself." The girl disconnected the call. The phone screen returned to Dang Koa's call history. A string of bright red numbers, mostly unanswered. Dang Koa clenched his fist tightly, his face also tense. The father's heart seemed to have made a silent decision. "Hoa Hoa, Daddy will definitely save you, don't be afraid." He gritted his teeth even if it meant giving himself up. Dang Koa resolutely left. Behind a tree, Jiangdu poked his head out, his expression serious. Jiangdu had a feeling, silently guessing, is he going to get new blood source vials? Why do I keep having a bad premonition? Jiangdu dialed a number saved as Lai. The call connected quickly. He immediately asked hurriedly, "Uncle Lai, the daughter of a friend of mine has been affected by petrification syndrome. Can using blood source vials cure it?" Uncle Lai replied, "Not certain." Then he asked, "How old is the patient?" Jiangdu answered concisely, 5 years old, Uncle Lai. Then the probability is almost zero. A child's resistance to contamination is extremely poor. If detected early, perhaps using blood source vials could still be effective. But in the final stage, it's almost impossible to save. Outside, someone suddenly called Jiangdu's name. He looked up and realized it was an acquaintance. Feng Tiu Tiu approached cheerfully. "Long time no see. Weren't you at the special training camp? Why are you back here?" Jiangdu took the glass of water she handed him with one hand and with the other hand propped himself up as he answered, "Because I performed well, so I was released early." "What about you? No school today?" Feng Tiu Tiu smiled and explained, "A few days ago I was captured by a mutant. A night watchman saved me. Now that person is seriously injured, so I came to visit him. It's only been a month, but you've changed so much. Your aura is completely different now." Feng Tiu Tiu tilted her head, looked him up and down thoroughly, and offered a highly complimentary assessment. Jiangdu smiled and scratched his head. "Is that so? What's the big deal? I feel you've changed quite a bit too. How have you been?" Feng Tiu Tiu gently cast her eyes down at the yellow leaves on the ground. She softly replied, "I'm still the same, but seeing you all get to go to the camp while I don't." Her voice was faintly sad, speaking to him with a touch of melancholy. "Dangers and perils can only be handled by people like you. Fortunately, the night watchman rescued me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you all. If only I could become a superhuman too." Jiangdu refuted her thought. He chuckled and said, "Actually, being a superhuman isn't as good as you think. You could face danger, life challenges at any moment." Jiangdu gave a light laugh, dusting off his hands, and continued, "Most ordinary people can live a peaceful life. In contrast, for superhumans, how many can go uninjured without becoming disabled? No, Jiangdu, you have talent, you're different. Feng Tiu's expression darkened, remembering the mutant insects she had encountered. Her voice grew colder. You can't feel that sense of helplessness when facing a mutant insect alone. At that moment, if not for the night watchman, I would have been swallowed whole in one bite. Suddenly, Jiangdu patted her shoulder, pulling Feng Tiu out of her emotional train of thought. His expression darkened slightly. People around screamed in terror. What is that? Why is there a mutant insect here? Jiangdu and Feng Tiu simultaneously turned to look. The scene of bloody slaughter with the image of ugly and disgusting mutant insects, carrying a wave of th amid the merciless killing alongside it, endless screams of panic. Ah, run quickly, help, someone save me. One mutant insect suddenly leaped to face the two of them. Jiangdu took a step forward, shielding Feng Tiu behind him. He exuded magical power, looked at them contemptuously, laughed, and said, "Hide behind me, don't move." The mutant insect lunged, but before it could do anything, it shrieked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiangdu seemed to turn his own hand into a weapon. He used his bare hand to pierce through the mutant insect's neck, one strike instantly turning its health bar 80% gray. Jiangdu laughed scornfully at them, the corner of his mouth curling up. He said arrogantly, "A puny level 1 ant dares to prance in front of me." Jiangdu tossed its corpse aside. He said sternly, "You stay right here, I'll go for a bit and be back." Out on the streets, a large mutant insect was flaunting its might at ordinary people. Continuous cries for help rang out. One unfortunate person trapped was weeping and begging, "No, no, someone save me." The mutant insect cackled, raising its claw high. Before it could bring it down, Jiangdu leaped out from somewhere and gave it a kick. Go die. This kick sent the mutant straight to the western paradise. Jiangdu didn't stop, immediately flying to another side to deal with another mutant insect. He shouted, "You too, take this." And with another kick from Jiangdu, he directly sent the mutant insect flying. After dealing with them, Jiangdu jumped aside to avoid the gaze of too many people. After all, he had handled it quickly and cleanly. Glancing back, Jiangdu thought to himself, "These 3 blood seeds are probably also transformed from humans. The situation has become very abnormal. It's quite normal for a few people to become strangers, but when several like that keep appearing, it's definitely not a coincidence." Then he was startled. Feng Tiu's expression was dejected as she looked at him. See, ordinary people facing the alien bugs are just that weak. At that moment, another cry of alarm rang out, drawing the attention of the two. Jiangdu turned his head to look. Some people's bodies began to change. Their whole bodies emitted a stream of bright red blood energy. Whoa, I'm so dizzy. Why is my hand so red? My face is so hot. Jiangdu was shocked. He shouted loudly, "Others, don't come closer. Spread out, everyone." He hurried over, thinking, "It seems these people have been contaminated by the blood spawn. I'm good at killing aberrants, but I don't know anything about treating contamination. I can only inform the night watch to send rescue." Jiangdu. Feng Tiu suddenly said, "You're so strong now, thank you for saving me." Jiangdu smiled and replied, "Old classmates shouldn't be so formal. You should go home quickly. Stock up on supplies, don't wander around outside." "I have other things to do, we'll meet again later," she replied. "Okay." Jiangdu quickly ran off. Feng Tiu paused briefly. She turned her head to look at his silhouette, deciding to herself, "Jiangdu, thank you for once again showing me the strength of a superhuman. Now I am just a mortal body, but I will still look towards your direction and help more people." At that moment, the phone in Jiangdu's shirt pocket vibrated. "Uncle Lai sent a message. Still alive?" Jiangdu replied. "I'm afraid I can't keep my promise to you." Uncle Lai replied, "No problem." Uncle Lai replied, "The night watch feeds me. How good do you think my position is? You can't even imagine it." Jiangdu seriously looked at the phone and texted back, "I've closed the screen, now I'm going to report you." Immediately the message above showed, "Uncle Lai has recalled a message." Uncle Lai texted, "The Bloodspawn riot near your place has already been dealt with by the people sent. If you're okay, head back to camp." Jiangdu thought to himself, "If that's the case, I have to seize this chance to scavenge in the shadow layer." He pretended to grin mischievously. "I just killed 3 Bloodspawn, that's basically completed 3 weekly missions. Now it's time to hunt freely, hee hee." Now in the shadow layer, a strange aberrant with 20% health was slurping down its food. Instantly, its health percentage recovered another 20%, total health 40%. But the joy didn't last long. Whoosh, suddenly a beam of light shone straight onto its face. The aberrant creature panicked. Boom, shattering sounds echoed loudly. The aberrant was cut in half. Jiangdu swiftly collected its power, then cheered. He happily thought, "Haha, I didn't expect a Bloodspawn level. This feeling is so refreshing." Wait, Jiangdu sensed something. This absorption seemed a bit off. Before him, a towering pillar wreathed in spirit energy. Jiangdu stared blankly. What the heck is this? Jiangdu dazedly looked at the spirit power and mystic energy in his shadow, or rather at the object in his hand. What on earth is this thing? I can't figure it out no matter how long I look. A red light suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiangdu was utterly confused. He wondered, Did I absorb something bad? Yang Du checked the system panel. Shadow Embryo 1 used this ability. Reduces shadow point consumption in the real world, while in the shadow layer, shadow points are constantly drained. Replenishes shadow points, increases self-healing speed. 2. In this state, your oppressive aura is stronger, can frighten prey, making it easier to expose weaknesses. 3. This ability is changing, perhaps it will become stronger. Jiang Du stared seriously at point 3, then he scratched his head, a little embarrassed. What is this? This system even set an open-ended question for me. Could it be because it's my first time absorbing a level 2 pseudo-aberrant? Anyway, why should he stay silent? What an amazing discovery, forget the books. Jiang Du immediately sped up and dashed off. He thought, I'll find another one and test it to know. In an area that looked like some parking lot, there was a giant rooster, its whole body wrapped in flames with a mighty presence. Jiang Du hit to one side, sizing up the rooster. This chicken is so fat, just when I'm craving chicken soup. Boom, a sudden loud noise startled him. Then came a clamorous uproar. Jiang Du wondered, earthquake? Impossible, this is the shadow layer. One thing wasn't over and another came. At the same time, it seemed that rooster had spotted him. Immediately, it lunged forward. Jiang Du shouted after it. Hey, don't run, stop, he yelled. And so a man and a chicken chased each other. Who knows where they've run off to, just as they'd barely rested for a moment. Jiang Du was stunned by a gift. From nowhere, a blazing fireball fell, its shockwave spreading powerfully. Smoke and dust billowed up. Jiang Du struggled against the pressure. He lifted his gaze from his arm, shocked and amazed. Before his eyes, countless blue portals suddenly appeared, then a white light flashed. Boom, the heavy footsteps of aberrant creatures descended. A horde of level 2 aberrants simultaneously emerged from the portals. A powerful purple light surged, floating and invading the space. Jiang Du panicked. This is the shadow layer tide. The blue spatial vortex, which seemed gentle at first, was actually a massive thing enveloping the entire shadow layer. Boom, suddenly another creature descended from the sky like a dead star, crash landing. A skeleton as if forged in hellfire for 10,000 years, its whole body blazing like fire, igniting everything. It charged fiercely, eager for battle. The hellfire skeleton swung twin blades. Flames and storms surged up violently. Jiang Du barely managed to block. A step faster, the hellfire skeleton threw a kick at him. Jiang Du couldn't block it and was sent flying. He flew over 10 meters, until his back slammed hard into a car, barely stopping. The hellfire skeleton continued to seize the opportunity to strike quickly and decisively. Its body lunged forward, arrogantly standing before him, gripping the blade with both hands, proudly laughing with a dry, cracking sound. At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. The hellfire skeleton swung down its blade. The heavy blow struck into emptiness. Jiang Du had vanished. Activating Shadow Strike, instantly, Jiang Du appeared right behind the hellfire skeleton. After landing the blow, it again had no effect. The hellfire skeleton let out an enraged roar, displaying its strength and fury. Jiang Du hadn't expected this, thinking to himself it only lost 7%. Clearly, he had just attacked its weak point. It seemed only this bone creature possessed level 3 power. Moreover, its defensive power was extremely high. If that's the case, then activate continuous killing, +1 killing momentum, +1 killing momentum, +1 killing momentum. System notifications chimed one after another. Amid those electronic sounds, Jiang Du opened a playstyle up. Shadow combined with attrition. He was everywhere at once, striking stealthily, wearing down the hellfire skeleton's defense. Jiang Du said, "Watch me shave you down, shave you to death." The accumulated killing momentum was sufficient. Activate slaughter. The moment this notification rang out, a marking matrix appeared on the chest of the level 3 bone worm. Jiang Du panted, laughed with difficulty, and said, "Little toy, you think you can sneak attack big bro Jiang Du? Die." But just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, he himself was ambushed. Jiang Du shadow shifted elsewhere. He clutched his shoulder, breathing heavy gasps. Jiang Du will give you, he lurked behind a stone pillar. At that moment, the abyssal eye opened all its eyes. It hovered, and all eyes fixed unflinchingly on one spot. Jiang Du flinched. At that moment, a mutant like a ghostly shadow flew out, its entire body red with blood-tear aura. But right after, countless other mutant bugs were about to emerge. Jiang Du frowned. Damn bad luck. For him, if this game failed, he'd set up another. Moreover, those gazes, like they wanted to devour him alive, like tigers, wolves, and mountain lions only, made him angrier. Jiang Du thought, damn it, so many of them coming at once. The situation is extremely unfavorable for me. Moreover, the shadow layers now, because evening was falling, were extremely unstable. The exit portal would be extremely dangerous. What to do now? Could it be that I really have to solo the mutant bugs of the entire area? Jiang Du frowned in thought. Just then, a sudden sound startled him. Jiang Du's eyes went wide in bewilderment. A brilliantly glowing fireball was summoned, illuminating the space of the shadow layers. The eternal torch, after use, could emit a gentle light dispelling shadows. Could be considered a good source of light. Please note, this light would have a very strong attraction to mutant bugs. The cost: the user will expend transcendent energy and stamina to maintain the light source. The young man at the front raised the fire torch high. Behind him were thousands of transcendents. Someone shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived." Right after that, the eternal torch enveloped the space of the shadow layers. Once again, the origin battle after the ebb had begun. At that moment, the rescue team with solemn faces advanced, accompanied by the sound of drums. The mutants, upon hearing this sound, all trembled, howling in pain. Standing still and thinking, Zhang Du felt the power within him changing, and he immediately understood. This drum sound seemed to be able to enhance our troops' combat power while weakening the mutants. Then he pushed off with the tips of his toes. Along with this leap, Zhang Du felt immensely excited. He shouted, "Now's the time, charge!" The mutants also howled as they rushed toward him. Suddenly, thousands of flaming arrows came flying from somewhere, to Zhang Du's confusion. Those flaming arrows flew straight to the mutant bugs, creating a terrifying explosion, blasting through the space. They were burned by the fire. Wailing in agony, roaring fiercely, Zhang Du swiftly glided past the mutants being burned to ashes. With just a light wave of his hand, he advanced and used Shadow Guard to capture the leading one. At that moment, the system displayed a black information panel. Bone Warlord Bone Worm, rank upper level 2. Introduction, no information, malignity, exempted. Rewards, Shadow Guard, increase shadow point count, increase bone density and strength. This mutant has used shadow points, 195. Holding the info card in his hand, Zhang Du smirked with delight. He thought, "Very good, today I must feast to my heart's content." As if enjoying happiness, but from afar, various mutant bugs swarmed towards him one after another. He widened his eyes, full of fear in his heart. "Wait, you don't have to come this many at once." While Zhang Du was still standing still in confusion, the flaming arrows from afar flew in and exploded the mutant bugs. The members of the Night Watch organization vied to unleash their powers, killing them. Each used a different technique. He witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "Oh my God, the long-range firepower is so strong," and prepared for a barrage of spells from the Night Watch. The giant blue mutant bug was attacked without being able to react. The Night Watch troops had only just paused for a moment, and that mutant still vigorously counterattacked. The brothers of the Night Watch immediately stepped up to activate their response to this type of mutant. They began transforming their bodies, becoming stronger. The three of them charged forward ferociously, teaming up to fight this giant blue mutant bug. In this fierce battle, two muscular brothers quickly grabbed hold of the two legs of the blue mutant bug. The remaining one used claws. Mine bit the mutant bug's head off, its mouth shrieking, destroying everything. Outside at that moment, two people pushed a cannon cart over and began their attack. The gun barrel was instantly charged with a surge of lethal, destructive power. The alien beasts, unaware their lives were in danger, still roared fiercely. The cannon shot blasted straight through, instantly blowing those alien bugs into a cloud of smoke. The rescue team leader, holding the eternal torch, shouted, "Pursue them!" The rescue team rushed forward, each member using different powers to slay the alien bug. Standing to the side, Yang Yu stared at the alarmingly short health bars of the human-faced alien beasts, thinking, "Oh man, these guys are practically dead before I even lift a finger." At that thought, his expression turned utterly shameless. He gave a wicked lick of his lips. If he didn't poach these kills now, he'd be doing himself a disservice. With a flick of his hand, Yang Yu shot forward at godlike speed, finishing off every one of those low-health alien bugs. Bystanders watching his actions asked the person beside them in confusion, "Whose officer is that? He's so strong." The brown-haired man scowled. He spoke with irritation. "Doesn't he fear the price?" Then, channeling his power, the brown-haired man surged forward resolutely, declaring, "We can't lose, keep pressing on." His companion followed with equal fervor, muttering as he went, "Yeah, I'll pay the price and take down the next alien bug." Inside, Yang Yu's shadow guard was slowly consuming the giant green alien bug. Yang Yu stood power-drained and weary, letting out a heavy sigh. In that short assault, they had already taken out a decent number. The fighting strength of the Night Watch was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. A system notification appeared. Name, Insectoid Blood, rank, mid-tier level 2, description, price of killing, blood source contamination. Price exempted, Shadow Guard harvested. This alien bug had used. Looking down, he saw a crimson thread had seeped into his hands. A little rattled, he murmured, "Blood source contamination." Just as Yang Yu was frowning in annoyance, he heard a panicked cry ring out. "Hey, Avi, Lao Tu, pull yourselves together." The nurse appeared behind them to treat the wounded. As she worked, she urgently reported, "It's blood system contamination. We have to get them to the hospital immediately." The Night Watch squad leader nodded in response. "Understood. Notify all medical personnel and retreat at once." Hearing the order, two young team members saw Yang Yu still standing there dazed, so they grabbed his arms and forcibly dragged him along. The black-haired young man didn't forget to snap. "What are you spacing out for? The boss gave the order, retreat now." Being suddenly yanked away made him jolt in confusion. Staring at all the supplies scattered on the ground, Yang Yu reached out with deep regret. "But there are still tons of alien bugs I haven't absorbed yet, damn it. Hundreds of them, let me go right now." The young man, afflicted by the blood source contamination from the battle, was now covered in bulging veins. His eyes rolled back in agony as he screamed. Inside the ward, doctors and nurses pinned his limbs to keep him from thrashing and worsening his wounds. The doctor frowned and rushed out orders. Quick, get a ventilator. The situation was hair-raisingly tense. The doctor warned grimly. Prepare the intravenous anti-contamination shot. Fortunately, the contaminated patient had been brought in. At the bedside, the nurses struggled to hold the screaming man down. In a corner of the room, a hazy dark energy suddenly appeared. From it, Yang Yu quietly rose up through the floor and carefully observed the ward's situation. After assessing everything, he silently moved away. Passing through the ward door, he peeked and glanced around. He thought to himself, this blood source contamination is even stronger than I thought. Even a seasoned night watcher who's been through 100 battles can't withstand it. A while later, the moon rose high as darkness blanketed everything. Yang Yu stood on the rooftop, lost in thought as he gazed ahead. He let out a breath and swiftly returned to his original form. He wondered inwardly, it seems the thing on my body is connected to the blood source contamination. Is it caused by absorbing the blood strain? Yang Yu stared at the red blood thread on his hand. He couldn't help but question it, though the system had assured him the price was exempt. What exactly is this blood thread? Just as he was deep in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Puzzled, he pulled it out. A notification flashed on the screen. Blue Nam Street, East District 2 has traces of mutant activity. Proceed there immediately. A flurry of alerts kept coming. Blood bugs on East District 2. Blood bugs inside a building on East District 2. Several blood strains have suddenly attacked pedestrians on East District 2. Yang Yu frowned at his phone, completely bewildered. What is going on? Why are there so many blood strains all of a sudden? Just then, the system sent another alert. Attention, superhuman. Currently, a large number of blood strains and blood-type contamination phenomena have appeared in East District 2. The situation is extremely critical. Furthermore, this blood-type contamination may remain latent, posing a high risk of spreading further. After an emergency meeting, we are now implementing a lockdown of East District 2. His eyes rounded in shock as he read the message. Yang Yu held the phone, anxiety gnawing at him. A lockdown? Normally they'd just send the night watch and a few scavengers. Why on earth a lockdown? The red thread on his hand was also slowly fading away. Yang Yu lifted his gaze to the world ahead where the night was crashing down relentlessly. He stood there in a daze, pondering, what exactly happened in East District 2? Down below, his face was etched with worry. Right now, beneath the bustling city, the announcement speakers keep blaring. Attention all residents of the Van Hai District, we have now detected. In Eastern District 2, there are traces of mutant insect activity. Vehicles move back and forth non-stop. The announcement continues. All city residents stay indoors, do not stay outside for too long. All entertainment areas cease operation immediately. At this moment, in Eastern District 2, on the rooftop of a building, Dang Koa is fighting desperately. He looks at the two mutant insects before him, gritting his teeth and worrying silently. This time, I'm afraid it's hard to escape this calamity. Suddenly, the two mutant creatures before him seemed attacked by something. They panicked, shrieking pitifully. That was thanks to Jiang Du's attack. He used all his strength to launch a combo attack at them. Done, he turned slightly and asked him, "Are you okay?" Dang Koa saw him, his eyes lit up like car headlights, and he joyfully called out, "Brother Du too." Dang Koa saw Jiang Du and couldn't stop exclaiming, clutching his stomach in worry as he ran over to ask, "Are you hurt?" He replied tiredly. "On the way here I encountered quite a few things, but it's nothing. So why did you come here?" He placed his hand on his left chest, smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Isn't it to make money? This time I want to earn a lot." Hearing that, Jiang Du fell silent and asked again, "Because of your daughter, right?" Dang Koa's eyes widened, staring at him in astonishment, as if he already knew the answer, but he still asked seriously. "Your daughter has blood source contamination, right?" The brown-haired brother named Dang Koa voiced his confusion. "How do you know?" Without answering his question, he directly addressed the issue. "How is the little girl's condition now?" He replied dejectedly, "It's fine, she's had surgery to remove the contamination. But in order to get the blood source vial, I practically went bankrupt." Hearing this, Jiang Du understood. He speculated seriously, "So to earn money, you risked coming here." Dang Koa let out a weary sigh. "No choice. After all, I have to support my family, my daily salary is simply not enough." At that moment, Jiang Du stepped closer to him, coldly patted his shoulder and warned, "Go back." Dang Koa was bewildered, not understanding, and instinctively blurted out, "Huh," he said firmly, "don't make your daughter worry. The money I earned from hunting today I'll split a share with you." He was surprised, stammering, unable to speak. "Brother Du too, oh." Because of the circumstances, Dang Koa had no choice but to nod and agree to the request he put forward. Turning to go back, he didn't forget to look back and say goodbye. "All right, I'll head back first then. Remember to be careful." Jiang Du flexed his arm to show off his muscles, confidently replying, "Don't worry, you know how strong I am, don't you?" He pursed his lips in silence, watching his figure gradually disappear behind the smoke and dust. At this moment the status index appeared. Jiang Du's blood had dropped to 71%. He clutched his stomach in pain, crying out, "Ah, pain, 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 pain. The wound split open. I can't return to the shadow realm for now. What a headache." Jiang Du looked at his hand, radiating energy, full of confusion. Having absorbed so many blood species, yet the system still hasn't responded. Suddenly only one notification rang out. Rations. He looked around bewilderedly, asking, What rations? Hey. At that moment Jiang Du turned his head to look at the orange mutant bug lying on the ground. He silently speculated, could it be? He quickly stepped forward, grabbed its tail, and enthusiastically bit. As a result, the blood status index not only dropped to 66%, but his teeth also flew out. Jiang Du spat out blood, thinking in shock. Oh my, why is this blood chicken's fur as hard as iron? What's with that? Anger surged within him. He retracted his claws, face full of resentment. Damn it, I'll smash you. The glowing claws shot straight at the blood chicken. Around Jiang Du's body, energy swirled, making him puzzled as he watched his body absorbing. After a while of absorbing energy from the mutant creature, his blood status was now 100%. Instead, Jiang Du licked his lips and smirked, extremely delicious. On the ground, looking at the blood chicken that had now turned purple, losing its original fearsome look, Jiang Du also understood. So, rations means this. Absorbing the blood of blood species to recover. So in the real world, I also have a way to recover, compensating for the shortcomings of the shadow form. He picked up his phone, looked at the targets appearing, and said smugly, let's find a few more blood species to test. Who knows, maybe I can awaken even stronger abilities. Jiang Du quickly returned to his original form. Surprised to see the phone screen, he brought the phone up. He put it to his ear and spoke. Uncle Lai, why are you looking for me? The angry shout from the other end nearly burst Jiang Du's eardrum. Lai Tuan-Kwang yelled, if you don't answer my calls again, I was about to send people to collect your corpse. Unable to stay calm, Uncle Lai worriedly warned, are you in Eastern District 2 right now? Come back immediately now. Jiang Du was a bit hesitant, replying, no, I'm eating outside. I'm not in Eastern District 2. Hearing that, Lai Tuan-Kwang became furious. Who are you lying to? This blood-type contamination is very unusual. It's not something you can mess with. Uncle Lai sat in the office, holding the phone, raising his voice to instruct. Listen carefully, the blood-type contamination brought by the blood species this time, even a level 3 transcendent cannot withstand. Those with severe conditions will develop blood-colored lines on their body, and could lose control and mutate into a strange insect at any time. Frustrated listening to his uncle's nagging, he replied half-heartedly, Yeah, I know. On the other end of the line, Lai Tuan-Kwang asked, puzzled, this whole area has fallen. This blood source contamination will surely seep into the crowd soon, right? Standing silently looking into the distance, Jiang Du nodded and replied, yeah, based on the number of infected, it's probably been around for over half a month. He clenched his hands, annoyed, and said, such a long time, yet it only broke out intensively in the Eastern District too, and all at the same time, Uncle Lai. Don't you find this very strange? At that moment in the office, he too was stunned upon hearing this question. After a moment of silence, Lai Tuan-Kwang raised his voice to warn. Don't even think about prying into this, it's not your concern. Jiang Du hastily spoke up. Wait, let me ask one last question. Among the cases treated for blood source contamination, is there someone named Dang Koa? Uncle Lai wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear while flipping through the records. After checking, he shook his head and replied, Dang Koa isn't here, but his daughter is on the list. And she is one of the 3 in the most critical condition. Lai Tuan-Kwang wondered, why are you asking this? Suddenly receiving no reply from the other end, Uncle Lai furrowed his brows in worry. The phone had fallen to the ground, the call still ongoing. Uncle Lai's voice kept calling out, Jiang Du, hello, Jiang Du. At that moment, Jiang Du had swiftly transformed into his shadow form. His face was filled with panic as he stared ahead. He grimaced, gritted his teeth in worry. Suddenly, 3 mutant insects appeared in front of him. They were several times larger than his body. A battle promised to be extremely intense and fiery. Faced with this situation, Jiang Du frowned and speculated. This feeling was exactly like being targeted back at the Dong Trung squad. This time, he was targeted by bloodworms again. Could it be that his shadow and the blood are also life-and-death opponents? Suddenly, one of the mutant insects uttered strange words. Blood contamination, shattered blood vessel lines, quarantine, rations. He stared at them, wide-eyed in confusion. Jiang Du looked at the 3 multicolored mutant insects before him and thought to himself, stomach, blood vessel lines, rations. Could it be that bloodworms are food for my shadow in the abyss? They all charged at him fiercely. Jiang Du nimbly leaped up to dodge the red mutant insect's attack. He looked down angrily and thought, oh heavens, is this food trying to rebel? The purple mutant insect growled and lashed out its tassel-like tail to attack him. Glancing backward, seeing the long, wriggling tail of the monster, even he was startled. Just as it attacked, Jiang-Du quickly vanished into thin air to dodge the mutant insect's strike. Looking up from the black hole he created, he stood on the ground angrily cursing under his breath. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. You lot go first, then I'll pick you off one by one. The three mutant insects came menacingly toward Jiang-Du, and he seized the momentum to jump up, directly spinning and flipping a somersault right before the bewildered eyes of the purple mutant insect. A grand landing by Jiang-Du. Just when it seemed he had escaped disaster, two masked men with guns suddenly appeared from nowhere, pointing their weapons at him and questioning. "Who's there?" Jiang-Du hurriedly shouted. "Friendlies, don't shoot." Despite his words, gunfire still rained toward him continuously, making him furrow his brows. It turned out the bullets kept flying toward the mutant creatures standing behind him. Jiang-Du furrowed his brows in fear, not understanding what was happening. Two other men wearing black glasses came to support and asked, "Are you okay?" Staring straight ahead, he was startled to realize it wasn't just two people. There must have been 200 of them. They lined up neatly, aiming their guns at the bleeding mutant creatures lying on the ground. He looked at the people before him in disbelief, saying, "Are these level 4 night watchmen? I didn't expect the regular army to show up this time." Jiang-Du shrugged, pretending to be glum, and said, "Let's go home. Take a shower and go to sleep. It's none of my business now." Suddenly, a tank fired rockets fiercely ahead. The mutant creatures roaming about were immediately attacked, causing them to flee in panic. The scene was utter chaos, explosions everywhere. The sky gradually returned to peace, the gloom had been eliminated. An announcement rang out, "Residents, please be assured the mutant creatures have been dealt with. The Eastern District 2 of Manhwa is now safe." The desolate scene unfolded before his eyes. Cracks in buildings, lingering smoke and dust, remnants of the battle left behind. The reassuring announcement continued to echo, "Everyone, please remain calm, do not panic excessively." One fine morning at the university library, someone suddenly slammed the book Overview of Abyss Races onto the table. The person breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally found it. It was Jiang-Du opening the book on the table. He murmured pensively, "This time I must figure out the relationships among the mutant species in the abyss. See exactly how many life and death opponents my shadow has." He intently studied the contents of the book, learning that the abyss is another dimension. Different from our blue planet, its social structure and races are extremely unique existences. The author himself read many documents, and combined with first-hand experience entering the abyss, then wrote this book. A simple description of the composition of life forms in the abyss, written by Lai Tu and Kwang. Jiang-Du looked at the author's name and couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh, Uncle Lai wrote this book." An image of the abyss showed a space enveloped in strange green blood. Aura and humans were also severely affected. According to what is known, the abyss does have a sun there. On the contrary, there are 3 suns in the sky. As the book records, the abyss is filled with dense pollution everywhere. Superhumans below level 3 or those with willpower below level 4. Entering it means being not far from death. What's even more special is that the mutant species living here gradually form phylogenetic relationships based on their level. The general attribute bloodline theory. Moreover, each of them is a large tribe, and between tribes there exist many relationships such as dependency, alliance, mortal enemies, and prey, and many others. Having read for a while, Jiang-Du felt his eyes open. He was extremely excited, so there are even alliances among mutant species. So maybe he has one too. Inside the page is a green alien insect with eyes. Purple in the middle of its belly, the description says it's an upper-level insect tribe of the abyss, extremely large in size. Usually without special abilities, just its body is enough to wreak havoc. A juvenile can often reach the height of 3-5 floors. Extremely few in number, because of its size, it's very hard to squeeze through the cracks to reach lamb tin. Jiang-Du read this information and fell into thought. If this thing really came to the real world, I'm afraid only Ultraman could deal with it. He flipped through other pages to read the information. Suddenly, he froze when looking at the page in front of him. Inside the page were images of beautiful girls. 3 girls with voluptuous bodies and symbols on their belly. Seeing the picture, Jiang-Du couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Uncle Lai must have written it wrong, right? Why would there be beautiful women in a book about alien insects? What does this mean? Jiang-Du carefully read the introduction in the book. Succubus species, a mid-level race in the abyss, relying on charm ability. Weak combat strength, in terms of fighting ability, might not even match some lower-level species. Succubus species are nearly humanoid. They have high intelligence, can use certain methods to infiltrate human society, approach high-ranking figures. After reading, he gradually understood. He felt a bit worried, so these are also alien insects. To disguise themselves and infiltrate the high ranks, this kind of alien insect is truly dangerous. Jiang-Du clenched his fist, gaining confidence despite his bleeding nose. If I ever encounter this succubus species in the future, I absolutely must defeat it by any means. He sat flipping through the pages, studying intently. Bone insect, a mid-level insect tribe of the abyss, using bones as the source of its power. Grudge species, a lower-level insect tribe absorbing resentment as food. Combat strength very weak. After a moment of reflection, he said excitedly, "Interesting, there are grudge species, so does that mean there are also sword species and slaughter species?" Turning to the next page, Jiangdu was surprised by the content inside. A series of information appeared. Shadow insect, also known as shadow demon insect, is the highest upper-level insect tribe in the abyss, with prospects of becoming one of the 3 strongest insect tribes of the abyss, alongside the ancient demon insect and the soul demon insect. Jiangdu stared at the page in surprise. The image of the shadow insect was extremely bizarre. Compared to other insect tribes, shadow insects develop many other insect minions into their subordinate, practicing class rules similar to our human society. Jiangdu picked up the book, stunned, his eyes wide, exclaimed, "Oh my god, so the shadow species is in existence like a demon king in the abyss. I thought this species was only good at being an assassin striking from the shadows. But do you know why the shadow insect collapsed overnight?" According to the writer's knowledge, shadow insects treated their subordinates as targets for indiscriminate slaughter, even if it hadn't collapsed on its own, under such oppressive rule. Over a long period, sooner or later, it would have been overthrown by various alien species joining forces to topple the tyrannical shadow species. Jiangdu hastily threw the book onto the table. His whole face became dejected and panicked. No way. If that's the case, the shadow insect has no allies in this abyss. Images of other alien insects appeared. He cursed in fear, "Damn it, they're all mortal enemies." Jiangdu leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and thought, "So the shadow species of the past created karma and now it's all counted against me. What bad luck." He secretly felt satisfied, but the fact that they are targeting me also proves they still fear me, afraid that one day I will mature. Thinking of this, an image of a handsome and heroic Jiangdu appeared. Seeing his own cool appearance, he sighed deeply. Perhaps one day, I could be like the shadow species of old, appearing as the return of the king. Standing there fantasizing for a while, Jiangdu burst out laughing with delight. "Then, I'll sweep through the abyss and make a bunch of succubi my servants. Just thinking about it is exciting, ha ha." His dorky smile made a few people behind him frown and judge. Suddenly a hand placed on his shoulder reminded, "Classmate, don't talk loudly in the library." Jiangdu startled and glanced over. Unconsciously he apologized. "Sorry, teacher too." He didn't expect to run into his teacher. Teacher to laughed and teased, "Haha, you're exactly like your Uncle Lai. Sometimes he just laughs to himself like an idiot." Jiangdu's eyes widened in surprise. "Suddenly, you know Uncle Lai." Teacher to gently reminded, "Shh, keep your voice down. Your Uncle Lai is my former student." Hearing that, he pondered a bit. "Is that so?" Then teacher to can be considered half an acquaintance of mine. "If so, then about the true history you mentioned last time." Teacher to shook a finger to cut him off. "No rush, when you reach level 3 you'll understand on your own." Jiangdu looked at him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Then how do I reach level 3? No tricks." Teacher to looked at him with one eye closed, scrutinizing. After some thought, teacher to decided to say, "I once said before, fear is not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, the more the better. Because that is the process of condensing supernatural power, also a necessary condition to reach level 3. Teacher to explained seriously. "If after level 3 you feel fear and your will collapses, the power in your chest will also vanish. After that, to advance further, the difficulty only intensifies." Jiangdu's eyes widened in surprise and he thought, "There is fear within, so that's it then." He continued pondering. "A person like me, born fearless of heaven and earth, and with seasoned insights into strange insects. Doesn't that mean I'll never be able to reach level 3? He turned around and advised him, "All right, don't overthink it. If there's any problem you can come find me anytime later." Jiangdu replied in surprise. "Yes, thank you, teacher too." After walking a while, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." The teacher's thoughtful eyes fixed intently on him as he instructed, "Let me give you a little reminder. At the end of the month, the special training camp has a test. Make sure you prepare very carefully." Jiangdu looked bewildered, not understanding anything. The end-of-month exam suddenly came to mind and he panicked, trembling with fear. "Oh my god, isn't that the day after tomorrow?" That day finally arrived. When the exam started, the candidates sat spaced apart. Jiangdu dejectedly put his hand on his head and thought, "I'm not afraid. Although I'm bad at math, literature, and foreign languages, my knowledge about superhumans is not lacking at all." After some pondering, the drum sounded, signaling the start of the test. Inside the exam room, he reached out to take his test paper. When he saw the question, Jiangdu's eyes could not hide his astonishment and he blurted out. The first question was, "What is the full name of the basic superhuman class? A is Zhang San, B is Li Si, C is Wang Wu, D is Zhao Liu." He pressed his pen on the test paper, angrily scolding, "What the hell kind of question is this?" Seeing the question, Jiangdu painfully clutched his head and thought, "Although this was supposed to be a giveaway question, I really can't remember those teachers' names. Forget it. Just leave this one blank for now." Next question, he thought he could handle the following ones. But after reading the question, Jiangdu's face turned pale. The question was, Superhuman Level 1 is called Awakening. Superhuman Level 2 has a total of 3 stages. 1 Infatuation, 2 Wolf Bridge, 3 Domination, 4 Mutation, 5 Control. Please choose the answer A, B, C, D, E. All are correct. Yang Du foolishly stammered and muttered, "Seems like I still don't know." Next question, then question 3, what laws and regulations must superhumans comply with? He bit his lip and thought. Then came question 4, what emergency treatments are there for the backlash? After killing a soul spawn, his face was indescribably bewildered, a bunch of question marks above his head. Finally, question 5, what equipment and weapons do superhumans commonly use? By this question, he also held his head and gave up, his face contorted with fear. After a series of questions, he still hadn't answered any. He probably was praying to heaven and Buddha. Forget it, let things take their course. Suddenly his eyes glanced at the essay section and the question was, when you are at home when suddenly there is a loud banging on the door outside. You observe that outside there is a level 1 mid-rank bone worm. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the best way to handle it? He imagined a green bone worm incessantly banging on the door. Next question 2. When first entering the superhuman world, level 1 is just the process of adapting to abilities, and each person's ability is different. And there are also many people without abilities. Relating to yourself, how do you think you should train your ability in the most suitable way? Training ability. Reading this, again the image of a young man standing on a rocky outcrop in the sea constantly training. Finally, the third question. An unavoidable matter when becoming a superhuman is contact with mutant bugs and their contamination. How do you think you can avoid contamination or minimize the damage of contamination to the body? The image of a hand holding a spray can. Spraying at a mutant bug. Having read the series of questions, Jiang Du exclaimed proudly, "Oh, these questions are all real-life experience. I'm good at this." He kept writing on the test paper, producing a rustling sound. Just like that, Jiang Du happily completed his part. He enjoyed thinking, there's still the final essay question. Oh my god, this exam really was made just for me. Sunlight gradually shone on the city building. The two left the exam room. Jiao, seeing his excessive confidence, helplessly asked, "Looking at your face, it seems the test wasn't bad." Jiang Du smoothed his hair and arrogantly replied, "Of course, I'm not saying a high score, but this time I can definitely pass." She pointed her finger and reminded, "Keep dreaming. Every time you finish an exam you feel very good, but when the results come they're terrible." Hearing that, he turned around sharply, annoyed. "What? When it comes to killing mutant bugs, I have some insights to some extent. This time there's definitely no problem." Jiao replied indifferently, "All right, I wish I had really underestimated you." Jiao casually flipped her hair, turned to another direction and asked, "By the way, did Van Hai get to meet Tiu?" Jiang Du nodded, confirming, "Yeah, did she tell you?" Jiao tilted her head looking at him and said, "She said you've changed a lot lately. She almost didn't recognize you." In her heart she silently joked, saying a big change, or rather that Jiang Du looks really good now. He swaggered away, "It's normal to change. But that best friend of yours has changed even more than me." She was surprised, hurriedly asked, "Change? What change?" As he walked, Jiang Du lazily said, "Just a bit off." Jiao quickly chased after him, asking, "Why is he off?" Jiang Du explained clearly. He ignored her, smiled, and replied, "You go ask yourself." She frowned and called, "Jiang Du." At that moment, a teacher was grading students' papers. The grader's hand trembled with anger. Red marks continuously crossed this test paper. The content of this student's answer was, 1. You are at home when suddenly there is a loud banging on the door outside. You observe that outside there is a level 1 mid-rank bone worm. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating to yourself, what do you think is the best way to handle it? That student answered, "Open the door and directly smash its head down." Next question 2. When first entering the superhuman world, level 1 is just the process of adapting to abilities, and each person's ability is different. And there are also many people without abilities. Relating to yourself, how do you think you should train your ability in the most suitable way? The ability training test. Their answer was, kill mutant bugs, gradually becoming stronger through hunting. Another red mark was written down. Finally, question 3. An unavoidable thing when becoming a superhuman is contact with mutant bugs and their contamination. How do you think one can avoid contamination or minimize damage from contamination to the body? This student replied, "Don't become a superhuman." The teacher couldn't contain his anger after grading this paper. Randomly picking all C on the multiple choice was one thing, but the essay answers were also nonsense. He let out a long sigh. The teacher continued opening the next paper, reaching the essay section. The essay prompt on the desk read, "Superhumans hold different meanings in people's eyes. Talk about the image of a superhuman in your heart. How did that person encourage and guide you to become a superhuman?" Use "the superhuman in my eyes" as the essay title. The topic is unlimited. Below is the essay. My superhuman uncle. The so-called superhuman is one who can do what ordinary people cannot. I believe a superhuman is not just someone with great strength, but an ordinary person who still has a superhuman heart. When you turn your back to the sun, you only see your own shadow. But when you face the sun, even if you close your eyes, you can still see the light. My uncle was once a general of Dai Chao. Now he is a high-ranking member of the Night Watch organization. Since I was little uncle, I have another uncle named Luke Nam Fang. He is also my future father-in-law. He is also the inspector of the Van Hai Night Watch organization, a good comrade of my uncle Lai. This test paper belongs to none other than Jiang Du. After reading this paper, the instructor felt it would be a waste if his blood didn't boil. Instructor Tong gnashed his teeth, angrily calling Jiang Du's name. He scheduled a meeting to have tea in the teacher's room. Kanan angrily looked at Jiang Du sitting across from him. He frowned, gnashed his teeth, and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Jiang Du asked cheerfully and excitedly. "Why?" Seeing the student's shamelessness, the instructor's anger became even harder to contain. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and scolded, "You're really something. What kind of nonsense is this? What if someone else sees it?" Teacher Kanan burst out in extreme anger. "You know nothing about theoretical knowledge, and your essays are a mess." Jiang Du leaned back in his chair, scratched his head, and replied with a smile, "But I was telling the truth. I'm already level 2. He frankly continued, "When you see a mutant, of course you just charge right in." Instructor Tong was so angry that his veins bulged. "So you think now that you've reached level 2, you don't need to learn this theoretical knowledge anymore, right? Dealing with mutants only requires relying on strength, right?" Jiang Du smirked and replied perfunctorily, "Theoretical knowledge ultimately has to be used in actual combat anyway. So the most important thing is still real combat." Although angry, Instructor Tong couldn't do anything more. He just leaned forward and raised his fist as a warning. He chuckled disdainfully and said, "Is that so? If you value real combat so much, then take a real combat test." Jiang Du stammered anxiously, You're not planning to beat me up, are you?" Kanan turned to leave, waved his hand, and answered, "Don't worry, not me." Jiang Du was a bit puzzled. "Oh, then who?" The teacher turned back, winked mysteriously, and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." After a long while, Jiang Du and Instructor Tong walked to a room. Jiang Du looked around curiously and asked, "What is this place? My body feels so heavy." The instructor smiled smugly and replied, "Heavy is right. This is the closed-off area, a place for superhuman physical training for advanced students." Jiang Du looked listlessly at the teacher, who wore a sly expression. "There is a special restriction here that maintains high-intensity pressure. Many second-year students fail at this stage. The repeat rate is double." Hearing that, he sneered to himself, "Only a 2x repeat rate? I think this is the promotion rate." The two gradually walked deeper inside, and a combat platform appeared ahead. A man was already standing there waiting. Instructor Tong smiled with delight, pointed at that person and reminded him, "Go up. Your opponent today is him." Jiang Du excitedly climbed over the ropes to get up. He solemnly saluted military style. "Hello, instructor." The other man tilted his head to look at him, and a terrifying aura engulfed the surroundings. Jiang Du's entire body was enveloped by this power. He froze, panicking, "What's going on? Just one glance, why is my mind blank?" Jiang Du gritted his teeth angrily. "The strength in my whole body has lost control. Could it be affected by his power?" An image of a man training flashed in his mind. He widened his eyes and recognized, "Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before." He recalled the image of the instructor when he performed a move and finally understood. At that time, he shattered the training ground with just one move. Jiang Du finally remembered. That's right, that video also said. This young man broke Uncle Lai's record. The instructor's handsome face appeared vividly in his mind. A cold, handsome face and a toned physique. Jiang Du silently recalled the information about that person, 29 years old, the youngest general in history, and also the 5th incumbent general. Jiang Du nervously broke out in a sweat, thinking, "My opponent is actually a current general of Dai Chao." He looked at the young, muscular man before him and muttered to himself, "Just one glance and the power in my body is like a horse that has slipped its reins. Uncontrollable if we really fight." Suddenly, Jiang Du's sharp intuition sensed something approaching, causing him to. He could only stare wide-eyed. Still, he was utterly unable to escape that battle general's immensely powerful aura. Jiang Du's face went deathly pale, full of agony, as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His whole body was instantly flung into the air by that kick. Before he could even steady himself, a lightning-fast punch shot straight toward Jiang Du's face. He nimbly dodged aside, evading a lethal strike from the current war general. Jiang Du leaped several steps backward to keep his distance. From him, he wiped the blood from his nose and thought in shock, "Holy crap, no greeting at all. He just attacked right away. If I hadn't dodged that move just now, I'd probably be lying in the hospital for a month." Jiang Du smiled, ready to kick off 100 battles. He muttered to himself, "But that was really exciting. Getting to fight the war general of Dai Chao, a chance like this you can only stumble upon, not ask for." Without giving him time to think further, that war general once again swung a powerful fist straight at him. Jiang Du swiftly dodged to the side, barely escaping that punch. He seized the moment, leaping up from behind the man's back. That war general, his expression full of vigilance, clenched his fists and readied himself for battle. He unleashed a flurry of lightning punches at Jiang Du, but Jiang Du dodged them all with ease. He inwardly rejoiced, I can do this, even though his speed is fast. His strength is immense, but his techniques are very simple. The war general's eyes suddenly turned a terrifying black. Jiang Du seemed to sense something was wrong and froze on the spot. In that instant, the war general slammed his palm down hard on Jiang Du's head, making him cough up a mouthful of blood in agony. Seeing this, Kanan anxiously shouted, Jiang Du, Jiang Du. Jiang Du immediately strained to reassure him. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet, I've found a way. The war general heard this and said in a low voice, it seems level 1 power can't do anything to you. Jiang Du's eyes widened in shock and he exclaimed, what, level 1? His expression grew grave and he spoke through gritted teeth. Then let's try level 2. The incumbent war general of Dai Chao began channeling a stronger level of spiritual power into his palm, filling the surroundings with red flames and aimed directly at Jiang Du. That power, quick as lightning, struck down on his shoulder, making Jiang Du grimace in pain. The flames on the war general's hand blazed more and more fiercely, causing Jiang Du to panic inwardly. So heavy, his build is so lean, yet his strength is shockingly immense. By then, he could no longer endure and was forced to kneel before the immense power of that war general. Jiang Du thought to himself, and he doesn't even seem to be straining. It seems he wasn't lying. Before, it really was only level 1 power. Without letting Jiang Du think any further, he launched a kick that sent him flying into the distance. His whole body shot forward like an arrow, forming a fireball that hurtled straight ahead. The moment it crashed into the wall, a thunderous explosion rang out. As the dust slowly cleared, it revealed the heavily wounded and exhausted Jiang Du leaning against a large boulder. Kanan said worriedly, you really didn't go easy on him at all. What if you'd killed him? The war general merely replied calmly, I already held back, he's just too weak. He glanced over at Jiang Du and added regretfully, I heard a little prodigy had appeared in Van Hai, mastering the subtle realm before turning 18, so I came to see for myself. It seems my expectations were too high. Kanan immediately defended him. You can't use your own standards to judge him. This kid's aptitude isn't bad. He just needs time to be honed. The war general turned to leave upon hearing this and said coldly, then take your time honing him. I'm leaving. Kanan asked in surprise, Hung, are you heading back already? He replied leisurely, after visiting an old acquaintance, I'll return to Baekdu by the day after tomorrow at the latest. He waved goodbye and softly reminded, as for that little genius, you'd better not hold out too much hope. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Done showing off and now you want to run. Behind the war general, a figure radiating an incredibly fearsome energy appeared. Kanan panicked, whirled around and shouted, Jiang Du. Jiang Du had already unleashed the latent power within his body. He angrily growled through clenched teeth, you want to leave? Fine. But first you'll have to take one punch from me. He tightened his fist, fiercely charged at that war general and roared. Jiang Du quickly rushed toward him, ready for a tough, decisive battle. The surrounding earth and rocks quaked violently, flying up into the air. Suddenly, Jiang Du's feet froze. That war general immediately spotted the opening, his eyes widening in helpless surprise. He seized the chance, using one hand to forcefully press Jiang Du to the ground. He then leisurely sat on Jiang Du, making him rage and shout, Damn it again, I can't believe I can't hit you. The war general pondered for a moment, then softly asked, Not bad, do you want to come to Baekdu with me? A moment later, the war general of Dai Chao kindly helped Jiang Du to his feet. Jiang Du couldn't believe his ears and asked in confusion. Go to Baekdu? The general continued persuading. You're about to enter university. Baekdu, Lamdong, and Truongduong are all decent choices. I happen to be stationed in Baekdu, so it'll be convenient to look after you. Jiang Du felt a bit worried and thought, we've just met for the first time, neither friends nor acquaintances. This kind of favoritism is way too casual. The war general then recalled memories of years past, smiled, and began to recount. I was once a student of General Li. 7 years ago, I almost fell into the abyss. At that time, due to being infected with an anomaly, I lost all my abilities. Fortunately, General Li pulled me back. Hearing that, Jiang Du thought to himself, Uncle Li, oh Uncle Li, in my past life I couldn't inherit your legacy, but in this life you've at least let me experience this feeling. He pondered in confusion. But 7 years ago coincided with the riot at the testimony concentration zone. General Li had to go on a mission. When he returned, he had lost an arm. Earlier, Uncle Tong also said that at that time, General Li had made an extremely grave mistake. It must be related to this. The general smiled and continued, You don't need to give me an answer right now. After all, you haven't adapted to the content of the special training camp yet. Suddenly arriving in Baekdu would easily draw criticism from others. General Li's old enemies are still waiting for a chance to find fault with him. Jiang Du sighed inwardly. Oh God, how could I forget Uncle Li's personality, so prone to offending others? He hesitated and spoke up. If I go to Baekdu, I won't be captured by anyone, will I? The general patted his shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry. You won't die, you have great talent in this aspect, you must train hard. In 2 months I'll come to check your level." Jiang Du immediately replied, "Okay, brother Fuang." General Fuang watched Jiang Du's figure fading away and thought to himself, a month ago he just comprehended Nhat 5, and now he has already formed his own personal style. If he can be polished well, his future might not be inferior to mine. He opened the file and scrolled to find Jiang Du's name, secretly examining it. In the file it was recorded, name Jiang Du, age 17. Willpower level yellow, rank unknown, suspected rank 8. Ability mirror pupil. Suspected to have been adopted by Li Tuan Kwang from the battlefield. Biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he displayed level 2 ability, and within half a month mastered the Nhap Phi skill. Formed his own personal style, potential candidate for general. General Fuang saw this and thought, this kid's introduction should be updated. Also add a line, fought with Duong Nhat for the first time, gained 3 skills, lock scroll, force press. Astonishing progress. He secretly surmised that assessing his potential as a general candidate was already unprecedented in history. It means this person would be invincible. Who knows, a few years later, Jiang Du might reach such a high level. On the other side, Jiang Du walked along thinking, brother Fuang is really good, gentle and polite, but when he hits people, he's too fierce and cruel. A young general in the growth period, hugging this thigh will reduce many detours. If I could have one more general to shield me, it would be even better. Suddenly, a phone rang. Jiang Du saw who was messaging and said in surprise, "Hey, it's Duong Tu." Duong Tu sent a message reporting, "The materials obtained from the blood seed last time have been made into a vial. After use, it will burn the blood in the body, then guide the style, helping the user comprehend the style better. Want to try?" She also sent a photo of herself holding a black bottle in her hand. Jiang Du saw it and his eyes immediately turned into heart shapes, excitedly saying loudly, "Oh my, can I try this without paying?" A while later, at the large white building of the Ministry of Health, Jiang Du pushed open the door, skipping in, and asked enthusiastically, "What vial? I want to try." Duong Tu came out and locked the door. Jiang Du saw this and asked confused, "Why are you locking the door?" She shook the restraint device in her hand and said sternly, "Behave for me," he obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Duong Tu began to take out his QS machine and said, "All vital signs are normal, bodily functions are fine." Jiang Du thought to himself, so it was to check my physical indicators. Making my joy in vain, she picked up a chain and dangled it in front of him. Duong Tu approached him and said calmly, "Come on, put it on." Jiang Du asked back in confusion, Article 164, he thought excitedly. Oh, worthy of my only sister, even the method of testing medicine is so exciting. He hurriedly agreed, okay, put it all on. After a while, Jiang Du's legs were tightly shackled together. He asked in confusion, then what next? Duong Tu pointed to the chair behind and said softly, "Go sit over there quietly." Once seated in the chair, Jiang Du asked, "The whole set, even my hands are locked." Duong Tu replied, "I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it halfway and run away." He firmly said, "Then it won't happen. It's my honor to contribute to medicine." Duong Tu approached, pinched his cheek and whispered, "High awareness." She quickly poured a black vial into his mouth, then explained, "This vial is a version revised by my teacher. We've already tested it on many level 1 students. Now we only lack a level 2 tester. The side effects aren't great, just excitement and inability to sleep for a few days." Duong Tu instructed him, "If you feel uncomfortable later, tell me immediately." Jiang Du looked at her expression and thought suspiciously, why is this sister's smile so scary? Could it be? Without letting him think further, Duong Tu immediately pressed the start button. Jiang Du was instantly electrocuted, causing him to scream in agony. He then, experiencing that feeling, your face turns pale and you think bitterly, damn it, this is really exciting, but not the kind of excitement you imagine. Duong Tu covers her mouth and laughs. Oops, got zapped crispy. Could it be the medicine still hasn't started working? She presses the start button once more, then casually says, "Let's try again." Jiang Du immediately gets zapped one more time, making him panic and shout, Stop. Duong Tu laughs coldly and says softly, "Don't stop. So you've got some backbone, then I'll grant your wish." Jiang Du suddenly realized something was not right with his body. He immediately opened his eyes wide in astonishment. His hands gradually rose up into the air on their own. Yang Tu said delightedly, "It seems the medicine's effects are starting to take effect." Electric sparks began colliding with each other, creating an extremely powerful energy source. Jiang Du's body continuously emitted great spiritual power. He thought to himself in surprise, is this my own momentum? Since awakening, this was the first time he had felt the existence of momentum so clearly. Jiang Du began to gather his spiritual power into his hand. He said to himself, moreover, this momentum has even transformed into tangible energy, something I can see and control. Later in battle, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Tu asked softly, "How is it?" Jiang Du replied joyfully, "Very refreshing. I can feel the momentum and bodily functions clearly increasing strongly." Yang Tu smiled and said, "Very good, it seems this vial is very suitable for level 2 use." Jiang Du excitedly said, "Then I'll drink it every day. Won't I be able to accumulate enough momentum very quickly?" She laughed lightly and replied, "Nice dream. This is different from the momentum forged in ordinary battle. Moreover, drinking too much would be indigestible for the body and would lead to death." Jiang Du said disappointedly, "Is that so? Affecting lifespan is really not good." He suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Wait, what if I'm not afraid of dying early? You said earlier that it can only be digested. Once it's used up, the momentum gained would be like that forged in ordinary battle, but the price is reduced lifespan." Yang Tu replied sternly, "Your expression is very dangerous. Don't think I'll give you the blood waste vial anymore." Hearing that, Jiang Du smiled inwardly. "If she won't give it to me, I can get it by other means." Elsewhere, people were discussing heatedly. "Did you hear that loud noise from the outskirts last night?" Someone replied, "I heard it, I even thought it was an earthquake." Another person added, "Exactly, it was so loud I thought some big shots were fighting." In the corner, two men were sitting, nibbling and chatting with each other. A white-haired old man walked over, smiled, and greeted. "Old Li, long time no see, eh? What happened to the wounds on your face?" Li Tuan Kwang replied, "Recently those cats have been very fierce. Getting scratched and wounded is normal." The old man scratched his head and laughed. "Then don't go messing with them anymore. Take your time eating, call me if you need anything." Li Tuan Kwang poured wine and said to General Fuang, "It seems since you kid became a general, your wings have hardened." General Fuang thought resentfully, he dares let his teacher pour wine. Li Tuan Kwang laughed loudly and asked, "We fought, we drank, isn't that enough?" General Fuang replied sulkily, "Teacher, you went easy on me." Uncle Li took a sip of wine and said calmly, "That's your illusion. You always feel that when I fought you I didn't use my full strength. But in fact I'm already old." General Fuang immediately retorted, "I'm not stupid, I can clearly tell whether you're holding back or not." Uncle Li smiled lightly and said, "Maybe, but it doesn't matter." He suddenly asked seriously, "But you've been to the training camp, right? How's that kid Jiang Du, interested in taking a disciple?" General Fuang thought for a moment and replied, "Extraordinary potential. He's only been in the camp for over a month but has already mastered 4 superhuman skills. Why won't you teach him yourself?" Uncle Li said gently, "I'm old, I can't compare with you young people. After thinking it over, you're still the most suitable. Leaving him to you, I'm at ease." General Fuang slammed his cup on the table and asked suspiciously, "Clearly, everyone else doesn't want to associate with you, right? Also, don't act like you're giving a deathbed entrustment. Teach your own child yourself." Li Tuan Kwang chuckled and quickly changed the subject. All right, let's not talk about this. Recently, that guy in North Capital hasn't been staying quiet. Has it affected you?" He immediately replied, "Not for now. But it seems that guy is looking for something." General Fuang frowned and said softly, "I just have a feeling a storm is coming. The path to level 6 just had hope. But to truly popularize it, who knows how many years it will take. I'm afraid we can't wait." Suddenly Jiang Du appeared out of nowhere and said, "How annoying, you started eating without waiting for me." Uncle Li grumbled, "We waited for you half the day. Were we supposed to just stay hungry? Stop fussing, sit down and eat quickly." Jiang Du looked at the two of them and asked suspiciously, "Hey, you two didn't just have a fight, did you? Your faces are all bruised and battered." Uncle Li just smiled faintly and remained silent, not answering his question. As for General Fuang, he quietly took a sip of wine, acting as if he hadn't heard. Li Tuan Kwang loudly called out to break the silence, "Oldengo, come here, please take a photo for us." Oldengo quickly agreed. "All right." Saying so, the old man took the phone, looked, and then pressed the shutter repeatedly. In the photo, General Fuang and Uncle Li were smiling happily. Jiang Du, however, was still busy eating food from the table. Li Tuan Kwang saw the photo and praised, "Beautiful shot. Uncle, send the original picture to us too." Jiang Du heard that and was puzzled. What's up with the old uncle today? Normally he hates taking photos the most, but today he actually asked to take a photo and was even smiling really. "Me too." A moment later, he suddenly stood up to leave, hastily saying goodbye. "Uncle Lai, Brother Fuang, you all carry on eating. Since I'm out of camp today, I must go do my weekly mission." Uncle Lai nodded and replied, "Go ahead." General Fuang gently reminded, "Be careful." Jiang Du stretched his limbs and silently resolved, "Time to work." On the other side, Uncle Lai and General Fuang watched him leave with deeply affectionate eyes filled with love. Jiang Du stood among a crowd. They were all mission participants. He looked around, thinking to himself, "I can't believe this puny level 2 blood insect mission attracted so many scavengers and night watch members." He took a few more steps. The number of participants kept growing. The level 2 blood spawn was discovered last night. Logically, with so many people trying to catch it, they should have caught it long ago, right? Jiang Du decided to hide in a corner and silently observe. Given the situation, he became suspicious. Could the Night Watch's tracker have made a mistake? After thinking a while, he decided to check the Shadow Realm. Maybe there was a clue. Instantly, Jiang Du was surrounded by a strange black liquid. Then it slowly vanished. Finally, he was transported to another area, taking in the surroundings, pondering. Since his power level reached level 2, although his ability to see health bars hadn't increased, his field of vision had expanded significantly. As Jiangdu sensed something, he whipped his head around without a sound. A room was emitting strange energy. He looked closely, and sure enough, that blood spawn was lurking behind the window curtain. Its body was a skeleton wreathed in energy, looking quite bizarre and grotesque. Jagged sharp fangs jutted out, and its blank white eyes had no pupils staring at Jiangdu. No wonder so many people hadn't found it. So it was hiding in the adjacent block, good at hiding indeed. He quickly assessed the blood spawn, getting more and more excited. A level 2 blood spawn with 70% health bar remaining. Doable, he smirked. The black liquid flickering with blinding lightning slowly reappeared. Immediately, Jiangdu appeared behind the blood spawn, careful to stay silent so as not to wake that ugly monster. But the blood spawn quickly realized Jiangdu was behind it. It turned its head and fixed its blank white eyes on him. Then it roared with fury as if its presence alone could crush the air around it. Jiangdu bent his knees and spread his arms, readying an attack stance. His left hand transformed into a black blade, with electric sparks running along. His arm, he easily brought the blood spawn down, leaving it motionless on the ground. Jiangdu slowly approached, and a fairly large syringe appeared in his hand. He even cheerfully hummed, "Ooh yeah." Jiangdu inserted the syringe into the back of the blood spawn's neck, slowly filling the syringe with its blood, getting some blood source for Duongtu's group. That way I can use the blood-cost syringe again. The blood spawn, being drained, let out a miserable howl of pain, its face gradually contorting horrifically. That scream quickly caught the attention of the other mission participants. They looked in the direction the scream came from. This sound. It's from the adjacent block, someone said. Jiangdu, standing right next to it, had to endure its scream. Irritated, he poked his pinky into his ear. "Ah, my ears are almost deaf from its screeching." After getting its blood, Jiangdu retrieved the syringe and put it in the backpack on his back. Just as he finished packing up, a group of people burst in. "Freeze, Night Watch." Hands up, he turned and saw several burly men with weapons slowly approaching. Jiangdu greeted them warmly. "Hello, I'm a collector for the Night Watch. I happened to pass by and discovered this blood spawn. I've already taken care of it, you can take the body back." As they descended with the blood spawn, a piercing scream caught their attention. "Huh," Jiangdu wondered. "What's going on? Could there be another mutant insect?" Jiangdu looked toward the scream and saw that the source was a young girl. Dark purple, string-like tendrils clung to her calves, looking like stains that could never be washed off. The girl was being held captive by a giant blood insect. Its body purple, this blood beast seemed to be nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body, from head to toe, was covered in long fur. Long, menacing fangs sprouted from its mouth. The girl was still wearing her school uniform. She screamed, "Help me." Jiangdu looked at her and recognized her. Tiu Tiu. Someone rushed toward the blood insect, a submachine gun in hand. He raised his weapon, pointed it at the blood insect, and yelled, "Stop, you can't escape." Others also approached, intending to surround the blood spawn and quickly free the hostage. The blood spawn not only refused to release Feng Tiu Tiu, but even slashed its sharp claw across her chest, making Tiu Tiu cry out in pain. But she didn't dare disturb it. She could only grit her teeth and endure the pain. Seeing the bright red blood, the blood creature's breathing grew more and more rapid. Seeing that scene, Jiangdu couldn't stay calm either. Damn it, if he just acted, the probability of the little one dying along with it was very, very high. At first he hesitated a little, but then he decided to act. No other choice, he just had to give it a try. A dark skeletal pattern emanated from Jiangdu's feet. The surrounding air quickly thickened, and the entire area was swiftly enveloped by the strange dark skeletal pattern. The crowd immediately became noisy. What? Before long, they all saw the blood beast let out a howl full of agony, screaming. Its body shook violently. Seizing the moment, Jiangdu lunged forward and severed the blood beast's head. With a single swift, clean strike, not a wasted movement. Then he landed lightly on the ground. Jiangdu turned back to look at Feng Xiaoxiao and asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you alright?" Xiaoxiao was still dazed. Everything happened so fast she hadn't processed what just occurred. It wasn't until Jiangdu approached Feng Xiaoxiao. Jiangdu raised his hand and waved it in front of Feng Xiaoxiao, asking again, "Hey, what's wrong? Did you get scared silly?" At that, Feng Xiaoxiao snapped out of it. "Oh, she stammered in reply. A green-haired man, seeing Feng Xiaoxiao still dazed, walked over. "Thanks, young friend, that situation just now was really dangerous. Good thing you were here. We'll take this girl to the hospital." Feng Xiaoxiao started, then quickly shook her head in refusal. "No need, I have anti-contamination medicine at home." The green-haired man still seemed uneasy and pressed further. "Huh, but what if you run into danger on the way?" Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and ran over to Jiangdu. "It's fine. He's my classmate, he'll take me home." Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly run over and hug him, Jiangdu couldn't react in time, so he just stood there red-faced, letting Feng Xiaoxiao hold him. Jiangdu's body went stiff, he yelped awkwardly, Ah, Feng Xiaoxiao looked up at Jiangdu and asked. Right, classmate Jiangdu? Jiangdu could only blush, still a bit bewildered, reaching up to scratch his head and softly agreeing. His mind instantly turned chaotic. What on earth are you up to, Feng Xiaoxiao? Could you really have fallen for me? After seeing. Since Feng Xiaoxiao seemed to know Jiangdu, the man opposite breathed a sigh of relief. All right then, with this friend here there shouldn't be any problem. But he still kindly reminded them. Still, you two be careful. Lately, blood spawn have been appearing a lot in this area. Feng Xiaoxiao waved at the green-haired man. Okay, don't worry, Nightwatch uncle, bye, he replied, and take care on the road. After the two had gone far, someone holding a tablet approached the green-haired man and reported, Chief, the check is done. This blood spawn is the one that killed the 3 restaurant owners before. The green-haired man was shocked. What? He turned back to look at the report handed to him. All 3 victims were in the same line of work. Good thing we caught it that day, otherwise even more people would have been hurt. His attention immediately snapped to a particularly familiar name, Feng Xinren. He muttered the name under his breath. Jiangdu safely escorted Feng Xiaoxiao home. She invited him inside. Come in. Feng Xiaoxiao was extremely neat and tidy. Sunlight slanted through the window panes, making the room gradually brighter. Jiangdu looked around the house and asked, Where are your parents? Not home. Feng Xiaoxiao turned away. They're away on business. They're rarely home normally. Jiangdu walked over to the rabbit cage in the room. Inside was a white rabbit with red eyes, extremely cute. But Xiaoxiao, since when have you been raising a rabbit? I've never heard you mention. Jiangdu poked his finger through the cage bars to scratch its nose. So adorable. His eyes lit up. Spicy braised rabbit would probably be really delicious. As he spoke, Jiangdu imagined turning the rabbit in front of him into a tasty dish. His reaching hands, like devilish claws, wanted to grab it. The rabbit flinched in fear. Seeing Jiangdu teasing the rabbit like that, Feng Xiaoxiao approached. As she walked, her hips swayed back and forth, looking extremely alluring. She advised, don't get too close to it, or it might bite you. She finished with a flirtatious smile, her face blushing. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely ambiguous. Hearing this, Jiangdu shyly pulled back his hand and smiled. Is that so? Then I really should be a bit careful. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao reveal such a seductive look, although he was also a bit embarrassed. Oh my god, dressed so seductively, is she challenging me with this? I can't take it anymore. So Jiangdu decided to leave. He coughed lightly. Since you're home safe now, my job here is done, I'll be going now. Jiangdu hurriedly turned toward the door. Feng Xiaoxiao had no intention of letting Jiangdu escape so quickly. Not even willing to have a cup of tea with a classmate, that's really too much to ask. Seeing him silent, Feng Xiaoxiao wouldn't let Jiangdu off the hook. Or are you saying you're scared? She smirked, her tone full of challenge. In the end, Jiangdu had to give in. He turned back and sat down at the table, looking at all sorts of fruit, snacks, and pastries. But Jiangdu only dared to take a glass of water and huddle in a corner of the sofa. He looked utterly pitiful sitting there. In contrast, Feng Xiaoxiao was completely at ease. She took off her shoes, lounged beside him, resting her legs on the table while eating chips. The silent atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Jiangdu sneaked glances at Feng Xiaoxiao's fair, smooth legs, quietly blushing. He thought to himself, weird. Last time we met I already felt something was a bit off. Feng Xiaoxiao has really changed a lot, not just her face. Her figure has gotten even better too. Could this be the legendary transformation women undergo when they grow up? Jiangdu spoke up, looking at Feng Tiu, who was sitting next to him eating chips. She suddenly closed her eyes as if remembering something, then spoke again. This is the second time you've saved me. Jiangdu held the steaming cup of water, and seeing that Feng Tiu finally spoke, he felt somewhat relieved. Partially right, what a coincidence. Maybe you should buy some self-defense items and carry them with you. After all, you can't always coincidentally run into me. Jiangdu held the steaming cup of water. Feng Tiu immediately shook her head. No need, if it really happens, I'll just have to accept it. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Suddenly, as if something crossed her mind, she turned around, propped her hand on the chair, and leaned closer to Jiangdu. Right, how has Jiao been at the camp lately? Seeing Feng Tiu approach, Jiangdu quickly shifted away to the opposite side, just the same as before. Every day after training, she goes to rest. When she's free, she talks to me. Feng Tiu smiled. Just talking, what else would it be? Fat Liu goes with me too. Hearing that, Feng Tiu no longer pressed close to Jiangdu. She leaned back against the sofa, smiling self-deprecatingly. That's nice. If I had tested positive for aptitude, I would have been able to stay together with you guys. Now Jiangdu quickly replied, it's not like we can't meet. We're still old classmates. Jiangdu jumped up from the chair, went in front of her and flailed his arms and legs to comfort her. Don't think nonsense. When you finish your exams, we'll be out of the camp too. Then we can go out together, eat, and chat. Feng Tiu suddenly lunged forward and hugged Jiangdu. Jiangdu didn't understand what was happening and could only call her name in shock. Tiu Tiu. Feng Tiu Tiu's chest pressed tightly against Jiang Du's arm, so tightly that Jiang Du could feel her heartbeat thump, thump. Her legs were restless too. They bent and kept rubbing back and forth between Jiang Du's legs. Feng Tiu Tiu's entire body pressed against Jiang Du. He panicked and pushed Tiu Tiu away, shouting, "Feng Tiu Tiu, do you know what relationship Jio and I have? Why are you doing this?" Feng Tiu Tiu's face darkened. She said nothing. Silence once again enveloped the room. Finally, Feng Tiu Tiu raised her head. Tears streamed down her face and she said in a choked voice, "I can't accept it." The two sat down and talked again. This time, Feng Tiu Tiu seemed to have returned to her true self. She was no longer crying. Her sitting posture was meek, head bowed low, legs swaying. "She is my best friend. As for her, she's beautiful, good at studying, highly talented. Everyone likes her. I admire her, but at the same time, I'm jealous of her. I know it's not good, but I can't stay calm." Feng Tiu Tiu began to reminisce. Until one day, Jio told me she wanted to study music and didn't want to become a superhuman. At that time, I was extremely happy. I thought, finally I can prove myself, so I tried my best. Tiu Tiu's efforts were clearly shown through her daily diligence. No matter what she was doing, she always had thick books in hand. The image of Luke Jio in Feng Tiu Tiu's memory was the complete opposite. She was cheerful, carefree, always surrounded by friends. But life seemed to mock me, turning my efforts into bubbles. Tiu Tiu's face was tinged with sadness. She started crying again. "She and I are now from two different worlds." A bitter smile appeared on her face. The doorknob suddenly turned with a click. Two people walked in. They were Feng Tiu Tiu's parents. They hadn't yet noticed that there were two people standing in their living room. They walked in, talking about work. Who would have thought that all three of them would die at the hands of mutant insects? But you could call it karma, Feng Tiu Tiu's mother replied. Although they were longtime rivals, their sudden passing makes one sigh. When they entered the room, Feng Tiu Tiu's father finally noticed there were people in the living room. They gaped in surprise. Feng Tiu Tiu's mother greeted Jiang Du. Jiang Du politely raised his hand in response. "Aunt, uncle." Feng Tiu Tiu's father was still bewildered. "You two weren't." Jiang Du hurriedly denied it. He shouted, "No, aunt and uncle, it's not what you think." Seeing that Feng Tiu Tiu's parents had returned, Jiang Du decided to leave. "Right, I still have something to do, I'll be going now." Feng Tiu Tiu's mother quickly stopped him. "Why don't you eat with us, then go?" He hastily made up an excuse. "No need, my family has already finished cooking and is calling me home to eat." Seeing Jiang Du about to leave, Feng Tiu Tiu's father called him back. "Oh right, I almost forgot, we just got a phone call saying that our residential compound has been locked down." Hearing that, Jiang Du also stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at Feng Tiu Tiu's father with a shocked expression. He asked, "Locked down?" Outside the compound, the sky still looked as blue as ever. It was just different from usual. Now the compound was surrounded by a line of people. They carried weapons in hand. Everyone's faces were grim and terrifying. The residents around looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. Everyone felt bewildered, not knowing why their compound was locked down, why there was a group of people surrounding. Jiang Du had gone down to the community lobby. He hid in a corner looking at the scene outside. Uncle Luke indeed personally led the team here. It didn't look like they were simply cordoning off the community. Bringing a whole bunch of people to surround a community like this made Jiang Du think of something. It was like they were trying to catch something. A young man holding a tablet approached Inspector Luke. "Inspector Luke, the pollution index measured here is higher than in other communities. Compared to other areas, it can be confirmed the target is within this community." He was silent, then slowly replied, "All right." All squads immediately took action. Jiang Du was hiding not far away, so he could vaguely catch a few words. "The target is in this community building. The one with the blood tattoos is really here." Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Du saw something flash past. He turned his head to follow that shadow, and Jiang Du was surprised. The shadow was a blood fiend with a shape resembling a human, flying and leaping across the sky. It had really appeared. But isn't that the building where Feng Tiu Tiu lives? Following the direction the blood fiend is flying, it's dashing toward Feng Tiu Tiu's home at a lightning-fast speed. Jiang Du hurriedly activated his power. The two previous times the blood fiends had all charged toward Feng Tiu Tiu. Could they be targeting her? The blood fiend flying in the sky suddenly split itself from when it became 4 or 5, catching Jiang Du off guard. "Oh heavens, it's playing the clone trick on me. So many, which one should I follow?" Jiang Du was hiding below the street in a shadowy form. The blood fiends flying in the sky were suddenly stopped by an invisible wall surrounding them. It turned out the people who had surrounded the residential area earlier created a barrier to stop them. "Don't move, behave yourselves." It seemed this action angered them. They quickly turned around and flew in another direction. The group of people couldn't react in time, they could only run fast in pursuit. Jiang Du remained hidden in a corner, observing everything. He had no intention of making a move in front of the crowd right now, but when he looked at the blood fiends, Jiang Du saw something unexpected, something abnormal. After thinking for a while, Jiang Du finally realized what was abnormal. Wait, these are all fakes, the real body isn't here. While searching around for the true body of the blood fiend, Jiang-du sensed something. In another corner, the real body of the blood fiend was waving her hands to create a door, shaped like a teleportation gate. Seeing her walk into that gate, Jiang-du hastily chased after her. Don't even think about running. The gate was slowly closing, and Jiang-du almost couldn't squeeze through because of his stuck butt. He struggled to crawl through that gate. The surrounding scenery was completely different from outside. It seemed time here was war. Even though it was morning outside, inside this space it was nighttime. Before he could even see that blood fiend, a sudden attack flew toward Jiang-du. She caused an earth-shattering explosion. Smoke billowed thickly. The ground split apart. That blood fiend appeared again. Now finally, Jiang-du could see clearly what she looked like. Her entire body was covered in a layer of hard armor that clung tightly to her. Behind her back were small wings without feathers. Her eyes were red, surrounded by black. A blazing red flame surrounded her body. She turned her head to look at Jiang-du. You were looking for me? After that last move, Jiang-du had also taken some damage. It seemed his arm had been affected. He knelt down, clutching his right arm. This guy is the owner of the blood-type rank, yet she resembles my shadow form so much. Seeing her attack had damaged Jiang-du, she quickly closed into attack, spreading her arms to form the shape of a long spear. The red flame around her burned even fiercer than before. Strange, why can't I see her blood blade? Jiang-du wondered. She charged at Jiang-du with terrifying speed. Each step left a dense smoke in the air. The red flame slowly spread outward. The air around was compressed to suffocation. Jiang-du quickly jumped up to dodge the attack the blood fiend launched at him. Using the momentum, he raised his hand high, clenched his fist, intending to take the opportunity while falling to give the blood beast a punch. But unexpectedly, when his fist touched the blood beast, it passed through its body as if hitting nothing. He hastily pulled his hand back. Seizing the opportunity, the blood beast launched a barrage of strikes at Jiang-du. But apart from obstructing his vision, she didn't cause any further damage. This guy's strength is much weaker than I imagined. Almost no threat to me at all. But apparently that attack just now didn't do anything to her either. If that's the case, Jiang-du clenched his fist tightly, gathering a great deal of his power into his arm. After accumulating enough, Jiang-du swiftly threw the punch. The powerful punch sent the blood beast flying far away. It seemed this punch dealt quite a lot of damage to it. With great difficulty, she managed to steady herself. Jiang-du didn't give her a chance to recover, quickly rushing forward. Jiang-du raised his hand to punch her again. Tell me, are you the owner of the blood-type rank? Is the contamination of Van Hai's blood source you're doing? But her speed suddenly skyrocketed, allowing her to quickly dodge to the side. She even provoked Jiang-du. Guess. When Jiang-du caught up with her speed, she had already circled behind Jiang-du. She gently raised her hand to brush aside her bangs, continuing to mock Jiang-du. Too slow? When you hunt mutants, you're not as fierce as in the videos. Is it because you feel guilty about that blood fiend couple from before? Jiang-du turned to look at her. He frowned. Why? They were just small business people. Why did you harm them? She curled her lips in a sneer at Jiang-du. HMPH, clearly I saved them. Jiang-du was driven mad by her taunt. He shouted in anger. Nonsense, turning them into blood fiends, you call that saving? You only know how to turn that couple into mutants. But do you know how their business was doing? He lunged at her, but his fist only passed through her body without causing any damage. She was like a wisp of smoke. If you don't touch her, she stays there. But if you touch her, she dissolves, yet she doesn't think so. Tell the whole story. The boss's sister was harassed by thugs. The two sides clashed. The thug called a big brother who claimed to be his superhuman. The business was ruined in the blink of an eye. The mutant insects never killed them, but the superhuman Oha Fem pushed them into despair. After saying that, she just silently looked at Jiang-du. Jiang-du became angrier after hearing the story. Shut up, you're just exploiting their hatred. You want them all to become your subordinates, and you are the mastermind behind everything. I absolutely will not forgive you for all this. He charged again to fight her. She had no intention of fighting back, just bowed her head, slowly dissolving her bloodseed form. Is that so? Then who exactly is the mutant insect? Who is the superhuman? Can you tell them apart, Jiang-du? The surprising thing was that behind that form was the face of Luke Jiao. Jiang-du was startled. Jiang-du froze. The blade formed from his hand stopped right above Luke Jiao's head. She also had no intention of dodging that strike. Both of them froze. Seeing that Jiang-du could not attack, Luke Jiao looked at him coldly and asked, "What's the matter? Now that you know my identity, you don't dare strike?" She approached and placed her hand on Jiang-du's chest. Whether mutant, whether superhuman, it doesn't matter. Jiang-du said nothing. He just stood there listening to Luke Jiao continue. Luke Jiao came closer and touched Jiang-du's lips with her hand. Her face blushed. What matters is me, isn't it? Jiang-du remained silent, not saying a word since he saw Luke Jiao's face behind the blood beast shell. He leaned down close to Luke Jiao. It looked as if they were about to share a passionate kiss. The scene suddenly became extremely romantic. But unexpectedly, Jiang-du put his hand over Luke Jiao's mouth and pushed her away. Luke Gyro was taken aback by this action. His face was cold, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He said, "That's enough, Tiu. Luke Gyro was stunned by Jiangdu's words. "What are you talking about? What Tiu? I am Luke Gyro." Jiangdu immediately denied it. Luke Gyro didn't know the true identity of Tiu in the shadow form, only you knew. Earlier when Tiu saved you, you were very shocked to see it. Tio, of course you saw it then. Besides, to be able to become someone identical to Luke Gyro, apart from you, Feng Tiu, I can't think of a second person. At this point, Feng Tiu also stopped denying. She frowned, then quickly spread her arms, which transformed into flaming red blades. Feng Tiu rushed toward Jiangdu. Jiangdu still stood still. Seeing Feng Tiu approaching, he just swung his hand and swiftly cut off one of Feng Tiu's arms. Feng Tiu couldn't react in time, only gaped in shock. Feng Tiu retreated, clutching her severed arm. She bowed her head. HMPH, I didn't expect that between two people with the same personality, the gap would be so huge. Finally, Feng Tiu shed her disguise and revealed her own face. She looked at Jiangdu, her face full of sorrow. "Me, I am the culprit you mentioned, the one who made Cloud Sea never peaceful. So, kill me." Now Feng Tiu no longer cared about the outcome. Whether Jiangdu wanted to hit or kill, it was up to him. Feng Tiu had accepted her punishment. Jiangdu did not respond. Nor did he advance, it seemed he was hesitating over his choice. Feng Tiu actively approached Jiangdu. She took hold of Jiangdu's hand. "I have made so many mistakes, killed so many people, kill me." Her tone was as if begging Jiangdu. Feng Tiu's face was tinged with sadness. She grasped Jiangdu's hand and placed it on her neck. "Use a little force, very clean, just a bit and it snaps." But Jiangdu's hand did not grab Feng Tiu's neck. Instead, it clenched into a fist and punched Feng Tiu, knocking her face to the side. Feng Tiu was completely dumbfounded. Then Jiangdu grabbed Feng Tiu's ankle. He held her leg and smashed her over and over onto the pavement from one side to the other, as if handling a bundle of straw. He slammed her down like thrashing rice to knock all the grains out. He used full force to slam her. Feng Tiu couldn't react in time, just lay still letting him slam her. Finally, unable to bear it, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. After slamming for a while, Jiangdu hurled Feng Tiu into the nearby wall. Feng Tiu took the beating. Thick dark red liquid slowly dripped down, forming small puddles. Feng Tiu's eyes were rolled back. She staggered away. Her body was covered in wounds, both arms severed. Even her head was missing a chunk. That liquid was oozing out. From the wound, Jiangdu in shadow form replied, "You are nothing but a clone made of fake flesh and blood. Even if I kill you, it would be completely meaningless." Feng Tiu's clone was bewildered. "How do you know this is a clone? Is this also your ability?" Jiangdu frowned, pointing at Feng Tiu's clone. "Don't worry about these things. You now and the Tiu in my impression are two completely different people." Jiangdu frowned and asked Feng Tiu's clone, "Why have you become like this?" Feng Tiu's clone lowered her head, her face fell. "Ah, it seems you still don't understand. I have never changed." Feng Tiu's clone raised her face, looked at Jiangdu, and began recounting the story of her life. "My father runs a restaurant. For years, he's been constantly squeezed out by 3 rivals in the same business. They're connected with the local underworld, relentlessly harassing my father. They didn't even spare me and my mother." Jiangdu asked back, "So you sent the blood worm to kill those 3, and to throw off suspicion, you deliberately let that blood worm attack you?" "That's right. When I saw those 3 wretched people die in front of me, I wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, I felt extremely satisfied, because I finally managed to control the power I had always longed for." Feng Tiu's clone raised her hand for Jiangdu to see. By now, the clone's body had recovered its original shape. The wounds had completely healed. Jiangdu asked again, "And this power, how exactly did you get it?" Feng Tiu's clone again teased Jiangdu. "How did I get it? If I said I picked it up on the street, would you believe me?" Jiangdu replied coldly, "I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now." Feng Tiu's clone sighed. "Sigh, it seems you no longer trust me. Whatever, you can see me however you like." Feng Tiu's clone looked at Jiangdu and smiled to say goodbye. "Old classmate, see you next time." Seeing that Feng Tiu's clone intended to slip away, Jiangdu quickly reached out to grab her. "Wait, Feng Tiu's clone." But before Jiangdu could touch Feng Tiu's clone, she exploded, pieces of her body flying everywhere. Jiangdu could only grasp a part of her body that had been reduced to mush. Regarding Feng Tiu's clone, looking at his empty hands, Jiangdu fell silent. Jiangdu frowned, feeling his heart sink. Feng Tiu. Jiangdu looked at his hands and murmured, "Feng Tiu. In this battle, from start to finish, no blood bar ever appeared above Feng Tiu's head. This proves that she is very likely just one of the clones of the aberrant bloodworm and not the original body. But they have gone to great lengths to stir up trouble. Van Hai likely has an even bigger scheme. It seems I need to intensify training to increase my strength, otherwise I'll just be a fish on the chopping board waiting to be chopped." Suddenly Jiangdu's phone rang with a ring. Jiang Du took the phone out of his pocket and answered it. Uncle Lai's voice shouted through the phone as if ready to pierce Jiang Du's eardrums. Where have you been, kid? Why didn't you answer my messages? I was on a mission. We've traced the source of the blood system contamination. It's related to your classmate Feng Tiu Tiu. We're issuing an all-out arrest warrant. In the following days, Van Hai will carry out large-scale contamination inspections. Don't run around recklessly. I know after I finish eating, I'll return to the barracks. Even organizing night watch won't catch Feng Tiu Tiu. It seems my guess isn't wrong. She and the forces behind her are very deeply hidden. Jiang Du was sitting at a table full of delicious food. He wolfed down the food because he was hungry. He feared that in the next few days he wouldn't be able to leave the barracks to get a good meal. Eat up. A waiter carrying a stuffed bear approached Jiang Du. The plush bear was shaped like a pink-haired girl with a bow on its head, extremely cute. The waiter said, "Hello, since you're alone, we've prepared a bear for you." As soon as Jiang Du saw the stuffed bear, he was startled. "Oh, this little girl looks just like Dao Dao." Jiang Du snapped a photo of the stuffed bear and sent it to Luke Dao Dao. "Doesn't it look like you?" Luke Dao Dao angrily replied, "Like your head. How can a girl like you talk like that?" Luke Dao Dao sent a photo, a picture of Feng Tiu Tiu taking a photo of Jiang Du sitting next to her on the sofa. That's right, it was a candid shot of Jiang Du. "You were staring at Feng Tiu Tiu. Tell me why Tiu Tiu sent me this photo and then blocked me. Explain yourself." Seeing that photo, Jiang Du froze. He smiled wryly, unsure how to explain to Luke Dao Dao in the most satisfactory way. "That two-faced Feng Tiu Tiu, you. I let you off once and you still stir up trouble behind my back. This photo isn't real. Wait until I get back and I'll explain directly to you." "Dad, that doll is so cute." A little girl's voice caught Jiang Du's attention. He turned his head. "I feel like I've heard that voice somewhere before." At that table sat a family of three, a couple and a little girl. The father said to his daughter, "Your doll is very cute too." The stubborn little girl puffed up her cheeks. "But I like that girl doll more." Jiang Du realized that the father was none other than Dang Koa. Hadn't his daughter been severely infected before? How could she be discharged from the hospital so quickly? Could it be that he really obtained the blood source vial from that mysterious person? Dang Koa coaxed his daughter. "Eat your meal obediently first. After you finish eating, Dad will let you go pick one. Then you can have as many as you want." Hearing this, the little girl compromised, no longer stubborn but still puffing up her cute cheeks. "Okay." Jiang Du approached them, carrying the pink-haired girl plush bear. "Little one, here you go." The girl was surprised. "Really? You're so nice." Dang Koa also turned to thank him. "Thank you, brother." Jiang Du smiled and reached out to pat the little girl's head. "No problem. Since the incident at the So Duong group last time, no vials have been sold to outsiders. Now blood source vials with unclear origins being circulated secretly. I can't help but feel it's connected to Feng Tiu Tiu." Dang Koa looked at Jiang Du for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. Brother, have we met somewhere before?" Jiang Du neither denied nor confirmed, maybe just a fleeting encounter. He was still preoccupied with the matter of that vial. The origin of the bloodline vial requires an opportunity to probe from Dang Koa. But not today. Let's not disturb their reunion. Jiang Du decided to leave. Behind him, Dang Koa still watched his back. Dang Koa's wife, seeing her husband seemed quite interested in that young man, asked curiously, "Honey, what are you looking at?" Dang Koa turned to reassure his wife. "It's nothing, maybe I was mistaken." At the Night Watch organization, the point verification place, Jiang Du was standing talking to the point verifier. He wore a Pikachu hood with two pointy ears, looking quite cute but also a bit silly. The point verifier looked at his Pikachu hat and was somewhat speechless. "You've been waiting a long time. Our verification is done. Your current points are 40 points. Earlier, seeing the Supernatural Skill Handbook in the Night Watch organization store needed 100 points to exchange. Looks like I still have to work harder." The point verifier noticed his frequency and spoke up to remind him. I still have to remind you. If you keep identifying species with such high frequency, you might get severely infected." Jiang Du replied, "Thank you." After the point verification, Jiang Du walked on the street, watching the hurried flow of people. He thought he should go back. This matter was settled. Time to return. While walking, Jiang Du suddenly stopped. The scene before him made him puzzled. In front of him were two young women sitting side by side, tapping on their phones. One was Luke Dao Dao, the other was Duong Tu. Jiang Du approached. Puzzled, he asked, "What's up with you two, sitting next to each other?" Hearing Jiang Du's voice, both were startled. Looking up and seeing Jiang Du standing in front of them, they called his name, Dao Dao. After saying that, they looked at the person next to them. Seeing the other also mention Jiang Du, their eyes sparked like electricity. They simultaneously said, "Luke Dao Dao, Duong Tu." Duong Tu asked, "You came to pick up Jiang Du?" Luke Dao Dao replied, "Of course." Seeing the situation, both of them clearly disliked each other. Jiang Du decided to run first. "Oh my god, what kind of rivalry is this? I'd better slip away." He hadn't run a few steps before a hand grabbed Jiang Du by the collar and pulled him back. "I knew you would try to run." Jiang Du turned his head and saw it was Luke Dao Dao. She gripped his collar tightly, afraid he would escape. So I came to the train station first to block you. Speak up. What exactly is going on between you and Tiu Tiu?" Seeing the expression on Luke Dao Dao's face, it seemed that if he didn't explain everything clearly, she wouldn't let him go, so Jiang Du gave up on running. "Hey, now, in broad daylight, you're grabbing your man in front of everyone." Hearing Jiang Du's words, the surrounding crowd turned to watch the show. Luke Dao Dao blushed. She let go of his shirt, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, you're not my man." Seizing the moment Luke Dao Dao let go, Duong Tu stepped between them. "How embarrassing. I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man for a bit." Duong Tu smiled, her eyes challengingly looking at Luke Dao Dao. The two of them went to a private corner to talk. "You little brat, you're not bad. In 3 days you killed 12 level 2 aberrant insects, but you refused contamination treatment. The Night Watch organization kept calling us, telling us to bring you back for treatment immediately." Jiang Du scratched his nose, changing the subject. "Damn, the point verification place works really fast." Jiang Du turned to look at Luke Dao Dao, Dao Dao. You see, Luke Dao Dao blushed again and turned her head away. It seemed she was embarrassed about her childish behavior just now. Finally, Luke Dao Dao got over her anger. She turned to tell Jiang Du, "HMPH, go get your contamination treated quickly. Just seeing you annoys me." After following Duan Tu to the contamination treatment place, he lay on the bed for contamination scanning. Jiang Du turned to look at Duong Tu, who was watching him with delight beside him. "Hey, listen. Sis, next time can you not dress like that? It's a bad influence." Duong Tu refused immediately. "It's fine, I don't dress for others to see." Duong Tu leaned down slightly to look at Jiang Du lying in the scanner. She flashed a mischievous smile. "From now on I'll only dress like this in front of Luke Dao Dao for you to see. How about that?" Jiang Du was speechless with Duong Tu's love of teasing others. "Don't do that, someone could die." Duong Tu laughed happily. "Ah, now you're scared, you have dirty thoughts but no guts. Alright, get up, the examination is over. The results will be out soon, but looking at this area, the contamination is very mild." Jiang Du sat up, he smiled. "It's not very mild, it's no contamination." At that moment, Duong Tu had moved near the desk, sat down looking at the computer screen. Hearing that, she turned her head to look at him, puzzled, and asked, "No contamination?" Jiang Du hopped down, stretching a bit to relieve stiffness. He walked toward the door, waving as he said, "Yes. Now you can write the report. My talent level is high. Just a tiny level 2 aberrant insect can't contaminate me." Hearing that, Duong Tu was stunned. High talent? Suddenly she recalled something from before. Last time she heard that among this year's students, there was a person with an unclear level of mental state. Very suspicious. High talent, could it be him? Jiang Du looked toward the person approaching, slightly surprised. "Hey, isn't this the doctor who once examined my eyes before? That time, why is he here?" A voice called from that person, cutting off his train of thought. "Teacher," Triokoi looked at her. "Kid busy?" Duong Tu replied. "Yes, just finished. Did you just come from the lab, teacher?" Hearing this, Jiang Du sighed inwardly, surprised that he was a teacher in the medical department of the special training camp. Triokoi still replied gently, "I have a new idea, preparing to implement it." He didn't continue the conversation, turned and waved behind him. "I still have things to do. I'll be going now." Duong Tu also smiled and waved goodbye. "Yes, goodbye, teacher." She looked in that direction and introduced, "My teacher, Triukoi. The blood waste vial from earlier is his masterpiece." Jiang Du behind her also praised, "Impressive, but I've never seen him at the eye clinic before. Why would a superhuman like him become a regular doctor?" Hearing that, Duong Tu turned back and replied, "I only know. He came to the hospital for field research to observe patients' aberrant contamination, but I don't really know the specific reason." After that, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, the report came out. There really is no contamination." Jiang Du replied with satisfaction, "Okay, just finish the report. I still have someone waiting anyway. And later I let my whiny true self show up. Since I'm already here, give me another blood waste vial." Watching this, Duong Tu immediately said, "You just used one 4 days ago." Jiang Du insisted, "Everyone's constitution is different. My talent is amazing. I recover in 4 or 5 days." She looked at him helplessly. "If something happens, I'm not responsible." Duong Tu continued, "Just this one vial, no more." Jiang Du put the vial to his mouth and drank it in one go. Immediately, both his eyes widened as if an electric current flashed from within. Then the blood waste vial spread throughout Jiang Du's body, leaving him numb, and wisps of smoke continuously emanated from inside. Seeing that, Duong Tu panicked slightly and cried out, "This is not good." Jiang Du spat blood from his mouth. His whole body collapsed, his eyes rolling back, seeing no light. His strength drained, he buried his face in Duong Tu's chest. She caught him, her face worried, calling, "Jiang Du." After an unknown time, Jiang Du, now lying in Duong Tu's lap, opened his eyes. He woke up. She looked down at him. "Oh, thank heavens, if you hadn't woken up, I'd have to report to the camp." Immediately, Jiang Du sat upright to stop her. "Don't report it. Didn't I already absorb all the medicine's effects? It's fine." Duong Tu still worriedly said, "The medicine's effects have been absorbed, but you're also weak. You can't even stand steadily." His face immediately lit up, full of bravado. "Who says I'm fine? A real man must stand firm." Jiang Du's whole body exuded energy. Men of the Night Watch want to be strong all their lives. cut to late night. Darkness covered the high-rise buildings. Jiang-du hurriedly opened the door while worrying. Jiao still hasn't replied to my messages. She must be angry from waiting so long. At that moment in her sleepwear, Jiao sat up, rubbing her eyes. You're back. Jiang-du immediately went to stroke her head, his eyes gentle. Did I wake you? Jiao looked up and replied, no, I was waiting for you. And you, how did the contamination treatment go? He smiled and replied, very smoothly. Then Jiang-du looked down at her feet. Purple patches had appeared. He immediately asked, your foot's been contaminated by mutant insects. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Jiao instinctively hugged her leg. She averted her gaze. It's not a big deal. Besides, it's all been treated. Just need to apply the medicine on time. The next second, Jiang-du reached out and lifted one of her legs. With his other hand, he exerted his power. Don't move, let me try. Seeing that, Jiao asked, what are you doing? The purple patches on Jiao's leg were being affected by the power from Jiang-du's hand. Watching it, he thought to himself, my shadow guard can attract, absorb, and devour those mutant species. I just don't know if it works on contamination. After a while of exertion, the contamination on Jiao's leg remained. A hint of failure flickered in Jiang-du's eyes. Sorry, I can't extract it. Hearing that, Jiao's face flushed slightly. She shyly took out a blue bottle. Here. I've been using this these past few days. Jiao poured the liquid onto her hand. It can't be extracted, so I can only use this tincture. Jiang-du used the solution to apply to the contamination on her leg. He also reminded, if it hurts, tell me. Suddenly, she let out a cry. Jiang-du looked at her and said comfortingly, bear with it, almost done. Jiao avoided his gaze, her face still red, and replied, while applying Jiang-du. Then asked, your injury isn't minor. Why did you still come to the dock to pick me up? Jiao looked back at him and timidly answered, I wanted to know what happened during Tiu's journey and also wanted to. She whispered the rest in her heart, see you a little sooner. Jiang-du didn't ask further. He looked down at her leg and said gravely, Jiao, as expected, we can't see Tiu anymore. She was suddenly agitated. What do you mean? What exactly happened to Tiu? After explaining the full story, Jiang-du said that's what happened. He took on too heavy a burden and went down the wrong path. Now, even if he wants to turn back, he can't. Jiao lowered her eyes. It's all my fault. After entering the camp, I rarely contacted him. If I had just cared enough to talk with him, he wouldn't have. He immediately had her lie down on the bed, pulled the blanket over her, and comforted. It's useless. He's so stubborn. He chose his own path and wouldn't listen to anyone. I only hope there's still a bit of goodness left in his heart. Saying that, he stood up, put on a smile again, and reminded her, you lie down and rest, I'll go read for a while. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jiang-du's hand tightly. Don't go. Jiang-du lay on the bed, his face worried, asking, you'll stay with me forever, right? He smiled, his eyes brightening, answering firmly, I will. A few days later, at a restaurant, while savoring his bowl of noodles, Jiang-du suddenly heard two people talking at the next table. The man in white said, Old Joe, how is your Xiao Feng doing? Wasn't it said earlier that he had blood stagnation syndrome? The bespectacled man spoke up. The Night Watch organization gave us a blood source vial. We sold our house to gather money to buy a second vial for him. At least it saved his life. Jiang-du, slurping noodles, glanced back, thinking, another blood source vial of unknown origin. The man in white made a face. Hey, I heard that after the Shu Yang group collapsed, in East 1 District there's an underground company secretly selling blood source vials at 1/10 of the official price. The bespectacled man got drawn in. Really? Then the man in white's expression changed, replying, I heard that too, but who knows if it's reliable. The bespectacled man lowered his head to eat noodles but still looked up. Anyway, it's better than nothing. If this is true, then it's also a way to save lives. The man in white continued, all right, let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat. And so, when they finished the meal, it was nearly dark. Jiang-du followed the two of them outside. The bespectacled man walked and waved goodbye to the man in white. Hey Uzi, I'm heading to the hospital first, thanks for today. The man in white named Hey Uzi also waved back and said, do we brothers still need to say that? After a few more goodbyes, Hey Uzi headed in a different direction. Jiang-du followed stealthily behind. He saw him put a phone to his ear and talk to someone. Brother, who have our activities been too conspicuous? The Night Watch is now keeping a very tight watch, and it was unclear what the other person said. Heyazi immediately replied, got it, I'm coming right away. Someone's hand held the phone, pressing the screen with a thumb. On the night street, someone was running, then suddenly he stopped abruptly. A mystical space blocked his path. He looked ahead. Some kind of wondrous power appeared, leaving him somewhat puzzled. The mystical fragments began to disperse, revealing Jiang-du. Jiang-du said to the person opposite, where are you going? Take me with you. The late night grew quiet, the two figures nowhere to be seen. Only the waning crescent moon still shone brightly. In another building, those carrying blood breeds gathered together, waiting for a figure to emerge. The leader approached. He yanked up a red cloth, his face scowling. Damn it. Who picked this batch of food? Why bring someone trained from a special military district? Trying to get us killed? A green-haired mutant behind him spoke up. Brother Hu, it was me. Then he continued. At that time I was catching this food who knew she would suddenly break free. Trying to be a hero and save people. We smelled her scent and it was quite fragrant. And afraid of drawing attention, we just brought her along. The leader immediately gave him a slap. Idiot! Then he violently pulled away the red tablecloth. Long purple fingers appeared, looking utterly terrifying. Inside were the captured people. They huddled in fear. The leader looked at Xiaodi. He grinned with pleasure. You're Lee Xiaodi, aren't you? A student from the special training camp. Xiaodi snarled back angrily. Because those who willingly turn into blood worms are all mutant worms, betrayers of humanity. The two-horned female mutant walked over, patting Hu's shoulder. Brother Hu, what do we do now? We can't kill her and we can't just let her go. The leader turned around. Said, call the boss. Then he went aside to talk on the phone. Boss, it's me. I need your instructions on something. The other end said something. Hu immediately replied, yes, understood, I got it. He turned back with a delighted laugh. The boss says he'll personally turn her into one of us. As for the night watch team, that day will also be taken care of and the feast will proceed as usual. The bloodworm crowd immediately cheered. Long live Brother Hu, long live the boss. Hu continued to pop open a bottle, making the drink spray out. Then it splashed onto the chest of the two-horned female mutant. She said shyly, so naughty. The feast began. A mutant opened the iron door confining the captives. Each of them grabbed a person and dragged them out. The cries for help of the captured group rang out in despair. No, I don't want to go out. Help, someone save me. Please spare me. I'll be your slave, anything. The female mutant also grabbed a person. She looked down and said, little brother, come play with me for a while. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. If you lose, I'll eat a piece of your flesh. On the sofa, Hu tilted a wine bottle toward Xiaodi. Want a drink? Seeing no response, he added, oh sorry, I forgot your hands and feet are tied. The leader deliberately forced Xiaodi's mouth open and poured the bottle in, saying, then let me feed you. Xiaodi, overpowered, couldn't stand it and let out, guh guh guh. Hu stood up, looking at her with lecherous intent. Ha ha ha, I just love watching you people trample each other. What night patrol? Isn't it just that Tianyu Estate is a little better than us? Aren't they still being led in circles by us? Tiu Ditch was terrified, eyes wide open, and cried out, you, what do you want? The leader leaned his face closer, then raised a sharp finger and said, to be honest, after I turned into a bloodworm, I've never tasted the flesh of superhuman beings like you. Then he poked a finger into Tiu Ditch's neck, making blood flow out. He said in a disgusting tone, just thinking about it, I'm sure it will be a delicacy. Tiu Ditch closed her eyes, tears streaming down, silently begging in her heart, someone please save me. A hand covered in a dark blackness secretly turned off the light switch. Darkness enveloped everything. Ho was caught off guard, angrily turned around and demanded, what's going on? Who turned off the lights? But the overhead lights above were still on and shining down. Standing at the center of the light was Jiang Du. His clothes were wrapped in a black membrane and he was carrying Hao Tu by his right hand. Jiang Du threw Hao Tu forward. He spoke provocatively, good evening. Hao Tu immediately shouted, run, Brother Ho. Tiu Ditch suddenly became overjoyed and yelled, Brother Du Tu, it's Brother Du Tu come to save us. Ho also looked down and assessed, where did this stinking brat come from? He dares ruin our good work. Brothers at him, chop him into snacks. The blood-breed minions immediately responded. Understood. Then, with terrifying forms, they charged in groups to capture and kill Jiang Du. Gradually, the group of mutant worms also assembled, completely surrounding Jiang Du in the middle. The leader, seeing this situation, couldn't help but laugh and said, HMPH, let's see how crazy you can get. Tiu Ditch also watched with worried eyes. Brother Du Tu, please don't let anything happen to you. The several mutant worms assembled made the atmosphere even more heated, but Jiang Du had yet to make a move. Immediately after, with absolute power, the mutant breed group was wiped out by Jiang Du in one strike. The black membrane covering his clothes hid his cool, striking appearance. Only green lightning bolts still flickered around there. Tiu Ditch ran over from a distance and threw herself into Jiang Du's arms, joyfully saying, that's wonderful. I knew that with Brother Du Tu's strength we would definitely be fine. Jiang Du was a bit surprised but still looked at her and replied, Lai Tiu Ditch, why are you here too? How did they capture you? Tiu Ditch continued to snuggle into his chest and answered, originally, I just ran into them by chance on the road but unexpectedly fell into their trap. Thank goodness you came, otherwise I would have lost my life. The leader, standing to the side and watching, found it too irritating. He immediately growled, stinking brat, how dare you injure my brothers and you even want to steal my snacks. Immediately after, Ho lunged forward, one hand reaching back and said fiercely, you're asking for death. Jiang Du, with sharp eyes seeing his move, instantly thought to himself, enter the flying strike. Then he said confidently, HMPH, who's looking for death is still unknown. Jiang Du also threw his own punch. The two began to clash, energy radiating around them. But in less than 2 seconds, the leader was overwhelmed by Jiang Du's strength. He clutched his arm, crying out in pain. Ah! He stood with Tiu Ditch and interrogated the leader. Speak, who is your boss? Ho now looked utterly submissive, groveling on the ground without daring to look up. I'll talk. I only know his surname is Liu, Jiang Du continued. Is there any higher level above? The leader replied. I don't know about that, I only have contact with him. Even if there is someone above him, I wouldn't know either. Seeing that he wasn't revealing anything, Jiang Du raised his voice in a threatening tone. If you know nothing, then keeping you around is useless. Ho's face became even more fearful. Spare my life, sir. I truly don't know about high-level matters. Suddenly noticing a noise outside the door, Jiang Du glanced over there. He thought to himself, someone has come again. As expected, in an instant the door was blown open. Smoke billowed up. A group of people in black suits and sunglasses entered. A brown-haired man among them shouted, Night Patrol Law Enforcement Team, don't anyone move. The leader, sitting and clutching his leg, saw the commander of the black-clad squad enter, and with a pained expression begged tearfully, My lord, save me. We were threatened by a black shadow and nearly lost our lives. Good thing you've come, quickly arrest him. But the commander looked around and saw the room was empty. Not a single silhouette was found. Tiu Ditch became indignant and stepped forward to clarify, Commander, don't listen to his nonsense. It's clearly these mutated blood breeds who captured us for food. If Brother Du hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid we would have been done for long ago. The commander, after hearing this, looked thoughtful. Brother Du, could it be that scrap-collecting vagrant who became famous online a while ago? While he was thinking, his earpiece connected and a voice from the other side sounded. Beep, how are things over there? He listened, then immediately raised his hand to activate the connection and reported the situation. A small incident occurred, but fortunately no one was injured. The blood breed leader and his subordinates have all been captured. The other side replied, That's good. We've also located the mastermind surnamed Liu and are preparing to arrest him. Jiang Du's shadow still hid in a corner, overhearing the entire conversation. He thought to himself, if the patrol team has already caught the fish, then I don't need to make an extra trip. But is that Liu guy really the mastermind boss? Jiang Du had doubts in his heart but still silently turned into a shadow and left. Forget it, there will probably be more clues later. Today I can consider the harvest to be not bad. Using such a power once nearly drained my stamina. I have to go back and replenish energy. Tiu Ditch seemed to sense something. He thought to himself, Brother Du's aura seemed to have disappeared. He must have left. Just a month without seeing him and he's become so strong. Moreover, his wild behavior was very much like the great demon king in the special training camp. Jiang Du returned to the ward and stretched his joints. And Yang Zai, who was working, didn't turn her head and said with some worry, You've already finished 10 bottles of waste blood medicine. Logically, you should have lost at least 3 years of lifespan, but your vital signs show no damage whatsoever. Now I'm starting to doubt your body's constitution more and more. Hearing that, he happily spread his arms. Hey, I'm right here, you can take a look. Yang Zai's fingers reached out and playfully touched his firm chest. Even the equipment couldn't detect anything unusual. How could I possibly see with my naked eyes? She placed her hand on his shoulder and pulled him closer, bringing their faces just inches apart. Yang Zai frowned. The atmosphere between them was a bit ambiguous, but I believe that one day I will find out. What secret is your body hiding exactly? Well, Jiang Du put his shirt back on. Yang Zai turned her back and walked toward the door. From now on, you can get the medicine yourself. Take it and drink it. He was a bit surprised. No need for the equipment anymore, she replied. That equipment is only for checking vital signs to prevent accidents. Now your medication intake is very stable, you don't need it anymore. Jiang Du walked to her side. Is that so? I actually feel more comfortable using the equipment. Yang Zai teased in reply, It's because you can see the white coat so you're more comfortable, right? She placed her hand on her full chest, her eyes looking straight at Jiang Du. Or should I call you every day from now on so you can see the white coat? Jiang Du panicked and stepped back, but his eyes still fixed on Yang Zai's hand, he replied somewhat nervously, Jiao will find out. Cough, no, that's not it. It's that my heart has become stronger. No time, he said. You're not recording this, are you? Yang Zai smugly showed the lit phone screen. With such an imposing manner, of course I recorded it. Next time bring me 20 bottles of heart blood from the blood seed, or I'll send this recording to Jiao. A trembling finger touched the glowing screen. Immediately, the phone emitted a voice. A certain Liu is the mastermind behind today's blood seed rebellion and has been captured. His expression also became more focused. Don't move, let me see the news. A news article appeared on the screen about the confession of the ringleader surnamed Liu. He had picked up a red crystal stone in a dark basement, not knowing it was a special blood seed that had formed after death. From then on, his life turned upside down. He began to expand his clan and spread the infection through various means. He even had a counterfeit medicine factory built to spread the infection on a large scale. After reading the news, Jiang Du unconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. Deep in thought, he reflected on the previous events, bringing Van Hai out to turn the world upside down. Even Feng Tiu was implicated, and now the mastermind has been captured so easily. A bit embarrassed, after thinking, he made up his mind. It seems I have to go personally to the medicine factory to check it out. Jiang Du resolutely left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to Yang Zai. I have something to do, I'm off. It was already dark. At a corner of a ruined street, police cars stood surrounding the area. Staff were busy transporting crates. Staff with computers were checking the containers of test tubes. All the crates contained test tubes, all evidence in the mutant case. While the staff weren't paying attention, a hand reached out, gently picked up a vial. Under the waning moon, in front of abandoned buildings with piles of rubble, Jiang Du sat with his knees up. Holding the vial, he sighed, I can't believe there really is a factory making counterfeit blood source vials. I thought I was being tricked. He stared at the vial, his expression tense, his raised eyebrows showing uncertainty and doubt. But a blood-type mutant themselves could already make medicine. Is it necessary to set up a factory? Although a factory can indeed improve packaging efficiency, it is also easy to be exposed. The vial of transparent glass with a sloshing black liquid lay neatly in his hand. This vial won't have any tricks, will it? Jiang Du's voice was uneasy. Jiang Du resolutely decided to drink the vial he had just stolen. Gulp. After drinking the medicine, his expression was somewhat satisfied. A moment later, he got angry, looked at the empty vial in his hand, and raised his voice. What? This stuff even tastes like soda, and the rest is bitter. Although it had some effect, at most it could only sustain life, not cure. Jiang Du threw the vial behind him, dejectedly turned and left. It seems the boss behind it really is that Liu person, doing so many things just to sell medicine and get rich. Suddenly realizing something, he turned his head back, a panicked expression on his face, staring at the vial lying on the ground. Wait, if this blood source vial is counterfeit with added flavoring chemicals, then how was Dang Koa's daughter treated? Worry appeared on Jiang Du's face. Could it be that there's more than one type of counterfeit blood source vial on the market? The arrested person was merely a pawn pushed out. He opened his phone. The screen showed a photo of Feng Tiu Tiu and a wanted notice. And Feng Tiu Tiu, what role is he still playing in this? Jiang Du quickly left, hurriedly making a phone call. Find Dang Koa to ask first. The phone keeps ringing with the message. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. That made him even more worried and anxious. What are you doing? Why turn off the phone at a time like this? He glanced over at the bus parked at the stop. He thought to himself, could something have happened? Getting on the bus, Jiang Du seemed a bit surprised. He saw a middle-aged man in a business suit, half bald, standing and holding the handrail on the bus, tilting his head to look at him. Jiang Du immediately observed the middle-aged man with a thoughtful expression. No blood veins. Could it be Feng Tiu Tiu's clone? The double-decker bus moved along the road. Inside the bus, the middle-aged man's face darkened, his eyes evasive and somewhat fearful. Jiang Du looked at his phone, then back at the middle-aged man. The thought emerged in his head. No blood bar, it's him. The bus stopped and the man quickly got off, walking away at a leisurely pace, gradually entering a small alley. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind him, causing him to panic. He turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" The middle-aged man's body suddenly ignited in patches. Burning patches dripped down like some kind of liquid. He muttered suspiciously, an illusion, from a middle-aged bald man turning into a young guy. He had long hair and wore a white shirt. Under the shadow, Jiang Du poked half his head up, revealing his eyes, observing. Seeing the scene that just happened, he pondered internally. Shapeshifting, no wonder the Night Watch organization could never find any clues about him. The young man who had just transformed opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the room, he kicked tables and chairs flying everywhere, and his hand swung out, knocking over a water glass and books on the table. He didn't notice the slight noise coming from outside the window. Jiang Du clung to the window, half his face exposed behind the glass pane. His eyes intently followed the actions inside. Inside the room, the young man from before yanked open the white curtain, revealing a wall. Behind the curtain was a bathtub filled with water. A thin young man was lying submerged in the water, his entire body and face covered in wounds. The face of the young man who had changed form showed obvious menace. It's dead, the timing is just right. Then he opened his mouth and tilted his head back toward the sky. Black smoke came out of his throat and his face withered. His cloudy white eyes no longer looked human. The black smoke flew away. It entered the mouth of the man lying in the bathtub. He had been motionless but suddenly opened his eyes, surrounded by a red glow encircling his body. He began to stand up, his body completely bare, and stepped out of the bathtub. He was nonchalant and emotionless, clicking his tongue. He forcefully swung his hand, unleashing power that caused the physical form of the young man transformed from the middle-aged man to gradually turn to dust and fly away. He looked at his expanding power, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. That energy suddenly surged forward fast, flying past the window, swift as a gust of wind. An arm reached out powerfully, suppressing the energy source, absorbing it entirely. The man possessed by the black aura stood smiling contentedly, dripping blood from his hand into a vial already half filled. It's a success, a fresh new blood source serum. The sky was clear, the sun high casting brilliant light onto the high-rise buildings. Inside an apartment building, a man was knocking on the door of a unit. The door opened, a gentle woman stepped out, her voice soft. You're here. The face of the man possessed by the black aura appeared with a happy expression. Nodding lightly in response, Hoa Hoa came running out from inside, happily saying, Uncle, look, this is my new home. It's so nice, so big. The man possessed by the black aura bent down. He smiled and replied to the little girl, Ha ha, it seems you really like the new house. It's a pity your dad is still on a business trip, so he had to ask me to come help you too. Having said that, he held out 2 serum vials, his smile full of danger. Here, I've brought you lots of delicious sweet drinks. Hoa Hoa happily took the 2 vials. Thank you, uncle. But her mother stood beside her, looking worriedly at the 2 vials in her daughter's hands. She looked up and asked, slightly hesitant, Has it all been dealt with? The man possessed by the black aura nodded heartily. Yeah, it will all be over very soon. He walked down to the bottom of the apartment building. His hands in his pants pockets, he strolled under the evening light. He looked up inside, feeling he had finally escaped. Suspicion as if a weight had been lifted. Suddenly, he sensed something, became alert, and turned around. Who's there? In the pathway behind him, a dark shadow gradually emerged, along with a voice that rang out. Just read some recent news. A thug often bullied college students, but in the end died from blood source contamination and mutated right in the hands of a student. That student ultimately died because he couldn't withstand the contamination. It was Jiang Du's shadow. He continued speaking, but no one would ever guess that in fact those 2 had died a long time ago. All of this was just a play you scripted and acted out yourself using your abilities. Jiang Du stared intently at his opponent, exposing everything. Your only goal was to get their blood to create a blood source serum. Am I wrong? The face of the man with the black aura revealed itself, his cold eyes glancing at the shadow of Jiang Du that had just appeared. His identity was also exposed by Jiang Du. Dang Koa, Jiang Du's voice rang out. The man with the black aura immediately began to melt, surrounded by black smoke. Unbelievable, a setup that took so long was discovered by you. Dang Koa's face was revealed, smirking as he sized up his opponent, as expected of a drifter, still as sharp as ever. Dang Koa and Jiang Du stood facing each other. Dang Koa asked with interest, When did you start suspecting me? During our encounter. In the East District 2 or even earlier, Jiang Du immediately answered. I had suspicions from the time Hoa Hoa was contaminated by the blood source. That time in East District 2, you were the first to arrive at the scene. Dang Koa shrugged, his face unfazed, and said, So what? At that time I even deliberately let the blood spawn surround me. The result still didn't satisfy you. He replied to Dang Koa, No, although I had suspicions, I never truly thought it was you. Jiang Du was a bit emotional. Not wanting to believe what just happened was real. Dang Koa, you were never supposed to be like this. What on earth happened? Dang Koa looked a bit melancholic, black energy enveloping him. Indeed, I'm not that kind of person. It's just because of my family. Even if I become a monster, what is there to regret? As soon as he finished speaking, Dang Koa transformed into a mutant, his whole body ablaze, glaring fiercely at Jiang Du. Dang Koa lunged forward, attacking Jiang Du. He immediately blocked, extending his hand to parry, red and blue energies clashing instantly. Jiang Du's entire body emanated a blue aura. With a raised voice trying to persuade the other, turn yourself in to the night watch. It's not too late to turn back now. Dang Koa's face bulged with veins. His eyes blazed red, flames surrounding his body. He growled, The night watch! He angrily unleashed a fire kick attack, but Jiang Du jumped up to dodge it. He roared furiously, If they could have helped, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Dang Koa was consumed by rage. Surrounded by smoke and fire, he threw punches while saying, My wife and daughter suffer the torment of blood lineage pollution. Other than blood source medicine tubes, there's no other way. But an ordinary person like me simply couldn't afford them, so I could only take fresh blood from others to make medicine, to prolong my wife's and daughter's lives. Jiang Du raised his hand to block the attacks, stunned and at a loss for words. Tears streaming out, Dang Koa said in anguish. I thought the situation had improved, but who knew this was only the beginning? Their bodies were constantly undergoing mutation. Fresh blood couldn't be stopped midway. The attacks kept flying toward Jiang Du, forcing him to stay on the defensive. Yet Dang Koa's voice still rang out. I have no choice. I can't bear to watch my wife and child die before my eyes. An energy-charged fist was raised, a jumble of complex emotions appearing on his face. Sorrow, hesitation mixed with unwillingness to accept. Finally, he resolutely struck, even delivering an ultimatum. That's why no one can stop me. Even you, the powerful punch descended, sending up thick smoke. But that imposing fist was stopped by a black hand. The wall behind cracked and shattered, Jiang Du completely unharmed. Calmly he asked directly, Is that so? Then what about the new house? Dang Koa was surprised by his question, blankly asking, What? Jiang Du still calmly said, That house isn't cheap at all. You made quite a bit of money selling blood source medicine tubes, didn't you? He said disgustedly. What do you mean for family? That's just an excuse. The two were still in a fighting stance. But now, Dang Koa had dropped to one knee, his fist from earlier still held by Jiang Du. And Jiang Du still stood tall. His aura completely overwhelmed him. The strength, Power and wealth that power brings were what he truly desired. Jiang Du's pressure intensified and he said forcefully, "Evil thoughts are like a deep well, greed hangs itself." Then he delivered a kick straight into Dang Koa, making him vomit blood. He was kicked flying backwards, crashing into a roadside electric pole. Dang Koa steadied himself, his entire body surrounded by a red aura. He angrily growled, "Ha, using real skills now." His face clearly showed malice. His arm transformed into a black fire whip. Ferociously he said, "Fine by me. I won't hide anymore either." He advanced forward, issuing a challenge. "Come on, fight to the death." Jiang Du also transformed and charged in to fight. One strike from Dang Koa landed as heavy as a 1,000-pound hammer, capable of blasting everything apart. From above, Jiang Du suddenly attacked, catching him off guard, but very quickly. He immediately launched a sudden close-range strike at Jiang Du's temple. Jiang Du, alert, dodged backwards. Dang Koa, he leaped up. Charging in, his leg swept out in an attack at Jiang Du. Only cruelty remained in his eyes and his smile turned sinister. Jiang Du stepped back to block Dang Koa's move. His face grew more ferocious, and he excitedly said, "What's the matter, Du Tu? Is that all the strength you've got? A superior light seed is nothing more than that." Saying so, he closed in. Black tentacles sprouted from his back and surrounded Jiang Du. He just coldly watched as several blades of blue energy sliced straight through, severing all of Dang Koa's black tentacles. The blue energy sword was entangled by black tentacles, beginning to tighten. Dang Koa controlled the black tentacles to flinging Jiang Du away. Dang Koa in a wide stance maintained his balance, looking toward where Jiang Du had been flung, black smoke billowed. He looked around in panic, fearfully stepping back. He warily furrowed his brows, eyes darting around, teeth clenched. He angrily said, "Damn it, where is he?" Suddenly, Jiang Du appeared right behind Dang Koa, charging in with powerful momentum. Out of nowhere, he was bound by Dang Koa's black tentacles around his body, leaving Jiang Du stunned and in disbelief. Dang Koa stood with his arms crossed, smiling smugly, his words full of cunning. "How naive, Du Tu, I just showed a tiny opening and you fell for it. I know you too well. Your moves, your fighting habits, I've got them all figured out." Jiang Du was tightly bound by tentacles, still bewildered, staring blankly at his opponent. He added, "If I wanted to kill you now, I'd say it's as easy as flipping my hand." The opponent, you sneer at his naivety, gently saying, "Is that so? I think you're the one who has been deceived." Jiang Du tilted his head, warning Dang Koa, "Look under your feet." Dang Koa froze, realizing he had already fallen into Jiang Du's trap. He panicked, looked around, eyes wide, sweating, gritting his teeth trying to regain composure. Dang Koa summoned his power, using dark red magical energy to transform into streaming black bands. Dang Koa lightly used a standard landing stance on the shadow plane. Dang Koa smirked, "Heh, you think entering the shadow plane means you can win." The dust and smoke from his landing billowed up, intertwining with the magic. Dang Koa continued to channel his power, making the magical force swirling around him grow stronger and stronger. "You think if you hide in the shadows, I won't be able to find you. I am of the blood lineage. Even if I can't see, I can still smell the fresh blood inside your body." Jiang Du's fantastical black shadow, emitting a green glow, unscathed and calm, walked out from the dust cloud. "Indeed, he understands my combat methods very well." Seeing Jiang Du, Dang Koa couldn't help but be surprised. Jiang Du held his dark blue-green sword across his body in a ready battle stance. But that was the old me. The me of now has undergone training at Van Hai and has long since been completely reborn to deal with you. I fundamentally don't need to ambush. Dang Koa, red-eyed with fury, leaped to attack him. "Such arrogant talk. Your shadow lineage actually wants to fight my blood lineage head-on." Jiang Du calmly approached Dang Koa, coldly asking, "Try it." Dang Koa's blood lineage and Jiang Du's shadow lineage collided directly, creating a shocking explosion. Red light and green light intertwined, dazzling the entire space. Dang Koa, battered and sweating profusely, struggled to parry Jiang Du's moves. He thought in bewilderment, impossible. In terms of physical strength, a shadow lineage cannot overpower me. What on earth is? Dang Koa's eyes widened. His pupils contracted to tiny dots. Jiang Du's sword just cleaved straight through his own sword, the dark blue-green on the sword now even faintly tinged with a red glow. Dang Koa thought in surprise, that is the power of the blood lineage. Jiang Du summoned his power and shouted. Ah! His sword finally sliced through Dang Koa's dark red tentacle. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Du leaped up to close in on Dang Koa. Dang Koa frowned, clutching his arm and dodging with difficulty. Dang Koa's hand was mercilessly chopped off by Jiang Du without any restraint. Simultaneously, the dark blue-green magical energy also swiftly severed one of Dang Koa's feet. Jiang Du pressed the advantage, relentlessly assaulting Dang Koa with the dark blue-green magic. Dang Koa couldn't react in time. Dang Koa's 4 limbs were soon severed by Jiang Du. He collapsed powerlessly to the ground, the remnants of the blood lineage rising from his wounds. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Dang Koa's mouth. He coughed feebly, Cough cough, I expected no less from Brother Do too. I originally thought that after receiving this power I would have a chance. But this is fine too, at least I get to die by your hand. At this moment, Jiang Du hesitated, standing frozen, staring blankly at Dang Koa, who moved his lips and said, "Strike, Brother Du too." After a fierce battle between Jiang Du's shadow and Dang Koa had collapsed under the overwhelming and extraordinary power of the shadow. Then suddenly he let out a mocking laugh. His eyes turned towards the shadow and he raised his voice. "What's wrong? Can't bring yourself to finish it." And he said, "Actually, the contamination of Hoa Hoa's blood source and her mother's was caused by me." After hearing that, Jiang Du's shadow could not help but be shocked. Stunned, Dang Koa suddenly let out a sigh filled with so many deep thoughts. His eyes pensive, he said, "It was me who brought the blood lineage isolated shard home." From that day on, the blood lineage contamination gradually infected them. He suddenly raised his voice, lifting his hand high and said, "You were right. Family was just my excuse. What I truly wanted was power." His voice suddenly deepened. "Because no matter how powerful my influence and strength became, they never brought me the slightest sense of security. It only brought me torment through a series of blood debts, and it was precisely because of it that I lost sleep night after night." Dang Koa felt immense regret, remembering the joyful memories with his loved ones and family. Then he recalled the scene of his family members dying, an image that caused him the utmost agony. He said, "By the time I came to my senses, everything was too late. Everything had already happened and I had no way back." As he spoke, he covered his face, his expression clearly showing extreme remorse because it was his fault that his family had to die. But now regretting it is also too late. Everything has happened and there is no way to go back. Dang Koa said, "I am not afraid of death, but I truly am full of regret that my greed implicated my family. And now I want nothing else, I just want my family to be brought back to life, that is all." Hearing Dang Koa's confession, Jiang Du's shadow also fell into deep thought, disappointed that the price of greed was the lives of others. If your family knew about this, would they still want to continue living? The words of Jiang Du's shadow left Dang Koa silent. Speechless, his eyes seeming to emit a spark, his face pensive as if contemplating something. The shadow spoke while holding a phone as if calling someone. It raised its voice and said, "I won't kill you, but your crimes will be handed over to the Night Watch organization for judgment." Then it called the organization. The shadow added, "But considering that we are acquainted, I hope you can finally answer me honestly." Then the shadow of Jiang Du, tall and strong, looked toward Dang Koa, asking where his Vi cache fragment really came from, as if questioning the reason. Why did a kind friend suddenly turn cruel? Dang Koa, still lying on the ground, calmly replied, "If I said I just picked it up on the street, would you believe me?" The shadow of Jiang Du thought to himself that Feng Tiu had said the same thing. Could it really have been picked up on the street? His face showed obvious bewilderment at Dang Koa's answer. Then after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized it wasn't right. How could a Vi cache fragment be casually picked up? Someone clearly placed it on purpose. There to lure them? With a determined face, he guessed that someone wanted to use them to do something bad. He was thinking about who that person was. The shadow of Jiang Du hadn't had time to figure out who deliberately placed the Vi cache fragment to lure them when suddenly Dang Koa floated up into the air, letting out a cry full of pain. It hurt so much that his whole face twisted in agony. The cry made the shadow feel extremely panicked, so much that he broke into a sweat and couldn't utter a word. Not understanding what was happening to Dang Koa, he flew high into the air and screamed, his eyes sharp. Glaring at the shadow, a ring of fire appeared around him, making the shadow exclaim, "Dang Koa, what's wrong with you?" A dark power emerged surrounding him. A level 18 monster appeared with a terrifying face and a hideous smile. Its eyes stared fixedly at the shadow. After the monster transformed from Dang Koa appeared with a gloomy face. Frightening. Then at that scene, Jiang Du's shadow frowned and gritted his teeth. His fury was clearly shown on his face and in his words. He said in a low voice, "So there's still a bloodline Vi cache." It had made Dang Koa lose all reason, turning him into a monster. Before the monster could do anything, it was sent flying by a slash from the shadow. Dang Koa's face showed astonishment, his mouth agape. His eyebrows drew together at the shadow's terrifying power. But that also made Dang Koa return to his original form. Jiang Du's shadow emerged with a ring of blue light surrounding him, and used his blade to cleanly slash through the red ring of light. And then Dang Koa was sent flying, collapsing to the ground. His eyes shut tight, showing extreme pain. He was in so much pain he couldn't utter a word. A man wearing a mask of pain suddenly appeared with a terrifying face. Around him was a source of gloomy, dark light, and he suddenly spoke, "Don't get in the way." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. A dark, gloomy vortex appeared and attacked toward Jiang Du's shadow. Against that sudden attack, the shadow dodged all the moves swiftly. Decisively, his face showed extreme hatred. His eyes stared intensely, full of killing intent toward the man. He moved closer, raising his sword to strike him down. Oh my God! Behind him, two huge monsters appeared. They looked very fierce and terrifying. He must have summoned them to deal with Jiang Du's shadow. Then the two sides clashed in battle. Each wanted victory for themselves, so they fought with all their might, one gritting teeth, the other glaring. No one yielded, but it seemed the man only wanted to distract the shadow. Suddenly, he reached his hand toward Dang Koa as if to do something to him. Unexpectedly, he wanted to take his red Vi cash fragment. Dang Koa was in such pain that he spurted blood from his mouth, blood splattering around. Seeing that, the shadow immediately called out, "Dang Koa!" He felt surprised, shocked by the man's sudden action. The man stretched out his hand to receive the Vi cash fragment, and absorbing it, his power was upgraded to 37%. A red circle surrounded him, along with his hideous face, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Suddenly, a red vortex appeared, and it seemed he was gradually disappearing. The shadow shouted at him to stop. Suddenly, some kind of power surged within. Inside him, his power suddenly erupted, sweeping the monsters far away. His face showed utter fury. The shadow used his power to knock the man's mask off, and it fell to the ground with a thud. When the mask fell, Jiangdu's shadow couldn't help but be stunned. Stammering, he said, "You are." He never expected that behind the mask was Dr. Trier. When discovered, he still calmly looked toward the shadow, and only now did the shadow realize the man was Dr. Trier. Dr. Trio's appearance took Jiangdu's shadow by surprise. His eyes, full of killing intent, looked at him. Then he frowned. Squinting, he said hesitantly, "You know me." At Dr. Trio's question, the shadow was speechless, his hands in a ready stance to fight. His eyes remained fixed on him. The two monsters he had summoned were also in a ready stance to fight. Every one of their faces blazed with killing intent. Surrounding Dr. Trio was a gloominess eerily terrifying. He spoke up. "You and Dang Koa reminisced about the past. I already gave you 2 time. Now it's best to just retreat like that." Jiangdu's shadow fiercely replied, "Retreat? You want me to let go of the mastermind behind all this?" As he spoke, he clenched his teeth, showing his clear anger. His anger was clear on his face. The man still showed his nonchalance through his words. "You're mistaken. The murders and poisonings were all done by Dang Koa." "I did nothing." He waved his hands as he spoke. After hearing Dr. Trio's answer, the shadow clenched his teeth. His face clearly showed anger at the man's indifference. "What do you mean you did nothing?" "The bloodline seal fragments of Feng Tiu Tiu and Dang Kai. Dang Koa was the one who gave them." As he spoke, the shadow tightened his grip on his sword, then continued, "Dang Koa is fine. Feng Tiu Tiu is also fine. They are merely your pawns. You used them, causing bloodline contamination incidents time and time again." The shadow's eyes suddenly flared, clearly showing his discomfort and anger that the man had dragged innocent people into this. Mutated into bloodworms, Jiangdu's shadow suddenly changed expression, its eyes showing clear determination to avenge its friend. It pointed its sword at him and shouted loudly. In order to obtain more bloodline samples, he had conducted research on a serum. "Waste blood, am I wrong, Dr. Trio?" He said coldly. He didn't want any more trouble, but you already know too much. As soon as he finished, he ordered the 2 monsters to attack the shadow. Under Dr. Trio's direction, the 2 of them charged forward quickly. Facing that situation, Jiangdu's shadow frowned and entered a battle-ready stance. It rushed towards the 2 monsters at high speed. Acting decisively, it slashed at them one by one. After seeing the shadow's strength, a battle ensued, and Dr. Trio felt utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Jiangdu's shadow continuously slashed at the monsters before they could understand what was happening. It caught him off guard with its fighting ability. A speed so swift and decisive was beyond his expectations. He thought that when the shadow fought Dang Koa, it had already exhausted all its strength. But he was mistaken to think that. He couldn't believe it was so strong and had such great fighting power. Then he raised his voice and spoke with contempt, because he thought that Jiangdu's shadow, though strong, was still insignificant to him. He glanced and continued, "You are just courting death." Jiangdu's shadow, still not understanding what was happening, took 2 hits from him. Right in the middle of the chest, its face clearly showing pain. A current seemed to run through Jiangdu's entire body. Buck Truck Ann had vanished from her original position without a trace. Jiangdu rushed like lightning towards Dr. Trio from behind and shouted loudly, "You are the one seeking death." Dr. Trio seemingly stood still, but his flame power had spread everywhere. No matter how fast Jiangdu's strikes were, he easily dodged them. Jiangdu, unwilling to accept, jumped off the ground. Dr. Trio used force to violently push him away. Both fire and electricity struggled to resist. Jiangdu frowned, guessing that he wanted to run. He continuously launched extremely tricky attacks, making Dr. Trio unable to react in time. Finally, Jiangdu finished with a ball of electric power straight to the face. "Take this, my Shadow Squad." The Shadow Squad was so strong, yet Dr. Trio still managed to dodge at death's door. However, the spider web it emitted made his entire body stick tightly, unable to escape. Jiangdu sneered, "This time, even if you sprout wings, you'll have a hard time flying." Saying that, he immediately shouted the skill, "Activate Killing Stance." All the extreme lightning bolts shattered Dr. Trio's outer armor. Even the stone on his chest could no longer resist at this moment. Taking advantage of the opening, Jiangdu struck hard straight into the middle of his chest, making him vomit blood blood splattering everywhere. Dr. Triu's mind began to fall into a dazed state. He began to rage. Suddenly, a burst of power erupted from Dr. Triu's body. He roared, "Get away!" Even Jiangdu, who was nearby, was sent flying far back by the force. Being too strong, he was slammed painfully back first into the wall. At this moment, Dr. Triu adjusted his tie and calmly said, as if nothing had happened, "I admit I underestimated you, but unfortunately, you are still not my match." Jiangdu was caught off guard by the strike but still struggled to wipe the scratch on his chin. "Is that so?" It turned out Jiangdu's confidence had a reason. He held out in his hand Dr. Triu's gem. "What if I don't have this?" Dr. Triu's face showed clear panic, speechless. "You." Jiangdu clutched the gem tightly and said to him, "I'll hold on to this for you." Dr. Triu immediately extended several tentacles to snatch the gem. Give it back, however, without it, his tentacles were extremely weak. They were immediately blocked by Jiangdu's electric current. He instantly teleported in front of Dr. Triu, challenging, "Want it?" Just as he finished speaking, all the electric wires coiled around his body. "Come get it yourself." The scene before Dr. Triu's eyes began to blur. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, is this really his true power? If I had known, I would have taken the fragment one step before he discovered it. However, he would not give up. I can't accept it. Every time it's just one step short. Recalling all the efforts Dr. Triu had put in order to research the Abyss anti-drug, he lost sleep and appetite for countless days and nights, pouring all his energy into it. Yet every time, he had to endure failure. But when he was just one step away, his research was suddenly banned. His superiors ordered a halt, and 10 years of dedication were thrown away with a single word. Thinking of this, Dr. Triu couldn't contain his anger. I can't accept it. I was desperate, I hated, I couldn't keep failing like this. At that moment, a voice came from within my body, a voice from the void. Are you calling me? A monstrous power appeared from somewhere in the cracks of the dark space. That day, Abyss appeared before me, giving me the Vikash bloodline fragment. Dr. Triu slowly grasped that jade fragment. Humanity abandoned me, slowly letting its power invade his entire body. I surrendered to Abyss. Before his eyes was the burning of hateful images. To hide from prying eyes, I divided the anomalous shard into many pieces for those who needed it. Through them, I collected a large number of bloodworm samples. Continuing my research, it unexpectedly activated those shards through attraction, strengthened the blood energy of the hosts. That greatly benefited Dr. Triu. Finally, I could retrieve all the blood-type anomalous shards. Standing at the peak of this world, now is the time for him to reveal his power. Having come this far with such difficulty, how could I give up? Dr. Triu resolutely took out the research serum. Since you looked down on the medicine I researched without hesitation, you vented all your resentment, then I'll show you its might. A suit of red armor covered the entire room at that moment. Dr. Triu's hand seemed to gather all the most terrifying streams of power ever, enough to annihilate all things. Jiang's shadow, with an immensely dreadful power, spoke. This guy has no more shards yet still possesses such great power. Taking a step back, he said. Now Jiangdu's shadow became astonished, looking ahead at a tremendously powerful arm grabbing someone. That person grew worried and said, "Impossible, he actually reached through the dimensional rift." Dr. Triu, with a sinister smile, replied. Surprised, right? The ingredient in that coconut serum I researched is specifically for dealing with the Abyss, and in it, naturally, there are also components that counteract your shadow type. The upper echelon clearly took my medicine, yet they didn't take it seriously. Saying this, Dr. Triu angrily spoke again, saying it would cause horrible contamination to the human body. It's all nonsense. Want to say that transcendent contamination isn't the same, yet my serum can stimulate a power greater than transcendent. Now Dr. Triu created an energy source to attack Jiangdu's shadow, saying, and this is the proof. Now Jiangdu's shadow was being electrocuted, his entire body enveloped by some kind of power. In an instant, he regained his calm and spoke. No, fighting several battles in a row depleted my shadow points. This guy's strength keeps increasing. Have I truly run out of chances? Now appeared the image of Dr. Triu holding 2 power orbs. In an instant, he wore a stern expression while a voice rang out. Will my path of transcendence end here? Now the old man extended his hand toward him and said, hand it over and I won't have to act. Jiangdu's shadow was lost in confusion and helplessness, sighing with some thought. In a flash, he stood up and took out a stone. Meanwhile, Dr. Triu reached out to take it. Good, that's right. As he was about to touch the stone, drowning in his own confusion, Jiangdu's shadow spoke. Even if I die, I won't give it to you. In that instant, he brought the stone to his mouth and swallowed it. Gulp, gulp. Jiangdu's shadow suddenly swallowed the anomalous shard with one gulp, and suddenly a whirlpool of red energy was gradually absorbed into him, creating a gloomy, obscure space. After witnessing the shadow swallow the shard, Dr. Triu was stunned, raising his hand forward, clearly showing his unwillingness to accept the shadow's action, and he panicked, shouting, "You're crazy." The red energy sources were gradually being absorbed into the shadow's body, causing it to feel pain, collapsing to the ground, coughing repeatedly. Around him appeared a red halo swirling about. and those red energy sources multiplied more and more. Dr. Triu coldly, his face darkening, screamed, "Fool! Using an anomalous shard is extremely dangerous, swallowing it directly is suicide." Then he turned his hand and said, "Forget it. For better or worse, I am a doctor. I'll mercifully grant you an early release." The man seemed to be trying to intimidate the shadow, making it feel fearful. Before Dr. Triu's threatening deceptions, the shadow squeezed one eye shut, waving its hand continuously. Gritting its teeth, the tension and pain clearly visible on its face. Suddenly it cried out loudly, "Disappear!" It seemed it had swallowed the anomalous shard successfully. Now it and the shard had become one. That made Dr. Triu utterly stunned, not understanding what was happening. He frowned and exclaimed, "How can this be? I can no longer sense the shard's existence. What on earth is this?" As he spoke, he hesitated, disbelieving what was unfolding before his eyes. Jiangdu's shadow suddenly smirked, clearly showing smugness. "Heh heh heh. It was a bit hard to swallow at first, but now it's much better." He felt the taste wasn't bad, a bit like a dragon fruit. The shadow spoke with a tone of mockery toward Dr. Triu. Then the man thrust his hand to attack the shadow and bellowed, "Cut the pretense, you treat the anomalous shard as food." The shadow wouldn't show weakness. It also thrust its hand to counterattack Dr. Triu. A beam of green light enveloped the space. From within that light came the shadow's voice, "It seems you have no idea that bloodworms are the food of shadow worms." Gradually, a foot appeared along with the voice of Jiangdu's shadow. It said, "The blood-type anomalous shard you've always coveted." After a while, the shadow's body grew more muscular, and a tremendous power surrounded it. Its face showed clear smugness. It said the dimensional fragment had been absorbed by it. Dr. Triu became utterly horrified. Sweat poured down like rain, unable to believe that what he was seeing was real. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, impossible, absolutely impossible. I did so many things, and in the end you made all my efforts go to waste." Something terrifying-looking oozed from his mouth, and then he screamed, "What a joke!" Something red from his mouth fell to the ground. Dr. Triu let out a loud roar and transformed into a huge, ferocious monster, shrouded in a dark, murky power. The monster appeared, with an utterly horrific form, a fierce and grotesque face, screaming for blood. A fierce battle between Jiangdu's shadow and the monster broke out. The two sides clashed, neither giving an inch, each flaunting their power to strike fear into the other. The red monster with sharp fangs is roaring. Its body is surrounded by a stream of fire with a terrifying face. The shadow rises high, surrounded by a streak of blue light. Both possess immense and powerful strength. The shadow with a face full of hatred turns its gaze toward the guy. "I strike first by slashing my blade at the monster." Then it relentlessly slashed many times, leaving the monster unable to counter. Blood like lava splattered everywhere. The shadow of Jiangdu, with a smug face, smirking, thought that after absorbing the dimension fragment, its speed and reaction had been greatly enhanced. It felt that it could sense his blood flowing and predict his movements. The shadow, in a battle-ready stance, both hands holding two blades, a murderous look on its face as it glared at the monster. The blade slashed into him, blood splattering horrifically. It suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Interesting. This blade also has a blood-sucking effect. Moreover, not only does it suck blood, but more importantly, it can also seal the opponent's ability to regenerate health." The guy felt bewildered and terrified by the shadow's extraordinary power. Seeing this, the shadow of Jiangdu smirked, a smile that clearly showed contempt. The monster's face turned pale, speechless. It stared intently at the shadow, then suddenly the shadow flew up high, enveloped by a brilliant blue light. Below, the massive monster emerged with a body full of muscle, dark red skin looking like fire and lava. The guy was trying to resist the shadow's attacks. Two opposing sources of energy, one side blue light, the other side blazing red fire, increasing the drama of the fight. The shadow of Jiangdu, with sharp eyes, brows tightly furrowed. Its narrowed eyes held deep resentment. It spoke, saying earlier it had originally intended to sneak into the obsession dimension but had not succeeded. So this form has limitations on shadow abilities. Then it lunged, slashing its blade at the guy. A stream of blood resembling lava gushed down. The shadow suddenly exclaimed as it watched the lava blood flow onto the ground, "This blood is way too dramatic." The move just now used force. Too strong, so it broke its own blood vessels. Its face suddenly became stunned, mouth agape at the sight before it. It couldn't believe what was happening. That guy's lava blood has the ability to corrode everything. As it spoke, he had to exclaim. The guy grinned, a smile full of smugness with terrifying teeth and eyes, slowly saying, "Just realized, but it's too late." Then he suddenly roared loudly, "All melt in hell." A stream of lava erupted from him, corroding everything. He wanted to drag everything down to hell. More and more lava streams erupted from him, leaving the shadow at a loss for how to stop it. Dr. Triu Dinquang used the blood system, muttering continuously, "Die!" Jiangdu lightly jumped up, dodging the attack right beneath his feet. Dr. Triu sneered contemptuously, "You think jumping up will keep you safe?" The blood system on the ground immediately rose high, biting and tearing at the blue power surrounding him. Jiang Du furrowed his brow, unconsciously voicing his speculation. Though the blood is very powerful, it seems to operate based on the consumption of its own blood. Once his blood runs dry, I'll counterattack. Dr. Trio below also heard this. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "You're waiting for my blood to run out?" He roared, gathering strength. On both shoulders appeared two green-purple monsters bound by the blood system. Red light flickered beneath his feet. The two monsters on his shoulders suddenly vanished. At the same time, the blood system beneath his feet surged increasingly like a rushing river. Jiang Du furrowed his brow, stunned, sweating. So he's using blood. Dr. Trio, standing in the blood pool, shouted, "You can't escape. My hell blood will ceaselessly devour flesh and blood, endlessly spreading." The skull on Dr. Trio's shoulder slightly detached from him. Its face was compressed by a white light, yet it still smugly said, "And the Night Watch organization is still using all its strength to deal with the prey I released. By the time they notice, it will be too late." The blood system continued to surge, black-purple lightning intertwining on its surface. Dr. Trio continued, shooting out black-purple lightning, smugly revealing his plan. "First the street, then the whole area, then all of Van High will be submerged by my blood water." He asserted firmly, "Even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood water will still devour everything, and you can only stand and watch." Everything. After speaking, he laughed loudly. Jiang Du remained silent, quietly calculating a countermeasure. He suddenly jumped up, leaving his shoes on the surface. His figure disappeared into the boiling blood sea. Dr. Trio, seeing this, couldn't help but be surprised. He widened his eyes. In disbelief, he said, "Are you crazy? Jumping into the blood water?" Dr. Trio watched in surprise as the bright blue lightning struck into the blood sea, and his blood system was bubbling and boiling. "The blood water is boiling." Red, black, and blue lightning intertwined around his body. Bubbles rose around. Dr. Trio said in astonishment, "Impossible to actually burn his own blood to boil my blood water." Dr. Trio gaped in shock. "There's such a thing." Jiang Du resolutely channeled demonic power throughout his body, declared decisively, "It's time to end this." Dr. Trio suddenly jumped straight down from the high floor. "To be able to bring out my bloodline fragment to this extent, it's truly surprising." Facing Jiang Du, he smiled, revealing a row of stark white teeth. "Your blood cannot flow forever, but my blood is infinite. In the end, the winner will still be me." Jiang Du, not to be outdone, merely replied, "Just talking is useless. How can we know who is stronger if we don't try?" Dr. Trio's teeth suddenly sprouted two sharp fangs. He was about to charge forward, but upon seeing that, he stopped abruptly. Dr. Trio raised his hand and lunged straight at Jiang Du. "Give up your life." He also very wisely, in response to the doctor's action, gripped his sword. He advanced without hesitation. The two of them collided like that, creating a huge suction force. Strange sounds emanated continuously. Jiang Du was staggered by his power. His blood bar was now only a mere 27%. The red light from Dr. Trio's parasite radiated dazzlingly. Jiang Du's body flickered, appearing and disappearing within that light. He flew up high, looking down below. The complacency on Dr. Trio's crazed face was blatantly obvious. He laughed loudly. "I've won. See. This is my power. No one can stop me, no one." While Dr. Trio was still reveling in his triumph, a sharp sword pierced through his body from behind. Fresh blood gushed endlessly from his mouth. Dr. Trio, enraged, slowly turned his head back. You play dirty?" Jiang Du, although extremely weak and exhausted, still mustered his voice to say, "I am a shadow. If I don't play like that, how should I play?" The sword emitted a surge of powerful energy as it was pulled out. Dr. Trio howled in agony. In his mind was an unyielding thought: "I am not resigned. I don't want to die. I still have many things I haven't done." The images of when he was a kind-hearted doctor appeared one by one. The stream of memories from childhood to adulthood incessantly overwhelmed his mind. "I have always tried very hard, but no one has ever paid attention to me. Nor has anyone acknowledged me." Dr. Trio lowered his face to the ground. His eyes had returned to their usual gentle look. "So I must prove myself. I must be better than anyone. I want those who look down on me to pay the price. I want all those people to pay the price. Everyone must see." He raised his hand toward the sky. Inch by inch, his skin and flesh gradually dissolved into the air. Dr. Trio's tears fell unceasingly. "I want to become the center of power. I want to become the ruler of this world." Dr. Trio's eyes had stopped functioning. The red pupils were no longer stained with fresh blood. "I want." That thought had not yet ended when his entire body lay down in the lingering fog and cold wind of the night. Darkness. As the smoke gradually cleared, Dang Koa, with his injured arm, slowly saw everything beyond that smoke layer. When he could see, he glanced up and saw Luke Tuansu already standing there waiting with the guards. Seeing Dang Koa gradually regain consciousness, he said, "Awake now." Before he could say a word, he ordered the guards to take him away. His hands were locked with a special pair of handcuffs, and he was strictly escorted by two tall and strong guards. Just as he was about to be taken away, Dang Koa anxiously looked over at his friend. At that moment, Jiang Du could only stand and watch his friend being temporarily taken away, unable to do anything more. Dang Koa's gaze gradually steady, containing within it his intense trust in Jiangdu. My wife and Hoa Hoa I entrust to you. As soon as Dang Koa finished speaking, he was taken away by the guards. Jiangdu's eyes looking at his friend became even more helpless. And so Dang Koa's figure gradually disappeared. Scene transitioned to a fragrant aroma wafting out from a bun shop. The middle-aged shop owner, with a joyful and excited face, brought out a tray of hot, delicious steamed buns to sell to him. He picked one up and put it in his mouth. As soon as the flavor touched his tongue, his eyes suddenly widened and he said, "Very delicious. Steamed buns fresh from the steamer in the early morning are truly delicious." Hearing that, the shop owner nearby couldn't hide the joy on his face and proudly said, "That's right, our steamed buns are very famous in the area." This area, he suddenly remembered something from the shop owner's words, so he turned to ask, "That's right, I heard from people nearby that a few days ago some junk collectors came here and caused trouble." After hearing this, the shop owner's expression immediately turned unpleasant, and he admitted to Jiangdu, "Yes, relying on their little bit of skill, they went and harassed my daughter." While picking up a piece of bun, he continued, "So did you report to the Night Watch organization? Junk collectors also fall under their jurisdiction." The shop owner immediately added, "What's the point of reporting? Lock them up for 10 days and then release them. They will just come back for revenge." Jiangdu then gave the shop owner a stern look and said, "So you gave them a lesson, didn't you?" The shop owner was startled by his look and words, very surprised. A while later, the shop owner smiled gently, reluctantly sat down on the chair next to him and said, "As expected, you still found me. I thought no one would know." Suddenly, a pink quartz crystal appeared in the palm of the shop owner's hand. His expression turned serious and he said, "Did you come to take that thing back? Since you stepped through this door, I've faintly sensed it." Then the shop owner handed that quartz stone to Jiangdu. His eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Just giving it to me like that. Aren't you afraid your daughter will be bullied again later?" The shop owner was reluctant but still shook his head, saying, "Afraid, I'm certainly afraid. But I can't protect her forever. Rather than relying on something of dubious origin, it's better to rely on growing strong yourself." Seeing this, Jiangdu cheerfully stood up and took several bottles from his coat pocket of black medicine, saying, "Uncle, take this medicine. It can remove the contamination on you." Seeing Jiangdu act like that, the shop owner said in surprise, "Didn't you come here to arrest me? Aren't you from the Night Watch organization?" Jiangdu saw that and just smiled lightly, strode to the door and said, "It's no longer necessary to do that. You are the last, as well as the only one who passed the test." The shop owner behind, holding the medicine bottle, was moved to tears by your action. Witnessing that scene, tears gradually welled up in the corners of Jiangdu's eyes. He was stunned as if unable to believe his eyes. "Why?" he said unconsciously. He stood apart from the scene. Looking down, he saw the silhouettes of familiar people falling before his eye. He showed no signs of life. He continued to speak unconsciously. "Why is it like this?" His limbs stiffened, his scalp became increasingly numb. Overwhelming him was a sense of helplessness because he didn't know why everyone was like this. He said in shock, "Uncle Lai, Uncle Luke Fatty. What's wrong with everyone? What happened?" Suddenly, a space was torn open, the sound temporarily pulling him out of his stream of thought. He was startled when the person emerging from the torn space was Jio Jio. Jio was no different from the others, also unconscious. And in a lifeless state, seeing Jio like that, he shouted her name. Jio. He reached out to catch her, but out of nowhere appeared a person who was an exact copy of him who caught Jio before he could touch her. Seeing that, he stared wide-eyed at that person, hesitantly saying, "You are, oh Jiangdu." He anxiously called out Jio's name while reaching out as far as he could, his arm to grab her. He woke with a start from the nightmare. When he opened his eyes, he found his hand placed on Jio's huge chest. His mouth still unconsciously called out her name, Jio. He was alarmed to realize his hand was in the wrong place. At the same time, the surroundings seemed to have a starry halo, only the face of the delicate Jio darkened, the space seemed to freeze completely. Jio flung Jiangdu's hand away, her face flushed pink with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth and growling, "Jiangdu, you really can't change your nature even if you die." She placed one hand on her hip, the other grabbed his hair, and yanked hard, distorting even his face. Jiangdu panicked, flailing his arms and legs trying to explain. "No, listen to me explain, Jio." A terrified scream from Jiangdu echoed. The sky shattered the morning peace of the city scene. Unexpectedly a month had passed. Today was the last day at the special training camp Van Hai. From early morning, the guards had long been lined up in neat rows, everyone solemn and orderly. Jiangdu and Jio had graduated from the training course with outstanding results and were asked to come up to the podium to speak. The early morning sunlight seemed to embrace Jio. She exuded a radiant glow, clear and confident, speaking in front of everyone, while Jio was shining with beautiful sharing words. On this side, Jiangdu did not like such scenes, so he went to eat with his close friend Fatty. The The two were also shining, but shining at the dining table, eating with enthusiasm and full of passion. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiangdu and Jiao returned to headquarters to get their luggage and say goodbye to Uncle Lai and Uncle Lu. After saying goodbye, they left the headquarters, a place that had been full of memories and memorable experiences mixed with joy and sorrow. Jiao couldn't help but raise her hand to gently wipe away the tears. Then they flew together to back low. On the plane, Jiangdu sat silently gazing at the scenery outside the window. Jiao found it a bit strange, so she turned to ask Jiangdu, "What's wrong? All day you've been like you've lost your soul." Jiangdu heard her ask, turned to look at her for a while, then turned back to the window and replied, "I'm thinking about what kind of place the abyss really is in this world." Jiao tilted her head slightly and said, "You said in class that abyss fragments are everywhere in the world, didn't you?" Jiangdu denied. "No, what I'm talking about is inside the abyss itself." He lowered his head slightly and thoughtfully continued, "I always thought the abyss was some corner of the universe far away from us, until a few days ago I discovered that, in fact, the abyss is very close to us." Jiao asked, puzzled. "Very close?" Jiangdu smiled slightly, turned to her, and used his hand to point at his left chest. "Yes, it's right inside everyone's heart." Seeing that, Jiao turned and glanced at Jiangdu. Her face flushed red from embarrassment. She said, "What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly acting so philosophical? Is your head not broken?" Jiangdu laughed playfully, saying to Jiao, "Ha ha ha, just a feeling. Just consider it me joking around." Jiao looked at Jiangdu. Although she was a little less embarrassed, the tip of her nose was still slightly pink. She shyly asked Jiangdu, "So according to what you said, if one day I am devoured by the abyss, what will you do?" Hearing that, Jiangdu forcefully grabbed Jiao's wrist. Jiao was a little startled by Jiangdu's action. The pink traces that had just faded, still lingering a bit on the tip of her nose, now because of Jiangdu's action, spread again like a stimulant. Jiangdu's gaze was powerfully resolute. Firm, his words as solid as nails hammered into a post. "I will rush into the abyss without hesitation, risk my life to save you, even if it means confronting myself." Again, like adding another dose of stimulant, the pink flush was now more pronounced. On the surface, she tried to appear normal with a touch of disbelief, but her heart was already fluttering. Moved by the gestures, gaze, actions, and most importantly the chivalrous and majestic heart of that young man named Jiangdu. The plane on its flight path is now drawing ever closer to back low. The road ahead looks full of light, but in truth, Jiangdu must stay vigilant inside, for the abyss lies everywhere.